landed. In fact, many parents at the Mumbai International Airport are waiting anxiously to meet their children who've gone through a very difficult situation in last couple of days, right from the war-hit conflict zone of Ukraine to reaching the border and also coming all the way back to Mumbai. This is a time of reunion for several families. आपकी आंखों में आंसू दिख रहे हैं, बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट है. आपने बहुत हिम्मत रखी है, आज बच्चे को देख के कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, वो फाइनली पहुंच गया है, उसको देख के हम बहुत खुश हैं और मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोल सकती सर. वो आ गया, बस मैं खुश हूँ.
It has been a long way back home, a long flight, not so much, but it was a long journey back home, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, for sure. It was so much difficult and it was so much tough to us. We were standing at the border for last 2 days, and after 3 days we have got the flight. It was very much difficult and very much critical situation over there.
How did you make it from the city to the border? Was it difficult? Did you do it on your own? Were you helped by the embassy?
Yes, Indian embassy helped us a lot. I really appreciate and I thanks to them. But the situation at the border was really a very difficult one.
I'm going straight across to Arunima, who continues to be with us. Arunima, this is really turning out to be a nightmare. There are still some 12 to 13,000 students who have not been in a position to make it to border points. Now there is an advisory by the embassy in Ukraine to leave Kyiv as possible, given the fact that there is a Russian convoy, a 64-kilometer-long convoy that is approaching Kyiv to surround it. So a siege of Kyiv is imminent. I want to ask you, what exactly right now is the biggest worry for the government of India?
You know, more for the people who are stuck there and their family members, and because they are worried, that worry then transmits to government as well, is how to reach these border evacuation points. It's all right for the government to say that, you know, reach the border points of Poland, Romania, Hungary, but how do you do that from a city like Kyiv, which is looking at you know, complete assault from Russian forces? A city like Kharkiv, for example, where the main town center has been bombarded and civilian vehicles stuck there. You saw in that visual how they were impacted as well. So I think the biggest challenge is how to reach these border points. The latest advisory that has come in from the Indian side to residents of Kyiv, the Indian nationals there, is to take the first train available or whatever you know, mode of transport is available. But I think it's easier said than done, because it's not just Indians or foreign nationals, but a lot of Ukrainians also who want to flee to Poland and other areas for safety. So the rush is huge. The other thing is that if you leave your bunker, where you could be taking shelter right now, you don't really know where the next bomb is coming from. So safety and security, how to evacuate from the city centers to these border points, that's the big logistical challenge.
Absolutely, it is a logistical challenge. Just given the number, the sheer number, Arunima, of students who have to be evacuated back home, which is why Indian Air Force C-17s are being deployed as well, so that you have as much strength on the ground. As soon as these students come in, you're in a position to airlift a maximum number before the situation gets out of hand. Arunima, tracking the story there on the ground as well. I'm stepping into a quick break on the show. This continues to be our big focus. Do stay with us.
Was fray here. Blood has been spilled, but despite Russia's overwhelming firepower, they did not pass.
Little hands clutch bigger ones that would give anything just to keep them safe. Sleepy, tiny, cold faces and tired arms. The hum of voices you would expect from the number of people that are here, it doesn't exist. It's as if the shock and disbelief has brought with it an odd silence. It's mostly women and children here who have had to say goodbye to husbands, brothers, fathers. Men aged 18 to 60 are not permitted to leave.
How were you able to say goodbye to your father?
I think that it was the most awful thing to say. Yes. She was crying.
And then there is the sheer hell of getting here. Walking for hours, waiting in some cases for days, out in the bitter cold, hungry, thirsty. We meet Ajmal and his family. They fled Afghanistan last May, getting asylum in Ukraine. His 7-year-old daughter barely made it here.
Marwa.
Marwa.
Oh, I'm Arwa.
Arwa?
Yeah.
Oh, is it similar?
Hi, Marwa.
It's very, very cold. And my daughter become too shocked. We calling, she not answer. And finally we tried to contact with the ambulance. We found the ambulance, the doctor comes, just check him. And after that they gave us a chance.
You must have been so
scared. To go the first.
She clutches one of the donated stuffed animals, replacing a similar one she left behind. But who is going to give her the rest of her life back?
But I don't know with the unknown future. Again.
At least this time, unlike in years past, Europe is welcoming refugees. There is a massive, inhumane backlog on the Ukrainian side, but once finally here in Poland, an army of volunteers. At the train station, 7-year-old Maxim buries his face in his mother's legs. He's not used to the crowds. It's all scary and confusing.
They waited for 2 whole days. Your mother's in Kyiv. My mother's
It's tearing her apart, but at least her husband, who is not Ukrainian, is out with her. For how do you say goodbye to the love of your life, the father of your children? This woman is not the only one in tears. Others as well, understandably, not wanting to talk. We can't take it. It makes us cry too much, they say.
The bridge here hasn't been raised for as long as they can remember, but neither has the sleepy port town of Mykolaiv been invaded. The clack-clack is likely exchanges with Russian paratroopers who we're told landed nearby. Locals struggling to keep up with their world here collapsing and soldiers edging.
Welcome back. You're with us here on CNN News 18. We are tracking the war in Ukraine, but we are also tracking the battle for Uttar Pradesh. Now, in December 2021, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Great Kashi Corridor. Today, residents of Kashi say that the corridor has made their lives much easier. My colleague Anand was there bringing you this report.
The beautiful statue of Bharat Mata right outside the Kashi Vishwanath temple, right as we enter the Kashi Vishwanath corridor from the Lalita Ghat or the banks of the Ganges. Invokes a certain awe, doesn't she? And there are a lot of people who stand there, and I've seen young kids stand and salute Bharat Mata, that spirit of Rashtravad, which is phenomenal. So that's how you enter from the Ganges, from the banks, the steps bringing us up right here into this first quadrangle. This is the entry quadrangle, so there are lakhs and lakhs of devotees who can now be accommodated in an open space, and that's where you walk in straight across. Beyond the gates is the Kashi Vishwanath Dham. There is another second quadrangle which has also got a stage and a dais for performances, for public address. There on the left hand side you would also see the statue of Ahilyabai. Ahilyabai Holkar is the person who, with great effort and with great spirit and verve, revived a lot of the temples that had been destroyed in the Mughal era. And we must not forget that it was this.
आप दिक्कत में भी थे, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने मिशन गंगा के नाम से यूक्रेन में रहे हमारे सभी विद्यार्थी भारत में सेफली पहुंचे, इसलिए हर संभव प्रयास किया है, सारी व्यवस्था की है। दोस्तों, आप तो सेफली पहुंच गए हैं, लेकिन आपके कई साथी, आपके कई मित्र अभी यूक्रेन में होंगे। आप सब उसको कॉल करके कहना कि मोदी जी आपके लिए हर संभव प्रयास कर रहे हैं, वहां की सरकार के साथ बातचीत कर रहे हैं। जब तक हमारे हर स्टूडेंट, एक स्टूडेंट इंडिया में वापस न पहुंचे तब तक ये प्रयास चालू रहेंगे। दोस्तों, आप जब अपने मातृभूमि पर पहुंच चुके हैं तब एज ए हेल्थ मिनिस्टर मोदी जी के निर्देश के अनुसार वहां अपने RT-PCR कराया हो या ना कराया हो, शायद आप वहां वैक्सीनेटेड हो, वहां वैक्सीनेटेड ना हो, यहाँ सभी रूल्स रेगुलेशन से आपको रिलैक्सेशन दे दिया गया है। आप यहाँ से सेफली आपके घर पे पहुंचे। 14 दिन तक अब सेल्फ आपको मॉनिटर करिए। शायद आपको कोई सिम्टम दिखे तो कोविड प्रोटोकॉल का पालन करें और हॉस्पिटल को दिखाइए। ये सारा प्रबंध भारत सरकार की ओर से आपके लिए किया गया है। दोस्तों, नीचे आपके रिलेटिव्स, आपके गार्डियंस, आपको लेने आए हुए आपके पापा, आपके भाई, आपके बहन आपकी राह देख रहे हैं। स्माइल के साथ आप सभी को मिलिए और स्वस्थ रूप में आपके घर पे पहुंचिए। ऐसी आप लोगों को मेरी ओर से हार्दिक हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
That is the Health Minister of India, Mansukh Mandavia, on board a flight that has just landed in India. This is the 10th repatriation flight that has come in, and he's addressing students there, and he's saying, look, you have come back home safely and we are happy for you, but what you need to do right now is call. All right, I believe some students from that flight, on board that flight, are now speaking. Let's listen into that.
It is worsening day by day. Actually, we had flight which was to be rescued to India, Air India, and we went to Kyiv, and there they had airstrike, and we were stuck there for 2 to 3 days, and we have to travel to the west, and we made it somehow to get out, and now we are here because of the Indian government. We're thankful.
What is your name?
Ayushri Raut.
You are from?
Mumbai.
Would you like to say anything?
Nikhil, you're joining us. We've just heard from some students there on board that flight talking about just how difficult it has been. We've also heard Mansukh Mandavia, who's asking students on board this flight, saying that please call your friends who are in Kyiv, who are in Kharkiv, tell them that the government of India will ensure that every student is brought back. I believe this is the 9th or the 10th flight that has come back home?
Well, yes, this is the 9th or 10th flight which has landed in the national capital, Delhi. And obviously, there are some other flights as well which were routed directly to Mumbai, because many of the students were stranded which were belonging to that part of the country as well. But you see, so far, under the Operation Ganga, more than 1,500 students have been brought back in the country, and the efforts are being made to rescue other students as well. Remember, these are the students who are coming from the western side of the Ukraine. It is said to be the comparative safest area. If we talk about the eastern side, this is the place where the Kyiv and Kharkiv are located. That is the challenge for the Indian government as well, because hundreds and thousands of students are stuck there. But the best part you see is that now the government of India has decided that the Indian Air Force will also be roped in to join this particular Operation Ganga. And many of the, in fact, several C-17 Globe Masters, as reported, are likely to be sent to different countries, bordering countries of the Ukraine, to bring back many of the students who are stranded there. Remember, 18,000, close to 18,000 students of Indian origin are there who were studying medical sciences. Obviously, as we have said, under the Operation Ganga, over 1,500 students are brought back. Also, the best part is that 4 of the heavyweight ministers, including Hardeep Singh Puri, Kiren Rijiju, General V.K. Singh and Jyotiradittya Scindia, are being sent to different bordering countries to bring back safely and to make this process smooth, because many of the reports are coming, Shreya. You see, many of the students are complaining that the people in the embassy or the bureaucrats are not responding properly. Many of the numbers have already been issued, but nobody is picking them up. Amid this, the advisory has been issued by the Indian embassy in Ukraine that as soon as possible, students should leave the Kyiv and Kharkiv area, be it from the railway route or through any possible means towards the border side area, so that the evacuation process can be moved smoothly. Shreya.
All right, Nikhil, thank you very much for that full update on how the government plans to bring back these students. The challenges, of course, are many. Now, shifting our focus a little bit, estimated to be around 700 years old, the Konoma village, which is located about 20 kilometers from Nagaland's capital, Kohima, it is famous for its forests and a unique form of agriculture, including some of the oldest terraced cultivation in the region. Now, over the last decade, 10 years, the village has made giant strides in establishing unique systems of natural resource management. Konoma is considered India's first people's movement for sustainability and is deemed the first green village of India. Take a look at this Mission Pani report. We are coming back to you with all updates from Ukraine and Russia, so do stay with us.
In the 1990s, the people of Konoma, the community, we did massive logging. We were cutting down all the trees to make money. And this realization came upon some of our elders, and they realized that if we continue with this trend of exploiting our resources, which is at the expense of our future generations, they would be left with nothing to see. So the community decided to stop this kind of logging activities. We are standing here in the middle of a jhum cultivation area, and this place is where the community, the people of Konoma, do organic farming with a tree called Alnus nepalensis, elder tree. And the unique thing about this tree is it has nitrogen fixation, so it always regenerates the soil. We clear these fields and we cultivate for 2 years. So we will do 2 years there again. So after 3-4 rotations, when you come back here, the branches, as you can see behind me, the branches of this elder tree, they are big enough to cultivate again. So we cut the branches and we use as firewood. So this helps Konoma in our forest conservation. And because of the way we do the shifting cultivation here, Konoma won the prestigious India Biodiversity Award 2021 under the category Sustainable Use of Biological Resources.
She clutches one of the donated stuffed animals, replacing a similar one she left behind. But who is going to give her the rest of her life back?
But I don't know with the unknown future. Again.
At least this time, unlike in years past, Europe is welcoming refugees. There is a massive, inhumane backlog on the Ukrainian side, but once finally here in Poland, an army of volunteers. At the train station, 7-year-old Maxim buries his face in his mother's legs. He's not used to the crowds. It's all scary and confusing.
They waited for 2 whole days. Your mother's in Kyiv. My mother's in Kyiv.
It's tearing her apart, but at least her husband, who is not Ukrainian, is out with her. For how do you say goodbye to the love of your life, the father of your children? This woman is not the only one in tears. Others as well, understandably, not wanting to talk. We can't take it. It makes us cry too much, they say.
The bridge here hasn't been raised for as long as they can remember, but neither has the sleepy port town of Mykolaiv been invaded. The clack-clack is likely exchanges with Russian paratroopers who we're told landed nearby. Locals struggling to keep up with their world here collapsing and soldiers edgy. The fear here, Russian saboteurs, like these 2 suspects, thrown to the ground by soldiers. Then the sirens go off. And it is back in the basement for mothers and cats. Here, the noise of what Russia would do to these towns in the name of subjugation and geopolitical gain. Police trying to turn lights off, it seems, in businesses that closed in a hurry. Life persisting, caught between hoping this is short-lived and wondering if it may go on forever. Behind it all, in empty streets, the fear they may be overrun. And whether each huge blast will be the decisive strike that lets Putin's troops enter. The shelling just went on and on. The next morning, we saw where it hit. It's likely a missile tore up these Ukrainian tanks, but nobody left feels broken. How you feel?
Хорошо, good. Very good.
Yeah?
Yes.
They tried to come into the town. России попытались попасть здесь или как?
Попытались попасть, но мы отбили Николаев.
Понятно. He's saying the Russians tried to come in last night, but the town of Mykolaiv beat them. And you can see what that looks like here. Машина, дирна.
Смотрите.
He's saying, look around here. I'm asking him, how do you feel living here, looking at all this? This is where you live, right?
We are tracking the Ukraine-Russia crisis here closely, and these are the top developments that have happened in the last couple of hours. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met Ramnath Kovind, the president, today. He's briefed the president on various issues, including the Ukrainian crisis. Earlier, India had abstained itself from voting against Russia at the UN at various forums. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, has announced that Finland will support Ukraine with weapons and ammunition in its fight against the invading Russian forces. The shipment will be including assault rifles, bullets, anti-tank weapons, and 70,000 packages of food. And this is historic. What happens in Switzerland is historic. Leaving its traditional neutrality behind, Switzerland has announced that it will adopt all sanctions imposed by the European Union against Russia. The Swiss government has also said that it will freeze the assets of Russian people to punish the invasion of Ukraine. Meanwhile, Japan is also going ahead, freezing assets of Russian leaders, Vladimir Putin and his foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, along with assets of 3 Russian financial institutions as well. Now, as the situation in Ukraine worsens because of the Russian invasion currently underway, UN Refugee Agency is telling us that more than 5 lakh refugees have already fled Ukraine. More than 1,60,000 people have been displaced internally as well. Keeping the pressure up, Netflix has now refused to comply with new Russian rules of carrying out 20 state-backed channels. Netflix spokesperson has said that given the current situation, the platform has no plans to add those state-backed channels. And condemning Russia's aggressive invasion of Ukraine and the tragic humanitarian crisis that is currently developing, Disney has stopped releasing its movies in Russia. Warner Brothers Studios has also announced that it is cancelling the release of the most anticipated movie, Batman, in Russian cinemas. Now, as many Ukrainians flee from the war-struck nation, many civilians are also taking up arms to help their country fight Russian invasion. Here's a CNN ground report on that. It's a wrap from me. Pallavi is joining you on the other side.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies. but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh, and our top focus continues to remain the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Well, it's day 6 of Russia's invasion into Ukraine and the chaos is still on. There's a massive 40-mile-long convoy of Russian military vehicles on roadways that are northwest of Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. There was a big explosion, in fact, at Kharkiv's government's headquarters, as well as a warehouse a short while back. Russian troops have now entered Kherson, which is located in south of Ukraine. The Kherson airport was also bombarded. There are fears running high of an imminent invasion into the capital of the country. Air raid sirens are sounding. Residents have been told to move to shelters as Russia's attack escalates.
Today, Russian forces brutally fired on Kharkiv from jet artillery. It was clearly a war crime. Kharkiv is a peaceful city. There are peaceful residential areas, no military facilities. Dozens of eyewitness accounts prove that this is not a single false volley, but deliberate destruction of people. The Russians knew where they were shooting. There will definitely be an international tribunal for this crime. It's a violation of all conventions. No one in the world will forgive you for killing peaceful Ukrainian people.
Okay, let me just go across to my colleague Arunima, who's also going to put us into perspective. You know, Arunima, it's high tension, and what everyone is now watching out for is that how soon, if at all, Kyiv falls.
Yes, I think ever since, you know, Kyiv, the onslaught on Kyiv began, there was this time that was being calculated by Russia watchers. Some said 24 hours maximum, some said 48 hours, but we are now in day 5 of, you know, Russia's onslaught against Ukraine. And Ukraine has managed to defend Kyiv so far. How long? We'll just have to wait and see. Ukraine is also, as you can see, indulging in the psyops, putting out, you know, Twitter tweets, putting out social media feeds to say that they are resisting the Russian invasion, that their civilians are also resisting out on the streets there. Their military is giving Russia a hard fight there. But just in terms of numbers, the sheer numbers, the comparison between the military might of Russia and Ukraine makes this a David versus Goliath battle. So even though Ukraine is hoping that something will come out, things don't look for Kyiv, and possibly that puts into context the Indian embassy's instructions to Indian nationals in Kyiv to leave as soon as possible.
Arunima, do hold on. We also have Pinak Ranjan Chakraborty. He's the former secretary in the External Affairs Ministry, also with us. At this point of time, what is worrisome is that the strategy of Russia clearly to corner Ukraine from all sides to ensure that the capital falls.
Yes, indeed. It seems clear that they want to take control of the capital city, because that also sends a political message to everybody that, look, we have more or less captured the seat of power, which would mean that the current government of Ukraine won't be able to function out of the capital city. They might function out of some other city or keep moving around. So after that, I don't know whether the Russian political objective is to, set up a government with maybe pro-Russian politicians, and there are many in Ukraine who may be willing to do so. But I don't know at this stage whether some of them would be willing to do it at all. So otherwise, what I anticipate is that the Russians take control of Kyiv, hopefully without too much bloodshed. But if the Ukrainians want to fight street-to-street battles, then there will be a lot of death and destruction, undoubtedly.
And
but the Ukrainians are probably putting up a fight, although there is a fog of war and allegations, counter-allegations, and kind of disinformation and misinformation that is currently being seen on social media and other media. So I think we'll just have to wait and see. And meanwhile, I think our priority is very clear: how to get the stranded nationals, Indian nationals, out of Kyiv, which is also being attempted through, I think, trains, etc. That I do believe that that there is some window that has opened up, because I don't know how these trains are being run, because obviously there's some agreement in the background that let these trains run and so that people can get out. That might suit the Russians also, because they don't want to get into, I think, civilian casualties, because that will again create a lot of outrage against them. Additional outrage, I would say, against them. So I think that's the situation at the moment. And I don't know, but there seems to be a lot of, the pictures that are coming out about missile attacks, etc. I also have seen some threads on Twitter which say that some of them are actually, Ukrainian missiles. I mean, which have got, whatever, misguided or something. And even those convoys being shown that have been destroyed. Anyway, the point is that there is a lot of, psyops and misinformation and disinformation.
That's right. There's a lot of panic. There's a lot of worry as well. And for that, there has been a reassurance repeatedly going in from the Indian government to all the Indians who are stranded there, yet an advisory that leave Kyiv as soon as possible. In fact, what we're going to try and show you now is one of the most dramatic visuals which we have seen the whole day. It's in Ukraine. Today itself, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the crisis which is there on the ground. Now look at the first picture which we are getting for you. It is from the second largest city in Ukraine, which is Kharkiv. It's a missile which struck the regional administration building in the heart of the city. In this CCTV footage, the building can be seen, which is burst into flames after an explosion. 9 civilians have been killed. That's the report that we are getting. Now to the second set of pictures and visuals which we are getting for you, which is again alarming. And this is from Kherson, which is in the south of the state of the country. The city has already been pounded with heavy shelling over the last few days. And today there were explosions which were near the airport. Going back to Kharkiv for another set of dramatic and scary visuals, which reflects the Ukrainian resistance which everyone is talking about. Russian tanks were burnt, even as the Russian military continued to push ahead in the other places. Now, speaking of Russian troops moving in near the capital Kyiv, a huge Russian military convoy, which was stretching from about 64 kilometers, was also spotted by a US satellite imaging company just north of the city. Now, this indicates that a Russian assault on Kyiv is all but inevitable. It's just a matter of time. And the last footage, of course, is from Ukraine's northeastern Sumy region. Russian troops have shelled a military base over here, leading to a death of more than 70 Ukrainian servicemen. This is the kind of sense, and Mr. Chakraborty, that's exactly what we are talking about, the inevitability of the fall of Kyiv. But, when we are also talking about this, the story is also about the resistance which is coming in from Ukraine. There are parallels which are drawn to Afghanistan, where you had the head of the government and the state fleeing. People were left to themselves. Ukraine offers a stark contrast. Do you think Russia bargained for that?
Well, you see, when you plan for these kind of operations, Ukraine has an army, it has a military and armed forces. So obviously there will be resistance. It's a question of calculating how much resistance. I mean, how you cannot measure the will and the morale of the people so easily. And clearly the leadership in Ukraine has been, building up the morale, etc. The president himself is on social media saying things that we will fight, etc. So I think the morale is high, but weapons have been distributed to civilians. So a kind of guerrilla warfare is probably brewing there, and which is not good news for Russia because that would mean getting bogged down, just as America got bogged down in Vietnam, and then both Soviet Union and America got bogged down in Afghanistan. So I think there is this resistance that is coming in. And also the resistance is being fueled by statements and promises of help, including weaponry that have been promised by various countries. And basically, many of them seem to me as if they are of a defensive nature. In other words, shoulder-fired missiles, etc., anti-tank missiles, which can stop these heavy vehicles and others that are in the convoy. So that's the kind of weaponry that is being given. So I think the resistance is going to stay for quite some time till Russia is able to seal off the borders through which some of this weaponry may be coming in. Now that I think is still far away because most of the Russian advance is in the north and the east. And so we'll really have to look at the map again and locate where the Russians have been entering and how far their convoys have gone in. Now, so I think the capture of the whole of Ukraine and establishing Russian control is still quite distant away. So because the resistance is clearly, is considerable. I don't know whether it's considerable, but certainly it is definitely slowing down the Russian advance.
That's right. In fact, just to come back to, before I come back to you, this is a ground report we are getting for you. In Kyiv, there has been overnight assaults. CNN's Matthew Chance is very much on the ground and gets us all those details.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv.
This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital.
The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered.
Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard.
Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out.
Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says.
I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack.
An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win. and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a sign, a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita.
Ammunition.
Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God, there's another one there.
Туда дальше не підемо, далі не підемо.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
Putin.
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward, and there is much work to be done.
Mr. Chakraborty continues to remain with us. Mr. Chakraborty, what we are also watching is that there seem to be a large number of countries and world opinion building up against Russia, a concerted, consolidated effort to give all kind of support to Ukraine and including economic sanctions against Russia. Do you think Putin is going to be daunted by that? Because it certainly doesn't seem to be doing so, because he stepped up his assaults today also.
I doubt it. I don't think President Putin has taken this decision lightly, and he's likely to carry through with it. As for the global opinion, which is generally led by the Western media, I have also seen very racist comments coming out of some of these leading media portals, and which has been compiled by one Western journalist. So I think the narrative war is also on, as we have discussed. Social media war is on, trying to paint Mr. Putin, President Putin, as some kind of a madman or who's gone berserk, etc. Well, that is part of the game, I suppose, of power politics. But obviously, the Western media are not going to look into their own mistakes, which, in terms of this kind of situation, they tend to forget what they have been doing for so many years, and whether there was a possibility of accommodating Russian security interests, which I believe they should have, and we wouldn't have seen this day if that had happened. But they took moral positions, etc. That Ukraine has the right to join NATO. It's a free country. They also helped the rebellion against the previous president. It's all there out in the open, and they have not hidden it. They have basically been functioning from a certain sense of victory and a bit of arrogance and hubris, that we won the Cold War, and hence we have every right to rub Russia's nose into the ground. Now, this was the attitude, and I believe this is a result of that. An accommodation in Europe was eminently possible, and this, I believe, somewhere something went wrong when in the Western world and their political leadership, who thought that nobody could stand in their way. So this is the kind of scenario that was built up. And finally, President Putin was pushed to the wall, I think, and he said that Russian security interests demand that I do something about, Ukraine, and he decided when he felt that there was no other option available.
Mr. Zakharova, do hold on, because there's one more ground report which we are getting for us. This is my colleague from CNN. Fred spotted Russian tanks on the move. Let's take a quick look at his report.
There's actually a massive column of Russian armored vehicles that are sort of going past us right now as we speak. I'm going to pan to them for a second. We've also seen some really heavy rocket launchers, Frederica, as well pass here. What you're seeing right now, I have to speak really loudly, that's a main battle tank of the Russians. That's a T-72 battle tank, this one as well. So we're sort of seeing a column of tanks, and those right now are taking a turn, and they're actually heading towards the front line near Kharkiv. You can see the invasion that Russia is conducting of Ukrainian territory going on, and obviously moving forward as the Russians moving more heavy equipment towards Ukraine. This is something, Frederica, that we've seen throughout the entire course of the day, that more of this heavy equipment has been moving towards the front line, towards Ukrainian territory. And again, it's not clear whether or not this means that the Russians need more of this because it's becoming more difficult for them, but it's certainly a fact that we are definitely seeing a lot more of this stuff going towards Ukrainian territory. Also, again, as I said, a lot of big multiple rocket launchers coming past, rockets being fired. This is definitely sort of a very common occurrence right now. One of the other interesting things is that a lot of these troops are actually parked in small villages around here. And it also shows, Frederica, that the Russians, if they are having trouble with their military campaign, they certainly still do seem to have the capacity to escalate all of this. We're seeing a lot of these kind of vehicles parked around here at the ready to go anytime. And as you can see, the Russians moving more forces now towards the Kharkiv region. You can see, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but if we go back in the distance over there, you can see the tanks turning a corner over there. And what you're seeing right now is them going straight towards Ukrainian territory. This is the last checkpoint that the Russians have before you reach Ukrainian territory and before you get to that region of Kharkiv. Those Russian forces now taking that last turn past the last checkpoint, and a couple of miles down the road, you're already in Ukrainian territory, and then later you get to the front line in Kharkiv. So again, whether or not they're having any sort of difficulties, whether or not this campaign is stalling, very difficult to say from our vantage point. But what I can tell you is that the Russians definitely moving a lot more equipment right now towards that front line.
Well, this and much, much more on News18.com, but we are going to be back again with more news on the other side of the break.
Overrun, and whether each huge blast will be the decisive strike that lets Putin's troops enter. The shelling just went on and on. The next morning, we saw where it hit. It's likely a missile tore up these Ukrainian tanks, but nobody left feels broken.
How you feel?
Хорошо, good. Very good.
Yeah?
Yes.
They tried to come into the town. России попытались попасть здесь или как?
Попытались попасть, но мы отбили Николаев.
Понятно. He's saying the Russians tried to come in last night, but the town of Mykolaiv beat them. And you can see what that looks like here. Машина, дирна.
Смотрите.
Saying, look around here. I'm asking him, how do you feel living here, looking at all this? This is where you live, right? He's like, look at this. Look at these windows that are blown out.
Те, что говорили гражданские, инфраструктуру не будут они портить и использовать. Сколько гражданских пострадало? Это уму непостижимо.
Yeah, so the words of Russian ministers who've been saying that they're not going to hit civilian infrastructure here, he's repeating them back to me, saying, look at this. They say they're not hitting civilian infrastructure. Look at this damage around here.
Putin's rockets may have shattered glass, but not dented the anger here. As they take stock, you have to ask yourself why Moscow ever thought these towns would gladly be occupied, and what Russia's end goal is. Tempers fray here. Blood has been spilled, but despite Russia's overwhelming firepower, they did not pass.
Little hands clutch bigger ones that would give anything just to keep them safe. Sleepy, tiny, cold faces in tired arms. The hum of voices you would expect from the number of people that are here, it doesn't exist. It's as if the shock and disbelief has brought with it an odd silence. It's mostly women and children here who have had to say goodbye to husbands, brothers, fathers. Men aged 18 to 60 are not permitted to leave.
How were you able to say goodbye to your father?
I think that it was the most awful thing to say.
Yes.
She was crying.
And then there is the sheer hell of getting here. Walking for hours, waiting in some cases for days, out in the bitter cold, hungry, thirsty. We meet Ajmal and his family. They fled Afghanistan last May, getting asylum in Ukraine. His 7-year-old daughter barely made it here.
Marwa.
Marwa.
Oh, I'm Arwa.
Arwa?
Yeah.
Oh, is it similar?
Hi, Marwa.
It's very, very cold. And my daughter become too shocked. We calling, she not answer. And finally we tried to contact with the ambulance. We found the ambulance, the doctor comes.
The statement concluded, quote, "Football is fully united here and in full solidarity with all the people affected in Ukraine. Both presidents hope that the situation in Ukraine will improve significantly and rapidly so that football can again be a vector for unity and peace amongst people." This represents an extraordinary change in fortunes for a country that has become one of the most influential in world sport. Just 4 years ago, Russia hosted the Men's World Cup. They also staged the Winter Olympics in 2014. And around about that time, Russia developed very close ties with football's world governing body and its president, Gianni Infantino. But now FIFA has assumed a position they couldn't have imagined just a week ago. While these governing bodies are being applauded for taking a tough stance, it is arguably the teams from Poland, Sweden and the Czech Republic that should be taking all the credit. On Sunday, FIFA was hoping that Russia could play next month's World Cup qualifier against Poland under an amended name in a closed neutral venue without their flag and without their anthem. But when those teams simply refused to play Russia under any circumstances, FIFA's hand was forced. On Friday, UEFA had acted quickly to strip Russia of the right to host the Champions League final in May. The game was switched from St. Petersburg to Paris. And on Monday, UEFA cut additional ties, dropping Gazprom as one of their sponsors of the Champions League tournament, national team competitions, and the next European Championships in 2024. Gazprom is a Russian state-owned energy supplier. Russia is facing a global backlash for its hostility in the region. Now, the beautiful game of football is turning its back on them too. Back to you.
All right, thanks for watching, everyone. I'm Michael Holmes here in Lviv in western Ukraine. Our breaking news coverage continues after the break.
So that's the CNN report which you got, which is round the clock, showing the picture to be quite grim, even as Russia seems to be stepping up its attack on many parts of Ukraine. Kharkiv, Kyiv are the worrying areas which we are really talking about, and the Russian tanks also having spotted on the move. Here's one report coming in from CNN.
There's actually a massive column of Russian armored vehicles that are sort of going past us right now as we speak. I'm going to pan to them for a second. We've also seen some really heavy rocket launchers, Frederica, as well pass here. What you're seeing right now, I have to speak really loudly, that's a main battle tank of the Russians. That's a T-72 battle tank, this one as well. So we're sort of seeing a column of tanks, and those right now are taking a turn, and they're actually heading towards the front line near Kharkiv. You can see the invasion that Russia is conducting of Ukrainian territory going on and obviously moving forward as the Russians moving more heavy equipment towards Ukraine. This is something, Frederica, that we've seen throughout the entire course of the day, that more of this heavy equipment has been moving towards the front line, towards Ukrainian territory. And again, it's not clear whether or not this means that the Russians need more of this because it's becoming more difficult for them, but it's certainly a fact that we are definitely seeing a lot more of this stuff going towards Ukrainian territory. Also, again, as I said, a lot of big multiple rocket launchers coming past, rockets being fired. This is definitely sort of a very common occurrence right now. One of the other interesting things is that a lot of these troops are actually parked in small villages around here. And it also shows, Frederica, that the Russians, if they are having trouble with their military campaign, they certainly still do seem to have the capacity to escalate all of this. We're seeing a lot of these kind of vehicles parked around here at the ready to go anytime. And as you can see, the Russians moving more forces now towards the Kharkiv region. You can see, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but if we go back in the distance over there, you can see the tanks turning a corner over there. And what you're seeing right now is them going straight towards Ukrainian territory. This is the last checkpoint that the Russians have before you reach Ukrainian territory and before you get to that region of Kharkiv. Those Russian forces now taking that last turn past the last checkpoint, and a couple of miles down the road, you're already in Ukrainian territory, and then later you get to the front line in Kharkiv. So again, whether or not they're having any sort of difficulties, whether or not this campaign is stalling, very difficult to say from our vantage point. But what I can tell you is that the Russians definitely moving a lot more equipment right now towards that front line.
You can take away his taekwondo black belt, but you're not going to take away his resolve as far as Vladimir Putin is concerned. There is drama unfolding in Ukraine because Russia has upped the ante and its intensity, because Putin and his entire team, the strategists, know that they just have about 48 hours to build up as much of control they can. Some dramatic visuals that we've got, massive explosion that's rocked Kharkiv. They're not only looking at residential military establishments now, even administrative establishments are now being targeted targeted by the Russian forces because they now want full control of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine after Kyiv. And Kharkiv is just about 40-50 kilometers from the Russian border. This is the morning visual that's come in just about 8 a.m. this morning. Dramatic visuals which can also send chills down your spine. Now, destruction in Hostomel is also very, very evident. There are tanks right there in the middle of the street. There's huge amount of rubble. Houses are up in flames. All the people from here have had to flee their homes. Nearly 160,000 families have been displaced, is the UN estimation as of now. More than 5 lakh people have fled Ukraine. That's what UN has said in the last 6 days. You can see the destruction that is wrought, and it's coming right onto the streets now. So it's no longer military establishments and bases. The next visual that we've got for you, the top 5 visuals today. Russian tanks burning in Kharkiv. So this is the Ukrainian claim that 5 or 6 tanks right on the streets have been destroyed. So Russia is also facing losses. Russia is also finding this, that as it advances, there is a certain amount of attrition and a cost that Putin will have to pay through soldiers and also military equipment. And these videos are the ones which is giving Ukrainian soldiers and those who are fighting for the Ukrainian cause some amount of heart. Then the Russian army convoy in Kyiv. This is the satellite image. Look at that convoy. This is a long, long, long convoy, ladies and gentlemen, turning away from Russia into Ukraine and also from Belarus, actually, making their way straight to Kyiv. These visuals are the armored tanks and trucks and a huge amount of ammunition, arms, ammunition, and forces which are moving constantly towards Kyiv. Kharkiv and Kyiv. In the next 48 hours, Putin wants to control both. That's when he will be calling the shots. Otherwise, Ukraine will have the upper hand. There is also a heavy shelling in Sumy. Sumy is another border region, border city, very close to the Russian border. A lot of Indian students also here, but now we see the destruction that's wrought on the buildings. These are administrative buildings, some residential buildings, some military establishments, but there is a huge amount of rubble on the streets and a huge amount of destruction that is wrought. Ukrainian government claiming that missile attacks now are only increasing, the intensity is increasing.
Okay, thank you very much, Anand. He was getting some of the most dramatic pictures which have been dotting, unfortunately, the timeline of Ukraine. Here's another report from CNN's Natasha Bertrand, who gets us more on Ukraine's request to become a part of the European Union.
So the president of the European Commission actually said just a couple days ago, we believe that Ukraine is one of us. We want them to join the European Union. However, it is not something that can happen overnight. It's a very complex process. It has to do with market integration. There are a number of steps, including democracy reform and anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
I want to go now to Michael Holmes. Michael, I want to put up these new satellite images. This imagery is alarming here. A 40-mile long Russian convoy on the outskirts of Kyiv. Are you hearing anything from Ukrainian officials about what they plan to do if this convoy descends on Kyiv?
Hi, Don. Yeah, well, they plan to do what they've done remarkably well so far, and that is fight. I mean, they're military, but also, too, we've seen these regular civilians picking up weapons, making Molotov cocktails, prepared to take on tanks if necessary. I saw you interviewed a couple of those earlier. This massive column, though, it is worrying. It continues to edge towards Kyiv. It is huge, 40 miles long, as you say, heading to the city, and that has helped to give a real sense here that a new and perhaps grim chapter could be coming in the next couple of days. The way the Ukrainians held held back the Russians, pushed them back in some cases, has been, widely praised, rightly admired, and, almost certainly Vladimir Putin has been seeing that. He's been caught off guard by how much more difficult this has been for his forces. Could be disturbing to some viewers.
Right within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv. This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out. Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack. An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win, and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita. Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No.
Oh my God, there's another one there. It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see. Matthew Chance, CNN Kyiv.
Now, the presidents of 8 European countries are pushing the EU to immediately grant Ukraine candidate country status and begin negotiations on its formal acceptance into the bloc. Now, this is a major step and one that Ukraine, of course, has wanted for years now. I'll interview one of those EU leaders, Lithuania's president, in just a few minutes. But first, a reminder that on Monday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on the bloc to grant his country immediate EU membership. Here's part of that plea.
Europeans realize that our soldiers are fighting for our country and for all of Europe, for peace for all the countries of the European Union, for lives of children, for equality, for democracy. And this gives us a full right to do the following. We call on the European Union for Ukraine's immediate accession under a new special procedure.
CNN's Natasha Bertrand joins me now from EU headquarters in Brussels. So tell us more about how the EU is responding to this request.
Well, Michael, the president of the European Commission did say that they consider Ukraine to be a part of the EU. They feel like they are one of us, is what those were her words. And so the process now, though, is what's going to be very difficult, obviously. It is an enormously complex process to have a country apply for and be admitted into the European Union. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has said that he wants that process to be expedited, obviously considering the circumstances, but there has yet to be a vote on that. There has yet to be consensus on whether that will actually happen. However, many EU states, as you just pointed out, are pushing for that candidacy to be expedited in light of the events and the war that Russia has waged on Ukraine. But it remains to be seen whether that will actually happen. In the meantime, though, the European Union has really stepped up its assistance to Ukraine. For the first time, they approved over $500 million worth of security assistance to the country that includes weaponry. Germany has, for the first time, taken from its own stockpile weapons that it will now be sending to Ukraine to help them fend off the Russian advances. And so we're seeing the EU has closed off its airspace to the Russians. They are looking to ban Russian media from the bloc. So a lot going on here to make sure that Russia can't spread its propaganda within the European Union, its war propaganda, making sure that they are penalized for this act of aggression against Ukraine by closing off that airspace, and by arming the Ukrainians with an enormous amount of weaponry, including air defense missiles, including anti-tank missiles, that they believe can keep the momentum going in Ukraine's favor. As we've been seeing, the Ukrainians have been overperforming here, contrary to all expectations, and the Russians have not been doing so well. Officials caution us, though, that could change, that there could be a second wave of a Russian attack coming, and therefore the Ukrainians really need all of the help they can get at this moment. Michael.
All right, Natasha Bertrand in Brussels. Appreciate the update on that. Could be significant going forward. Now, in response to the EU's decision to support Ukraine with weapons and sanctions on Moscow, Russia's foreign ministry says the country will continue the realization of its national interest. But Japan says G7 members and ally countries will urge the international community to unite against Russia. And the White House press secretary says the Russian president has given NATO countries a common goal.
President Putin has been one of the greatest unifiers of NATO in modern history. So I guess that is one thing we can thank him for.
Joining me now is one of the 8 presidents calling for the immediate acceptance of Ukraine as a candidate to join the EU, Lithuanian President Gitanas Nausėda. And thanks so much for being with us. First of all, your comments on why you chose to call for this now.
This is our moral duty to participate in this process, to be active, to be in the first rows of Ukrainian supporters. Symbolically, that I visited Ukraine together with Polish President Andrzej Duda 6 days ago. It was last day of the peace. And, now, having in mind these horrible events in Ukraine, I would like to remind also our common history with the Ukrainian nation. In 14th and 15th century, there was so-called Grand Duchy of Lithuania, very large state where all nations, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, and other nations were peacefully living together, shoulder to shoulder. So our friendship, our close relations have very deep historical roots, and we feel special empathy to Ukrainian nation. So this is the reason why I am so actively engaged. And it comes from my heart.
And that makes sense from where you sit. Vladimir Putin made it clear that, separate from Ukraine, he has his eyes on former Soviet states, Baltic states like your country. Do you take him at his word? Do you fear that he could turn his attention to your country, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and others at some point?
Unfortunately, this scenario cannot be excluded. And probably nobody and no country in European Union, in Europe, can feel safe right now. Yes, Ukraine is the target number 1. But if we will not support Ukraine, if Ukraine will fall, be sure there will be next. Russia will stay at our doors. So this is the reason why we have to be united. And I think this is very good idea I hear nowadays, that Putin probably, this is the most important unifier of Europe and NATO. I think this is true. And I see big shift in the minds of the people, in the minds of my colleagues. We are from Western European countries. And I think Europe understands very well how big are the threats to our security and how important it is to support Ukraine and to be with them in this very complicated moment of history. And our support has to include also not only military support, but economic, financial support, because there is a need to restore the country after this terrible war.
Те, что говорили гражданские, инфраструктуру не будут они портить и использовать. Сколько гражданских пострадало, это уму непостижимо.
Yeah, so the words of Russian ministers who've been saying that they're not going to hit civilian infrastructure here, he's repeating them back to me saying, look at this. They say they're not hitting civilian infrastructure, look at this damage around here.
Putin's rockets may have shattered glass, but not dented the anger here. As they take stock, you have to ask yourself why Moscow ever thought these towns would gladly be occupied and what Russia's end goal is. Tempers fray here. Blood has been spilled, but despite Russia's overwhelming firepower, they did not pass.
Little hands clutch bigger ones that would give anything just to keep them safe. Sleepy, tiny, cold faces in tired arms. The hum of voices you would expect from the number of people that are here, it doesn't exist. It's as if the shock and disbelief has brought with it an odd silence. It's mostly women and children here who have had to say goodbye to husbands, brothers, fathers. Men aged 18 to 60 are not permitted to leave.
How were you able to say goodbye to your father?
I think that it was the most awful thing to say. Yes.
She was crying.
And then there is the sheer hell of getting here. Walking for hours, waiting in some cases for days, out in the bitter cold, hungry, thirsty. We meet Ajmal and his family. They fled Afghanistan last May, getting asylum in Ukraine. His 7-year-old daughter barely made it here.
Marwa.
Marwa.
Oh, I'm Arwa.
Arwa?
Yeah.
Oh, is it similar?
Hi, Marwa.
It's very, very cold. And my daughter become too shocked. We calling, she not answer. And finally we tried to contact with the ambulance. We found the ambulance, the doctor comes, just check him. And after that they gave us a chance.
You must have been so
scared. To go the first.
She clutches one of the donated stuffed animals, replacing a similar one she left behind. But who is going to give her the rest of her life back?
But I don't know with the unknown future. Again.
At least this time, unlike in years past, Europe is welcoming refugees. There is a mass.
Okay, there's some more news which is coming in related to Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's defense ministry says that 5,710 Russian soldiers have been neutralized by the Ukrainian forces. That's the claim which is coming in from Ukraine's defense ministry. Arunima is also going to be putting it all into perspective. So, Arunima, claim versus claim, even as Russia advances forward, clearly Ukraine is putting up a stiff fight.
Yes, we have been seeing visuals since this morning of Russia's onslaught against Ukraine
Their main city centers in Kharkiv was attacked. New fronts were opened up in south of Ukraine as well. But Ukraine is also not giving up. They are resisting, and now as for Kyiv Independent, they have put up infographics in which they claim that 5,710 Russian troops have been killed ever since this attack began. 29 planes have been lost by Russia, 29 helicopters, 198 tanks, 77 artillery pieces, 846 armored personnel carriers, 3 UAVs, 305 cars. So complete list, also 2 boats and 7 anti-aircraft warfare. So a complete list has been put out, quoting, of course, Ukraine government sources. Ukraine trying to fight this war at multiple levels, resisting the Russian army, at the same time indulging in psyops as well, saying that, yes, Russia has started this war and we are making it a bloody war for Russia.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Arunima, for getting us those details. But shifting focus back to the efforts being made by the Indian government to evacuate the Indian students, particularly who are stranded in various parts of Ukraine. The Indian government has stepped up its Operation Ganga. Prime Minister has called the Indian Air Force also to join the evacuation efforts. The Indian Air Force is likely to deploy several C-17 aircraft for the evacuation mission. Till now, 9 flights have brought back more than 2,000 nationals. 4 ministers, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Kiran Rijiju, Hardeep Puri and General V.K. Singh have already been deputed to neighbouring countries of Ukraine to coordinate this evacuation ops. The Indian Embassy in Ukraine has released yet another advisory. It's urged all nationals to leave Kyiv on an urgent basis.
सर, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को, मिशन गंगा को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मिशन गंगा के तहत यूक्रेन में फंसे हुए भारतीय विद्यार्थी एवं भारतीय नागरिकों को देश में वापस लाने के लिए एक मिशन के रूप में काम शुरू किया। आज 2 फ्लाइट के माध्यम से कई स्टूडेंट अपने मदरलैंड पर पहुंचे हैं, बहुत खुश हैं और ऑपरेशन गंगा यानी कि मिशन गंगा के तहत जहां तक एक भी स्टूडेंट यूक्रेन में होंगे तब तक उसको मातृभूमि में वापस लाने की कोशिश की जाएगी और तब तक ये कार्यक्रम चलता रहेगा।
The flight carrying 182 students from Ukraine has landed. In fact, many parents at the Mumbai International Airport are waiting anxiously to meet their children who've gone through a very difficult situation in last couple of days, right from the war-hit conflict zone of Ukraine to reaching the border and also coming all the way back to Mumbai. This is a time of reunion for several families. आपकी आंखों में आंसू दिख रहे हैं, बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट है। आपने बहुत हिम्मत रखी है, आज बच्चे को देख के कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, वो फाइनली पहुंच गया है, उसको देख के हम बहुत खुश हैं और मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोल सकती सर, वो आ गया, बस मैं खुश हूँ।
It has been a long way back home, a long flight, not so much, but it was a long journey back home, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, sure. It was so much difficult and it was so much tough to us. We were standing at the border for last 2 days, and after 3 days we have got the flight. It was very much difficult and very much critical situation over there.
How did you make it from the city to the border? Was it difficult? Did you do it on your own? Were you helped by the embassy?
Yes, Indian embassy helped us a lot. I really appreciate and I thanks to them. But the situation at the border was really a very difficult one.
You are here to receive one of your friends. You yourself are studying in Ukraine. How was the situation when you left, and what have your friends told you who will be arriving?
He told there was basically no food and water there present at the border. They have to stay 2 days without food and water. Their police are beating the students. They are not allowing to cross the border. The situation is scary there. There was no communication first of all. Then we have to contact all other friends whose mobile was on. Right. So basically, if someone left, we have to contact them. Right. From via we contacted them. When the siren goes on, they have to go to the shelter, right, and they have to stay for a couple of nights there.
There are help desks from every state, just near where you will collect your luggage. I am from the Ministry of Power. I have deployed my officers. हम ऊर्जा मंत्री हैं. I am the Minister of Power. तो हमारे पदाधिकारी भी वहाँ पर हेल्प डेस्क लगा के रखे हुए हैं. आपके you can go to the help desk of the state, right? They will help you. हम लोग सभी भारतीय लोगों को निकालेंगे. हमने पहले भी किया है और इस बार भी करेंगे. हमारे कोई देशवासी वहाँ फंसे नहीं रहेंगे. ये हम लोगों की प्रतिबद्धता है.
We are very thankful for the Indian government because in this crisis, just one government is working for us and we are dependent on our government and we are really blessed to be an Indian. We had flight which was to be rescued to India, Air India, and we went to Kyiv and there they had airstrike and we were stuck there for 2 to 3 days and we have to travel to the west and we made it somehow to get out and now we are here.
It was very difficult time for us to stay there and come back home. We are feeling really grateful now. It was a very difficult and long journey for us. The border was very difficult for us to cross.
Good afternoon, I'm Pallavi Ghosh and Ukraine continues to remain our top focus. For those who've joined in right now, it's day 6 of Russia's invasion into Ukraine and the chaos is high on. There's a massive 40-mile-long convoy of Russian military vehicles on roadways which are on the northwest of Ukraine's capital Kyiv. There has been a big explosion at Kharkiv's government's headquarters as well as a warehouse a short while back. Russian troops are on in Kherson, which is located in southern Ukraine. Kherson airport has also been bombarded. Fears are high of an imminent invasion into the capital of Ukraine. Air raid sirens are sounding. Residents have been told to move to shelters as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Ukraine's defense ministry claims that nearly 6,000 Russian troops have been killed.
Today, Russian forces brutally fired on Kharkiv from jet artillery. It was clearly a war crime. Kharkiv is a peaceful city. There are peaceful residential areas, no military facilities. Dozens of eyewitness accounts prove that this is not a single false volley, but deliberate destruction of people. The Russians knew where they were shooting. There will definitely be an international tribunal for this crime. It's a violation of all conventions. No one in the world will forgive you for killing peaceful Ukrainian people.
In fact, we're just going to go through and show you some of the most dramatic pictures which are coming out of Ukraine, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the crisis which is very much there on the ground. Let's take a look at the first one. This is the second largest city in Ukraine, and these pictures are from Kharkiv. It's a missile which has struck the regional administration building, which you can kind of see in the pictures, and is in the heart of the city. Now, in this CCTV footage, the building can be seen bursting into flames. Those are the pictures that you're seeing over there after the explosion. 9 civilians are believed to have been killed in this explosion. Well, taking a look at the next set of pictures, this is also from Kharkiv, which reflects the Ukrainian resistance which everyone is talking about. Russian tanks were burnt, even as the Russian military has continued to push ahead to other places as well. So these are the pictures that you can see at this point of time. Now, talking of Russian troops which are moving in, this is near the capital Kyiv. A huge Russian military convoy can be seen stretching that entire leg. It was spotted by a US satellite imaging company just north of the city. This also goes on to show that the Russian assault on Kyiv is all but inevitable. It's just a matter of time now, and this is something which everyone is dreading. Now, going back to the northeastern part of Ukraine, this is the Sumy region that we are talking about. Russian troops have shelled a military base over here, as the pictures show, which is leading to a death of more than 70 Ukrainian servicemen. And the last picture which we are getting for you, which tells a story of massive destruction, is from Hostomel, which is a sea of destruction. You can see burnt and charred tanks very much on the roads and several buildings which are now on fire. We're going to just go across to all my colleagues on the ground. There's both Shreya Dhondial, who tracks the Defense Ministry, Arunima too, has been reporting. To you first, Shreya, because we are now talking about the operations which, you know, and Ukraine, for example, is not one to keep quiet. They have also been retaliating, so there's bound to be more collateral damage.
There is bound to be more collateral damage. In fact, the battle for Kyiv is being predicted to be a long, protracted and a bloody one. And many military experts are saying that it has not even begun. What has happened in the last 6 days is this. The Ukrainians have successfully managed to stall off the Russians, stop the Russians in their tracks. But will they be able to stop them completely now, given that the Russians are a far mightier army? They are one of the most sophisticated and well-equipped armies in the world, the largest armies in the world. Look, Pallavi, fact is the Russians have not even used a fraction of their military strength against the Ukrainians. What you have right now is a situation where Russia has suffered a setback. They had not anticipated the sort of military pushback that Ukraine has put up. Now, you have a Vladimir Putin who is cornered because of all the sanctions that have come in, and wounded as well because of the fact that the military objectives he had set out for his armed forces have not been achieved, and it is day 6 of fighting, which means a cornered Vladimir Putin is a dangerous Vladimir Putin. And we are seeing signs on the ground that the big battle may just be coming. You already have a 64-kilometer long Russian military convoy that consists of armored vehicles, of tanks, of towed artillery, Pallavi, as well, that is approaching Kyiv. The idea is to surround Kyiv from all sides and lay a siege on the capital city, and then put pressure for Kyiv to surrender.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you on here, and I'm going to come back to you on this. There's some big news which is just now coming in, and this is something which has been tweeted by Arindam Bakshi, the MEA spokesperson. He says, and I quote him, with profound sorrow, we confirm that an Indian student has lost his life in shelling in Kyiv this morning. The ministry is in touch with his family. We convey our deepest condolences to the family. We've been getting to those pictures which we just put out a short while back of this horrific explosion in Kyiv, and now this is the dreadful confirmation which has come in. Arunima, this is something which we were all hoping does not happen.
We were all hoping against hope that, you know, Indian students, Indian people who are stuck there managed to get out. But the Ministry of External Affairs now confirming that one Indian student has lost his life. Naveen lost his life in Kharkiv. And this is what Ministry of External Affairs has put out officially. I'm just going to read out the confirmation from the spokesperson. Arindam Bakshi says, with profound sorrow, we confirm that an Indian student lost his life in shelling in Kharkiv this morning. The ministry is in touch with his family. We convey our deepest condolence. So Naveen is the name that we are hearing, is the student who got caught in the crossfire, and he lost his life. And Kharkiv, since this morning, we have been putting out how it has, this once bustling metropolis, one of the commercial capitals of Ukraine, had become a battleground, so to say. We have put out visuals of how the main center was bombed by Russia, and now this unfortunate news coming in from Kharkiv, even as Indian ministers, Indian envoys are on their way en route to ensure safety of Indian nationals. This sad news comes in.
And you know, Shreya, we are, in fact, we are seeing more reactions which are coming in from Arindam Bakshi, where he says that we are actually appealing that, you know, a safe passage should be given to the students. So clearly India is horrified with this unfortunate, tragic news, and this has been the focus of Operation Ganga. Try and get the students out as soon as possible. Is that the worry that if Kyiv falls, and that's why the advisory was issued a short while back, you just have to get out as soon as possible?
But get out and go where if there is shelling taking place? That is the question that needs to be answered as well. What a heartbreaking piece of news that is coming in, where you have one student, possibly a student who had gone there to study medicine, losing his life in the shelling that Kharkiv has been seeing since yesterday night. The Indian government now stepping out, Pallavi, to confirm that one death. We've been hearing about it. Of course, course, not putting out the identity of the student yet because there is an SOP involved. You first need to inform the next of kin, his family, and then, and then make details of his personal identity public. At this point of time, this is really our worst fears come true. This is the worst fear of Indians and India come true. You have 13 to 14,000 students who are in Kharkiv, who are in Kyiv. Both Kharkiv and Kyiv have come under intense Russian shelling, and there will be loss of life. There will be civilian casualties. There have been civilian casualties in Kharkiv and in Kyiv as well. So it was too much to hope that Indian students will be shared this shelling, because bombs and shelling don't know the difference between nationalities. This is a Russian, possibly a Russian cruise missile or a rocket. It will not know the difference between a Ukrainian or an Indian, which is why Prime Minister Modi, if you remember, had that conversation with President Putin to say that we are requesting you, there are students, we need to pull them out, so let there be a safe passage. That also explains why Operation Ganga has been stepped up. We are running out of time. The fact is, we know the big battle is only coming now. What we have seen is possibly just a trailer. In Ukraine, the big battle starts now. We have a Vladimir Putin who is cornered. He is someone who is injured as well, given the fact that his military has not been able to achieve in the last 6 days what it has set out to do. He will strike back, and he's preparing to strike back. We are seeing those pictures come to us from out of Kyiv, where a 64-kilometer long convoy consisting of armored vehicles, of tanks, of towed artillery is making its way towards Kyiv. Now, if it is making its way towards Kyiv, the reason is simply this. They want to lay siege to Kyiv. And if they do lay siege to Kyiv in the next 24 hours or so, or in the next couple of hours or so, where does that leave Indian students who are in Kyiv? These students are being told to leave as quickly as possible. In fact, Russia yesterday had stepped out to say that anyone who wants to leave, there is one particular roadway that they had named to say that this is one particular roadway from where you can leave, because this will not come under shelling. Now imagine this, you have students in Kyiv, you have Indian students in Kharkiv. What if the tanks go in there? What if tanks go into Kyiv? Can you imagine the sort of loss of life we are looking at? Which is why Indian Air Force assets have been deployed to countries that border Ukraine, so that as soon as these students are in a position to step out of where they are, out of the war zones, get to these border posts, they can be quickly evacuated home. As I said, time is running out, which is why the government of India has put all hands on deck. Today, ministers who were speaking to students have come back, have said, look, tell your friends who are back in Ukraine, the Indian government is there and is making an attempt to pull everyone out as quickly as possible. But everyone needs to appreciate that we are in the middle of war, and in the middle of war, things don't happen the way we want to. So the worst fears have come true for India. One young student who had who had gone possibly to study medicine, because most students who go to Ukraine go to study medicine, has now unfortunately lost his life in that shelling in Kharkiv. One can only imagine, Pallavi, what his parents are going through. I'm just also wondering whether the next of kin, the parents, have been informed of his death. I'm sure it has been, but to all students who are stuck there in Kharkiv and in Kyiv, one can understand the panic. We are telling them not to panic, but let's just put ourselves in their shoes. They have reason to panic right now.
And that's exactly what I was coming to, because it's all very well to say, don't worry, we are there to help you. But with this news coming in, I can understand the parents must be absolutely panic-stricken, and even the students who are trying to leave from Ukraine. This is even as the Foreign Secretary is calling on ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate a demand for urgent safe passage for Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and cities in other conflict zones. This is a tweet which has come in from Arindam Bakshi. So, Arunima, I know the government is consistently, okay, we're going to try and go back to Arunima in a bit, but I'm just going to read out that tweet from Arindam Bakshi, another one which he has tweeted out, where he says that foreign secretaries are calling out the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to demand that urgent safe passage for Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv. Let me just go across to our guest who's now joining me this afternoon, Major Muhammad Ali Shah. He's a defense expert. Thank you so much for speaking to us. This is something which we were hoping we would not hear. Fortunately, unfortunately, we have heard this. Does this then put pressure on India to, now tell Russia, please stop it. We cannot afford any more casualties. In fact, no country can afford.
Well, I'll take a very non-biased stand and a very neutral view. It's not about applying pressure on Russia. And firstly, my heartfelt condolence to the families. I mean, it's really painful and really sad. And trust me, a soldier who has been in the line of fire, who is led from the front, who has seen his own buddies being martyred in his own arms, will know the pain, who has informed people at home that your ward is no more. He would know the pain what you all are going through. So please hold strong. I know it's easier said than done, but please hold strong. The nation will always, it's very easy to say that we stand by you, but we actually do stand by you. We're not just saying it. It's not just lip service. We genuinely stand by you all. And especially in this hour of grief. Now, applying pressure on Russia, well, there has been a lot of pressure from the international community, from the biggest powers, the friends, everyone on Russia. And you cannot clap with one hand. You clap with two hands. I would also say, I mean, this false honor, this false pride of Vladimir Zelensky is costing way too much. Why is he not willing to bow down? He says, if I bow down, if Russia stops fighting, there'll be an end to a war. If we stop fighting, it'll be an end to our country. I disagree there. I think the Ukraine will still exist. Only thing, they'll have a different government there. That's about it. And what was Putin's requirement? What was his demand initially? It was not for land. It was not for national resources. It was that they should not join NATO, and their sovereignty and their integrity felt threatened. And as per, if you go by principle, in 1990, in February, James Baker, the Foreign Secretary of US, had given a word to Mikhail Gorbachev that there would not be any further expansion of NATO from the East Germany side. But then in 4 phases, they inducted 14 nations anyway. Not going back much to the background of that. Right now, even Vladimir Zelensky, who used to be a very good artist and a very good actor, people very popular, people who would like him, he should understand the fact. In Leo Tolstoy's novel, incidentally, he's again a Russian writer who was nominated for several Nobel Peace Prize.
We cannot deny a country an opportunity if it wants to stand up what it thinks is right. I mean, that's something you cannot grudge the Ukrainian government, surely. And that cannot justify any kind of violence or act of war. I'll just come back to you because Shreya is still with us. Shreya, the Prime Minister has given that push to Operation Ganga. The Air Force has been also put into action, C-17s. You also reported that there has been an adequate consignment or supply of C-17s. Okay, I'm going to come back to Major Shah. I'll go back to Shreya in a bit. But the government has given this push through Operation Ganga. That is now going to be a huge worry, isn't it, for the Indian government to ensure that there is no repeat of this casualty. And it's not just in Kyiv. There are other parts of Ukraine, Kyiv, for example, where there have been these explosions which we have been talking about. So there's bound to be panic, isn't it? And international pressure also mounting that we have to have a halt to these kind of violence.
Well, when, coronavirus has taught us one thing. When the virus affects us, it does not ask, are you a government official, government employee? Are you a politician? Are you a laborer? No. Are you a daily wage earner? No. It just affects us. Similarly, when the shelling takes place, the feeling of being under fire, when there are bombs being dropped all over, when there's smoke all over, when you're seeing your buddies die before your own eyes, when people are shouting and screaming, ask me, I know the feeling very, very well. It is indeed very painful. It's a scene of chaos completely, and you have to hold your wits about you at that situation. It is really painful. Now, the bombs which are being dropped will not ask whether there's a high-rise or it's the embassy official or you're a student or you are a Ukrainian or you could be a Russian present over there or you could be a Russian military personnel. No, it often happens. In fact, it's often happened that, we have Russian troops which are entering there, though they will plan their best to not do the firing that side, but it can happen. Now, when we talk about Operation Ganga, it really, we are under stress. Everyone is under stress. We had assured that we will get every single Indian citizen back alive, safe and sound. Now, this really puts a pressure on all of us, on you, on me, on the government, on the embassy officials, every single citizen. We are really perturbed about it. And yes, how do we ensure that such a thing does not happen? There's no guarantee. When people over there say who is going to take our guarantee, our surety, our warranty, and who will assure us, no one can assure you. You have to use your own presence of mind. You have to apply your own mind in such a situation also. You can't be totally dependent on what the embassy officials or what the government will give you a guideline.
Major Shah, given the situation, I mean, my heart really goes out to the children over there. It's not possible to take things in your own hand. I mean, the pictures coming from there, the reports we are getting from there by way of our colleagues in CNN just shows the hardship. I'm going to get in a quick word also from Shreya. Arunima also will be joining us. You know, Shreya, we were talking about Operation Ganga. The fact is that the Prime Minister has now said Air Force will also have to step in, is going to be stepping in. You've reported sufficient and adequate supply of C-17s. The unfortunate death of this one student from Ukraine certainly is going to now put that pressure on us also, that Operation Ganga has now to be speeded up. We have to ensure that all the students are actually made to leave Ukraine as soon as possible.
That's right, and there is a sense of urgency in the way which the government is acting. In fact, just to read out Arindam Bagchi's statement once again, he's saying that apart from these evacuation flights that are of course flying in, the Foreign Secretary is now calling the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate our demand for urgent safe passage for Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and cities in other conflict zones. So there is a reach out from the foreign secretaries to the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine. Russia's ambassador, fairly new, has joined in the last 48 hours itself, and similar action is also being undertaken by our ambassadors in Russia and Ukraine, essentially reaching out to both warring sides to say that if you want to fight, fight, but at least give safe passage to all citizens, Indian citizens who are stuck there. Look, this is the reason why India has taken a neutral stand at the United Nations, to be in a position to extricate its citizens who are still stuck in war zones. That's exactly the reasoning that India has given, that we do not want to take sides in this fight because we have citizens who are stuck in the war zone, and our priority right now is to get them out. And if we stay neutral, we are in a better position to negotiate with both sides, and that is exactly the leverage that the Indian government is now applying. The Foreign Secretary speaking to the ambassadors of Ukraine and to Russia, and also the ambassadors of both countries that are being reached out to. It's important because the fighting in the next couple of hours, in the next couple of days, will only escalate from here on. We have lost one student today in the heavy shelling that Kharkiv has seen, but remember, there are many other students, Indian students, who are not just in Kharkiv but also in Kyiv, which is getting ready to battle it out with the Russian armored and artillery units that are approaching its way. So by the looks of it, things are only going to get worse from here on. The fighting is only going to intense. Unfortunately, that is how it's going to play out, which is why the urgency to pull every Indian citizen out of there as quickly as possible. We've already seen one death in a shelling. If there's a shelling in Kyiv or Kharkiv, can the Indian government really prevent a second death? There is nothing we can do. We are not there. All we can do is request for a safe passage for Indian students.
Yeah, our ministers are there, and yes, we are trying to ensure that they come out. But I agree with you, there's a sense of helplessness also. But Arunima, you have been speaking to your sources in the government. This news which has just come in, has it added to the worry of the Indian government?
Absolutely no doubts about that. This is like the worst fear of everybody back home, back here in India, coming true. This is what parents were telling government officials, screaming for help on social media, on mainstream media. Please save our children. So this couldn't have come at a worse moment. Panic was already setting in. There are still about 13,000, more than 13,000 Indian nationals stuck there. We're going all out. We're trying with all our might. The problem isn't so much evacuation from the borders of Ukraine. The problem is how to make these students who are in the main cities of Kyiv, of Kharkiv, of Lviv, how do you ensure that they reach the border? There are no vehicles available for them. The main cities are getting bombarded. We're told the student was caught in the shelling. So if you're trying to leave, if you're in a bunker and trying to leave the bunker, get onto the road, you expose yourself to bombing, to bullets even more. There was an advisory from India asking Indian nationals in Kyiv to leave at the earliest, to take trains if possible. But if you speak to students there, it's easier said than done. And this, death that has happened just adds to that sense of panic. CABSEC has spoken to the chief secretaries yesterday, asked district collectors to instill confidence in the families. But this is coming at a time when already the panic button has been hit. So the government officials, both here in India as well as those who are working overtime in Hungary, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Germany, they will have to see as to how to give an answer to the situation of panic which has been created.
Yes, absolutely, Arunima, and one can understand. It's so easy for us to sit over here and talk about this, but just imagine what the parents must be going through, and it's going to find it very difficult for them even to listen to this advice that don't panic. We are going to keep this as our main focus when we are going to be back, but do log on to news18.com as well for all the news and updates.
Your mother's in Kyiv. My mother's in Kyiv.
It's tearing her apart, but at least her husband, who is not Ukrainian, is out with her. For how do you say goodbye to the love of your life, the father of your children? This woman is not the only one in tears. Others as well, understandably, not wanting to talk. We can't take it. It makes us cry too much, they say.
The bridge here hasn't been raised for as long as they can remember, but neither has the sleepy port town of Mykolaiv been invaded. The clack-clack is likely exchanges with Russian paratroopers who we're told landed nearby. Locals struggling to keep up with their world here collapsing and soldiers edgy. The fear here, Russian saboteurs, like these two suspects, thrown to the ground by soldiers. Then the sirens go off. And it is back in the basement for mothers and cats. Here, the noise of what Russia would do to these towns in the name of subjugation and geopolitical gain. Police trying to turn lights off, it seems, in businesses that closed in a hurry. Life persisting, caught between hoping this is short-lived and wondering if it may go on forever. Behind it all, in empty streets, the fear they may be overrun. And whether each huge blast will be the decisive strike that lets Putin's troops enter. The shelling just went on and on. The next morning, we saw where it hit. It's likely a missile tore up these Ukrainian tanks, but nobody left feels broken.
How you feel?
Хорошо, good. Very good.
Yeah?
Yes.
They tried to come into the town. Россия попыталась попасть здесь или как?
Попытались попасть, но мы отбили Николаев.
Понятно. He's saying the Russians tried to come in last night, but the town of Mykolaiv beat them. And you can see what that looks like here. Машины, дырно.
Смотрите.
Saying, look around here. I'm asking him, how do you feel living here, looking at all this? This is where you live, right? He's like, look at this. Look at these windows that are blown out.
Те, что говорили гражданские, инфраструктуру не будут они портить и использовать. Сколько гражданских пострадало? Это уму непостижимо.
Yeah, so the words of Russian ministers who've been saying that they're not going to hit civilian infrastructure here, he's repeating them back to me, saying, look at this. They say they're not hitting civilian infrastructure. Look at this damage around here.
Putin's rockets may have shattered glass, but not dented the anger here. As they take stock, you have to ask yourself why Moscow ever thought these towns would gladly be occupied and what Russia's end goal is. Tempers fray here. Blood has been.
Ukraine continues to remain the top focus, but before that, I go across to my colleague Anand Narasimha, who's going to get us some more details of how people are actually leaving Ukraine to protect themselves.
The Russia aggression on Ukraine has triggered a massive exodus. United Nations has been upwardly increasing and revising its estimates of the number of people who are actually leaving Ukraine. In the last 24 hours itself, the indications are that close to 1 lakh people have moved or left Ukraine. Now, the exodus in Belarus, there are those who have moved from Kyiv towards Belarus. That's the nearest country. At least 500 people have moved out of Belarus. To Poland, Poland has said in the last 24 hours itself, more than 1 lakh people have come to Poland. 2,81,000 people have made their way towards Poland. The exodus from Ukraine is also towards Slovakia. The nearly 30,000 people are estimated to have gone towards Slovakia. There is also a huge movement towards Hungary. 84,000 people are now feared who have had to leave their homes, leave their own country, that is Ukraine, and seek Hungary. There is also a significant movement towards Romania. About 32,000 people have moved towards Romania. A lot of them are also Indian students who have moved towards Romania. Overall, the UN says about 5 lakh people in the last 6 days have made their way out of Ukraine, and nearly 1,60,000 families have been rendered homeless. They have lost their homes all across Ukraine. So this is the exodus that's been triggered into the neighboring countries from Ukraine, given the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the aggression of Russia. Vladimir Putin only getting all the more aggressive. There is also a huge group of people who moved towards Russia, 1,29,000 people. This is the number, at least 4,99,000 or nearly 5 lakh people, the United Nations says, have left Ukraine and sought shelter in other countries or the neighboring countries. Now, there is also another aspect, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and understand, where is the attack moving to? Look at this. All the shaded areas are under Russian control. So these areas are already under Russian control. Russia is unwilling to cede these territories now. The shaded areas are all under Russian control. If you follow the legends, the red dots are where currently intense fighting is on. So Kyiv, Kharkiv and Kherson, these are cities, and also Odessa, which very clearly Russia wants to take control. The reason why? Because Crimea and this entire region, this is something which Russia is very keen to seal and to take under its control. Call this area called Novorossiya, that's or New Russia. That's what. But this allows Russia direct entry into the Black Sea and control of into the Black Sea. Right now it is the Sea of Azov, and Crimea allows Russia certain access to the Black Sea. But this will then say Russia directly connected, mainland Russia connected to the Black Sea. Kharkiv is the second biggest city. There is intense fighting, and this is where we've lost an Indian student who we are told actually it stepped out of the bunker to go to the ATM and then was succumbed to the shelling that is happening, intense shelling. These areas are where clearly the military establishments and bases are being there is heavy shelling. But in Kharkiv, Kyiv and the near about regions, even civilian areas and also administrative buildings are now target of the Russian missiles. This is the ingress for the Russians from Belarus into Kyiv. They are just about 60 kilometers from Kyiv. That's what we are given to understand. The idea is to circle this region, and if they surround the capital, and if they have got the entire the Ukrainian president and the core administration boxed in, then Vladimir Putin has an upper hand as far as negotiations is concerned. But time is running out. He's got only about 24 to 48 hours to be able to put into motion all his plans, after which he will have to pull back because support for Ukraine is coming from all corners, and then there will be a massive counter that will be mounted. Right now, peace talks going nowhere, but we can see from 3 sides, Russia steadily getting in and taking more control of land area that actually belongs to Ukraine. Sovereign Ukrainian territory under Russian control now in the last 5 days has only increased. In fact, in the last 24 hours, it's increased manifold.
Some more news which is coming in. The Russian defense minister has said that Russia will pursue Ukraine offensive until all goals have been achieved. Undaunted by international pressure, sanctions against it, Russia has decided to go ahead. So, Arunima, this is something which we've been noticing. If anyone thinks that Russia is going to be cowed down or take back, clearly that's not happening.
In fact, they're opening new fronts every day. It's no longer limited to one particular city, not just Kyiv, not just Kharkiv. They're opening fronts in the southern part as well, close to Crimea. They are continuing with their bombardment. Even civilian areas are not no-go areas anymore. We've just heard the unfortunate news of an Indian national also losing his life because civilians are getting targeted. So it looks like Russia is very clear about where this war is heading. And to quote, their Ministry of Defense, it says that Russia will pursue Ukraine offensive until all goals are achieved. Now, what are these goals is perhaps what will give us an answer. Is the goal complete subjugation of Ukraine, complete invasion? That they have denied. They've said that invasion or total annexation was never something that was on our mind. So where does this really stop, and how long can the world really watch civilians losing their life? That's a big challenge for the world leaders.
Okay, and the details are now being officially put out by the External Affairs Ministry, and these are the details of the one Indian who has been killed because of those explosions. We're just putting them out for you. Arunima, I'm just going to come back to you for that. Naveen Shekharappa, he is a 21-year-old. He's from the Haveri district in Karnataka. In fact, he was studying at the Kyiv National Medical University. These are the details which have now been officially put out by the External Affairs Ministry. Yes, Arunima.
Yes, so we reported this a short while back about the unfortunate demise of Naveen Shekharappa Gyanagodar, 21-year-old, who was a student at the Kyiv National Medical University, resident of Karnataka. He was told by Ministry of External Affairs that he was caught in the crossfire, caught in the shelling. A lot of students, we're trying to leave Kharkiv, we're trying to leave Kyiv, but not everybody managed to get a transport to the border evacuation points. And Naveen was one of them who just became unfortunate casualty of this war between Russia and Ukraine. His family is in Karnataka. The process is that they will, inform him. The bigger challenge would be that if the family wants to see the mortal remains of Naveen, even that could be a big issue, big challenge as to how do you ensure in these circumstances that the family gets to say a proper goodbye to Naveen. Only 21-year-old, had gone to pursue a degree in medical science at the National University there in Ukraine.
Yes, and in fact the details which we are also getting is that the External Affairs Ministry is in touch with the family. So that's the protocol which is observed. They inform the family has been informed. And after that, the details of the student which has come in. So this clearly, Arunima, is also, I'm sure the news must have spread back in Ukraine. Students who have been asked to stay put in their bunkers where they are told that you're safer till you're evacuated. I don't think they are going to be calm now.
Yeah, this is the worst fear of everybody, isn't it? This is what, panic-struck family members were screaming out on social media, on mainstream media, that, our children need to be safe. Please do something. And the government of India was trying, to give them advisories, asking them to come to border points. The other countries involved here on the border, Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, they were all willing to help the evacuation process. But the challenge was how to ensure evacuation of these students to the border points. And in this case, it looks like Naveen and his colleagues or his fellow students could not get any vehicle or any transport to reach the evacuation points on the borders, and that's still a challenge. The other big challenge is shortage of food, shortage of water. A lot of the Indian students had taken shelter in bunkers. The universities were helping them, but we are entering, the first week is about to end since this invasion began. How long can they really hold on? This death, this unfortunate, casualty that has happened has laid bare for us the risk involved. If you are on the streets there in any of the big cities in Ukraine, it could be a matter of life and death. So how do you go procure that packet of bread or that packet of milk? It's a big issue. And as this news, spreads, the pressure on Indian government, on the diplomats on the ground working is going to increase even further. Indian families will be asking, what are you doing to ensure that another Naveen doesn't happen? It's as real as it can get now. The panic is palpable, but the Indian government says we are trying with all our might. The Indian government is in touch with all authorities to try and ensure evacuation.
Thank you very much, Arunima, for getting that into perspective for us. But we'll be getting several responses. The Indian government monitoring the situation very, very closely. In fact, this is the first exclusive reaction we've gotten from the Health Minister, Mansukh Mandavia. Let's listen to him.
सर, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को, मिशन गंगा को आप कैसे देखते हैं? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मिशन गंगा के तहत यूक्रेन में फंसे हुए भारतीय विद्यार्थी एवं भारतीय नागरिकों को देश में वापस लाने के लिए एक मिशन के रूप में काम शुरू किया। आज 2 फ्लाइट के माध्यम से कई स्टूडेंट अपने मदरलैंड पर पहुंचे हैं, बहुत खुश हैं और ऑपरेशन गंगा यानी कि मिशन गंगा के तहत जहां तक एक भी स्टूडेंट यूक्रेन में होंगे तब तक उसको मातृभूमि में वापस लाने की कोशिश की जाएगी और तब तक ये कार्यक्रम चलता रहेगा।
सर, पूरे ऑपरेशन गंगा को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
सरकार, विदेश मंत्रालय और वहाँ हमारे जो एम्बेसी के लोग हैं और बाकी भारत देश के जितने भी लोग हैं सबको एकजुट करके इसमें जितने भी हमारे वहाँ नागरिक फंसे हुए हैं, ज़्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उसको निकालने का जो प्रक्रिया है उसको और एक नए लेवल तक ले जाना ज़रूरी था। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल का एक स्पेशल एनवॉय के रूप में भेजा गया, क्योंकि वहाँ के सरकारों का मदद बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। वहाँ के जैसे मैं अभी स्लोवाकिया जा रहा हूँ, तो स्लोवाक रिपब्लिक का जो सरकार है वो पूरा मदद नहीं करेंगे तो हम अपने आप वहाँ पूरा अपना ऑपरेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल जाएंगे और जितने भी जो प्रोसेस है हमारे नागरिकों को वापस लाने का, उसमें पूरे एक हाईएस्ट लेवल तक का एफर्ट डालना बहुत ज़रूरी है। नहीं तो ऐसा परिस्थिति में हमारे नागरिक का बहुत और दिक्कतें का सामना करना पड़ सकता है। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल तक भेजा गया है।
जिस तरह से यहाँ पे ऑपरेशन गंगा चलाया जा रहा है, इस ऑपरेशन को कैसे देख रहे हैं सर?
ये हम लोग की सरकार ने पहले भी किया है। जहाँ कहीं भी कोई भारतीय फंसे रहते हैं आपदा वगैरह में, तो हम लोग की सरकार वहाँ से उनको निकालने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक कदम उठाना होता है वो हम लोग उठाते हैं। इसमें भी वही हमने बच्चों को वेलकम किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे बच्चे वहाँ अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं और हम लोग एक एक बच्चे को निकालेंगे। ये हम लोग की सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है इसके, और जितने जहाज की जरूरत है उतना जहाज भेजेंगे, लेकिन एक एक बच्चे को हम लोग ले आएंगे। यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने हेल्प डेस्क भी, यहाँ पर हमारे मंत्रालय ने हेल्प डेस्क और भी बना करके रखा है, ताकि किसी बच्चे को कोई दिक्कत हो तो वो हेल्प डेस्क से उनको प्रोविजन हो जाएगा।
The flight carrying 182 students from Ukraine has landed. In fact, many parents at the Mumbai International Airport are waiting anxiously to meet their children who've gone through a very difficult situation in last couple of days, right from the war-hit conflict zone of Ukraine to reaching the border and also coming all the way back to Mumbai. This is a time of reunion for several families. आपकी आंखों में आंसू दिख रहे हैं, बहुत ही इमोशनल मोमेंट है। आपने बहुत हिम्मत रखी है, आज बच्चे को देख के कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, वो फाइनली पहुंच गया है, उसको देख के हम बहुत खुश हैं और मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोल सकती सर। वो आ गया, बस मैं खुश हूँ।
It has been a long way back home, a long flight, not so much, but it was a long journey back home, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, sure. It was so much difficult and it was so much tough to us. We were standing at the border for last 2 days, and after 3 days we have got the flight. It was very much difficult and very much a critical situation over there.
How did you make it from the city to the border? Was it difficult? Did you do it on your own? Were you helped by the embassy?
Yes, Indian embassy helped us a lot. I really appreciate and I thanks to them. But the situation at the border was really a very difficult one.
You are here to receive one of your friends. You yourself are studying in Ukraine. How was the situation when you left, and what have your friends told you who will be arriving?
He told there was basically no food and water there present at the border. They have to stay 2 days without food and water. Their police are beating the students. They are not allowing to cross the border. The situation is scary there. There was no communication first of all. Then we have to contact all other friends whose mobile was on.
Right.
So basically, if someone left, we have to contact them.
Right.
From via we contacted them. When the siren goes on, they have to go to the shelter.
Right.
and they have to stay for a couple of nights there.
We are very thankful for the Indian government because in this crisis, just one government is working for us, and we are dependent on our government, and we are really blessed to be an Indian. We had flight which was to be rescued to India, Air India, and we went to Kyiv, and there they had airstrike, and we were stuck there for 2 to 3 days, and we have to travel to the west, and we made it somehow to get out, and now we are here.
It was very difficult time for us to stay there and come back home. We are feeling really, really grateful now. It was a very difficult and long journey for us. The border was very difficult for us to cross.
So 4 ministers have already gone there to step up the Operation Ganga operations. That's going to be our top focus. We are going to be back with much more on the other side of the break.
Just went on and on. The next morning, we saw where it hit. It's likely a missile tore up these Ukrainian tanks, but nobody left feels broken.
How you feel?
Хорошо, good. Very good.
Yeah?
Yes.
They tried to come into the town. Россия попыталась попасть здесь или как?
Попытались попасть, но мы отбили Николаев.
Понятно. He's saying the Russians tried to come in last night, but the town of Mykolaiv beat them. And you can see what that looks like here. Машина, дырна.
Смотрите.
Saying, look around here. I'm asking him, how do you feel living here, looking at all this? This is where you live, right? He's like, look at this. Look at these windows that are blown out.
Те, что говорили гражданские, инфраструктуру не будут они портить и использовать. Сколько гражданских пострадало? Это уму непостижимо.
Yeah, so the words of Russian ministers who've been saying that they're not going to hit civilian infrastructure here, he's repeating them back to me, saying, look at this. They say they're not hitting civilian infrastructure. Look at this damage around here.
Putin's rockets may have shattered glass, but not dented the anger here. As they take stock, you have to ask yourself why Moscow ever thought these towns would gladly be occupied, and what Russia's end goal is. Tempers fray here. Blood has been spilled, but despite Russia's overwhelming firepower, they did not pass.
Little hands clutch bigger ones that would give anything just to keep them safe. Sleepy, tiny, cold faces and tired arms. The hum of voices you would expect from the number of people that are here, it doesn't exist. It's as if the shock and disbelief has brought with it an odd silence. It's mostly women and children here who have had to say goodbye to husbands, brothers, fathers. Men aged 18 to 60 are not permitted to leave.
How were you able to say goodbye to your father?
I think that it was the most awful thing to say. Yes. She was crying.
And then there is the sheer hell of getting here. Walking for hours, waiting in some cases for days, out in the bitter cold, hungry, thirsty. We meet Ajmal and his family. They fled Afghanistan last May, getting asylum in Ukraine. His 7-year-old daughter barely made it here.
Marwa.
Marwa.
Oh, I'm Arwa.
Arwa?
Yeah.
Oh, is it similar?
Hi, Marwa.
Hi. It's very, very cold. And my daughter become to shock. We calling, she not answer. And finally, we tried to contact with the ambulance. We found the ambulance. The doctor comes, just check him. And after that, they gave us a chance.
You must have been so
scared. To go the first.
She clutches one of the donated stuffed animals, replacing a similar one she left behind. But who is going to give her the rest of her life back?
But I don't know with the unknown future. Again.
At least this time.
Despite many efforts to bring back Indian nationals safe from Ukraine, 21-year-old Indian student Naveen from Karnataka's Haveri district has lost his life in the shelling which took place in Kharkiv this morning. The External Affairs Ministry has confirmed this tragic news while calling in ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for urgent safe passage for Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and cities in other conflict zones. Now, on the rescue front, Prime Minister has roped in the Indian Air Force to join the evacuation efforts. The Indian Air Force is likely to deploy several C-17 aircraft for the evacuation mission. Till now, 9 flights have been brought back more than 2,000 nationals. So Shreya is with us. Shreya, how does this work out? I mean, just for our viewers to understand, when the Indian Air Force has also been roped in, obviously the capacity is more. Is that the calculation, so that you rope in them?
Absolutely. The C-17s that are being deployed, these are the largest transport aircraft that the Indian Air Force operates. They were put to good use in Afghanistan and now being sent to border countries that border Ukraine, to where these students are coming. But first, to get you news of Naveen, he's 21 years old. He's a fourth year medical student, and he was living in Kharkiv in a bunker below his flat. Now, all students in Kharkiv, all Indian nationals in Kharkiv, have been advised right now to stay where they are, stay in bunkers where they are not hit by shelling, because Kharkiv has come under intense shelling. The shelling in which Naveen was killed, he's from Karnataka, happened in the morning at around 8:50 a.m. or so. He was in line to buy food. He had stepped out to buy food, and how did his friends get to know that he had died? He had been killed in this shelling. From Naveen's cell phone, mobile phone, a Ukrainian who spotted Naveen's body called on the phone, called Naveen's friend on the phone and informed him. So that is how the family was told that their son is no more. Now the question is, how will Naveen's mortal remains be brought back? Right now the priority for the Indian government is to get all students who are on ground in Kharkiv and in Kyiv somehow out of the war zone and taken to countries who share land borders with Ukraine, like Poland, like Hungary, like Romania, like Slovakia. 4 Indian ministers are on the ground there to help quicken this evacuation process, and this evacuation process will need to be quickened because we've heard from the Russians. They are saying that they are not going to cease these hostilities and this aggression till their objective is met. And what is their objective? The objective is the fall of Kyiv. Today, officially, Belarus too has joined the war, the fighting. This is news, Pallavi, that has come to us just 10 minutes ago, which means troops from Belarus have now entered Ukraine. Things will only escalate from here on. This is the second phase of the aggression that Russia will now mount on Ukraine. There is a 64-kilometer long convoy, an armored convoy which has tanks, armored vehicles, towed artillery as well, that is closing in on Kyiv and will be surrounding Kyiv. Once that happens, it will get even tougher for any Indian student to come out of the war zone and get to these border posts from where they can take a flight to Delhi. So there is a sense of urgency, which is why Operation Ganga is being stepped up. Students are being asked not to panic, but in a situation like this, when you have a fellow student, a 4th-year student, a 21-year-old medical student who has died in this shelling, you've seen your friend die in this shelling, his body currently is at a morgue, you are not even in a position to go see him. It will, of course, create panic in the minds of students who are still in bunkers, hearing this shelling, wondering what will happen to them. So you can imagine their plight, you can imagine the plight of the students, but right now, really, your heart goes out to this young man's family all the way in Karnataka. You've lost a young son, a son you had hoped would come back as a doctor, treat patients here in India, and now what you will have is eventually in the distant future, when the fighting stops, for his body, for his mortal remains to be brought back home. As we speak, it's not just Operation Ganga that has been stepped up. I can tell you that a worried Indian government is now dialing Ukraine, is now dialing Russia as well, to see if there can be any sort of arrangement made for a safe passage for Indians. Yesterday, of course, the Russians had told anyone in Kyiv who wants to leave, there's a particular roadway that will not be brought under shelling. If they want to leave, they can leave there.
Okay, Shreya, I'm going to have to interrupt you here because there's a NATO press conference which is going on. Let's go across to that.
President of the United States of America, Mr. Joe Biden, and presidents of NATO countries.
Mówiliśmy o tym, że Sojusz Północnoatlantycki, cała nasza wspólnota musi utrzymać jedność i absolutnie musimy stać razem przy Ukrainie, bo nie możemy zgadzać się na to, by okupowane, napadane zbrojnie było państwo w Europie i by granice były zmieniane siłą.
And we have stressed during that meeting how important unity is and how important it is to stand at the side of Ukraine. We have also underlined that we must never ever accept that a state in Europe is being attacked and is being occupied, and that the borders in Europe are being shifted by force.
Dzisiejsza wizyta pana sekretarza generalnego, panów generałów podkreśla tą właśnie jedność, solidarność i wspólność działania.
And today's visit paid here by Mr. Secretary General and also by generals stresses this unity, this solidarity and this coherence of actions.
To wszystko, co teraz się dzieje, to wszystko, co obserwujemy, to wszystko, o czym też i mówiliśmy dzisiaj z panem sekretarzem generalnym, to jest wyjście pod zbliżający się szczyt Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego w Madrycie, na którym będziemy podejmowali decyzje związane z wzmocnieniem bezpieczeństwa Europy i wschodniej flanki Sojuszu.
All the developments that we are witnessing right now, all our discussions are happening in the run-up to the NATO summit in Madrid, where decisions are going to be taken on boosting the security in Europe and strengthening the security of the eastern flank.
Jestem przekonany, że dzięki wszystkim naszym działaniom i właśnie dzięki tej jedności, w której cały czas pozostajemy, zapewnimy bezpieczeństwo i pokój mieszkańcom Europy.
And I'm very much convinced that all the actions that we are taking and all the unity that we are demonstrating is going to provide security and peace to the inhabitants of Europe.
Mieszkańcom mojego kraju Polski.
And also to the people of my country, Poland.
I to jest dla nas wszystkich najważniejsze.
And this is of fundamental importance to all of us.
Chcemy, żeby Europa rozwijała się w spokoju i w pokoju. Chcemy, żeby nasze kraje rozwijały się w spokoju i dlatego tutaj jesteśmy.
We want Europe to develop in calm and peace, and we also want our countries.
We also have news coming in that the Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken to Naveen's father, Shekhar Gowra, and he's promised to get Naveen's mortal remains back as soon as possible. That's the big news which is now coming in. Remember the tragic news which has come in of a lone Indian student studying in a Kyiv university, that's Naveen, that has been now officially confirmed by the External Affairs Ministry. That's the big news which has now come in. The Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken. Shreya, can you just give us the details, please?
Yes, and the promise is that Naveen's mortal remains will be brought back as soon as possible. But how far can this promise be delivered upon is another question. The family has already been informed. The government of India is in touch with Naveen's family. But to get his mortal remains back, which remain in a morgue in Kharkiv, is looking increasingly tough because right now what will be of priority is to get all students who are in Kharkiv out of the war zone and into safety. Kharkiv is just 40 kilometers from Russia, the Russian border, Pallavi, and this is where a large cluster of Indian students is because there are a large number of medical colleges in this area. Now Naveen was living in a bunker which is under his flat. At 8 o'clock in the morning he had stepped out to get some food for himself. This is when shelling begins, Russian shelling begins. He's hit possibly by a splinter, he dies. And how did his friends get to know that he had been killed in this shelling? And the shelling, as you know, had taken place at the central... Go ahead.
Shreya, I'm really sorry to interrupt you there. We just have the former diplomat and Venu Rajamani also joining us now on the phone line. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajamani, for joining us. You've been hearing what we have been reporting, the tragic news. I've also seen a tweet which is coming in. We've spoken to the ambassadors of Ukraine and Russia. Do you think now it's, as you suggesting, that India needs to dial up Kremlin, needs to speak
Absolutely.
to...
Absolutely. I think at least I worked for the Kerala government, helping them with their external contacts, and for the last 5 days, 24/7, they have been talking to the students, trying to do our best to support the efforts of the central government. But I think now the situation is aggravated to such an extent that it is not enough to merely call in the ambassadors into MEA. Prime Minister Modi must personally speak to President Putin and demand that safe passage be ensured for our Indians who are there trapped in bunkers in this area, which is where this fighting is happening. There are still, it is estimated that there are 3,000 to 4,000 people in this Kharkiv where this unfortunate death has happened. There is the town of Sumy where there is a large student population, and spread out across eastern Ukraine there might still be large numbers of people. Yesterday from Kyiv, the Indian Embassy was successful in sending to the west about 1,000 people, which is wonderful, and credit to them. But there are still people in Kyiv, and this huge onslaught is coming on to Kyiv. The embassy has asked everybody to leave by any means possible, but what means is available, nobody knows. So from Kyiv, at least people should be permitted to go to western Ukraine, and from areas in the Russian border, they must be taken out into Russia, and then through Moscow or wherever else brought back to India as quickly as possible.
Okay. And what about Russia? Clearly, because you've been a career diplomat, clearly Russia is not getting daunted by these kind of sanctions or pressures on them. How do you then talk to a country like Russia?
Well, India has a very special relationship with Russia. We have had a long-standing relationship, and in this crisis, we have been trying to be as helpful as possible while calling for dialogue and for discussions between the two parties. We have not sacrificed our relationship with Russia in any way. So it is time for Russia to now return to India all the favors they have done for them over the years. And this is a matter which involves our children. This is a matter which involves our students and our people. So a temporary respite to get these people out of the war zone is absolutely mandatory.
Yeah, and Mr. Rajamani, before I let you go, the fact is that India has put in Operation Ganga. The Air Force is also now going to be used, as the Prime Minister suggested, for deployment of evacuation. But how do you tell the Indians who are still stranded there that don't panic? I'm sure they must be.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we have been trying to do for the last 2-3 days. People are panicking. Their parents back home are even more worried. But the important point to note here, and this is again for the central government, like the ministers going to neighboring countries is not going to make a big difference, because the embassies are already doing a great job in the neighboring countries. We don't have major problems once people cross the border. The problems are at the border crossings. So the major problems are all inside Ukraine. And that is what needs to be addressed by us immediately. We must see how more reinforcements can be sent into Ukraine, how more Russian speakers can be sent into Ukraine, how can we have people on the Ukrainian side of the border posts talking to the border guards and helping our people cross. And as I repeated earlier, we must get the people out of this war zone. And even if it takes a little time to do that, there is need for urgent food, urgent water, warm clothes or blankets to be provided to them in these bunkers where they have been staying for almost 5 days. May I add that all these issues that raised with the Prime Minister by the Chief Minister of Kerala 2 days back in a letter. The Chief Minister also spoke to External Affairs Minister Jaishankar and made these requests. And the Moscow evacuation and help of Moscow in getting our people out is the most important thing that we need today.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajamani, for sharing your thoughts with us. I mean, you're suggesting, of course, that India needs to speak to Kremlin. We have to wait and watch for that. Shreya continues to remain with us. Shreya, the Foreign Secretary has spoken to his counterparts in Ukraine and Russia. Is that enough? And we're going to try and speak to the students. How do you even tell them that don't panic?
Yes, how do you tell them don't panic, given the fact that one student has now died? And this is the Indian government and every parent's worst fear coming true. Look, if there is such intense shelling going on in Kharkiv, what do you do in a situation like that? In a situation like this, the Indian government is not in a position to do anything except to see that these students, a large number of them, are brought to safety. Let me just talk to you a bit about Kharkiv and the danger which is clear and present as far as Indian students are concerned. Kharkiv is the second largest city of Ukraine. It is their financial capital. It is only 40 kilometers away from the Russian border, and it has been seeing intense shelling for the last 72 hours. Naveen himself was staying in a bunker that is under his flat. He is a 21-year-old MBBS student who hails from Karnataka. He had stepped out to buy food. This was around 8:50. He steps out to buy food. This is when Russian shells strike and he is killed in this shelling. In fact, it was a Ukrainian passerby who picked up Naveen's phone and called his friend, went to his phone list, saw the people he could call, saw the numbers that belonged to Kharkiv, and then called them. Kharkiv has a large number of medical colleges, which is why this is a large cluster for Indian students as well. So students in Kharkiv, students in Kyiv right now under danger. Of course, there's a sense of panic when you have one of them, one young student they possibly all knew, who has died in this shelling. This is the first casualty. Will it be the last, Pallavi? I certainly hope so. What is increasingly clear is there is a sense of urgency as far as the Indian government is concerned to pull all Indian students out. What are their numbers? Their numbers are anywhere between 13,000 to 14,000. But to pull them out of cities that are war zones, where shelling is going on, Kharkiv and Kyiv, how do you even pull them out and bring them to borders with Poland or Slovakia or Hungary? That is going to be the big challenge. A safe passage has been requested for, but the Russians, you've just seen the Russian Defense Ministry statement, Pallavi, very clearly saying they will not stop till their objective is achieved. If that is the stance of the Russians, will they declare a ceasefire for the next 48 hours for everyone who wants to leave, for every civilian who wants to leave Kyiv or Kharkiv or Ukraine? Will they declare that 48-hour ceasefire? I don't see it coming, but the Indian government is, of course, reaching out to both countries.
Yes, and the problem is the entire logistical system is also stressed. Trains, other facilities. How is it that the students are able to reach that border from the neighboring countries, which are, of course, pitching in and trying to help India evacuate their students and their citizens who are now stranded in Ukraine? Many thanks, Shreya, for putting that into perspective. This is going to remain our top focus, a deeply tragic, unfortunate news which comes in. But that's it for me from now. My colleague Ritanshu Bhattacharya now takes over.
Thanks indeed, Pallavi. And what tragic news we really have to bring to our viewers here. Good evening. You're watching CNN News 18. I am Ritanshu Bhattacharya, and with deep regret, I inform you that despite many efforts to bring back Indian nationals safe from Ukraine, one Indian student has died during the shelling in Kharkiv this morning. 21-year-old Naveen Gyanagowda from the Haveri district of Karnataka was killed during the Russian offensive. He was studying at the Kharkiv National Medical University. The Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken to Naveen's father and has promised to get his mortal remains back as soon as possible. The Ministry of External Affairs has called on the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for safe passage of its nationals who are still particularly stuck in the eastern part of the country in cities like Kharkiv and Sumy and other conflict zones. The Indian Embassy in Ukraine has urged all Indian nationals to leave Kyiv on an urgent basis. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, has roped in the Indian Air Force with C-17 Globemasters on standby to join the evacuation efforts and to bring back Indians at the earliest. Till now, there have been 9 flights which have brought back more than 2,000 Indian nationals, but at least 10 to 15,000 more are expected to still be stranded in Ukraine. And we've got more tragic details of how exactly Naveen met his demise. We understand that he had stepped out to buy food. Remember, Kharkiv is one of the cities where there's an acute shortage of food and essential supplies. He had stepped out to buy essentials when he was caught in shelling that began at around 8:50 a.m. He was living in a bunker below his apartment. His body is in a morgue now in Kharkiv. It's about 40 kilometers from the Russian border, where a large cluster of Indian students are studying because of the number of medical colleges in the area. Let's go across to my colleague Harish Upadhyay, who is joining us live from Bengaluru. Harish, the important fact coming in right now is that Naveen is not the only student from Karnataka who is in Kharkiv, and there are now many other students who have also made a very fervent plea for them to be rescued before there are more such tragic casualties.
Well, in fact, anywhere around in excess of 600 students now in Ukraine from Karnataka, and some of them have returned, but a lot of them studying at Kharkiv National Medical University. Seems to be one of the popular universities for students from Karnataka heading to Ukraine, especially for their MBBS degree. What we understand is that Naveen had taken admission into this university around 3 years back,
around 3 months back, he had visited his house here in Ranebenuru in Haveri district, and he would call the family every day. His father has told the Chief Minister that even this morning, Naveen had called them and told them about his whereabouts and what the situation was there, and spoken to them for a long time. He was calling them thrice a day and was telling them about what was happening in Ukraine, trying to calm the parents down, because there's a lot of tension among the parents of students who are in Kharkiv and other parts of Ukraine. And the information now coming in is that somewhere this has set in panic among several of the students who are there, especially in Kharkiv, who are waiting for a train to head out and ensure they reach a border checkpost from where they can go to the nearby countries and take one of these evacuation flights. Some of the students that I spoke to say that the number of trains are very limited. One of the students I spoke just now says that there is a train scheduled in the next 15 minutes, but he says that looking at the crowd, it looks highly unlikely that the train can take in all the students. He says just the Indian students alone will need at least a couple of trains to ensure that they reach the border point. So clearly the number of students there and the number of trains there are an issue, and all of them want to ensure that they get out and get to one of these evacuation flights safely.
Harish Chavan with us. Let's also get in Shreya Dhandyal, who's been getting us all those details, those tragic moments which really led to Naveen's demise. And Shreya, this is the embodiment of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Naveen was in the relative safety of a bunker underneath his apartment for the past few days. But at what point do you stay? For how long do you stay starved and hungry and tired? You have to go out for essential supplies. He did that. He took a calculated risk, and unfortunately, it didn't pay off.
It didn't pay off, and he took this calculated risk in the morning, hoping that the Russians would be at least kind enough to let people step out what they need to do, go back homes, and then start the violence that they have been perpetrating on Ukraine for the last 6 days now. It wasn't to be. Fact is, and we are hearing now from the students on the ground in Kharkiv, they said they are running short of supplies, they are running short of food. They have no option but to step out and at least go buy this food, which is exactly what Naveen did. At around 8:50, he steps out, is in a line to buy food when the shelling strikes. And do remember that since morning we have been reporting of this massive shelling at the town square, and the town square completely decimated. Those are pictures that we have been playing. Possibly it is that shelling that has killed Naveen. He hails from Karnataka, had been speaking to his family regularly, had come home 3 months ago. The family was hoping that somehow he would be able to make his way home to safety in the next few days, given the fact that Operation Ganga has been stepped up, but that was not to be. His body right now is in the morgue, and I can tell you how his friends got to know that he had died. His flatmates got to know that he had died. There was a Ukrainian passerby who sees Naveen's body. He picks up the phone that is lying next to him, dials a number. The first number that came in, he dials that. It's a Kharkiv number. Turns out to be his friend. That is how the friend is informed. That is how the friend informs the family, and then eventually the Indian government as well. So the confirmation came in a couple of hours ago by the Indian government there, Ritanshu. But now the question, there are already students in Kharkiv who are at the railway station saying, we want to leave, but there aren't enough trains, and the shelling can start any moment. In Kyiv, you're seeing a situation where the Russians could lay siege to the city anytime now. Kharkiv has a large cluster of Indian students because there are a large number of medical colleges here. What do you do in a situation like this? The government of India is appealing to Ukraine and Russia to cease hostilities, at least for the moment, for 24 to 48 hours, declare a ceasefire so that at least those who want to leave can leave, people like Indian students, so that there is safe passage. Already 660,000 people from Ukraine have fled the country, but there are many, many more who are still stuck in the war zone. This is India's worst fears come true, and you understand the sense of urgency when India deploys its C-17s, its heavy lift Indian Air Force aircraft, to bring back these students as soon as possible. There are 13,000 of them, and it will take a massive, massive logistical effort to get them out of the bunkers, get them to the safety of land borders, and then finally back home.
Indeed, Shreya, stay on with us. Arunima is also joining us live, as is Pathikrit Bain, security analyst. Arunima, coming to you first. What happens next in terms of it's impossible to get people who are still alive out of Kharkiv and eastern parts of Ukraine? How is the government planning to get back Naveen's mortal remains back to his home?
Huge challenge. It's a huge challenge. You know, even those who are his friends and his classmates, people from Indian origin who want to get back home, they're finding it difficult, putting out desperate appeals that please do something for us. While the Indian envoys, the Indian government officials say that they are in touch with all authorities, the problem is that it is a war zone, and now civilian targets we are seeing are not being spared by Russia either. In Kharkiv this morning we broke that unnerving visual of the main center of the town getting bombarded, civilian cars there getting thrown all around. That tells you how dangerous the situation is in Kharkiv, a buzzing metropolis, the center for dreams of many like Naveen, who had gone there to pursue medicine, now lies in tatters. The government's advisory in Kyiv, for example, is to leave the city. But how do you leave the city? There are testimonies from Indian nationals that Ukrainian authorities are asking them to wait because the trains are overloaded. There are no vehicles available in most cases. So it's easier said than done to get the mortal remains back home. Having said that, Indian government, the official spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs, has assured that steps are being taken. The local authorities are speaking to the family members of Naveen, but it is a panic-stricken situation and an extra challenge for government of India in this circumstance where Russia and Ukraine both are not yielding.
Indeed, and stay on with us, Aruna. Let me also get in Shreya before I go to Patrikit Pen. Shreya, you mentioned the point, how does someone leave even Kyiv, forget something like Kharkiv or Sumy or some of the other parts of eastern Ukraine, because Russia has made it very clear that it doesn't care who comes in its path, whether it be a civilian or an enemy soldier. Ukraine, let's be honest, we have been seeing these visuals of Indian students stuck along the border. Ukraine right now doesn't really see helping India as its priority, especially given the fact that perhaps it feels that India has not supported it as it should be in international fora. The Indian students right now, particularly in eastern Ukraine or other parts of the country which are completely in the war zone, have nobody literally to look after themselves.
Absolutely not. And how can you expect the Ukrainians to look after anyone or ensure safe passage given the fact that they themselves are in the middle of a war? This is the government of India's job. And the fact is that, you know, advisories, at least 5 advisories had been issued before the war began for all these students to come back. So the one question that is being asked, and rightfully so, is when there were multiple advisories that had been issued, when you knew there was enough and more Western intelligence in the public space that was saying that a Russian attack is imminent, why didn't you come home on time? Now, I put that question to a young student, a young MBBS student, just by the way, in Kharkiv itself, and I asked him, why didn't you come back home in time? Why did you wait for the last minute for the war to start? I mean, now if you're stuck, isn't it your fault? And he told me this, and he told me something which a lot of us don't know. He said, look, ma'am, the fact is that we have been studying medicine here for the last 4 years, and our medical college said that if you leave now, there is no chance of you coming back, so you lose your medical degree that you would have earned in a year. Ma'am, in a situation, this was a tough choice for us to make. On one side, we had invested 4 years already, and your universities in Kharkiv were telling you that if you leave, you will not be in a position to come back and complete your degree. And on the other hand, there were war clouds that were brewing. It was very difficult for us to choose. Our families wanted to come back, but for the sake of our future, we decided to stick on. So I think it's important for our viewers who are asking this question as to why these students didn't come back on time. They should have this context as well. Having said that, now, you know, what is done is done. You're absolutely right when you say that how do these students who are stuck in Kharkiv, who are stuck in Kyiv, around 13 to 14,000 of them, how do they even make their way out of these war zones? In Kyiv yesterday, Russia had announced that there is one particular roadway that is open. It will not come under Russian shelling, and anyone who wants to leave can leave. So an attempt was made by Indian students to leave, but do remember that all your highways are blocked. Your train stations are running absolutely full. Your roadways are blocked as well, because there are many people, the elderly, the young children, women, who are all making their way to the border, especially the border of Poland. In a situation like this, you can almost imagine that in a situation like this, for a student without resources, without a car, just to make it to a land border is tough. Now, yesterday, the Indian, today what the Indian embassy has told students in Kyiv is get out of Kyiv as soon as possible. But how do they get out? That is a question. Also, you know, one has to understand the plight, I think, of the embassy in Ukraine as well. There are so many students, 13 to 14,000 students that you have to look out for right now. How do you make arrangements for buses, etc., for all these students? How do you make that arrangement in a country that is at war? So the logistical challenges are many. There are 4 Government of India ministers who have been deployed to countries that share land borders with Ukraine to help evacuate students as quickly as possible, because the worst is still to come. All indication, Ritanshu, right now on the ground is that we have not even seen the beginning of what is to come. Mr. Putin is cornered. He is injured right now. He has not been able to meet his military goals in Ukraine. He had thought that this is going to be a short war over in 48 hours. It has not happened. Mr. Putin, cornered, is a very dangerous man, and the offensive, the second round of offensive is coming, and Kyiv is already feeling it. Kyiv is being surrounded slowly but surely from all sides by the Russian Russian armored forces, by the artillery forces. You know, maybe in a couple of hours it will become absolutely impossible for people to leave from there. The government doing what it can, but you know, what can it really do to pull out these students from the war zone? Very difficult to say right now. Is India hoping for a ceasefire so that there is a safe passage, Ritanshu? Logically, that is what India is asking for. They have dialed both Ukraine and Russia to say, let there be safe
but then,
passage
Shreya,
for
let's
us.
be realistic. Russia and Ukraine are not going to stop hostilities because India is telling them to do so for its citizens. And also, you were mentioning, Shreya, point as to why a lot of students couldn't leave earlier because their careers were in jeopardy. Let's not forget predatory pricing. A lot of students had come on our channel, Shreya, and had said that the prices to go back home are upwards of 1.5 lakhs. We simply can't afford this amount of money at such short notice to go back home. Be that as it may, Shreya, thanks a lot for getting us those details. I'll also quickly get in one more reaction for Arunima before I come across to you, Patikrit. Arunima, what is there a plan B right now from India, apart from trying to take every single Indian citizen stuck in Ukraine, even in the remotest parts of the eastern front, make them travel all the way across the country and then try and take them through the western borders? Is there any other plan being evaluated, especially now that Kharkiv is almost lost at this point in terms of contact and Kyiv might soon follow in a few hours?
You know, we had put this question to Indian officials if they were considering getting students out by speaking to Russia that allow Indian nationals to leave through that route. But now look at the satellite images that we're getting. 40-mile long queues of Russian arms and ammunition trucks there waiting to get inside Ukrainian cities. Kyiv, like you said, the assessment is it would fall any moment now. There were some reports which said that, you know, locals, the Ukrainians are also not being very helpful as far as Indian citizens who are wanting to leave, because they obviously want everybody to stay back and help their country, help them fight this war. They are resisting. So there are a lot of complexities there. Not easy to take this call. The Indian envoys say that we are trying our best. They could evacuate more. About 13,000 or little more are still left to be evacuated. These flights which are going could bring back more, but what about people who are still in bunkers, who are still in university campus, running out of essentials, running out of food? For them, I think we haven't heard from the government what the plan really is. They say we are speaking to authorities, but both Ukraine and Russia, like we have been discussing, are not letting go of this situation anytime soon.
Arunima,
do these Indians have that much time?
Arunima, I'll come back to you, but right now we're also getting a perspective from CNN, from Lviv. Atika Schubert is joining us live once again. Atika, hope you're safe and sound as always. Today seems to be the most devastating day of the Russian invasion so far. Very distressing visuals coming in from Kyiv and Kharkiv. One Indian national has also been confirmed dead. Could you give us the latest updates of which of the cities which are really bearing the brunt, and more importantly, an estimate of the overall civilian casualties already feared?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the exact number of civilian casualties on the Ukrainian side. We do know that it's in the hundreds for the total casualties, and a number of those have been civilians, including some children. And you're absolutely right. This is going to be likely a very grim day here in Ukraine. There was a brief lull almost yesterday in some of the fighting, but today it has resumed, and it does seem that the Russian offensive has recalibrated. We now see a 40-mile long convoy of Russian troops and military vehicles leading into Kyiv. So they're clearly trying to make a major offensive on the capital city, and our team on the ground there has heard already several explosions that appear to be getting closer and closer. In the eastern Ukraine city of Kharkiv, there have been a number of missile and rocket attacks over the last 24 hours, some of them hitting residential areas, and at least one setting off a huge explosion in the city center. It's so devastating that the Ukrainian president has called the shelling of Kharkiv a war crime. In meantime, our team in Kherson, which is a city in the south, has said that Russian troops have been seen entering the city, and they do expect to see some street-to-street fighting there as Ukrainian defenders try and keep them out. So it is looking to be a very difficult day as Russia tries to capture these main cities. Keep in mind, it's been 6 days into this invasion, and the Russian offensive hasn't, up until today, been able to capture one major city. So it's likely that what we're going to be seeing today and in the next few days is a huge push to gain at least one of those cities.
Adhika, let's go back to those satellite images that have been accessed showing a massive Russian army troop buildup just outside Kyiv, 40-mile long queue of armed vehicles and tanks, etc. Is this a clear indication of Putin's intent of completely flattening the Ukrainian capital through absolute brute force?
I think what it clearly shows is that the main objective of this offensive is to capture the capital and most likely topple the government, which is something the Ukrainian government has said from the beginning. The Ukrainian president put out a video message at one point saying that he was Russia's #1 target, and that certainly appears to be the case. Now, according to U.S. defense officials that have spoken to CNN, they believe that just about 75% of the troops of this sort of combat power that Russia had amassed for this offensive have now been deployed within Ukraine. Now, it sounds like a lot, but it does mean they still have 25% in reserve that they can put forward. So I think what we're seeing now is this concerted push to try and gain advantage, particularly over the capital. And it's not clear if how long the Ukrainian military can hold the capital city.
So, Atika, what really are President Zelensky's options so far? Is he still in Kyiv? What are the latest reports telling us? Is he intent on going down fighting if the need arises?
Well, that's what he says. He's been putting out just one video message after another on Facebook, and it's really rallied the country. But yes, you're absolutely right, called into question, what is the backup plan here if the capital is captured? He says he is still in Kyiv, and he's been putting out these videos showing him on the streets of the capital. And he's been offered by both the British government and the U.S. government to leave to find safety here in the western part of the country in Lviv. So far, he has refused, at one point telling the British Prime Minister that he needed ammo, not a ride. But, this could change in the coming hours. If we start seeing that massive Russian assault on the capital city, we might see a change in the government's position, a change in the Ukrainian president's position, in which case Lviv, where I am now, is likely to become the de facto capital.
All right, Atika, stay safe, and thank you so much for getting us all those updates from Lviv. Let's go back to Patrick Penn, geopolitical and security analyst, joining us. Patrick, if you focus on the tragic story which has just come in an hour ago, the demise of 21-year-old Naveen caught in the crossfire in Kharkiv, does this, if at all, change the Indian position so far, which it has doggedly stuck to, whether it be at the UNSC, at the UNGA, that it will remain neutral and will only cause for a cessation of violence without actually referring to Russia?
Ritangshu, I don't think India's position so far as this war is concerned is going to change. But unfortunately, there will be certain narratives that will be created in the West to create a wedge, to create a difference between India and Russia. Remember, India is one of the very few countries which have taken a stand of not speaking against Russia, and that is something the West does not like. So the West will try to create a wedge. They will try to create some kind of a narrative that the Russians are killing Indians, which may be in certain way not true, because this is a war zone, and a falling bomb does not distinguish between a Ukrainian and an Indian if you're actually in that place. There are two things I want to say, Vitangshu. Yesterday, President Zelensky had the golden opportunity to stop the war, go for a ceasefire, sign a treaty of neutrality, and just remain neutral. You don't need to be an ally of Russia. You can be like a Switzerland, remain neutral, and just, salvage your country. But he has been pumped up by the West, by NATO, to push for the war. The moment he gave these arms to the civilians.
But particularly even nations like Switzerland and Finland have abandoned their neutrality and now also decided to supply arms and logistical support to Ukraine.
No, Ritangshu, Switzerland always remained neutral during the two world wars. All through the Cold War, they remained neutral. That's what I'm saying. Why would you? On one hand, NATO doesn't want to take Ukraine. They have used Ukraine as a dispensable pawn to be finished by Russia, and to use that as an example to create destabilization in the whole of East Europe, and so that they can keep on buying more weapon systems. Nothing else. If the West had been so much concerned about Ukraine and showing solidarity, they could have sent their soldiers to fight for Ukraine. Are they doing it? Are they sending their weapon systems, offensive weapon systems? No. They're sending in nothing. And instead what they have done, they have provoked, they have pumped up. Initially, Putin was not using, massive bombardment of the city. That is the initial objective, always to soften resistance before you send in your ground soldiers and ground, armored vehicles. Instead, what has happened, the moment you give 20,000 AK-47 rifle to your citizens, unfortunately, the distinction goes off, and these Javelin anti-tank missiles were actually creating losses for the Russians. Now the Russians have made it very clear, because the West is supporting Ukraine by giving them more armament just to elongate the war. Ukraine is not being given any weapon which can make Ukraine win the war. They cannot win it. So now they are using, the bomb that was used in Kharkiv. It is basically a thermobaric bomb. A thermobaric bomb which has a...
All right, Patrikit, I'll have to cut you short. I'm so sorry. I'm being joined by Ashwin, who's a friend of Naveen, who's joining us live at this point. Ashwin, on behalf of CNN News 18 and on behalf of whoever's listening to this broadcast, I would like to convey my sincerest condolences for the loss of your friend. It must be a really, really difficult time for you. All right. I think we have lost Ashwin. We'll try and get that connection back with him. Meanwhile, Patrikit, coming back to you. I'm sorry to have cut you short, but we were getting a reaction from a friend of Naveen. My point is, fine, yes, Ukraine has arguably been a puppet in the Cold War between Russia and United States. Where does that leave India now in terms of its immediate priority, in terms of getting its civilians out?
So strategically, India will have no change in its position. They will maintain the neutrality. They will seek ceasefire from both sides. But yes, it is so very difficult a situation, as rightly pointed by Shreya and Arunima both. I think what can be done, if the Indian students, instead of going towards the west, those who are in the eastern side of Ukraine, if they go to Russia-controlled areas, they might be a little more safer. And I think, Ritangshu, I would want to say one thing. For every future incident, I think this is a lesson for everybody. When the government of India comes out with an advisory and asking students or anybody from a particular country to leave that country, I think people should take that advisory very seriously. If today's situation, it is so very unfortunate. There is no point blaming anybody. But this is the predicament. This is the problem with the war. You just can't do anything. As was mentioned by Shreya and Arunima, that even if you want to do best, even if you send 10 aircrafts, you can't bring all the 10 aircraft full of people, because you won't get buses to bring those people from the war-torn areas, war zones to the borders. That is simply not possible. And the Ukrainians themselves are fighting and literally dying. Bombs falling all across. I have been in conflict zones. I know how it feels when bullets fly over you. And in that kind of a situation where the bombings are happening, huge bombs, huge. The bomb that was dropped in Kharkiv was to the tune of 10,000 kg. It's called a thermobaric bomb, which is almost equivalent to 44 kilo of TNT. 44 ton of TNT, I'm sorry. So that kind of an explosion, you psychologically literally break down. I mean, so it is unfortunately, but it's a lesson for everybody that your degree will be valuable, with all due respect, if the person remains alive. So yes, henceforth, wherever the government of India gives an advisory, everybody should take it very, very seriously instead of ignoring it and thinking. I've heard so many students when I was in some other channels as well that, ye to 7 din ka mamla hai, hame to wapas aana hai. Please don't take lightly, because that's the nature of war. War is always unpredictable. War doesn't happen by telling you that I am coming. War comes unexpectedly.
All right. Patrikit, thanks a lot for getting us those updates. We're going to head into a short break and continue our coverage on this tragic turn from India's point of view which this war has taken. Stay on with us.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
Putin.
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outside.
Welcome back, and we continue our focus over the sobering piece of information that has come in from Kharkiv. Yes, we have been celebrating the successful efforts to bring back many Indian nationals safe from Ukraine, but one student we could not bring back safely, and that is 21-year-old Naveen from the Haveri district of Karnataka. He was killed during the Russian offensive in Kharkiv, a brutal offensive that we saw this morning. Now, what we have learned from our sources is that he had gone out to get food at around 8:50 a.m. when the shelling started. He was studying at the Kharkiv National Medical University. The Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken to Naveen's father and has promised to get his mortal remains back as soon as possible. The Ministry of External Affairs has called on the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for a safe passage of Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and cities in other conflict zones. The Indian Embassy in Ukraine has sent out an urgent advisory to all Indian nationals in the capital city of Kyiv to leave on an urgent basis because they assume the worst to happen in that city in a few hours from now.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೇಟಾಬೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಖಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಯಾವ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡೇಟಾಬೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಯಾರೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬಾ ದುಃಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನ್ ಪಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಈ ತರ ಡೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let's go across to Arunima, who's joining us live at this point. Arunima, tragic news coming in, absolutely. There's no words to speak. A 21-year-old boy, there are so many we know who go abroad with the hopes of getting a better education, with the hopes of building a better life with them and the families. One can only imagine what Naveen's family is going through at this point.
And they may not even get a chance to say their final goodbye to him. It is so difficult right now. The situation in Kharkiv resembles a war zone completely. Civilians are also not escaping the war that is going on there. How will his mortal remains come back home? How will the family get to say their final goodbye? That's a big challenge. On India's part, they are saying we are requesting both Ukraine and Russia to give our nationals safe passage. But it's easier said than done, even though India claims that, we have managed to ensure at least 9,000 Indian nationals have been evacuated so far. There are many others who are stuck in cities like Kyiv and Kharkiv. Yes, India has issued advisory saying, please leave Kyiv, for example. But how do you leave? Even in this case, the unfortunate news of the Indian national's demise came in. And the details as we hear, it seems that he had stepped out to get supplies. Even that is becoming such a challenge. Forget crossing the highways and cities which have now become war zone and then reaching the border points from where evacuation is being arranged. So it's a very difficult situation. India says we are trying, but it needs cooperation from Ukraine and Russia. At this stage, cooperation doesn't seem to be coming India's way from both these countries.
Arun must stay on with us. I'm also being joined by Harish, who's getting us updates from Karnataka, the state from where Naveen hailed from. Harish, what are the estimates as to how many students from that state are still stuck specifically in areas like Kharkiv? And are we expecting the Chief Minister to make an urgent call to try and get these students back home?
Well, the latest estimates say anywhere around in excess of 600 citizens from Karnataka who are stuck in Ukraine. Majority of them in Kyiv. In fact, Kyiv National Medical University seems to be one of the top choices for all these students who've gone there to study MBBS, and already the Foreign Secretary has spoken to the Chief Secretary. The Chief Minister has assured Naveen's family that they will try and talk to the Indian government and ensure that his mortal remains are brought back as soon as possible. In the meanwhile, the anxiety among the parents of students staying especially in Kharkiv is increasing. Many of them are making an appeal to the Indian government, saying that the Russian border is just around 70 kilometers away from Kharkiv, and there should be a negotiation between India and Russia to explore if there could be a safe passage. The parents argue that once they cross over to the Russian side, there is an international airport roughly around 20 kilometers from this border point. So they are saying that it's a much safer and a much easier route. Their argument is that many of these students who are waiting at the railway stations in Kharkiv have been waiting for 2-3 days now, and they're saying even the train that's scheduled today might not take all of them, which means they will have to wait one more day. And most of them, as we've been pointing out, have been running out of supplies, and many of them risking their life to go and get supplies, water, all that. So the parents demanding that there needs to be more done by the Indian government. We can't just ask these students to travel hundreds of kilometers to any border point, especially when we have seen the kind of stance and the attacking position that the Russian side has taken.
Absolutely.
And this news that's coming in today has really spread panic among the parents here.
Indeed, Harish, one can only imagine the parents must be what the parents are going through at this point. While their loved ones, their children are still back stuck in Ukraine, especially in the eastern part here. Let's try and understand further what really has happened here and where this exodus has happened from here. This is essentially, we have tried to understand where this exodus is happening and what are the possible escape routes here. One, of course, is from Kyiv to go to Belarus, which is about 500 kilometers away. But keep in mind that Belarus is also one of the countries which is actually supporting actively the Russian invasion. So whether they will really be hospitable to people coming in from across the border remains to be seen. Then, of course, there's Poland here. There are about 281,000 people who have refugees who have left to Poland in the past few years itself here. That's also a massive logjam happening along this border here, when there are lakhs of people who are trying to cross over. A lot of them are Indian, some of them are also Ukrainian nationals. And then Slovakia, another neighboring country, has about 30,000 people, refugees, who have rushed to that country here. Another country where union ministers of India are positioned to try and help out Indian refugees here. Hungary, I remember Hungary and Romania, will come to that as well, are the two countries from where the bulk of Operation Ganga flights are coming back. Hungary has seen 84,000 people, refugees being trying to cross over the border to that area. And then, of course, there's Romania, as we were telling you, 32,000 of refugees in those countries. So these are the exit routes. So what is important from here is to understand, if you can cut to this map full frame is, and there's also Moldova, is that if you vertically divide the country of Ukraine, all of the entire exodus is towards the west. Why? Because the east, from Belarus in the north, from the Donetsk, from the Donbass region in the east, from Crimea in the south, is where the Russian onslaught is coming. So the only option for anyone who's wishing to leave Ukraine, Ukrainian or Indian or any other nationality, is to go left, is to go westward into each of these countries here, whether it be Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, or other European countries, to get out here. Which means that if you're somewhere in the east, for instance, you have to cross the entire country of Ukraine amidst war, amidst incessant shelling, at a place where even if you go out for supplies, you might not come back home. You have to risk the entire country to try and make it at this point. There's only 129,000 going to Russia here, but of course the bulk of the exodus is happening towards Western Europe. Let's go back to my colleagues at this point who are joining us, Arunima and Harish as well. We'll try to get Shreya as well. Arunima, now the point is, yes, Naveen's family will be mourning for his loss, but the Indian government doesn't really have the time to mourn, because as Harish was telling us, there are hundreds to the tune of thousands who are still stuck in Ukraine, especially in the eastern part of the country, in cities like Kyiv and Sumy. I'm not even counting Kyiv right now, but in a few hours that will probably fall as well. How does the government plan on getting these people back? Is a journey across the country to the western borders, as we saw, the only option?
You know, one thing that Indian government is reiterating is that they have asked Russia and Ukraine both to cooperate. They have reached out to Russia and said that, you know, please allow Indian nationals that passage out of Russia. But, you know, we've seen satellite imagery to show that those routes leading from Russia to Ukraine have about 20 to 40 mile long convoys, lines of arms and ammunition from Russia. That's the state of affairs on those motorways. In this background where Russia is giving out statements saying till the time our purpose is solved, this conflict is not ending. Will Russia allow any civilian movement? Can Russia ensure that if the civilian movement is allowed, their safety is ensured as well? So it's a tough task before the Indian government officials there to ensure that these students, these Indian nationals who are stuck in various cities, who are resembling like war zones right now, the problem is how to get them to the border points from where evacuation is happening. The problem is if they are not evacuated, how do you ensure their safety? Supplies are running out. One of the versions we have heard is that Naveen had gone out to get supplies for himself. Even to get a packet of milk or bread could be a matter of life and death for these Indian nationals right now. People who are giving them shelter could be running out of supplies as well. So we can't even imagine sitting here as to what the situation there in Kyiv and Kharkiv and other cities would be. And I think the Indian government realizes that. They're working the phone lines, speaking to the chiefs of both the Ukrainian and the Russian government. But I don't see a solution in sight just as yet.
Harish, in the initial days of the invasion, there were a lot of, I would say, quite insensitive comments being made online as to why are Indian youngsters leaving the country and studying in countries which are part of the global south, countries such as Ukraine and other smaller nations. Why are they taking the risk and studying in such nations? Why shouldn't they come back? If you could take us through why, so as you pointed out, 600 families from Karnataka itself are studying in people like Ukraine. What is their background? What are they looking for? What were the dreams of people like Naveen when they decided to make such an arduous journey from Haveri district in Karnataka all the way to Kharkiv in Ukraine?
Well, look at the kind of family profile of many of these students. Majority of them are not from Bangalore, which is the metropolis in Karnataka. Many of them are from rural parts of Karnataka. For example, Naveen comes from a small village in Ranebennur in Haveri district, and he manages to study MBBS. The most crucial factor would be the price and the availability of seats. These are the two factors that most students have told us on why they decided to choose Ukraine and not any other European country or perhaps any other place. Because one, they are saying most of our entire MBBS course would be done in anywhere around 25 to 28 lakhs. You add a few more lakhs in terms of your stay or any other additional add-on costs, especially with your courses or electives, then it might be a little over 30. That's something that many of them can't even imagine finishing their MBBS here in India if you do not have a merit seat in one of the government colleges. And we all know how many of those seats are available. We have only a handful of those colleges, which means, say, if you take Karnataka, which has one of the highest number of medical seats in the entire country, you will only have still hundreds of such seats available, which means that there is a huge number of list of aspirants and the seats are very few. And that's the reason you are seeing many of these boys and girls from tier 2, tier 3 towns managing to go to Ukraine, study MBBS, come back here, write a qualifying exam, and then start practicing MBBS, because it's a way that they can fulfill their dream. And that's why there was so much criticism when a few people questioned on why did they decide to study in a smaller country, because it was affordable, they could fulfill their dream. Now, the other question on why they didn't come back, they were in a fix because many of these colleges said that we do not have a setup for online exam, and that's the reason most of these students, many of them had returned in fact around November and then went back and they started their classes there. That's the reason many of them wanted to wait and watch. In fact, some of the students that we spoke had booked their tickets for March 4th and March 8th. Perhaps they did not anticipate this to get out of hand. They possibly thought that they still have a little more time at hand to get out of the country and reach India safely.
Indeed, Arunima, if you're still with us at this point, I think we'll try and get back to Arunima as well. Harish, we are also getting a statement from the Karnataka Chief Minister, which we'll put on a screen shortly. But Harish, what happens now for the family of Naveen's this thing? I'm sure it's going to be in a situation where people who are alive are not being able to get out of Ukraine, especially in Ukrainian nationals are not being able to get out of the country. How does the Karnataka state government or the MEA plan on getting back Naveen's mortal remains back home?
Well, it will be a difficult task now because obviously the priority would be given to the ones who are now at the station waiting to board a train. And the government of India has very limited presence over there. So they will have to wait a little bit. The government is assuring that they will ensure that this is done as soon as possible. But looking at the kind of situation that's emerging in Kharkiv and other places of Ukraine, and the kind of posture that Russia has shown, the kind of mobilization that's happening, one is fearing the worst coming true in the coming few days. So perhaps this will take a little more time. At the same time, the government will have to manage the kind of demands and the pressure coming in from the parents. Just a while ago, just before this live, I was talking to one person from Kodagu. He was saying that his son was in Kharkiv. They managed to get to the station, and then they realized that there's no way they can get on a train. And then they came back to their bunker, and his son had called him and said that in the next 20 minutes he will be getting a train and he will be reaching safety. But later on he called and said, well, we couldn't get on the train, we are back to our bunkers. So this is a story that's repeated, and when a news like this comes, the anxiety among parents only increases, and the pressure on the government will further increase.
As we were telling you, let me just read out the statement that's coming from the Karnataka Chief Minister before I come back to you. This is the quote I'm reading out. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said, and I'm translating it from his Kannada tweet, it's a tragedy that Naveen Ganagowda, a student from the Haveri district in Karnataka, was killed in a shell attack in Ukraine. He goes on to say that all efforts will be made to bring Naveen's body back. May his soul rest in peace. My deep condolences to his family. And we are constantly in touch with the MEA and will bring all efforts to bring back his mortal remains. Harish, so as expected, the Chief Minister has promised to bring his mortal remains, bring the mortal remains of Naveen back home. How does actually happens is anyone's guess, but at this point also I'm guessing what would be the Chief Minister's concern would be to get the hundreds and perhaps even thousands of other Kannadigas who are still stuck in Ukraine, especially in Kharkiv, especially in Sumy, some even in Kyiv, get them back home so that what happened with Naveen doesn't happen with any other person. Harish, I'm saying the Chief Minister's priority right now is two very difficult tasks. One is getting back the mortal remains of Naveen, but at the same time also ensuring that the others who are so far alive also come back safely and we don't lose another son of the soil.
Well, it will be a huge challenge. The government so far has been coordinating with the MEA. Let's just look at how the initial hour or so, as soon as this news trickled in of one of the Indians getting killed, how the entire situation panned out. The Karnataka government reached across to the MEA. The MEA said, we do not have any information right now, we can't give you a confirmation. Later on, the MEA, the Karnataka Disaster Management, which is the nodal body now, coordinating all the efforts to evacuate these students from Ukraine, the ones from Karnataka, reaches out to the MEA once again, provides the details based on what the journalists and others were asking the Disaster Management Authority, gives them the passport numbers, the emergency contact, where he was studying. He was studying at the Kyiv National Medical University. All those details are given to the MEA. The MEA says, we'll get back to you soon. And after that, we see the MEA giving a confirmation of one Indian getting killed. So if it's just with one case, imagine coordinating evacuation of hundreds of people, thousands of people. In fact, when you look at pan-India situation, 600 odd from Karnataka. Karnataka doesn't have any presence over there. They are going through the MEA, and MEA, as we know, has limited presence in Ukraine and in the nearby countries. So it's a Herculean task to ensure that all these students are back. So far, all that we have seen is the Chief Secretary and the Chief Minister trying to talk to the MEA and the Union government to ensure that one, students are evacuated, and second, there's better communication that goes out to the parents, because that will be crucial. Most of them are panic-stricken right now. They're worried. So the government is trying to ensure that the communication bit is also taken care of.
While, Harish, thank you so much for getting us those details, number one. And also, while it's very important to also understand that while we have lost Naveen, we have also evacuated and saved over 2,000 of our own so far. Top union ministers have been charged to oversee Operation Ganga, perhaps the most daring evacuation in Indian history. Let's listen in to some of these responses.
सर, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को, मिशन गंगा को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मिशन गंगा के तहत यूक्रेन में फंसे हुए भारतीय विद्यार्थी एवं भारतीय नागरिकों को देश में वापस लाने के लिए एक मिशन के रूप में काम शुरू किया। आज 2 फ्लाइट के माध्यम से कई स्टूडेंट अपने मदरलैंड पर पहुंचे हैं, बहुत खुश हैं। और ऑपरेशन गंगा यानी कि मिशन गंगा के तहत जहां तक एक भी स्टूडेंट यूक्रेन में होंगे, तब तक उसको मातृभूमि में वापस लाने की कोशिश की जाएगी और तब तक ये कार्यक्रम चलता रहेगा।
सर, पूरे ऑपरेशन गंगा को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
सरकार, विदेश मंत्रालय और वहाँ हमारे जो एम्बेसी के लोग हैं और बाकी भारत देश के जितने भी लोग हैं, सबको एकजुट करके इसमें जितने भी हमारे वहाँ नागरिक फंसे हुए हैं, ज़्यादातर स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उसको निकालने का जो प्रक्रिया है उसको और एक नए लेवल तक ले जाना ज़रूरी था। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल का एक स्पेशल एनवॉय के रूप में भेजा गया, क्योंकि वहाँ के सरकारों का मदद बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। वहाँ के, जैसे मैं अभी स्लोवाकिया जा रहा हूँ, तो स्लोवाक रिपब्लिक का जो सरकार है वो पूरा मदद नहीं करेंगे तो हम अपने आप वहाँ पूरा अपना ऑपरेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल जाएंगे और जितने भी जो प्रोसेस है हमारे नागरिकों को वापस लाने का, उसमें पूरे एक हाईएस्ट लेवल तक का एफर्ट डालना बहुत ज़रूरी है। नहीं तो ऐसा परिस्थिति में हमारे नागरिक का बहुत और दिक्कतें का सामना करना पड़ सकता है। इसलिए मंत्री लेवल तक भेजा गया है।
जिस तरह से यहाँ पे ऑपरेशन गंगा चलाया जा रहा है, इस ऑपरेशन को कैसे देख रहे हैं सर?
ये हम लोग की सरकार ने पहले भी किया है। जहाँ कहीं भी कोई भारतीय फंसे रहते हैं आपदा वगैरह में, तो हम लोग की सरकार वहाँ से उनको निकालने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक कदम उठाना होता है वो हम लोग उठाते हैं। इसमें भी भाई हमने बच्चों को वेलकम किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे बच्चे वहाँ अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं और हम लोग एक एक बच्चे को निकालेंगे। ये हम लोग की सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है इसके, और जितने जहाज की जरूरत है उतना जहाज भेजेंगे, लेकिन एक एक बच्चे को हम लोग ले आएंगे। यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने हेल्प डेस्क भी, यहाँ पर हमारे मंत्रालय ने हेल्प डेस्क को भी बना करके रखा है, ताकि किसी बच्चे को कोई दिक्कत हो तो वो हेल्प डेस्क से उनको प्रोविजन हो जाएगा।
We're continuing our coverage of the war in Ukraine and its impact back home, but after a short break, stay on with us.
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward, and there is much work to be done.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv.
This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital.
The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered.
Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard.
Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? You know, I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking.
In ambush, the Russians fall back, their soldiers trying to shelter behind their Humvee-type vehicles. Their chaotic retreat seen here from another angle. One more example of the stiff resistance the Russians are encountering from mobile Ukrainian units who know the lay of the land. But the Russians can't escape. They run into further trouble, apparently surrounded. At least one of their trucks is disabled. A resident telling a Reuters journalist one of the Russians was killed in the firefight.
After we've killed this one, the others run away. They were some 12 to 15 people. That's it. We will win. They won't take Kharkiv. They have run back to where they came from.
Ukrainian soldiers surround the abandoned vehicles, celebrating a small victory in a conflict where they should have no chance of holding off the enemy. But this Ukrainian platoon's day is not over. The enemy is still in the area. They dash forward to fire off RPGs. A ragtag army that, for now, is holding off a far superior force. But for civilians here, the Russian offensive is terrifying. Most of the residents were sheltering in the basement. Authorities say one woman was killed. Alexander Dotsenko says all the apartments are damaged. It's very bad. Even as Ukraine resists, its people are still suffering.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsimhan. It is indeed tragic that we've lost a citizen to the shelling. He was out to buy food for those of his friends who've been sheltered in a bunker for many, many days. Our condolences to Naveen's family. But despite all the efforts, Operation Ganga is in full swing. 4 union ministers are across 4 neighboring countries to ensure that everybody comes back home. But such is the case of war. The bullets don't choose who they will claim, and sometimes they can be our own dear ones. And this shelling happening in Kharkiv this morning, which is again facing a huge amount of attack and assault by Russia, because Russia and Vladimir Putin realize that time is of essence. If they have to push for their aggression and take control and hold the upper hand in this crisis, they need to have control of Kyiv and Kharkiv. Kharkiv has mounted a stiff resistance. Indian students that we've been speaking to over the course of the last 48 hours have consistently said that they've been hearing constant shelling, airplanes and firing and artillery shots from the bunker. The bunker is a subway which is now a metro subway which is now turned into a makeshift bunker. The 21-year-old Naveen Gyanagaudar from the Haveri district of Karnataka was killed as he went out to get some food at around 9 a.m. this morning, 8:50 a.m. in the morning, and he was caught up in the shelling in Kharkiv. He was studying at the Kharkiv National Medical University. Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken to Naveen's father and promised to get his mortal remains back at the earliest. Naveen's body is currently in a morgue in Kharkiv. The Ministry of External Affairs has called on the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for safe passage of Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and in cities in other conflict zones. The Indian embassy in Ukraine has urged all Indian nationals to leave Kyiv at the earliest on an urgent basis. There are trains out of Kyiv which have been planned, buses too, on the roads towards the west, and they are urging Indian nationals to leave Kyiv at the earliest. From Kharkiv, it's not going to be possible to step out, because stepping out even to get rations can claim your life. That's the situation, because there is a fiercity, and the intensity of the assault of the Russians has just gone up a few notches in the last 6 to 8 hours.
ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೇಟಾಬೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನಂಬರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಖಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಯಾವ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಡೇಟಾಬೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಯಾರೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ದುಃಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನು ಪಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ಹುಡುಗಂದು ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಈ ಥರ ಡೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಮೆಸೇಜು ಬರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಫುಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನೀರು ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಕರ್ಫ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಶೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಭಾಳ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ, ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ವಿ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ.
Two cities that are of priority for the Russians, Kyiv and Kharkiv. Kharkiv is the second largest city in Russia, in Ukraine, and it's just 50 kilometers from the Russian borders, and it's mounted a very stiff resistance after the Russians 2 days ago claimed that they had control of the city. the governor of Kharkiv coming back and saying we've taken control back again. Harish Upadhyay and Arunima joining us. Harish, only yesterday I was speaking to Ashwin, who is holed up in one of the bunkers, and he said that we can constantly hear shelling. Even to go out and buy supplies is risky because we don't know what will claim us and when a missile will land on us. And quite prophetic there that it has happened that one of the students has met a similar fate like this. Have you been able to connect with the family? What are the authorities saying? Because there is an assurance that his mortal remains will be brought back.
Yes, the Chief Minister has spoken to the family, and he said that he will be speaking to the union government, and he will ensure that the mortal remains are brought back at the earliest. The father also told the Chief Minister that despite increasing tension, you had Naveen calling the family at least thrice a day, and today morning as well the family had spoken to Naveen, and Naveen had told that there are trains now going out of Kharkiv, and possibly he will be on one of those trains. And later on in the days when this news reached his family, now there are others who were with Naveen, in fact one of them from Kodagu, and I spoke to his father just a while ago. He said that they wanted to get on a train, but they realized that the queue was so long and people had already boarded that train. There was no way they could have managed any space over there, and many of them had to return to their bunkers, and that's the reason why many of them are worried now, that they are saying even today many of them couldn't get on a train. They will have to wait one more day, but looking at the number of students over there, they fear that all of them won't fit in that one train. They are saying Indians alone, Karnataka has around 680 students now stranded in Ukraine.
True, nearly about 2,500 students who are stuck in Kharkiv itself. Some of them, about 700 of them, hold in one particular bunker, which is actually a metro subway, which is now turned into a bunker. Arunima, one of the challenges for India now is to impress upon Russia and Ukraine that there should be a window where people can be allowed to move out of the conflict zones. But on the other hand, for Russia, time is of essence. In the next 24 to 48 hours, if it does not seize control, it loses the initiative or the aggression that it has now mounted on Ukraine. And this is right in the heart of the war zone, Kharkiv.
Yes. Yes, and Indian statements from Indian government the statements are repeatedly underlining this catch-22 situation. The statements from India say that we've approached both the Ukrainian and Russian authorities, requesting them to allow us to evacuate our nationals. The problem is that the other countries on the border, Hungary, Poland, Slovenia, Romania, they're all cooperating. They're allowing students to leave. But how do you reach these border points from Kharkiv, from Kyiv? These are all war zones. The other option was to allow them to leave via Russia. But like you said, Russia has its own motivation for carrying out this war. Their defense ministry spokespersons are putting out that, this war will continue till the time the motive is achieved. Now, we don't know what Vladimir Putin's motive is, how long it will take for him to achieve that motive. And if, indeed it takes time, there is very little option for the Indian nationals who are stuck there. It's getting difficult for them with each passing moment. Supplies are running out. In the case of Naveen, we are told he had gone out to bring supplies. Yes. Even a glass of a bottle of milk or a packet of bread could be a matter of life and death for these students who are stuck. So India realizes the situation. Officials say that we are trying our best, but increasingly, especially after the news of Naveen's death, there is panic amongst family members whose loved ones are stuck there.
True, and only yesterday there were many who were saying that we just don't know when a shell or a missile will drop, and the intensity has only gone up. So the government is saying until otherwise, stay put where you are. Arunima and Harish, thank you for your inputs. We've just got another update. BL Santosh has now put out a tweet saying that evacuation of Indian students is also happening through Slovakia now. The Slovakia government is also now working closely with India. So another route out. So the Slovakian border, Indian students who are making their way to the Slovakian border, there is hope there because SpiceJet is bringing back students home. Indigo is now pressed in. So private airlines are also now collaborating along with, of course, Air India that is coming into play. Air India, of course, no longer under government control. So the Tatas are also coming into play. So all the airlines operating on the Indian skies are now chipping in to help the evacuation process. So another evacuation window opening up due to the consistent efforts of the government under Operation Ganga. Ambassador Manjeev Puri is with us. Sohail Seth, columnist and author with us. And also Abhishek Banerjee, columnist with us. My namaste to everybody. Ambassador Saab, first up, let me ask you this. This is perhaps the toughest situation. You pray for everybody's safety, but when you lose somebody, you feel a little more of the desperation and the helplessness in a situation like this. How do you get into a conflict zone and evacuate people and conduct a safe evacuation?
Anand, you are absolutely right. And my heart goes out to the family. And let me tell you, each and every one of us, if we find ourselves in anything even remotely like this, we feel apprehensive. Our family members feel apprehensive. There's no doubt about that at all. And I think recognizing that fact, the government of India has also pressed itself into action in a very big way. 4 ministers have been sent to the neighboring countries. Airlines, you just mentioned, every single airline in India. I'm told the Indian Air Force is also on standby. All have been pressed into service. The problem really is that of getting the people out from the active war zones to travel towards the western part of Ukraine, from where there are border crossing points. After that, it's a question of managing things with the countries. And by and large, the other European countries, despite their very stringent visa requirements otherwise, would be willing to let people, let me say, a lifeline up to the nearest airport from where you get evacuated. So it's a tough call. And I would like to just repeat one thing, what the embassy has been saying again, that if you are not able to leave, if the transport or other means are not possible, stay put where you are, because wherever you are is perhaps safer than being on the streets, where if the war is not taking place, it's very imminent that there would be a warlike situation.
True. Ambassador Saab, please stay with me. Sohail Seth and Abhishek Banerjee. Sohail, if I can come across to you. One of the aspects is China has said, I can't evacuate people. Chinese nationals are saying, we don't know what's going to happen. How do we figure it out? America has turned out and told its citizens, figure out your own private options to get out. Pakistanis are using the Indian tricolor and getting on board buses and putting the Indian tricolor to make their way out because Imran Khan is finding these times very exciting. It's only India which is working overtime.
You know, for all the abuse we heap on governments, irrespective of which political party is in power, we have to realize that India and the Indian government works on a semblance of empathy and compassion like no other. What is more important is, as the ambassador rightly said, is that the entire nation stands united, including people with disparate political views, when a crisis like this engulfs any of our citizens, wherever they may be in any part of the world. It says 3 things about India. Number 1, it talks about the fact that when it comes to national crisis, there is no color, no caste, no creed, no religion. Number 2, governments have taken it upon themselves repeatedly. And, you know, I was deeply delighted that people were remembering Sushma Swaraj when again this evacuation process began. I think the Prime Minister has led from the front and we need to cut him some slack. Number 3, if you look, including what you have done, and I'm not saying this because I'm on your channel, but the sagacity, maturity, and the calmness with which you started the program is what is also needed from the Indian media. Instead of, you know, shouting and criticizing and abusing, we also need a level of magnanimity and gravitas in trying to address the situation. And I'm glad, Anand, that we are having a discussion where we are talking about the welfare of our people abroad. As the ambassador said, this is a war zone. It is unpredictable. That's the nature of war. The other nature of war is that it recognizes no nationality when shelling happens. We need to be careful. We need to be cautious. The advisories that India gives out to its citizens must also include, as you also, you know, talked about, behavior in a warlike zone. Which means don't leave your bunkers, don't leave shelters unless you're absolutely sure of evacuation. And please understand, no embassy, no chancery, no one can help you in a war zone because every life is precious. And it's better to save lives than to lose lives in stupid, you know, valor. So I'm in complete agreement with what the government is doing. I think it's a necessary step and we will learn from this repeatedly.
The number of nations that are collaborating with us is going up. The number of flights operating out of these nations is going up. Number of students who are now crossing over from Ukraine into these countries, which are safer zones, is going up. We've lost 1 We've lost Naveen. Let's hope we don't lose any of the other 18,000 odd Indian nationals who are present there on Ukrainian soil, and a lot of them make their way. It's trying times for anybody. It's easier to sit here in a studio or wherever we are in safe zones and talk about being calm. But when you have constant shelling going on, you have constant buzz of aircrafts going through, and then you just don't know, you're holed into a place. Abhishek, this can be tough on students. It can be tough on parents who are sitting so many miles away and hoping that they get back safely. And the situation has snowballed in a matter of days, in fact, in a matter of hours. Yesterday, just 2 days or 3 days before the airspace was open, the next day itself, airspace is closed, and suddenly all roads are blocked, and shelling is happening pan-Ukraine. It's not that there are no areas, because air bases and military establishments, Russia is targeting strategic establishments everywhere so that no international aid can also come in. Nations are promising help, but where are these flights going to land? It's a situation, and Kharkiv and Kyiv are significant or important to Putin's strategy, and he's also running out of time. He's got to close this out in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, so Anand, I mean, first of all, my heart goes out to all the Indians who are stuck in Ukraine. It is so sad that we have already lost one student from Haveri in Karnataka. But, this is really a test for Indian diplomacy. And we have seen how difficult evacuation is. I mean, the Americans had 20 years to plan their evacuation from Afghanistan, and we saw how that went. But fortunately, one of the things that we have in our favor is that we have good relations with both sides in this war.
Yeah.
We have good relations with the European Union, and we have great relations with Russia. So I believe the test for India now is to appeal to both sides and point out that, look, this is not our war. You're fighting, that's fine, but give us a safe passage. I mean, and we have to get creative. I mean, for instance, you said the airspace is closed, but look at the Black Sea port of Odessa. I mean, we can go give creative solutions. Like, our nationals, they can leave by the Black Sea. They can go towards Turkey. They can take the sea route. They don't just have to take the land route. Or we can go to the Russians themselves and say that, if tomorrow, for instance, the Russian military takes Kyiv or Kharkiv, then, they can come out through Russia. So we have to really leverage the fact that we have good relations on both sides, and the fact that we are completely neutral in this war, and we have to point this out. And at the same time, you do diplomacy like soft and hard. You play good cop and bad cop.
Yeah.
So it's like on one side we do that, and then we say that, look, we say to the Russians, like right now, Russia is completely isolated in the world. So we can use that as a pressure tactic and say that, look, we need our nationals to be safe. That's the leverage we can use on Russia. On the other hand, we know that the West really, really wants us on their side. So we have to point this out to Ukraine, because we are hearing a number of reports that, Ukrainian border guards have not been treating the Indian students well. And so if you do that, that should be treated as a war crime, and we'll raise that at the UN. So, it has to be carrot and stick, soft and hard on both sides. So it's really a diplomatic test for India. But one asset that we have is that we are completely neutral in this war.
Yeah, but the other big challenge is COVID spread. Apparently, among the students and in Kharkiv and in Kyiv, there has been a surge as part of COVID cases are concerned. And a lot of people who are in these bunkers may also have the COVID case. So there is a threat above in the skies, and it's also in the air around where they are. So it can be quite trying. And one can only hope and pray that everybody comes out safely and emerges and is able to make their way to safety. But Ambassador Manjeev Puri, do you think India was right where it put Indian interests first, India and Indians first, and that perhaps will strategically help us in this area? Because we are sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We have abstained from any vote on Russia. So we've played both sides. Plus, we've got the equations with all the neighboring countries. We've got our ministers there on ground now.
The question of not putting your interests first, I don't think ever would have arisen. Putting India's interests first have to be the norm for any government, and I think we did it right. The question of our students certainly must have been very high up in the minds of people. There were other geopolitical considerations, which I'm sure have been debated on your channel ad infinitum. The fact of the matter is, it was put very well by both Mr. Seth and your other colleague, my other colleague on the panel, that, India is seen by people to be a country which does not or is not taking sides in that sense of the term. It's standing for rectitude. It's asking for de-escalation. And at the moment is asking that please find ways of getting our nationals out of harm. We are not in this particular game. At the same time, it's willing to offer humanitarian assistance, and indeed is sending humanitarian assistance, even though that's a tough call. I personally feel that on the ground, the people from Ukraine, including the officials, such as those who are available there, the officials even from the Russian army and others who are there, and the border institutions of the other countries, they would all be sensitized, and there is a certain degree of public sympathy in Ukraine, in Russia, etc., or let me say a public friendship with Indians and Indian nationals. I think all of these factors will be leveraged in, but fundamentally speaking, there are some things which have to be done at the level of the governments, planning the flights, talking to the European nations which are in the periphery of Ukraine, but there are some things which are purely local decisions, and it's a question of how well the people who are actually stuck, the embassy in Kyiv, how well they can reach out to those who are in control, the local control at things. Because if you have to move a bus, a truck, or any kind of other vehicle out of Kharkiv, out of Kiev, anywhere, it's actually the local commanders. You can keep saying, I know the foreign minister, but it really doesn't help. I think we also have the skill sets as people. The general reputations of our country and our people is good. And I'm sure all of that will help. And we should be able to really get everyone who wishes to leave and wants to leave out to one of the countries in the periphery. And from there onward.
Well, Ukraine president is making an address, just cutting across to it.
Freedom. I'm very happy that what I've seen here now and heard here now, I'm very glad to sense this mood, the unifying mood. I'm happy that we have unified today, all of you, all the countries of the European Union. But I did not know, but this is the price that we'll have to pay. And it's a tragedy for me, a tragedy for every Ukrainian, tragedy for our state. I mean, this high price, very high price. Thousands of people who were killed. 2 revolutions, 1 war. And 5 days of full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. You know, I don't read off the paper, off the sheet, because the paper phase in the life of my country has ended. Now we're dealing with reality. We're dealing with killed people, real life, you know. And, you know, I believe that today, we're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving away our best people, the strongest ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And very often we love to say that we will win over everyone. And I'm very happy that you are not only talking about it, but you can see that. And we will overcome everyone. And I'm sure, I'm convinced, there is an expression, Ukrainian choice, European choice of Ukraine. That's what we're striving for, and that's what we're going to, and we went to. So I would like to hear that from you to us, we could hear that the Ukrainian choice for Europe from you. I have some time off here because we have breaks between the missile strikes and bombardments. And this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kharkiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. There were always many Russians there, and they're always friendly. There were warm relations there. More than 20 universities are there. It's the city that has the largest number of universities in our country. The youth is bright, smart there. The people who gathered there all the time and was gathering there all the time for celebrating all celebrations on the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square. And And this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom, despite the fact that all large cities of our country are now blocked. Nobody is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. We have a desire to see our children alive. I think it's a fair one. Yesterday, 16 children were killed. Again and again, President Putin is going to say that is some kind of operation and we are hitting a military infrastructure. Where are our children? What kind of military factories do they work at? What tanks are they going with? Or launching cruise missiles? He killed 16 people just yesterday. Dear, our people are very much motivated, very much so. We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. And now we're fighting for survival. And this is the highest of our motivation. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. I believe that today we are showing everybody that's exactly what we are. The European Union is going to be much stronger with us, so that's for sure. Without you, Ukraine is going to be lonely, lonesome. We have proven our strength. We have proven that as at a minimum, we are exactly the same as you are. So do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death and light will win over darkness. Glory be to Ukraine.
A standing ovation for his video address, going off the script and leaving away the papers and making a passionate appeal, talking about what Russia has unleashed on Ukraine, saying there are 20 universities in Kharkiv, and why attack Kharkiv so brazenly, especially when it is so close to the Russian Federation and there are so many Russians there. There's always been a friendly atmosphere. Why lay siege to Kharkiv the way it has been done? So clearly Zelensky making a passionate appeal, but European nations have offered support, money, and also said that they will give arms, ammunition, aircraft also, but not wanting to get directly involved and put boots on the ground. So a standing ovation. Now big news coming through closer home. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has gotten on the phone to speak with Naveen's father in Haveri. We now have confirmation that Prime Minister has spoken to Naveen's father. Naveen is the first Indian who's been consumed by this war in Ukraine. There was a shelling in Kharkiv. He had gone out after spending more than 5 days in the bunker with other students. He had gone out to get food and supplies, withdraw some money from the ATM and then get supplies. And that's when shelling happened, and the shelling consumed Naveen. He's a medical student who is studying at the Kharkiv Medical University. There are plenty of Indian students, close to about 2,500 students in Kharkiv itself. and they're all holed up in bunkers. Not many have been able to make their way out. Only yesterday they tried to make their way out, but the trains were jam-packed. There was no way they could get on board the trains that were ferrying students and people out of Kharkiv. And today he's just stepped out to get supplies, and the shelling has consumed him. But we now have confirmation that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also spoken to Naveen's father. The family will be distraught. We do extend our condolences to them. The 21-year-old belonged to Haveri in Karnataka. Chief Minister of Karnataka has also had a word with the family. Now the Prime Minister, who's personally monitoring the situation and also upping the ante in the efforts to bring back Indians stuck in Ukraine from the neighboring nations, be it Moldova, be it Slovakia, be it Romania, Poland, Hungary. There are flights, and multiple ministers from the government have been sent as special envoys. There is also now calls that have gone to the Russian ambassador and the Ukrainian ambassador in the government to ensure that civilians are allowed to leave and evacuation is facilitated. Maria Shakil now with more on this. So Prime Minister also personally getting on the phone to speak with the family, especially Naveen's father.
Absolutely. The Prime Minister has made that call to a 21-year-old medical student, Naveen's father, who comes from Karnataka. Remember, Naveen was standing in the queue for food in Ukraine's Kharkiv this morning when he was killed in the Russian shelling. Prime Minister communicating the grief and also talking about how unfortunate this incident certainly has been. This has come as a shock and uncertainty because the effort that has been made by the Government of India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been of great seriousness and sensitivity, displaying all the urgency that is needed at this point, where 4 ministers are on, have been sent to various countries to ensure that the entire evacuation exercise is undertaken. Just to tell our viewers, Naveen was in fact a final year medical student at the Kharkiv National Medical University. He comes, he was from Karnataka's Haveri and lived near a prominent government building that was blown up by the Russian soldiers. So he got caught in the crossfire, and now Prime Minister calling up the family and expressing his condolence.
Yes, and this is what has happened. Russia's offensive has intensified, and what they are doing is targeting administrative establishments and administrative buildings in Kharkiv city, central Kharkiv, even though they continue to say that they are not attacking civilian establishments, nor are they targeting bunkers or safety areas or havens, or are they targeting the railway lines. They are not doing that, but they did want to mount the offense into Kharkiv, and they have now they've started attacking administrative buildings, and Naveen there now caught in the crossfire. Indeed, an unfortunate turn of events. Maria, do we know how long did this conversation last, and is there any assurance that's been given to the family? Because the Chief Minister of Karnataka has said that all efforts will be made to bring Naveen's mortal remains back.
Yes, Anand, it was the External Affairs Ministry which in fact confirmed the tragic news from Ukraine and had put out a tweet. Thereafter, we did see Karnataka Chief Minister, as you were pointing out, Basavaraj Bommai, who said that this is a shocking news and perhaps the entire family has been choked with grief. When he spoke to the family members, and now this call being made by the Prime Minister to the family of Naveen Shekarappa, who was a 21-year-old medical student. And as you were pointing out, for all the points that has been made by the Russians that they are not, targeting civilians, but here was a medical student who lived certainly near a government building, and that was blown up by the Russian soldiers. So we can imagine the casualty and all those people who have been caught in this crossfire between the two countries, and what will be the nature of this cost of war, as we have been discussing. And rather a very unfortunate turn of events, as all efforts are being made by the Government of India to ensure that all those who are stuck there are brought back home.
Right, Maria, thank you for your inputs. I request our guests to stay on with us. We're going to take a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5 as we continue to stay with the biggest story that the world is now focusing on. As Putin ups the intensity, the hostilities are also being upped by other nations. We'll get you more details when we come back. Stay with us.
Now she spends her days preparing for battle. Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now. These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them. How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails? Google helped, she tells me. You Googled it. Of course, she says. If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do? We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv. This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? You know, I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying
शुक्रिया सर प्रणाम सर प्रणाम सर हाँ सर प्रणाम सर
That's just a short clip, a snippet of Naveen's father, very, very sad, and he's mourning the loss of his son. But there he was in conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So confirmation of the Prime Minister offering his condolences and assurances of help, and of course somewhere making all the efforts to ensure that Naveen's mortal remains are brought back home. Harish Upadhyay now with us on the phone line with more details. Harish, how long did this conversation last, and is there any assurance that's been given by the Prime Minister to Naveen's family?
Well, it's a short conversation that the Prime Minister had with Shekhar Pagoda, who's the father of Naveen. And we understand that the Prime Minister has offered his condolences and also extended all possible support from the government. This is something the Chief Minister too had spoken that, he would reach out to the Union government and seek all possible help to bring back the mortal remains of Naveen at the earliest, and similar assurances coming in from the Prime Minister as well.
Well, do we know how long the conversation lasted, Harish? And was the Prime Minister directly online when Naveen's father spoke with him?
Yes, the phone was handed over to Naveen's father once the PMO put the Prime Minister across on the line. And it was a very brief conversation that that the father of Naveen had with the Prime Minister, and understandably so, that he hasn't had much of a time to think about this. There have been several people who called him, and the family itself is in a lot of need. So everyone who's reaching out, including the Prime Minister and others, have just had a word with him, left the family alone, so that they can deal with the kind of shock that hit them, because just earlier in the day, that in the morning, they had spoken to their son, and by the end of the afternoon, they received this tragic message.
Well, let's just play out that entire sequence.
सर ठीक है सर शुक्रिया सर प्रणाम सर प्रणाम सर हाँ सर प्रणाम सर हाँ सर ठीक है सर शुक्रिया सर प्रणाम सर प्रणाम सर हाँ सर प्रणाम सर हाँ सर
हाँ सर, ठीक है सर, शुक्रिया सर, प्रणाम सर, प्रणाम सर.
So, short conversation that the Prime Minister has had with Naveen's father, Zakharova. Clearly very, very distraught with the development that's happened in Kharkiv. Naveen stepping out to get some food and get caught in the crossfire as a neighboring administrative building was shelled by the Russian forces. Russia today upping the ante, not just targeting military establishments but also administrative establishments, and very, very unfortunate turn of events. But Indian students have been stuck and they've been holed up in bunkers. The subway has actually been turned, metro subway has been turned into a makeshift bunker. And that's where a lot of them have been holed up for at least the last 6 days now. Harish Upadhyay is still with us. Harish, assurances coming not just from the Chief Minister of the state, but also the Prime Minister that efforts will be made, all support will be given.
Well, absolutely. The family tried to reach across to the Ukrainian embassy in Chennai, but the kind of situation that's there at hand, it would be very difficult for the family to in any way engage with the government or the Ukrainian embassy, and it will require the might of the Union government to ensure that one, his body is taken by anyone who's responsible there, anyone who's with the embassy there, and later on ensure that it reaches his family here in Karnataka and it happens at the earliest. And there are a whole list of challenges that the government will face. Getting back the ones who are at the railway station is a Herculean task. Now to get the mortal remains, the government will find it challenging, but the Prime Minister himself now promising the family that the government will put in all efforts.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your inputs, Harish. So the Prime Minister, who's not only monitoring the developments up close and on a minute-to-minute basis. Just a quick update also coming through, even amidst this entire moment of despair and saddening news of the death of Naveen. There is another plane that's going to come, that's going to land early morning tomorrow from Budapest, bringing in more students, Indian nationals, at 7:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. The flight from Budapest will land in Delhi. That's the update that we can get for you at this point. So one more batch of students will be brought back. Yes, we've lost one Indian citizen to this war. Let's hope that we don't lose anybody else and everybody is brought back home. Let's try and understand the kind of support that President Zelensky and Ukraine is now getting right across from the world, because the world is taking up notice. We saw the kind of support and the outpour that came through at this point when he addressed the UN, and a standing ovation being given to his passionate speech. So shoulder-fired Javelin missiles are being sent by the USA. So that's coming through. Anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions are also now going to be sent by America. Germany will be sending 1,000 anti-tank weapons. That's what Germany is going to send. 500 Stinger defense systems are also going to be sent by the Germans. Netherlands is also getting in. Netherlands is going to send 50 anti-tank weapons. 200 Stinger rockets are going to be sent. The Czech are also getting in. They're also saying we'll have. The Czech are saying we'll send you 3,000 machine guns, 7,000 assault rifles. Finland is saying we will send 2,500 assault weapons. 1,500 anti-tank weapons will also be sent. Belgium has also got in. Belgium is saying 2,000 machine guns will be sent. And they're saying 3,800 tons of fuel will also be sent. That's been promised by Belgium. As EU, the European Union itself is saying 70 MiG-29s have been committed, and Sukhoi 25s, fighter jets, have also been committed. So Russian-manufactured planes, war planes with these nations, are now going to be pressed in support of Ukraine against the Russian assault. Jets from Bulgaria, Poland and Slovakia have also been pressed. But the bigger challenge and the question is, how are these arms supplies or military supplies going to reach Ukraine? How are these planes going to land? From where are they going to enter? Because Russia is busy targeting all the military establishments. Let's try and understand how the Russian move is currently happening at this point, and where all Russia has increased its up the ante. But before that, where is the exodus happening? Where is the egress out of Ukraine happening? 500 have moved towards Belarus. So that's one. So from Ukraine, there is also a big number that's gone to the Polish border, because Poland was one of the first nations to open up its borders. More than 281,000 people. These are all UN numbers and estimates that we're sharing with you. Slovakia, 30,000 people have gone to Slovakia, and there is a plane that's now coming in from Slovakia also back to Delhi, bringing in the Indian nationals. Hungary, so a flight from Budapest will land tomorrow morning at 7:20. 84,000 people have gone to the Hungarian border and crossed over to Hungary. Romania, about 30,000 people have gone to Romania, and 36,000 have gone to Moldova. Also, other EU nations, about 34,000 people have already made their way to other EU nations, to Russia also. 1,29,000 people have gone to Russia. So a total of nearly 5 lakh people have right now moved out of Ukraine. They have made their exit out of Ukraine. Nearly 5 lakh people have gone out of Ukraine. That's the exodus. More than, and UN also says nearly 1,60,000 people, 1,60,000 families have been rendered homeless, or they have been displaced in this current fight. And the intensity is going to be only increased in the next 24 to 48 hours, because Russia knows this is the window. Now, let's try and understand how is this aid going to reach into Ukraine? Because what Russia is doing is that it's not only putting boots on ground and making strategic ingress deep into Ukraine, it's actually this force, this group is moving very aggressively to surround Kyiv from here. So this force, which is moved from Belarus into Kyiv, and the idea is to circle and surround Kyiv in the next 24 to 48 hours. Also, look at Mariupol, look at Kherson, and also Odessa. There is intense fighting that is going on. This is already under the occupation of Russian-backed separatists. Crimea is already under Russian control. What Vladimir Putin wants to do is seal this whole patch off. This is pressure building tactic. This is pressure building tactic because if he knows from Putin's point of view, if he controls Kyiv, he holds the upper hand, he calls the shots. If he's not able to control Kyiv, if Kharkiv and Kyiv don't fall, then Putin does not have the upper hand. He cannot call the shots, and he cannot get the West and NATO-backed nations to listen to him and to agree to his terms. This is exactly why Putin has once again turned around and said, we are warning you, we are going to get all the more intense. We'll get to how much. But this is what they're doing is all the military bases, airports across Ukraine have already been shelled. There is continuous shelling that is happening. So where are these military supplies going to land, and where are they going to be able to park themselves is another big question that arises. Even as Ukraine is mounting a stiff defense and the Ukraine forces are saying we're not going to give up Kharkiv, we're not going to give up Kyiv. But look at this ingress. And these numbers are only increasing. Belarusian troops are also getting involved. That's the Ukrainian intelligence saying. So the intensity of this fight is only going to go up in the coming days. Let me just get our guests with us at this point. Ambassador Manjeev Puri with us, Suhail Seth with us, Abhishek Banerjee is also with us. Ambassador Manjeev Puri, how do you think this is going to pan out? Would you agree if I say the next 48 hours are crucial? That's going to decide what's going to happen going forward.
Anand, you're absolutely right. The next 48 hours are absolutely crucial because the Russians are not just moving, but they are moving in huge strength in the direction of Kyiv. We are talking in terms of a 60 odd kilometers long convoy moving in that direction. Now, you asked a question, what will happen with all these arms and other aid which is coming to Ukraine? Now, much of it will be fed in from the western borders, which are open, the same borders from where people are fleeing. Our students are also escaping to other European countries. My own understanding is they might just not be in time and readily usable by the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian forces at this time. But remember, if the population gets armed, then you might just lose the war, but the warfare will continue. And so there are several ideas behind all of this. Some of these ideas are extremely, they are ideas which can bog the Russians down for a very long time, even if they do have some instant success in the coming days.
Abhishek, there is already a lot of politics that's also happening. The role of the opposition and the position that they're taking right now. How would you respond? After the death of Naveen, there are many who are saying, how can you campaign for elections when this war is on and Indians are stuck over there in Ukraine? How can you, you should have evacuated earlier. Why was the response so slow? There is a lot of politics that is happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is really cheap politics. I mean, I remember 2009 when Mumbai was under siege by 10 terrorists. Then I remember that, Sonia Gandhi's government was happily going on with elections in Delhi. And I do not remember any problem, anybody asking that, why is Sonia Gandhi interested in the Delhi election when Mumbai is under siege. And it was just 10 terrorists. And here they are asking that, India should control what is going on in Ukraine. But other than that, I mean, I think Putin has miscalculated just a little bit because, if you look at the aggression by Hitler, what Hitler ensured when he invaded these regions was that, when he invaded Poland, was that he ensured the neutrality of the communists, and the communists invaded Poland from the other side, right? So he had a treaty with them. In this case, what Putin has made a mistake is that the western frontier of Ukraine is completely open. So what Putin needs to do is he has to formulate his war aims. He has to decide, for instance, that the Dnieper River, it splits Ukraine into two. So, he has to establish a front on one side of the river and, sort of create a position where the Russians are going to come to a standstill. He has not really formulated what his aims are. He thought that vagueness would work to his advantage, but unfortunately for him, this vagueness is going to his disadvantage.
True, but there is also one more concern that we should have. Who we choose to lean against or believe in, Ambassador Puri? Can the West ever be trusted? The way they've handled Afghanistan, the way they've handled Hong Kong, the way they have left Ukraine, they've hung out to dry.
I mean, this is a question that is often asked. Can you trust someone or the other? But look, they are doing their bit. And they are playing their own game. I mean, of that, there should be no doubt.
Yeah.
Let us also remember that Ukraine was not in a treaty relationship with NATO, which demanded that the NATO put boots on the ground. Right. And this was something that was made clear right from the very beginning. So I think there is little doubt in everybody's mind that President Putin, if I may use his expression, is certainly the person who is the instigator. The West also has been playing its game. But, the Ukrainians have also played the game. And in a sense, it's really, as they say, cry the beloved country, if I can quote Alan Paton. That's exactly what is happening. Their country is being used as a battleground for others to play their games and to go ahead. I don't think one could have ever expected that they would have put boots on the ground. And this was not an expectation that realistically even the Ukrainians could have had.
True. I've just got an update that Basavaraj Bommai has also spoken with ANI, and he said that he knows the family very closely, personally, saying they're very close to me. PM has spoken to the family. We'll try our best to recover the body and bring it back to India. I have requested the PMO and MEA to help us recover his mortal remains. But before I wind up and we take a break, Abhishek, you were saying something.
Yeah, so Anand, I genuinely believe there is no particular reason for us to discard neutrality. I mean, we cannot succumb to pressure. And here I would give the example from perhaps the greatest war of all time. I mean, the Russians in World War II, the communists, they were fighting the Germans, but they were completely neutral with respect to Japan. So they were receiving American aid for fighting Germany. Japan was at war with America, but Russia on its coastline, which is Japan right on its coastline, was completely neutral, also World War II. So it's just a matter of holding out and not succumbing to pressure. The West is putting a lot of pressure on us to stop our neutrality, but there is no reason to succumb to such pressure. Right. All great powers have been able to exert influence, and history has been kind to the communists.
Right.
Maybe that's because we have the historians on our side. So let's keep the historians on our side, and history will not judge us harshly. Just let's not succumb to the pressure.
Right. I've got to wind up, Ambassador Puri and also Abhishek. Thank you very much. Basavaraj Bommai has hinted that there was somebody else, another Indian student who was out with Naveen, and that student is injured. We pray that the injury is not serious and he heals faster. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin
and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? You know, I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out. Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, you know, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack. An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win, and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a sign, a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita. Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God, there's another one there.
Туда дальше не підемо, далі не підемо.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A genius stands out. And those who use their special abilities, their skills for the betterment of society, stand out just a little more. And it was heartening to see just that in Byju's Young Genius Season 2. Here's an excerpt of this week's episode.
Namaskar and welcome to Byju's Young Genius Season 2. Byju's Young Genius, News 18 की एक पहल, इंडिया को इंडिया के यंग जीनियसेस से मिलवाने की.
The world turns to our sun to power our future. I'm Vinisha Mashankar. I'm 15 years old. I'm the innovator of the solar ironing cut.
Please welcome the former coach of the Indian men's cricket team, ace commentator and a man who I have great respect for, Ravi Shastri.
How are you? Genius?
I'm really great.
How are you, Betty? This is Vinisha Umashankar, Hamari young genius.
I read her speech, glimpses of it. I saw it when she was there for the COP26. The way she spoke, no stage fright whatsoever. Many, many congratulations. You know what she did there? People keep talking about the future. She brought the future to the present. Fabulous.
Thank you so much. And I think that's a really nice way to put that. Bringing the future into the present.
हमारे अगले जीनियस बहुत छोटी सी उम्र में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी संभाले हुए हैं। सितार वादन में सबसे प्रसिद्ध घरानों में से एक जयपुर सेनिया घराने के चश्मो चिराग सितार में महारत हासिल कर चुके हैं। अपने घराने की शान बढ़ाते ये हैं दिल्ली से अधिराज चौधरी।
मेरा नाम है अधिराज चौधरी और मुझे सितार बजाना बहुत पसंद है।
Good evening, this is Viewpoint, I'm Zakharova. Jacob. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine has entered its 6th day today, and there's been a visible step up of offensive in the two big cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. The governor's house in Kharkiv was bombed today, in which, unfortunately, an Indian student also died. 21-year-old Naveen was from Karnataka. The Prime Minister has spoken to Naveen's father. The question is, how long is this offensive going to last? When Putin announced this to the world last Thursday, everyone thought this will be a short offensive, a blitzkrieg of sorts, but that's not quite how it's played out. And it is likely to get only more ugly and more bloody before it gets any better. First, the story so far. I want to first straight go across to Atika Schubert of CNN, who's joining us live from Lviv. Atika, it's day 6 of the invasion by Vladimir Putin into Ukraine. It appears to be, very devastating, at least from the reports we're getting, both from Kharkiv as well as from Kyiv. What is the latest that you're picking up on the ground? Just how brutal has it got over the last 24 hours?
I think it's been especially brutal in Kharkiv. This is that eastern Ukraine city, the second biggest city in the country, of more than 1 million people. And we've actually just heard Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky speak live to the European Parliament, describing this as a war crime, the shelling of Kharkiv in the last 24 hours. He said dozens have been killed, including 16 children. We do know that several of the missiles and rockets have hit residential areas there, and one caused an extremely large explosion right in the middle of the city in an area known as Freedom Square. So it's looking extremely grim in Kharkiv, but it is not the only city under siege, as you point out. We have teams in Kherson right now in the southern part of the country, and they are already witnessing Russian troops entering the city there, so we may well see street-to-street fighting there. And there is a huge 40-mile-long convoy of Russian troops and armored vehicles pointed directly at the capital city. So the main objective, it seems, today is for the Russian offensive to capture these 3 cities, considering that in the last 6 days of the invasion, none of these cities had been captured so far. This seems to be the next phase of the offensive by Russia to try and claim those cities. The key question is going to be how long can the capital in particular hold out? Frankly, the Ukrainian military is outmanned and outgunned, even with the numerous civil defense forces that have now volunteered to fight. It would be very, very difficult to stop the sheer amount of manpower and the amount of ammunition that is headed the way of the capital city.
Let's talk about Kyiv for a second. And you said there were these satellite images which are showing huge convoys, some of them 40 miles long, of Russian armaments and, of course, the logistics supply needed to feed them. At the same time, we've also heard from the Russian army asking civilians to leave and they're willing to give them safe passage, etc. What exactly is going on? Are they sort of setting the stage for an invasion of Kyiv? And is the fall of Kyiv going to be imminent now?
Well, it's a good question. We'll have to wait and see in the hours and days ahead how long Kyiv can hold out. It does seem that they are trying to encircle the city, perhaps allowing for civilians to leave, but it is not looking very good. So far, the Ukrainian military has been able to stop Russian columns coming in through the west of the city and from the north. But now, with this massive column that you've seen on those satellite images, it's unclear how long the Ukrainian military would be able to hold out against that. They have had a lot of success recently with drone attacks, for example, from these Turkish-made drones picking off some of these columns, and they've made tactical retreats where they blow up bridges to try and slow the advance of Russian troops. That's had success, but now what we're looking at is just the sheer volume of Russian troops coming in. At this point, according to a U.S. defense official who's speaking to CNN, the U.S. believes that 75% of the troops deployed by Russia for this invasion are now being used in Ukraine, and that is a massive amount of firepower.
Okay, Atika Schubert, thanks very much for joining us live from Lviv in the western part of Ukraine, but it's the east and the south which is coming under constant bombardment, and of course Kyiv, which is the capital in the right in the heart of the country. Meanwhile, we're getting a piece of breaking news. Prime Minister Modi has convened yet another high-level meeting on the Ukraine issue. It is set to start any time now. It's the second meeting in the last 2 days. In fact, this is his fourth meeting that he's convened on the Ukraine issue over the last 4 days, and tonight's will assume particular significance. And let's find out from Maria Shakil, our political editor, because Maria, we just got the tragic news of the passing away of an Indian student in the attack there in Kharkiv. So will the Indian strategy significantly change as a consequence of that tragic death?
Well, Zaka, there is urgency with which the evacuation exercise will be undertaken far more now. The fact is that the ministers are on their way to various countries. These are neighboring countries. And now this is the fourth meeting that has been convened by the Prime Minister. Even as we speak, that meeting has begun already at 7 LKM. So there is that urgency that we have been talking about. There is this concern, certainly, that if Indian students are stuck within Ukraine, then how should they be transported to the bordering areas to ensure that they are evacuated from other countries, say Romania or others, which share the land border with Ukraine. So there is that concern, and because the situation on ground is deteriorating, Zaka, with every passing hour, that is the reason why another meeting being chaired by the Prime Minister, and this is the fourth meeting in the last 48 hours. Okay,
Maria, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out. Clearly, the death of an Indian student, the first civilian casualty from India as a fallout of this war, is something that we're all very deeply concerned about. Let me also go across to Lesia Vasilenko. She's a member of parliament of the Ukrainian parliament. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking with us. First things first, we've seen these dramatic pictures from Kharkiv of the governor's building there being blown up right next to the Freedom Square. How's the country holding up? It's been 6 days since the invasion of your country. It seems like there is resistance, there is a strong resistance, and it's coming from even civilian quarters.
Yes, there is definitely a very strong resistance in the country, and we are in day 6 of war. A war which Europe has not seen since World War II. The scale is unimaginable. Yesterday, the city of Kharkiv was shelled over 80 times, closer to 90 even, and the fact is that shelling were carried out by the Russian Federation on civilian buildings. I heard already today the tragic news that an Indian student who was living and studying in Kharkiv died there, and it is with extreme sadness that I say that this is at the hands of the Russian Federation, who were launching missiles at civilian buildings, targeting specific women, children, and the peaceful population of Ukraine.
We're also getting reports that from Kyiv, the capital, there are convoys, Russian trucks and armored personnel carriers, tanks, etc., some of them extending 40 miles long. Do you believe your city has it in it to take on that kind of firepower by the Russians?
We have no other choice but to keep standing and keep fighting, and this is what Kyiv and the Kyivites are doing.
Do you think that civilians are also getting involved in this? It's not just the Ukrainian army, and it's a matter of time before the Russian offensive will step up in Kyiv?
Yes, civilians are getting involved in this as well. The territorial defense units are working big time alongside the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian army. And again, we have no choice but to fight this defense.
And finally, what more would you want the world to do? There have been financial sanctions. Some of them are beginning to bite the Russian economy. What else would you like the world to do? There's some offensive weapons that's been provided by European partners as well. But it doesn't seem like you could possibly stall the Russian advance, but not entirely stop it.
We need the world to be fighting alongside Ukraine in our skies, in our land, and in our sea.
All right, Lesia, I'm sorry for the poor audio, but thank you for joining us. I know you are traveling from point A to point B, but Lesia Vasilenko there, a Ukrainian member of parliament. Let me go across now to our guest, General Retired VP Malik is former Chief of Army Staff, Ashok Sajanhar, former diplomat, Abhijit Iyer Mitra is Senior Fellow with the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, and Colonel Lawrence Sellin is a retired U.S. Army officer. General Malik, I'll start with you. I think we spoke a few days ago and you said, this is likely to be a blitzkrieg. It's going to get over in a few days' time. But are you surprised with the level of local resistance you're seeing in Ukraine? General, you'll have to unmute yourself, please. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, you are right, Zaka. I expected that they will do a blitzkrieg kind of an operation. But unfortunately, I think they have lost their momentum in the last 2-3 days, the Russians. And for whatever reasons, they have lost the momentum. Probably they expected that the president of Ukraine he will surrender. Obviously, he has not, and he has also now got a greater support, not only from the Ukrainians, but all over the world also. And the second reason I think, is that, yes, the Ukrainians are able to put up a much greater resistance. The stage at which we have now reached in this operation, I think the Russian troops will have to overpower the cities. And any good army would like to stay away from the cities. They say that it is better to attack the enemy's mind rather than attack the fortified cities of the enemy. So I think since Putin has failed to bring the Ukrainian president on its knees yet, and there is no question of surrender but from him, he is now going for the cities, which is going to be a messy, very bloody battles, in which I'm afraid we are going to lose a lot of civilian casualties. There will be a lot of collateral damage. And I'm also worried about the Indian students and other citizens who are stuck today in Kyiv or in other cities of Ukraine.
Colonel Lawrence Sellin, I think it's very clear that if you look at the build-up around Kyiv and the bombardment that's happening in Kharkiv, and there's also a third city, Kherson, which is being attacked, it's clear that Vladimir Putin and his troops are sort of setting the stage, if you will, for what could likely be months of urban warfare. Will that necessarily change the West's response to this? So far, we've only seen sanctions and some, military aid coming Ukraine's way. We had a speech by Vladimir Zelensky a few minutes ago at the European Parliament saying, we need more. We need more in terms of your action. Do you see the West's response changing very much because of this impending city capture, which could get ugly and, as General Malik said, result in a lot of civilian casualties as well?
Well, first of all, I agree with everything that General Malik has just said. Time is not on the side of the Russians. As you correctly noted in the beginning, the Russian blitzkrieg in Ukraine failed. And according to leaked documents, Moscow expected Ukraine to capitulate by February 26th. So there's a fierce resistance, and unexpected fierce resistance has been put up by the Ukrainians against the Russians. So now it has become a battle of attrition, and it will be bloody. Now, there have been reports that Belarus troops have crossed into Ukraine to join the Russian invasion. If those reports are true, it would be a major escalation of the conflict and a big mistake. Now, I expect as the conflict continues that military and economic pressure against Russia and Belarus will increase significantly. In fact, the European military and NATO forces may provide more in terms of direct support to Ukraine. So as long as this conflict continues, it actually gets worse for the Russians.
Ashok Sajjanhar, today, as a consequence of the bombing of that governor's building in Kyiv, we've also had the first Indian casualty, a 21-year-old medical student by name Naveen from Karnataka. Do you reckon this might change India's position on this conflict? So far, we've abstained at the UNSC and the UNGA discussions, which are continuing. The vote is likely to happen later, either tonight or tomorrow. We'd likely abstain there as well. Do you reckon the death of the first Indian national in this conflict might nuance India's position further?
Thank you, Zaka. If you permit, could I just first very quickly respond to the discussion that you were having earlier and then come to this question? Just one comment. You know what the previous speaker said, that in his view that time is not on the side of the Russians. You know, I would imagine that time is really running out for the Ukrainians because, you know, they have been surrounded in the three cities that you mentioned, Kyiv, Kherson, and Kharkiv. They have been surrounded basically from all sides, and the Russian troops are moving in. They are short of everything, whether it is food or it is medicines or it is even water. So I think the discontent amongst the local population, that definitely would be growing. And in terms of giving resistance, what they have been able to do in the first few days, I think going forward, that might be difficult. And you also see that people are fleeing from here. So, you know, what would be the game plan with President Volodymyr Zelensky? Initially, fine, he has been able to hold on. But then going forward, with the Russian army fully supplied, fully prepared to either stay on or to mount an offensive, we have seen that the Russians are not incapable of that, what they've done in Syria, what they've done in Afghanistan to pulverize all opposition. Okay. But let me come to your question. I think, you know, as we have moved on from, let's say, the first UN Security Council discussion, which took place at the end of January up to now, then on the 21st, when the Russians declared these two provinces as independent states, and then the attack on the 24th and so on and so forth. I think our statements, although we have been abstaining, but our statements have been getting sharper and more pointed. And even when our Prime Minister has spoken, not to the Prime Minister of Romania, as also Prime Minister of Slovakia yesterday, I don't know whether any conversations have taken place today, he has very pointedly referred to the imperative of maintaining, protecting the UN Charter and also ensuring that there is no violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of nations. So I think our statement will be more focused and more
okay, so the language might get sharper, but the vote, you suspect, might still remain the same, which is an abstention. But let me get Abhijit Iyer Mitra. One interesting thing is you've always sort of thought of Putin as being a master of the information warfare, as it were. Unfortunately, over the last 5 or 6 days, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like the Ukrainians seem to be winning that information war. Why is that? And is there anything the Russians can do to wrest that back? Because ultimately, when it comes to the military might, They might have temporary setbacks, but ultimately, if they want to capture cities like Kyiv, Kherson, and Kharkiv, they simply have, too much military might for the Ukrainians to be able to stop them. But the information war, the global narrative, that he seems to be losing. Why?
Right. So basically, what you're seeing here is that all the indicators in the information war are going exactly opposite to what we're seeing on the ground. If you look at world support, only really NATO and the North Atlantic white countries are supporting. If you look at the number of countries that aren't supporting any of the sanctions, that's something like 5 to 6 billion of the world's population of about 7.7 billion. The problem is, the preponderance of both the Western media in general, of that 1.5 billion people who are sanctioning, as well as the control of social media and the censoring of social media by the governments of those 1.5 million. I don't think, there's ever been an information war that Putin has won. Remember, Putin has a niche fan following, just like Sputnik and RT have a niche fan following. But having a niche fan following, I don't think he's ever, historically, in the last 20 years, ever been on top of any kind of a information war ever, even in the current situation. I was specifically appalled because what the Ukrainians are doing is exactly what Hamas does, trying to lure Israel into an urban warfare setting where your people are essentially expendable and using them as human shields. But this is being lauded as courage, right? So there is, I guess, just too much rallied up against him for him to be winning any of this, especially, most of the Russian accounts on Twitter have been banned. YouTube is no longer showing Russian channels in Europe anymore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it becomes even independent journalists have now started getting tagged Russian-affiliated state media. So
but isn't that important, Abhijit? The fact that he's losing the narrative in modern-day warfare, it's not just about capturing cities and how many tanks you have and how many fighter aircraft you have. It's also about winning the propaganda war.
I thought so until the Azerbaijan war. Because what happened with the recent Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, call it what you will, the Armenians were winning the social media war, the Azeris were winning the ground war. And look where that ended up. So I'm not entirely convinced anymore that that might be the case.
So how do you see this play out over the next few weeks? You're saying that on the ground, obviously because of the military might, the Russians will win. But in terms of real world consequences, rest of the world consequences, as it were, Russia becomes more of a pariah nation.
Well, like I said, that's only to the North Atlantic Treaty. So to Europe and North America. If you look at Brazil, even Israel, close American allies, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they've all refused to impose sanctions on Russia. The problem for India is, of course, that pushes Russia even closer to China. And that for us, being a ground-centric continental power, not an offshore balancer, that makes the situation extremely problematic for us because then, most of our options lay in kind of playing off Russia against China or exploiting whatever suspicion that existed between them. But I think in terms of combat, this is going to get a lot nastier because remember, if you remember 2 hours before this conflict started when Russia put out the NOTAM, the Notice of Air Movement notification, they didn't actually put it for a few weeks. They put it on till May the 14th. So they expect this conflict to last for about 3 months. To date, only about 15% of their forces have been committed. Now about 35 to 40% of their forces are getting committed. All the early movement were light armored vehicles. And if you look at the kind of restraint by Russian standards, remember, this isn't the kind of Western precision. Right. They're still a second world country. I mean, if you use that. But by Russian standards, this has been a very civilian casualty less campaign.
Abhijit, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. We're getting more breaking news, and I think this is significant as well. The European Parliament has just approved, and this is, I guess, I don't know, maybe in record time, it has approved Ukraine's application to join the European Union. A special admission procedure has been launched. Remember, the EU takes a hell of a long time to admit new member nations into its fold, but now it's made a special admission clause or a special admission procedure to let Ukraine join the European Union, and the EU Parliament has voted unanimously in favor of that. Shreya has more details. Shreya.
Well, the fact is that you're right. The last time the EU inducted a country was in 2013. That was Croatia, and it had taken 10 long years. But these are unprecedented times that we are living in right now, and Ukraine specifically is living in right now. So, Zaka, the word coming out from the European Parliament is that it has actually voted to recognize Ukraine as an official candidate for EU membership. There are 4 candidates already waiting in line. One of them is Turkey. A fast-track procedure is something that Ukraine had requested for. They are saying it's only fair. We are in the middle of a war. That is what we deserve. So we'll just have to wait for the vote to carry on, because countries like France in the past have been hesitant of inducting any new members. So which way will France vote? In this case, I think the public sentiment as far as Europe is concerned is with Europe. So the path for Ukraine will be much easier.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see Vladimir Putin's reaction to this, because for him, Ukraine moving closer to NATO or becoming a full-fledged member of NATO was absolute anathema. Will he make a distinction between joining NATO and joining the European Union? So far, we haven't seen any evidence of that distinction, but we'll see how Putin reacts to this. Will this further his offensive in the major cities of Ukraine? Meanwhile, another piece of breaking news: the European Union has also decided to disconnect key Russian banks from SWIFT. That, of course, is the bank-to-bank transfer code that banks across the world use. The European Union will also ban the transaction of Russia's central bank to paralyze billions of foreign reserve funds and turn off the tap on Russia's war and on Putin's war. So this is, of course, a significant decision again. Remember, one of the things that Vladimir Putin was banking on was the incredible war chest that he had built up over $500–600 billion. That has now been put an end to. At least it's difficult for the Russian central bank now to access or allow Putin to access that war chest. So this is a continuation of a decision taken by the US and other countries as well a few days ago, that a large number of Russian banks have now been cut from the international banking system, from SWIFT, and also there is going to be a ban on central bank transfers, the Russian central bank, that is. So we'll see how these two moves, whether it will further anger Vladimir Putin, whether it will hasten the process of the imminent attacks on the big cities in Ukraine, or whether he will actually hold off, because what this has also done is galvanize Europe and the big powers in Europe in a way that we haven't seen for a number of years, if not decades, so far. So that's a wrap. I'll catch you again at 9 p.m. with Brass Tacks.
Because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a sign, a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita.
Ammunition.
Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God, there's another one there.
Туда дальше не підемо, далі не підемо.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and, of course, for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukraine.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18, and you're watching our election special from UP. I'm Shivani Gupta, and I'm joining you somewhere between Gorakhpur and Fazil Nagar. This is, of course, eastern Uttar Pradesh. The final two phases are going to be as key as the first few ones as far as all the parties concerned are concerned. But it is here in eastern Uttar Pradesh that the BJP's Vikas, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas narrative meets the opposition's trial of wanting to break away the OBC Dalit vote from the BJP. We will get you more on that in just a bit. But first up, the keen contest, a three-way contest in Fazil Nagar. And what a fascinating contest it's turning out to be. So I traveled to Fazil Nagar on the last day of the campaigning. I spoke to the candidates in fray. Prominent among them is SP Maurya, the former state minister in Yogi Adityanath's cabinet, who quit just before the elections, went to the Samajwadi Party, and in fact affected an exodus of sorts as far as the BJP is concerned. But is it going to be that easy for him to contest and win from Fazil Nagar, not his original and usual seat? Here's that story. Swami Prasad Maurya doing a final roadshow on the last day of campaigning from this unfamiliar seat in Fazil Nagar. He left his Padrona seat nearby and came here after dumping the BJP and joining the Samajwadi Party just before elections. He may have been a state minister, but his future from here is anything but certain. SP Maurya ji, लोग कह रहे हैं कि आपका यहाँ पे कॉन्टेस्ट बहुत टाइट हो गया है क्योंकि कुशवाहा जी हैं बीजेपी से और इलियास जी हैं बीएसपी से, तो आपका जो वोट आप चाह रहे थे वो बढ़ जाएगा।
देखिए, जो समाजवादी पार्टी का वोट है वो बढ़ता नहीं है, बल्कि दूसरों का भी वोट खिसका के लाता है। आज समाजवादी पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में राजनीति की एक पावर सेंटर बन गया है, महाशक्ति बन गई है, और बड़ा चुंबक छोटे चुंबक को हमेशा खींच लेता अपनी ओर। आज वो बड़ा वोट बैंक का समाजवादी पार्टी इतना बड़ा हो गया है और सरकार बनाने की ओर जा रहा है, इसलिए भाजपा के भी लोग, कांग्रेस के भी लोग, बसपा के भी लोग समाजवादी पार्टी में बारी बारी शामिल हो रहे हैं। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग दिन में सपना देखने के आदी हैं और सपने सपने होते हैं, मुंगरी लाल के हसीन सपने कभी सफल नहीं होते, कामयाब नहीं होते।
योगी आदित्यनाथ जी तो कह रहे हैं, मैंने कल उनसे बात करी कि 283 सीट में से उनकी 225 से ज्यादा ऑलरेडी आ गई हैं पहले 5 फेजेस में।
योगी जी 100 का आंकड़ा नहीं पूरा कर पाएंगे, 200 का तो उनके लिए सपना है। हम उनको दहाई में समेटने जा रहे हैं, दहाई के आंकड़े में समेटेंगे, 100 का आंकड़ा नहीं छू पाएंगे।
तो आप क्या 40 से सीधा 300 पे पहुंच जाएंगे?
हम 300 के पार जाएंगे। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2016 में 42 विधायक की वाली पार्टी थी, अगर 42 पार्टी वाली 300 के पार जा सकती है, तो 48 और 45 विधायक वाली पार्टी क्यों नहीं 300 के पार जा सकती है? इसलिए ये लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र में जनता जिसको चाहती है वो आसमान पर छा जाता है, और जिसको चाहती है वो जमीन पर पटक देती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो पाप किया है, जनता उसका हिसाब किताब करने जा रही है।
भाजपा तो ये भी कहती है कि आप तो मंत्री थे 5 साल उसी सरकार में, जिस सरकार के बारे में आप बात कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, मैंने इसीलिए इनका साथ छोड़ा कि इन्होंने दलितों के आरक्षण पर डकैती डाल दी, दलितों के आरक्षित जगहों पर सामान्य वर्ग के लोगों पर डाल दिया। 69,000 शिक्षकों की भर्ती में 19,000 पिछड़ों के आरक्षित पदों पर इन्होंने सामान्य वर्ग के लोगों को नियुक्ति पद दे दिया। पिछड़ों ने क्या पाप किया था? एक और नारा देंगे 80-20 का, हिंदू मुस्लिम का, वोट लेने के लिए हिंदू। हम इनसे पूछना चाहते हैं, क्या 25% दलित हिंदू नहीं है क्या? क्या 55% पिछड़ा हिंदू नहीं है क्या? अगर हिंदू ही मानते होते तो दलितों और पिछड़ों के आरक्षित जगहों पर ये सामान्य वर्ग के लोगों को नहीं बैठा देते। इसका मतलब इनकी नजर में हिंदू केवल योगी जी की बिरादरी है, केवल योगी जी की बिरादरी है, और डिप्टी सीएम दिनेश शर्मा की बिरादरी है, इसके अलावा कोई नहीं है।
वो ये भी कहते हैं कि भाजपा एसपी मौर्य की वजह से नहीं जीती थी 2017 में, आप भाजपा की वजह से जीते थे, जो मोदी की वेव चली थी।
ये है, योगी जी तो लड़ाई में कहीं थे नहीं, वो तो स्काई लैब के रूप में गिराए गए थे। वो ना एमएलए के चुनाव में थे, ना वो कहीं नेतृत्व कर रहे थे। केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़ा गया था। मैं पार्टी छोड़ के आया, 3 बार नेता विरोधी दल था, 5 बार मैं कैबिनेट मंत्री रहा हूँ। इनकी दया से मैं जीता हूँ, हमारी दया से भाजपा सरकार में आई थी, और हमारी ही आक्रोश के कारण आज भाजपा का सफाया होने जा रहा है। न योगी बचा सकते हैं, न मोदी बचा सकते हैं।
और मुसलमान वोट आपको मिलेगा
स्वाभाविक रूप से। ये हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे को तोड़ने आए हैं, ये हिंदू मुस्लिम भाईचारे का कत्लेआम करने आए हैं, ये देश को बांटने के लिए आए हैं। 80-20 का जो नारा है, देश के बंटवारे की लाइन को खींचता है। ये देशद्रोही हैं, कहते हैं राष्ट्रवादी। राष्ट्रवादी नहीं, ये जातवादी हैं और देशद्रोही हैं।
तो 10 तारीख को क्या नतीजा आने वाला है?
10 तारीख को योगी सरकार का सूपड़ा साफ होना 100% तय है।
But the BJP is also not to be taken lightly. Son of 2-time current MLA Surendra Kushwaha is fighting this time around from this seat. The BJP won last time with a vote share of nearly 50%. So just the mere presence of SP Maurya may not be enough to take away the OBC vote from the BJP.
Against Maurya is Ilyas Ansari, a long-time Samajwadi who was denied the ticket because of Maurya. BSP gladly lapped him up, and his candidature is not light either.
भैया यहाँ पे कौन जीत रहा है फाजिल नगर से?
देखिए, यहाँ पे जिस दिन बीजेपी ने माननीय श्री सुरेंद्र कुशवाहा जी को टिकट दिया था, उस दिन यहाँ से क्लियर हो गया था कि समाजवादी की सीट यहाँ से क्लियर हो गई थी। लेकिन यहाँ से उम्मीद था कि सपा को भी कोई लोकल लीडर यहाँ से मिलेगा, लेकिन अखिलेश यादव जी ने यहाँ पे माननीय मौर्य जी को टिकट देके गलती कर दी है।
अभी तो यहाँ पे सबसे बेटर हमको दिख रहे हैं इलियास जी, क्योंकि यहाँ लोकल के नेता हैं वो, और मौर्य जी पता नहीं कहाँ से आए हैं, मतलब प्रतापगढ़ से, तो काफी दूरी से, तो हमसे उनसे कोई ताल्लुक है नहीं।
38 साल लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी में अपना शरीर गंवाने के बाद जवानी कुर्बान कर दी, वैसे व्यक्ति को टिकट न दे के बाहरी को टिकट यहाँ मौर्य जी लड़ाई में है ही नहीं। यहाँ लड़ाई भाजपा बनाम बसपा की होगी।
कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है आप सर?
पूरी तरह से जनता सड़क पर है। पूरा विधानसभा, आज पूरे विधानसभा में जबरदस्त उत्साह का माहौल है। और आपसे बता दें, 10 किलोमीटर का ये काफिला 10 किलोमीटर का है। मैं अपने घर से चला हूँ 4 घंटा पहले, 10 किलोमीटर आने में 4 घंटे लगे हैं। पूरा विधानसभा अपने बेटा, अपने भाई को 38 साल की सेवा का फल मुझे देने जा रही है। मैं जनता को धन्यवाद और बधाई देता हूँ। मेरी लड़ाई बहुत बड़े माफिया से है, बहुत बड़े देश के एक ऐसे व्यक्ति है जो रोज पार्टी बदलता है, अपने पैसे के बल पर जनता के दिल को, ईमान को खरीद कर हराना चाहता है। लेकिन गरीब जनता मेरे साथ खड़ी हो गई है और ये जनता 1 रुपया मुझसे न लेके मुझे चुनाव जिताने के लिए समर्पित।
तो आपको समाजवादी पार्टी ने इस बार टिकट नहीं दिया तो बहुत गुस्सा होगा उस बात का?
समाजवादी पार्टी ने मेरे साथ बहुत नाइंसाफी किया। 38 साल मैंने पार्टी की सेवा की, मैंने अपना सब कुछ बर्बाद कर दिया पार्टी में। मुझे समाजवादी पार्टी ने जितना निराश किया है उसी का जनता जवाब देने जा रही है। इस जिले और पूर्वांचल के सभी सीटों को समाजवादी पार्टी प्रभावित होने जा रही है और हमारे वजह से गोरखपुर बस्ती मंडल में पूरी तरह समाजवादी पार्टी का भारी नुकसान होने जा रहा है। इसलिए मेरा जो नुकसान हुआ है उसकी भरपाई मैं कहीं से नहीं कर सकता।
तो बीएसपी क्या नुकसान करेगी समाजवादी पार्टी का या आप रेस में हैं?
पूरी तरह से मैं चुनाव जीत रहा हूं और मैं 50,000 से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहाँ हराने जा रहा हूँ। उत्तर प्रदेश में हमारी 200 के करीब सीटें आने जा रही हैं और हमारी सरकार बनने जा रही है बहुजन समाज पार्टी।
लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आप सिर्फ वोट काट रहे हैं समाजवादी पार्टी।
आप देख लीजिए, आप ग्राउंड पर हैं, आपका चैनल बहुत मशहूर चैनल है, आप ग्राउंड में घूम के गांव में पता कर लीजिए। एक गांव में आधा से अधिक वोट हमारे साथ खड़ा है।
नहीं, यहाँ नहीं, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में, पूर्वांचल में,
पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश पूर्वांचल में हम चुनाव इस बार जिस तरह साइलेंट वोट पाने जा रही है बहुजन समाज पार्टी, वो आप अंदाजा भी नहीं लगा सकती। और मैं पूरे प्रदेश में भारी बहुमत के साथ चुनाव जीतने जा रहे हैं।
But BJP is also not to be left behind. Son of the two-time MLA and incumbent from this seat, Surendra Kushwaha is contesting this time around and believes the BJP will wrest this seat again.
The final 2 phases of the elections in Uttar Pradesh in Purvanchal are not just about winning the state, they're as much about prestige. SP Maurya has played a huge gamble fighting from Fazil Nagar, and a loss from here means a huge loss of face for him. On the other side, for the BJP, these 2 phases are about maximizing the Modi-Yogi factor. And anything less than a great result for them too means a dent in that image, the image of both of these leaders being the doers. With complicated caste calculations and also a minority vote that is prevalent here, this makes for a fascinating contest in all of eastern Uttar Pradesh, but specifically in Fazil Nagar. No wonder then that this seat's result will be very keenly watched out for. With camera person Narendra Singh in Fazil Nagar, Shivani Gupta, CNN News 18. The opposition's hope, as I said, is to break away the larger Hindu vote consolidation that they have done. Whether the exodus from the BJP to the SP of the OBC, MBC candidates is going to be enough to affect that, we have to wait and see. But I did speak to Central Minister Anurag Thakur, who was in Gorakhpur to campaign for Yogi Adityanath, about the caste factor and more. The BJP is not leaving any stone unturned as far as the final 2 phases are concerned, because this is indeed a matter of great influence and prestige for them. This is Gorakhpur to Varanasi, and they want to maximize the impact of both Yogi Adityanath and Narendra Modi in all of the districts in eastern Uttar Pradesh. So Anurag Thakur believes that there is nothing to be read into BJP putting all of this might in the final 2 phases. And here's more on what he said about the caste factor. BJP is putting a lot of its might in the last 2 phases. Is there a sense of nervousness that you need to make up for what may or may not have happened in the first 5 phases? Why this blitzkrieg by the ministers and even the Prime Minister now?
BJP take every election very seriously. And that is why we deliver better than any other party. Before elections and post-elections, the mantra is to reach out to the masses and post-election deliver what we promised. And if you look at the last 5 years of Modi-Yogi government, we have promised for the law and order situation. Today, we go proudly in front of the crowd and say, look at the law and order situation today and what it was 5 years back. Gunda, Mafia Raj, Mukt Uttar Pradesh banane ka kaam Bharatiya Janata Party ne kiya hai. Women are feeling more secure, safe, and we are going to continue this in the coming years as well, because security and safety make the ground for more investments, for more jobs and more prosperity in the state.
But in this eastern Uttar Pradesh, the opposition's calculation is that castes will come into play. And a lot of the exodus that happened from the Yogi Adityanath government also impacts this area. So will caste not be a big factor?
Not really. Modi ji and Yogi ji have seen the poverty during their childhood as well. And they understand what common man wants. मोदी जी योगी जी ने जाति धर्म से उठकर दिया है बहुत सम्मान. सबसे पहले गरीब कल्याण, गरीब कल्याण. The center point of the work was social welfare schemes, गरीब कल्याण. And if you look at the houses for poor, 43 lakh houses have been built and delivered. Every household has been given the electricity connection. Every person has been given the bank account. 15 crore UP citizens, they got free food, ration twice in a month, which never happened in the past. Free vaccination, 28 crore. 5 lakh rupee medical facility free of cost to 2/3 population of the Uttar Pradesh. We have worked for the masses, poorest of the poor, and that is why people will, rise above the caste, creed and religion and vote for the prosperity of the Uttar Pradesh.
There's a lot of attack coming in from the opposition on Bhagwa.
ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने राम भक्तों को भूना है. जिन्होंने राम भक्तों को भूना, जनता कर देगी इनका EVM सूना.
Is it going to be 300 plus or not for the BJP?
If you look at the 2014 election, BJP won 272 seats, ND Alliance. In 2019, when most of the media people said that BJP may not get 200 seats, we got 303 seats. So wait for the 10th March. अखिलेश यादव जी और राहुल गांधी जी कहेंगे EVM बहुत बेवफा है.
Now, while in Gorakhpur, I've been promising you to get you some unseen, untold stories from the city and the district. So I went into Tinkonia village, which is known for the Vantangia community. It's a forest-dwelling community that is very eagerly waiting for these 2022 UP state elections. Why? Because this is the first time they're going to get the opportunity to vote in an assembly election from their own area. And this is a community that has been untouched by any development or government schemes since independence, so for 75 years. But what is the impact that the last 5 years of Yogi Adityanath government has had on them, and what is the personal connect that the incumbent chief minister has with the Vantangia community? Here's that story.
For 70 years post-independence, one particular set of people were nearly untouched by development and democracy in Gorakhpur. And they are the Vantangia community, a set of forest-dwelling tribe. Originally settled here by the British in 1920s to cultivate forests and named after the Tong tribes of Myanmar, they've been fighting a long battle for their land rights. They had no government schemes applicable to them and barely participated in elections. For them, Yogi Adityanath is not just God sent, but God like.
बाबा के वजह से बाबा योगी मोदी जी हम लोग को स्वतंत्र कर दिए. नहीं कोई पूछने वाला नहीं था यहाँ पे. हाँ, हम लोग बंदर के समान रहते थे. हाँ, सब कुछ रोड फोड कुछ नहीं था. लेकिन अब तो जो है कि हम लोग को राशन कार्ड बन गया, राशन मिल रहा है, आवास मिल रहा है, मिल गया, फिर शौचालय मिल गया, रोड बन गया. फिर उसके बाद जो है कि मतलब वृद्धा पेंशन, विधवा पेंशन, विकलांग पेंशन, फिर जो है कि स्कूल हो गया. बच्चों को जो है कि खाना मिलता है, कपड़ा मिलता है, किताब कापी मिलता है बच्चों को. फिर उसके बाद आंगनबाड़ी बन गई. फिर उसके बाद जॉब कार्ड बन गया, आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड बन गया. तो बहुत कुछ दिया बाबा ने, बहुत कुछ दिए. अब हम लोग बाबा के जो है कि पूजा करने वाले हैं. हम लोग बाबा के पूजा करेंगे. वही माँ बाप हैं, वही भगवान हैं.
Yogi Adityanath has been taking care of the Bantania community ever since he became an MP. He's been fighting for their rights in parliament too as an MP. He's also been coming here to celebrate his Diwali, for example, for nearly 20 years. And one of the very first decisions he took after becoming chief minister was to declare the...
This is big news breaking in this hour. These pictures on your screens right now of the fourth meeting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding over the Ukraine crisis in the last 48 hours. Remember, today is a day when we have lost one Indian student, a 21-year-old in Kharkiv. Kharkiv this morning was bombed by the Russians by missiles and rockets. This young man, Naveen, was out to buy grocery, to buy some food when he was hit by a missile. He's died in that. Prime Minister Modi, of course, has spoken to his family, has spoken to his father as well. Maria, we're seeing these pictures of Prime Minister Modi holding yet another meeting, a fourth meeting over evacuating Indian citizens. Some 13,000 to 14,000 of them are still there. And right now, you know, time is of essence, given the fact that Russia is only going to increase its assault on Ukraine from here on.
Absolutely, and present in that meeting is National Security Advisor, External Affairs Minister Harshvardhan Shringla, who is the Foreign Secretary. All of them are present in that meeting. You can see Piyush Goyal as well, who is present in this meeting. As we have been saying, Shreya, time is of essence here, and that is the reason why a series of meetings being held. The fact that 4 ministers have been sent to the neighboring countries to ensure that as far as evacuation by land route is concerned, that is expedited. The fact is that the officials can do this much. If they are sent as special envoys of Government of India, then they would be able to speak to the counterparts. The fact is that the Prime Minister did speak to the Prime Ministers of Romania and Slovak Republic to communicate that the ministers were being sent to ensure that the entire evacuation exercise is expedited. Now, with that death of Naveen, who was caught in that crossfire, there is that sense of urgency now, perhaps some kind of timelines being looked at as well, Shreya. The fact is that the Indian Air Force planes have been deployed as well for humanitarian aid, and at the same time ensuring that maximum people, maximum Indians could be evacuated. But the big challenge there, certainly for the government, is to ensure that all Indians who are stuck within those cities, who are perhaps in Kharkiv or Kyiv, which are witnessing those shelling, they are, they get a chance to reach they are transported, in fact, to the location or to the neighboring districts from where they can be evacuated.
And the External Affairs Minister, Maria, is present in this meeting as well. The fourth meeting, as we said, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding over the Ukraine crisis. There is a diplomatic effort also being made by the Indian government to try and create a safe passage for these 13 or 14,000 students who are still stuck in Ukraine, which has become a war zone, in Kharkiv, in Kyiv as well. I believe the Indian side has already dialed the Russians, they have dialed the Ukrainians as well. What India could hope for, of course, is a ceasefire, maybe 48 hours of time so that there are no bombs raining, and Indian students, wherever they are, can come to these land borders and get to a flight from where they can fly back home safely. But is India realistically expecting Russia and Ukraine to cease hostilities for Indians and Indian students to get a safe passage? That's unrealistic to expect, isn't it, Maria?
Absolutely, Shreya, and that is the reason why what the Prime Minister communicated to, Prime Minister Zelensky or Vladimir Putin was, while talking about cessation of violence, he did say that the primary objective of the Government of India right now is to ensure the evacuation effort. The seriousness and the urgency is what is being highlighted by these repeated meetings. I think the primary challenge, as the government has been highlighting itself, is of ensuring transportation of Indians. But how do those Indians actually move when they are inside the war zone? That is the reason why, if you look at the last advisory that has been put out by the Ukraine embassy there in, Indian embassy in Ukraine, was that whatever the means, they should try and, ensure that they should just try and make all efforts to reach the border districts or from where they can be evacuated. But I think with the presence of ministers, what it will do certainly is what is needed at this point to show some kind of urgency, the logistical challenges that are there. That is something that the Prime Minister has been discussing a lot with all those officers who are present and understand the entire terrain and how difficult it is for the Indians to perhaps move, how far can they walk if there is no transportation, if there is no public transport that is available.
All right, Maria, we'll leave it there for the moment. These pictures coming to us, I can see Harsh Shringla, India's Foreign Secretary, in that meeting as well, someone who has been coordinating these evacuation efforts along with everybody else. The challenge right now for the Indian government, as bombs and rockets and missiles rain into Ukraine, especially its capital and its second largest city, Kharkiv, is to get its students out. In Kharkiv specifically, this is where one of the largest clusters of Indian students is, because there are a number of medical colleges in this area, and Indian students usually go to Ukraine to study medicine. So many students there in Kharkiv, a sense of panic because they have lost a fellow student, as it were. Panic here in India as well. The government saying, don't panic, we are here, we'll try and get you out. But we really need to put ourselves in their shoes and the shoes of their parents to see how they are feeling right now. For the moment, it's a wrap from me. Thank you very much for watching. Epicenter on the other side.
You think he's prepared for the next few months of, urban warfare?
I think he's prepared for it, but the targeted efforts against the Russian central bank have been almost like an arrow that has penetrated through that armor.
Kharkiv is the second biggest city. There is intense fighting.
The building can be seen bursting into flames. Those are the pictures that you're seeing over there after the explosion.
That's coming through anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions.
Look, there's evidence. I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. Asian force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out. Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack. An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win, and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a symbol of the Russian army. Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God, there's another one there.
Туда дальше не підемо, далі не підемо.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
Putin.
It's a popular sentiment.
Hello everyone, good evening. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Maria Shakil. As the Russian offensive continues in Ukraine, with Putin's army shelling key locations across the war-torn nation, one Indian student has died during the bombing in Kharkiv this morning. Kharkiv is the second largest city and the financial capital of Ukraine. 21-year-old Naveen Gyangodar from the Haveri district of Karnataka was killed as he went out to get some food at 8:50 a.m. this morning. He was studying at the Kharkiv National Medical University. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Karnataka Chief Minister spoke to Naveen's father and promised to get his mortal remains back as soon as possible. The Ministry of External Affairs has called on the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for the safe passage of Indian nationals who are still in Kharkiv and cities in conflict zone. The Indian embassy in Ukraine has urged all Indian nationals to leave Kyiv on an urgent basis. Over 2,000 Indian nationals have been evacuated so far via Operation Ganga, while Prime Minister Modi convened another high-level meeting to take stock of the situation. Ukraine has claimed that Belarusian troops have entered the country from the north. Russia's defense minister has said that military operations will continue in Ukraine until objectives are met. There was a massive 40-mile-long convoy of Russian military vehicles on roadways northwest of Kyiv, signaling an imminent all-out offensive. There were dramatic scenes at the United Nations Human Rights Council and the European Parliament today. Diplomats walked out during the address of the Russian foreign minister at the UNHRC after he claimed Ukraine had the capabilities of nuclear warfare and Russia was within its rights to tackle such a threat. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed the European Parliament, making a case for membership to the European Union. In an emotional speech, he said Ukraine is paying the price for freedom, accusing Russian forces of targeting women and children. Zelensky called on the globe to rally behind Ukraine, promising to continue the fight. This comes a day after Russia and Ukraine held their first round of talks at the Ukraine-Belarus border. Let's listen in to what Zelensky said.
We're dealing with killed people, real life. We're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving away our best people, the strongest ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kharkiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. On the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square, and this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
And while talks are still not off the table, hopes of a ceasefire are fading. As the fighting continues to intensify with Russia pouring in more forces and the West arming the Ukrainians, can talks still deliver peace? Let's bring in the guests. G. Parthasarathi, former diplomat, Vivek Kadju, former Secretary MEA, Michael Kugelman is South Asia expert at the Wilson Center, Jonah Blank is former policy advisor to Joe Biden. Michael, was there a miscalculation by the Russians about tactics and about how hard the Ukrainians would fight?
Clearly, the war has not gone the way that Russia had wanted it to go. It's been met with tremendous Ukrainian resistance, but that should not be a surprise. Ukraine's military has strengthened considerably in recent years. But what I worry about here is that Russia, seeing how things are not going well, will take that as an excuse to escalate even more. And indeed, there have been very troubling indications, such as satellite imagery showing very long Russian convoys heading toward Kyiv, that things could be getting a lot more escalatory before there's an opportunity for there to be a de-escalation. But yes, I definitely think that Russia miscalculated, and it appears to be conducting this war terribly, to be quite frank. And there's no such thing as a war being done well, but Russia clearly miscalculated, and it is increasingly isolated. It has become an international pariah.
So Russia becoming an international pariah is what Michael is saying. Jonah Blank, the Russian doctrine of mass firing and no holds barred was visible in Chechnya. So is there the potential that Russia will get its act together tactically and that will result in mass fire perhaps against civilians there?
Well, we're already seeing some reports of that. Whether these reports bear out or not remains to be seen, but it would be entirely in character for Vladimir Putin. We've already seen reports of deliberate targeting of civilians, of the use of cluster munitions, and other actions which really are tremendously disturbing. We have to remember here that Putin's game plan did not involve fighting his way in. As best we can gather, he thought, just as other imperial occupiers have thought of various countries, that they would be welcomed with open arms. But that certainly is not what has happened. It seldom is what happens. And the Russians are learning now what their parents learned in 1979 in Afghanistan and what we Americans learned in Afghanistan and in Iraq, that the initial invasion is very often the easiest part. It's the occupation that becomes truly a nightmare for both sides.
Ambassador Parthasarathi, Russia's assault is in the 6th day. And Russian commanders perhaps are learning that there has been some kind of miscalculation here, but they are also very, they can maneuver their tactics depending on how situation is, as has been the case of how they did in Syria. What kind of escalation are you fearing?
There is a difference between what is happening now and what has happened in Syria. Let's face it, 17% of the population is in the country is Russian. There is a large Russian presence on the southern borders. I would not be surprised if Russia has used them. But the fact of the matter is, while Mr. Zelensky is unquestionably a very popular politician and has really conducted himself with great credit and sort of with a sense of self-respect. But the fact of the matter is, I think the US must also realize that what happened in the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, when the Russians tried to establish military presence too close to US soil. And I think this is something they should sort out with the Russians. There's nothing we can do about it. But the fact is that the Zelensky was talking of joining NATO. Now, they, right on their southern borders, a NATO presence, it's bad enough that some of the northern republics have joined the Warsaw Pact, have joined the NATO. But the fact is this seriously impairs on what the Russians believe is their security. And their answer is very simply, don't forget how the Americans reacted when we were moving into Cuba. So I think this is an issue, a larger issue, which the US and the Russians should set together and resolve. And coming to the citizen here, I don't hold a brief for what's happening. But when the president announces this rushed quest for NATO, the Russians have utilized the Russian population to their advantage. Now, therefore, the Indian position has been very clear. Please sit down, the two of you on the table. You're the big boys of the world, and sort it out.
No, but if the big boys are clearly not ready to talk, and
no, that's it. And the other fact is, if you take their, strangely enough, I had expected when the Soviet Union broke up that their main problems will be with the Islamic republics. It is not happening because the Islamic republics have allowed Russians to live happily there, and they have not joined a military alliance. So I think this is a geopolitical issue. India should not take sides because we have good relations with the US. It's really growing with the Quad, but we have an old relationship with Moscow.
Okay.
And we can't run away from that.
Yes. So India will not take sides.
We should not, but we would help.
But after today, Ambassador Dogra, when India lost one of its students who was caught in that crossfire, there is this urgency with which now the evacuation exercise has been expedited. Indian Air Force planes deployed as well. How long can India continue to have the stand that it has had so far?
Well, I don't think bullet has a particular person marked on it. It was not intended to kill the Indian student.
Yes.
So we should not go into an overdrive over what should be India's stand, because unfortunately a student has been killed. The second thing I want to emphasize is the impatience to reach conclusions. I just heard from some of your panelists that the war is taking long. Firstly, this was an imposed war. I think neither Russia nor Ukraine wanted it. They wanted a show of strength or a show of muscle. But Biden started by saying that if you nibble a little bit of territory, we won't mind. That was number one blunder by Biden, among other blunders. But let's not go into that. As far as the length, duration or shortness of a war is concerned, how long did Afghanistan war take? I believe it was 20 years. How long did the Yugoslav splintering, which was extremely unnecessary, take? It did not take a couple of days. It went on to many, many weeks. How long did some of the other wars like Vietnam take? So I think to expect results in an unnecessary war is unfair both to Russia and to Ukraine, especially because neither side wanted it. If the war has started, I hope that other actors who sponsored it would now give some chance to diplomacy. That also is not being given.
Okay, Ambassador Dogra, who exactly are these other actors that you're hinting at?
Well, NATO, for one, led by America. Let me make it very clear. Because, if you keep on inciting the other person that, you are now going nuclear, the other person is going to say, yes, we intend to go nuclear. If you keep on giving deadlines to the other person that they are going to attack after 2 days and then extend the deadline again, no, we were sorry, the train is arriving after another 2 days. So you are giving auto-suggestions to that country and you are spreading panic. But
Ambassador, in July 2021, I'm looking at this article that was written by President Putin. He wrote in that article, emphasizing the close historical and civilizational connections between the Russians and Ukrainians. And 2 days back, he emphasized that Ukraine has never been an independent country and was historically part of Russia. So what role did the Americans play here if Putin himself has been shifting the goalpost? Will you take that question, Michael?
I think that it's very clear that if Russia did not want war, it would not have invaded. I think that's very clear. It had many opportunities. There was a possibility for a summit that would have happened this week with President Biden and President Putin had Russia not invaded. There are opportunities for off-ramps. And Russia clearly instead chose to launch military operations on false pretext as well. So my sense is that, yes, it's important to acknowledge the Russian position for sure and its concerns about NATO expansion, but it did not need to invade to act on those concerns. I think that's very clear. I think that's very simple.
Okay. Breaking news coming in now, and then I'll go back to the guests in just a bit. Russia has now told Kyiv residents living near intelligence infrastructure to evacuate. So Russia is telling the civilians that they are not going to be the target, but if they get caught in this crossfire as a collateral damage, then they should be rather leaving the country rather than staying there where largely these are residents of Kyiv who have been told that living near intelligence infrastructure, it is better that you leave or evacuate rather than continue to stay there. Shreya is joining me. So Shreya, are the Russian intelligence giving the signal that they have surrounded Kyiv and it's only a matter of time that Kyiv will fall?
There are satellite images right now that are suggesting that a 64-kilometer long convoy is just miles away from Ukraine's crown jewel, Kyiv. And once this military convoy that consists of armored vehicles, that consists of tanks, that consists of towed artillery, manages to lay a siege on Kyiv, it will be very difficult for anyone to leave. Essentially, what Russia is sending out is a warning. For the last 4 days, Ukraine has accused Russia of targeting civilians and killing civilians, saying this is war crime. So now Russia is stepping out and saying, look, we are going to escalate things on the ground. Things are going to get messier and bloodier. We are warning the citizens of Kyiv, if you live anywhere near intelligence infrastructure, please evacuate from there. Because, why are they saying that? They're simply saying that because in targeted bombings, that is what is going to be the next target of the Russians. So they are sending out a clear warning. They are telling the citizens of Kyiv, we are giving you warning because you've been telling us that we are killing civilians. We are not killing civilians. We are only targeting military installation. Now we are going to be targeting intelligence installations. So be careful, leave while you can.
Yes. Shreya, thank you so much for joining us. So Russia's assault is in the 6th day. They have now really trying to escalate it. Jonah Blank, the Russians have a lot of forces in Ukraine already, and as they continue to advance in a steady pace, they can function in a combined way and not as isolated tank column, and they will apply a higher level of firepower. So when this kind of warning comes, how should this be read?
Well, we should certainly assume that Putin intends to conquer Ukraine. He has made that very clear. And I think that the big picture here is really this is an invasion by Russia of a sovereign democratic state. This is not a battle between Russia and the United States. I'd like to correct something one of your guests said. President Biden never gave permission for Russia to invade even a foot of Ukraine, partly because he can't. Ukraine is not America's to give away. Ukraine is for the Ukrainians. And the principle here is exactly that. Should a more powerful nation be able simply to invade and take over a less powerful neighbor? And this really is an issue that affects India far more than the US. No nation is likely to invade the US while India faces every day the prospect of a neighbor to the north, which claims much of Arunachal Pradesh and a lot of other Indian territory. And rule of law is something that really matters to India in a very basic way.
And that point being made here that yes, Ukraine is for Ukrainians, and there is this threat. Here is President Putin invading and trying to capture a country which is a sovereign republic here, Ambassador Parthasarathy. No matter what you may say, the kind of response that is coming, Ukraine has the support of the world, but on the other hand, Vladimir Putin has allies who are largely those who have business interests or some kind of interest in dealing with him.
Look, let's not kid ourselves. This is not a schoolboy baseball match. International relations are not conducted in those circumstances. As far as I can see, I know the Russians taking over Ukraine is totally unacceptable. But it is the Americans and the Russians who should sit down and discuss this. Otherwise, you end up with things like you had in Cuba earlier on, many years ago, and now you have the Russians coming in. My reading of the Russians, and I want to say I have served both in Washington and in Moscow. My reading of the Russians is they will want guarantees. One, of the safety and security of the Russians there. I told you there are over 17 million of them, and they constitute a good percentage of the population, which is about 40 million. The second is that you are not going to push NATO down their throats. I mean, I can understand, interests, but you expect to have your armed forces in the other guy's borders and scream the hell when they came to Cuba. So I think this is something which we can't interfere in. And we have an excellent relationship with the United States.
Yes.
But there are some issues we will not say this. No government official will say this in public. But that's the sort of thinking which goes in. And the other thing I want to mention is that all said and done, the Russians have never, after at least the Soviet Union disappeared and their communist interests ended, have not messed around in our internal affairs.
That's right.
They deal with us in a business-like manner.
Yes.
But I have no doubt that nobody in Delhi has liked the thought of a Russian takeover. That will never be backed by us. And therefore, I would urge my American friends, please sit with them and talk. A passing judgment saying you are immoral and I'm a gift of heaven. I mean, this is not going to work.
Okay, Michael, is there a possibility of a talk anytime? Because if it is about Americans and Russians sitting across the table and talking, can that call happen, or perhaps even a call between the two premiers?
Well, I mean, as I said before, the best chance for that deliberation would have happened this week, but only if there were no Russian invasion. And I think the way things have gone, unless there's indications of some type of Russian de-escalation or some type of concession, such as a truce or a ceasefire, I don't see the U.S. being willing to have negotiations anytime soon. I think the best hope would be for continued talks between the Russians and the Ukrainians. I think that's what's most realistic. Given the scale of the sanctions that the U.S. has imposed, I think the mood is just not there in Washington for the idea of diplomacy right now. Not necessarily later, but in terms of right now, I don't think that's an option. And we have to hope that there'll be more talks on the side of the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Okay, Ambassador Dogra, now it has been left to the Russians and the Ukrainians to perhaps get out of this crisis that is there between the two countries. Then who will play the role of the peacemaker? There has to be a country which has to intervene, perhaps to ensure that they realize the cost of the war, which is mounting.
Well, you are right, absolutely right. But let me take on a point made by one of your guests earlier, that Biden never encouraged Russia. What does it mean when the president of a country, in this case President Biden, says you can nibble a little bit of territory, we won't mind that. Now, in English language, of which I know a little bit, it means conquer a little bit of territory, but don't go up to Kyiv. So let's be clear on that there was a failure of language, diplomacy, and statesmanship on part of the President of the United States of America.
Okay.
Now, as far as your question is concerned as to who can take the lead, or at least the initiative, and start a dialogue between Russia and Ukraine as a third party, I think India has had a lot of experience in that in previous decades. I don't put it beyond the realm of possibility that India and one or two other like-minded countries, why not China, India and China? Why not India and some other, Japan, for example?
Ambassador Dogra, I've really run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. Ambassador Parthasarathy, thank you so much. Michael Kugelman and Jonah Blank. Of course, this remains our top focus here on CNN News 18. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
You think he's prepared for the next few months of, urban warfare?
I think he's prepared for it, but the targeted efforts against the Russian central bank have been almost like an arrow that has penetrated through that armor.
Kharkiv is the second biggest city. There is intense fighting.
The building can be seen bursting into flames. Those are the pictures that you're seeing over there after the explosion.
That's coming through anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions.
Look, there's evidence. I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv. This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look. So recent, the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out. Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack. An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win, and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a sign, a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita.
Ammunition.
Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. It is good to see you. It is day 6 of fighting in Ukraine and Russia is triggering what we call caliber escalation. Ukraine's second largest city is under attack for several days now. It was hit again today, and amongst the 10 dead there is a 21-year-old medical student from India. Russia has said Western sanctions will not stop their assault. In fact, all indications are that the assaults are only going to intensify from here on. A massive armored convoy is closing in on Kyiv as we speak. In a move that will further cheese off President Putin, the European Union has approved Ukraine's application to join the EU and will be voting on it on its immediate induction. The fighting has been fierce today. Here's all that has happened in pictures. First, we are starting with that massive explosion that rocked Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city. A government building in Kharkiv, and as I said, this is not just the second largest city in Ukraine, this is also the financial capital. A government building saw an airstrike this morning, a missile being fired against it. Ukrainians are alleging that vacuum bombs have been used by the Russians. Now, President Zelensky has called this bombing a war crime. And there's been a bit of a heartbreak as well, because the cultural heart of Kharkiv, the Freedom Square, turned into rubble in the aftermath of this missile strike that you are seeing right now. President Zelensky saying that this is the price that you pay for freedom. At least, as I said, 10 civilians have been killed in this strike. Amongst them is an Indian student, 21-year-old Naveen from Karnataka, who was studying medicine in Kharkiv. He had stepped out to buy groceries when the airstrike happened. All this while, he had been living in a flat. He had been living in a bunker under his flat, hoping to be evacuated as soon as possible. The Prime Minister has spoken to his father here in India now. Meanwhile, Russia is also at Ukraine's capital's gate. They are at the gates of Kyiv. The Russian assault only set to intensify from here on. There are new videos that have been released by Maxar, which is a satellite mapping agency in America. It's showing a 64-kilometer long Russian military convoy on the outskirts of Kyiv. Now, this convoy consists of armored vehicles, of tanks, of towed artillery, and other logistical vehicles as well. So the game plan of the Russians is very clear. They intend to surround Kyiv, lay a siege, and then squeeze the capital city. Now, there has been destruction in Hostomel as well, another city in Ukraine. The trail of destruction can be seen. Take a look. Completely destroyed tanks can be seen here, all smoking and right there on the road there. Meanwhile, there has also been heavy shelling in Sumy. So it's been a day of intense fighting. Heavy shelling continues in the city of Sumy. On Sunday, more than 70 Ukrainian servicemen were killed when Russian troops shelled a military base in a nearby town. Meanwhile, Russia today was snubbed at the United Nations Human Rights Council. When the Russian Finance Minister Sergei Lavrov was speaking, he faced a mass walkout by diplomats at the United Nations Human Rights Council. This, as he was speaking, take a look. Most diplomats just taking off their headphones and walking out in protest. However, there was a standing ovation for Ukraine's President Zelensky as he addressed the European Parliament today. Take a look.
We're dealing with killed people, real life. We're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving away our best people, the strongest ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kyiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. On the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square. And this is the largest square in Europe. And that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
I'm going straight across to Atika Schubert, who is joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. Atika, thank you very much for being with us here on the broadcast. Today, the European Union will be voting on whether Ukraine gets a membership to the EU or not. Irrespective of what happens, I want to ask you how that will change the situation on the ground. It will, of course, cheese off President Putin no end, but how does it actually help the Ukrainians on the ground who are fighting?
I will get to your question in just a minute. Just to let you know that there are air raid sirens now going off here in Lviv. There have been some missile strikes in the western Ukraine area, but most of them have been outside of the city. So we don't believe there's any need for us to go into a shelter as of yet. But I'm telling you now, in case you wonder what that noise is, and in case we do have to move quite quickly. In answer to your question, being a member of the EU will provide extra security and safety to Ukraine. It will also antagonize Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is exactly what he does not want. It's not the same as being a part of example for NATO, in which one NATO country is attacked, then everybody gathers for its collective defense. It's not quite the same, but it does provide an extra measure of safety and security. It may impact the situation on the ground if it means that, for example, extra weapon systems can be brought in even faster to Ukraine. And that noise you're hearing now is our hotel alarm system asking people to go to seek safety because of the air raid siren. So I think the reality is that it won't change anything on the ground immediately with the fighting, but it certainly can be used also as a bargaining chip in ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Back to you.
Atika, your safety and your team's safety comes first. So please tell us if you need to move out, and we'll let you go at this point of time.
I think we're fine. The air raid siren has just gone off. Sometimes our hotel system goes on afterwards if you do hear that noise. But I mean, just to give you a sense, Lviv is the safest part of the country right now. But these kind of air raid sirens happen almost every day. And what it is every time there is a possible missile strike in the area or a plane goes over, a Russian plane, then those air raid sirens go off. And as you can imagine, for many people, it's traumatizing to hear those sirens and rush to the basement. And even more so if you are somebody who's coming from a city like Kyiv, which has been under constant shelling. to seek safety here, but to still hear those air raid sirens going off.
Atika, before I let you go, what's been the situation on the ground? I believe things have only intensified, including in Lviv, where you are. You've been reporting there for a while now, and you've been telling us it's relatively safer. Yet today, it has been a devastating day in Kharkiv, and by the looks of it, things are not looking very good in Kyiv either.
No, I think we've already seen some horrific scenes out of Kharkiv. Those 24 hours of missile and rocket attacks that have killed dozens of people. Kyiv now is in the direct line of fire of this huge Russian military convoy. And you're right, there has been increased action even here in western Ukraine with missile strikes. So it is looking very grim indeed.
All right, Atika, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. I hope you and your team are safe there in Lviv. Thank you for joining us. Meanwhile, the news just coming in. A second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine has been scheduled for tomorrow now. This is what the Russian news agency outlet TASS is now reporting. I think I can go straight across to my colleague Maha Siddiqui, who is joining us live this hour from Poland. Maha, what more are you hearing? The first round was a complete flop, but Russia and Ukraine had decided that they will have a second round, and the second round is coming at a time, Maha, when Kyiv is very close to be surrounded by Russian forces.
The first time that Russia came around for talks, Shreya, was also because of the fact that stiff resistance was being given by the Ukrainian forces in Kyiv. And it did appear that one of the reasons why Russia came on the talking table was because they perhaps were not expecting this kind of fight back from the Ukrainian side. Most were expecting that the Russian troops will enter the eastern side of the border, but they have moved well within the country of Ukraine. They have come very close, as Atika was just pointing out, even towards the western side. So it's not just now about Ukraine, but as for India, for instance, which is a good friend of Russia, look at the number of Indian students and professionals still stuck in Ukraine. Out of the 20,000, 9,000 have been got back. So we are still looking at a sizable figure of over 10,000 who are still struck. Today, one Indian has lost his life in Kharkiv as well because of the intense fighting that is going on over there. Under these circumstances, the world expects that tomorrow, when this meeting is held between the two sides yet again, unlike the first meeting, there will at least be a step forward in cessation of violence. This is what has been asked repeatedly, not just at the level of individual countries, including India, but also at the United Nations Security Council. India, though, has abstained, Shreya. It has very clearly said that at this juncture, it is important that dialogue and diplomacy is given a chance. There can be no solution found, even if Russia wants to look for certain grudges that it has had with regards to NATO. Those can only come about by diplomacy and dialogue, and that at the cost of lives, no solution can be found.
Maha, I'm going to request you to stay with us because we are going to be talking about now that one Indian student who has lost his life. The fighting may be going on 5,000 kilometers away from where we are, but the war hit home today. A young 21-year-old medical student from Karnataka was killed in Russian shelling at Kharkiv today. There is a sense of panic among students in Ukraine and their parents back home in India as the Russian assault intensifies, and it is getting now next to impossible to leave the war zone. This could be the blast that defines President Putin's invasion. Abandoning all pretense, a desperate Russian resort to shelling civilian areas in Kharkiv. In a matter of seconds, the city's iconic town square reduced to dust. But the death and destruction in Kharkiv has hit home as well. 21-year-old Naveen Zakharova from Karnataka killed in this wanton shelling that the city saw. SG Naveen was a fourth-year medical student at the Kharkiv University. All these days, ever since the war has been playing out between Ukraine and Russia, he'd been living in a bunker which is underneath his flat. This morning, he had stepped out to buy food as he and his flatmates were running out of essential supplies. This is when, in the morning, heavy Russian shelling starts. It manages to completely decimate the town square. It is in this shelling that Naveen is killed as well. A Ukrainian passerby spots Naveen's body next. He sees a phone line next to him and dials the first number on that phone. That number was of Naveen's flatmate, and that is how Naveen's friends and flatmates in Kharkiv got to know that he had become the first Indian casualty in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Thereafter, his family was informed. Back home, and especially in Naveen's district of Haveri, there's shock over how quickly he was taken away.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಯಾರೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬಾ ದುಃಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನ್ ಪಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಈ ತರ ಡೆಡ್
ಅವರ ತಂದೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ. ವಿ ರಿಕವರ್ ದಿ ಬಾಡಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ವಾರ್ ಝೋನ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ವಾರ್ ಝೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
But while Naveen's family mourns, the government cannot afford to do so, at least just yet. Because there are thousands of youngsters like Naveen, mostly medical students, still stranded in Ukraine, in cities like Kharkiv, Kyiv and Sumy, without food or essential supplies.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಮೆಸೇಜು ಬರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಫುಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನೀರು ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಕರ್ಫ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿದೆ.
While on one hand, India is celebrating the return of each national who comes through Operation Ganga, Naveen's tragic demise comes across as a timely warning that every Indian life lost is a battle lost. With Ritanshu Bhattacharya in New Delhi, I'm Shreya Dhondial. I'm going back straight to Maha Siddiqui, who continues to be with us live from Poland. Maha, it's all hands on deck as far as Operation Ganga is concerned. It is being expanded as well to include the Indian Air Force. I believe India has already dialed Russia and Ukraine to try and cease the firing and the shelling that is going on, to at least ensure a safe passage for these innocent students and civilians as well. But realistically speaking, Maha, can we really expect Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting just to aid India, just at India's request?
It doesn't appear to be so, but India has made a request to the Russian side to allow for the smooth passage or safe passage of Indians on the eastern side of the border. That really is the biggest problem at the moment, and Kharkiv falls in the eastern part of Ukraine. We have seen intense fighting going on in Kharkiv, because of which students were not able to make their way to the western border. As it is, the distance is huge between the eastern side and the western side for anybody to, under these circumstances, undertake a road journey in Ukraine from say for instance Kharkiv to any of the countries on the western border, be it Romania, Slovakia, Hungary or Poland. Meanwhile, Poland and the evacuation from where I am standing is also proving to be very difficult, Shreya. The reports that we have constantly been getting is that the Polish side is just simply overwhelmed with the number of people who are coming in. And this is not just Indian students. Remember, a lot of people from Ukraine are trying to seek refuge here in Poland, because of which the situation on the ground is absolutely chaotic. There were students who were also, in fact, alleging that there was discrimination against them, that some of the Ukrainians were allowed to cross the border, but they were made to walk several kilometers. They had to sleep out in the open. It's extremely cold, Shreya, even where I'm standing at the moment in Warsaw. I mean, I'm barely able to talk because it's almost 2 degrees right now, and the temperature will dip to -6 degrees here in the capital. On the borders, it's even more cold. That's where the students have spent an overnight. They have stayed out in the open, lying on the benches in the park, walking 20 to 30 kilometers on foot to reach the Polish border. Now, on the eastern side, the latest update that we're getting from the Ministry of External Affairs sources is that in Belgorod, which falls on the Russian side of the Ukrainian border, an Indian mission team is already there. Once the situation looks slightly better in Kharkiv, they'll try to evacuate people. But the situation really is at the moment very intense over there, and that is why even the officials who are speaking with us are absolutely showing their helplessness in being able to ask the students to leave their safe areas. One of the reasons they are saying is that they should continue to be in a familiar place, in a safe place, is because unfortunately what happened to the Indian student today, if you step out, it's extremely dangerous.
Correct.
So they don't want any student to step out till they are certain that a safe passage is being allowed to them.
All right, Maha, we'll leave it there for the moment. Stay warm, stay safe is all I can say to you right now. Maha Siddiqui there reporting to us from Poland. If it was a heartbreaking day for India today, it has also been a heartbreaking day for Ukraine. Its second largest city, Kyiv, came under heavy fire once again today. But in today's firing, and we've seen those dramatic pictures, its cultural jewel, the Freedom Square, the largest, or I think the 8th largest in Europe, was decimated, destroyed. Now, Ukrainian forces on the ground doing their best to hold off Russian forces in Kharkiv. But for how long will that be possible is another question. Take a look.
In ambush, the Russians fall back, their soldiers trying to shelter behind their Humvee-type vehicles. Their chaotic retreat seen here from another angle. One more example of the stiff resistance the Russians are encountering from mobile Ukrainian units who know the lay of the land. But the Russians can't escape. They run into further trouble, apparently surrounded. At least one of their trucks is disabled. A resident telling a Reuters journalist one of the Russians was killed in the firefight.
After we've killed this one, the others run away. They were some 12 to 15 people. That's it. We will win. They won't take Kharkiv. They have run back to where they came from.
Ukrainian soldiers surround the abandoned vehicles, celebrating a small victory in a conflict where they should have no chance of holding off the enemy. But this Ukrainian platoon's day is not over. The enemy is still in the area. They dash forward to fire off RPGs. A ragtag army that, for now, is holding off a far superior force. But for civilians here, the Russian offensive is terrifying. Most of the residents were sheltering in the basement. Authorities say one woman was killed. Alexander Dotsenko says all the apartments are damaged. It's very bad. Even as Ukraine resists, its people are still suffering.
On that note, I'm slipping into a quick break here on Debrief. Up next, how President Zelensky has been a profile in courage. There's more about him on the other side, a full profile. Do stay with us.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails. She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv. This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? You know, I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out.
Здесь
Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's...
Imagine a TV star, a comedian who plays an accidental president on TV, becomes a real-life president, and then emerges as a beacon of courage. That, in short, ladies and gentlemen, is Ukraine's President Zelensky for you. The man leading Ukraine from the front in a bloody battle against a mighty enemy. He truly is a profile in courage.
А почему наши политики каждый раз приходят к власти и совершают одни и те же ошибки? Чтобы, простой учитель жил как президент, а президент этот жил как учитель.
This was the moment comedian Volodymyr Zelensky's fictional career as president was launched. Years later, real life became real life, paving Zelensky's path to the presidency. In April 2019, within a month of the show Servant of the People's finale airing, the comedian turned politician was elected president of Ukraine. His poll promise: end the war with Russia. That promise, though, remains a distant dream as Putin's forces batter Ukraine.
When I went to the presidency, I said that each of us is the president because we are all responsible for our state of our beautiful Ukraine. And now it has happened that each of us is a warrior. The warrior is in his place, and I'm confident that each of us will win. Glory to Ukraine.
Zelensky was born in the then Soviet Union to Jewish parents. He has frequently talked about how he lost family members in the Holocaust. He has a law degree from the Kyiv National Economic University, but found his true calling as an entertainer. Zelensky founded a comedy group that produced TV shows. He's a social media star with over 12 million Instagram followers and nearly 4 million Twitter followers. But sample this. That's the Ukrainian president showing off his moves on Dancing with the Stars in 2006, a stark contrast to the macho Putin.
Слава нашим захисницям. Слава Україні.
Zelensky's political journey, though, has been no joke. A man with no political experience or backing, Zelensky's biggest presidency pitch during campaigning was you don't need to be president, you just need to be a decent human being. That's what he strived to be throughout this crisis. A decent human being, becoming the anti-Putin hero the world needs. Even as Russian troops surrounded the capital Kyiv, hunting for him and his ministers, Zelensky refused to leave his people. Zelensky's political journey has been fraught with challenges. It remains to be seen how he tackles the biggest one of them all. For the moment, he's a national hero leading from the front against a mighty enemy. Natasha Menden for CNN News 18.
A worthy hero there, a man the world is watching right now. Now, no one can say how this war will end, but Mr. Zelensky has certainly sealed his place in history. With that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching and good night.
Де коктейлі поставили? Показуй.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails. She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight.
Рашистська наволочка сюди приїжджає.
Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google помощь.
Google helped, she tells me.
А Майдан?
You Googled it.
Звичайно.
Of course, she says. If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do? We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Within the past few hours, there has been a ferocious battle here on the outskirts of Kyiv. This is the front line in the battle for the Ukrainian capital. The Russian column that has come down here has been absolutely hammered. Trucks and armoured vehicles reduced to twisted metal as Ukrainian forces dig in, catching the Kremlin and its invasion force off guard. Look at this. I mean, what kind of munitions does it take to do that to a car, to a vehicle? You know, I know that I've been speaking to the local Ukrainian commanders here. They've been saying that they were using Western anti-tank missiles to attack these columns. Look, so recent the battle. This vehicle is still smoking. There's still smoke coming out. Commanders like Alexander of the Ukrainian army, who wouldn't give me his rank or full name. If the Russians thought they could just march into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me, they were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, you know, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack.
Namaste and welcome. Greetings on the occasion of Mahashivratri, but also, ladies and gentlemen, it is a sad day for us. Around the 20,000 Indians who we are trying to fight and do everything within our might and muscle under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is putting up a united front. We also mourn the loss of 21-year-old Naveen Shekharappa. Naveen, among the many students who have been holed up in a bunker over the last 6 days, had stepped out with his friend just to buy essential supplies, a quick stop to the ATM and then getting in to buy supplies, buy food for everybody who's been stranded for so many days, was a collateral damage as Russia started targeting administrative institutions along with military institutions as it laid an intensive siege around Kharkiv and along with Kyiv. Kharkiv is the second largest city of Ukraine. These students, Indian students, are part of the many 20 universities in Kharkiv. Naveen was a medical student himself at the Kharkiv Medical University, and close to 2,500 Indian nationals are still struggling to get out of Kharkiv. Naveen and his friend is injured. We just hope that these injuries are not mortal injuries and he is able to survive. But Naveen succumbed. His mortal remains are currently at a morgue in Kharkiv. These students, they had tried to make their way out of Kharkiv last evening in that single train, but they just couldn't find any space and they just couldn't get in. So they came back to the bunker and they stepped out to get some food and some essential supplies. And this is what has happened. We mourn their loss. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's been at the forefront of monitoring the situation, and he sent his top ministers, some able ministers on ground to various cities, took his fourth meeting in 48 hours. He also had a conversation with Naveen's father, expressing his condolences. And we also know that the Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has also promised that all effort will be made to bring back Naveen's mortal remains back to the family, back to Haveri in Karnataka, where he hails from. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is another aspect. Yes, we lost Naveen and we are sad about it, but we are also happy that the number of people who have been brought back under Operation Ganga is only going up. Now, here are some of the numbers that we should take heart from. Have a look at this. Now, the evacuation is on track. More than 2,012 students have been brought back home. 9 rescue flights have come back from the neighboring countries. There are also 3 which are expected on Wednesday, one as early as 7:20 a.m. coming in from Budapest in Hungary. There is a flight from Slovakia that's also come through. 9,000 plus. 9,000 of the nearly 20,000 Indians have exited Ukraine's borders. So we still have about 11,000 stuck inside Ukraine, but more than 9,000 have exited Ukraine's borders and are now spread between Moldova, Poland, Romania, Hungary. These are the nations which are also working, collaborating, and Slovakia, who are collaborating with India to ensure that they are able to come back soon. Romania is also there in this list of nations which are collaborating. 10 plus control rooms are working 24/7. We have put out the helpline numbers and the email addresses across these 10 plus control rooms. You can reach out to that on news18.com. On my personal Twitter handle, we've put out these details of Operation Ganga. 4 union ministers are overseeing the ops. In fact, we have General VK Singh right there at Poland at Zizau. We'll go across to Maha Siddiqui in just a bit. She's also joining us live from on ground. In 2 minutes, she'll be joining us from Warsaw. IAF's C-17 aircraft is also on standby. So we need to remember, we need to believe. We need to believe that we will do. This government is committed to bringing every Indian back. Yes, we have lost Naveen. Let's hope we don't lose anybody else. Let us just hope that all the students are careful, they follow the protocol, and they're able to find their way out. Let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, nations like the United States, nations like China, nations like Britain have left their citizens high and dry and left them to fend for themselves. They have told them, figure your way out, get out, but figure your way out. This is even as we tell you that the next 48 hours, the last 12 odd hours and the next 24 to 36 hours are going to be very, very critical, especially from Russia's point of view. Kharkiv and Kyiv, will they fall? If Kyiv falls, what is going to happen next? Because Vladimir Putin's intent is very, very clear. He is going all out. Have a look at some of the visuals. We want to show you some of the most dramatic visuals that we have seen today alone. Now, have a look at this in Ukraine. Now, just to give you a sense of what is happening, have a look at this. Imagine 8 a.m. this morning, this is an administrative building, bang. That's what Russia has decided to do. Not just the military air bases and the military bases or the airstrips, now targeting administrative buildings too, because they want to break the resistance altogether and go for a full-fledged assault. Freedom Square also turned to rubble. That's the magnitude of the crisis that you're seeing on ground. The second largest city in Ukraine, Kharkiv. These are Indians. This is Indian student Naveen Zakharova. We've lost him today and we are going to miss him. Another set of dramatic visuals which have come in from Kharkiv and also this is near Kyiv. This is satellite visuals at Kyiv's gate. This is a huge convoy of Russian troops. Tanks, armored trucks, missiles, soldiers, everything on ground. They are closing in on Kyiv. This is the assault that's being mounted. The northeastern Sumy region, destruction in Hostomel is also seen. Tanks, Russian tanks have been destroyed by Ukrainian forces, but the Russian missiles and pounding and shelling is also wreaking havoc. More than 160,000 families have been displaced. They've had to flee. Nearly 5 lakh people have made egressed out of Ukraine into the neighboring countries, including Russia. Look at buildings that have been razed to rubble. Volunteers are working overtime to try and pull out people, those who are stuck. But clearly, Vladimir Putin has decided that they will be on a full offensive. Meanwhile, there is a show of solidarity with Ukraine at the UNHRC. When the Russian envoy was speaking, there was a mass walkout and a standing ovation given to the Ukrainian President Zelensky. Both sides will have their stories and their narrative. Who's the real villain here? Who's to blame for Ukraine's plight? We will talk about that in detail. But first, the India perspective and, of course, our ground report. Boots on ground for CNN News 18 and the News 18 network, along with our collaboration with CNN. We also have Maha Siddiqui on ground now. Maha, you've just touched down and you're right there, and it's going to be a very hectic 4-5 days for you covering the ground situation for the entire News 18 network. So let's start with what's happening in Poland. General VK Singh is already there. He's met about 80 students who are there in a Gurdwara. Where is he now?
He is heading towards the border now. He's already left for a place called Rizozo. This is very close to the Sheny-Metke border, from where the Indian students from Ukraine are being moved towards the Polish side. Now, this is the border area where, Anand, all the problem as far as the evacuation from Poland is concerned was emerging. This is the border where students were walking about 30 to 40 kilometers on foot from the other side in this bitter cold. In the border area, some of the border points, it's as cold as -6 to -7 degrees, and it's very windy. Some of the students had to sleep out in the bitter cold. This was because the Polish side, and that is what the Indian students allege, they said that they were discriminating against them. They did not allow them to cross, whereas the Ukrainians were allowed to cross. The Polish side has denied these charges, though. They said, and they have been simply overwhelmed by the number of people who are crossing over to their side. And this is not just the Indian students, of course, which is a small number. The largest number is the Ukrainian refugees coming over to their side. So they are finding it absolutely impossible on the ground to be able to manage this kind of crowd. And that is why the chaos has emerged. At least that's the explanation that the Polish side has given. They've now waived the visa fee as well for the Indian students, and they promised that things would be smoothened out. But General VK Singh is himself going to be on the ground now. He is going to be coordinating at his level with the ministers on the other side, because a lot of questions were raised about why do the ministers have to travel to these 4 countries when the embassy, the staff and other personnel are already on the ground trying to smoothen out the efforts. The only reason to send such senior ministers is that they can talk at their level to their counterparts, and also to send out a message of the seriousness with which India is taking the evacuation of its citizens. It does not want to leave them behind under these tense circumstances, because those who are stuck, these are very young kids really, 17, 18, 19-year-olds who have been studying medicine largely, who are stuck in Ukraine.
Yes.
So really that solidarity also needs to be shown with them at this juncture. That is why these senior ministers are in these 4 countries.
Right, Maha, there are now reports coming in that sirens have gone off again. Earlier in the day, sirens had gone off across 9 cities in Ukraine. Right now, is India the only government and the only nation that is actively working towards evacuation of its citizens at a government level? Are most of the other citizens left to fend for themselves?
You know, if you take some of the Western countries, they had pressed the panic button long back. India was assessing the situation, and India believed that because it had good relations with Russia, that even if an offensive is launched, it will be limited to the eastern side, and if need be, friends will help and India will be able to pull everyone out. Also, there were genuine concerns of the students as well, Anand. This is not a unidimensional situation where you just tell the students and they get back. These are students who've had to come back during COVID as well. They had paid quite a bit of money to get back during that time as well. When the second time this alarm was raised, they were weighing their options, whether they need to spend that kind of money, because tickets by that time had already escalated after the panic button was hit by the West, almost 4 times.
Yeah.
Also, many of the institutes had said that if you're going to leave at this juncture, you will not get your degree. That was one of the reasons why many students chose not to leave and risk it. It was a question of their future, their education, and what they were seeing on the ground. Nobody knew that the situation would worsen so much, that the Russian troops will move in so much towards the west as well, that the situation on the ground will become absolutely untenable for anybody, and especially young students, to stay. Students, of course, young, not very experienced, and anyway, a conflict situation is very difficult for anyone to manage, leave alone these young children who are fearful, who fear for their lives. Moreover, they are running out of food. The Indian embassy has been trying to give them food as well, send food across to them. But as far as the effort is on, since a large number of Indian students come to Ukraine for studies, naturally the largest effort is coming from the Indian side. US had already asked its people to evacuate. Many other Western countries like UK had already asked its people to evacuate. They don't have a lot of students. They have others who are here, and they had evacuated earlier on. They had even in fact moved their, for instance, US had moved its embassy from Kyiv to Lviv, and after that they had moved it to the Polish side.
Well, Maha, stay safe. I know you've got your task cut out and you've got plenty of work to do. You're also going to make your way straight across to the border to Rezeza. Wish you all the best and carry on getting us all these reports. We'll continue to connect with you and keep you busy. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you're watching the broadcast, do peruse this article by Rohini Swami on News18.com. It's an exclusive here where Rohini has been able to speak with Shrikant, who's Naveen's friend, the last person who Naveen spoke to. And he has come out and said, Shrikant Channegowda has said that they were all sleeping when Naveen stepped out to buy food for all of us. We were hungry as the curfew did not allow us to go outside. We had run out of food and he went out to get us some. And he was clearly rid with emotion at that time when he was speaking with News18.com. And he's turned around and said Naveen was an early riser. He stepped out as soon as the sun came up. And Naveen and his roommates decided to go to the closest supermarket to stock up on food as they had not eaten the previous night. I called him around 8 a.m. That's when he told me he was trying to get as much food as possible. He asked me to transfer some money so that he could buy more. I sent him 800 Hirvinia, approximately 2,000 rupees. And I told him to come quickly. He said he will rush back. That was the last thing he told me. And Shrikant and Naveen had been friends over the last 4 years during their time in Ukraine. Clearly, our condolences with the family, our heart and prayers with all those students who are stuck. 9,000 are out of Ukraine. Let's hope the rest of them also find their way to safety and also their way back home. Operation Ganga is on in full swing. Just before we tell you what's the war situation, a quick update. Romania has now said students, Indian students on special flights do not need a visa. There is no need for a visa if Indian students who have now exited Ukraine and are in Romania and they want to take the special flights back home, they do not need a visa. No visa is required if they are in Romania. There were doubts whether they can leave Romania without a visa. They do not need a visa. Again, another indication of how our diplomacy is at work, is helping students, helping those in need. India and Indians first. That's the motto perhaps for the Prime Minister and this government. And that is perhaps working. Let's hope they all come back safely. Now let's try and understand the war situation and get in as to who is to blame for this situation. Kyiv fall, is it imminent? This is the Russian strategy. They're going to up the ante, pull the might, use all their might. What they thought will be done in 4 days, they have to wrap it up in the next 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 24 to 36 hours max before the world moves in with its resources, and Russia will then find itself in a position of disadvantage. I'm just talking it for saying from the Russia's point of view, Vladimir Putin's point of view. 3 sides is where the attack has been mounted. They want to secure Black Sea, want direct access to the Black Sea. They have the Sea of Azov. They have control over Crimea, but control into the mainland is not there. This is controlled. This zone is controlled by separatists. This is not Russia. Russia is here. And if Vladimir Putin is able to do this, sealing this off, or go right down the Dnipro, this side altogether, seal it off and take control. That's what he's wanting to do. But look at the ingress that Russia has made, especially around Kyiv, entering via Belarus, entering from Russia. This is Kharkiv. They want control of Kharkiv, the second largest city, and Kyiv. They will then want to seal this whole area off. They would want to cut this off and then also draw this line and unite Crimea with Luhansk and Donetsk. So these will be the provinces. Mariupol also seeing intense fighting. Kherson seeing intense fighting. Odessa here seeing intense fighting. This is what is Vladimir Putin's target. Around the Dnipro or the Dnieper, the West is not his concern. This portion is his concern, and that's where he's trying to build up. Let's try and also see how Kyiv and how they are closing in on Kyiv. What is happening? There is a 40-mile convoy, 40-mile convoy made up of hundreds of tanks headed towards Kyiv. That is the intensity of the attack, that assault that Vladimir Putin is mounting. It's just started for him, and he doesn't care about the sanctions. It doesn't matter. Head of the convoy at Hostomel, just 15 miles from Kyiv. 15 miles. So they're closing in and they will swoop in and they will want to take control because that's when they have the upper hand. resistance, pushing them back, and if Kyiv holds and if Kharkiv holds, then it's disadvantage Putin in the next 24 to 36 hours. Russian forces attempting to encircle the city, Russian forces operating west of Sumy, and they are also advancing towards Kyiv. I showed you northward down. You can see it in the map there. They're coming down, and that's what they will also encircle and join that convoy which is coming in from Belarus. Fresh Russian bombardment causing large explosions, and the bombardments are happening pan-Ukraine. The bombardments are happening pan-Ukraine so that they can target the bases. No aircraft can come in. The Ukraine borders are sealed. So how is international aid going to come into Ukraine is the biggest question, because no aircraft, no military aircraft can land on any of the bases because they have gone ahead and bombed those establishments. And in Kharkiv, eastern Ukraine, certain cities, they are very clearly even bombing down administrative buildings. That's what Russians are doing. Fall of Kyiv is imminent. Question is, who is to blame? Is Vladimir Putin solely to blame, or does the blame also rest equally on the shoulders of the Western powers, the NATO powers, America, France, Germany, Britain, and all of those who have said, oh, you have to fight, oh, we'll impose sanctions, we'll take away the judo black belt from you and the judo presidentship from you. But what about letting Ukraine, empowering Ukraine and warning Ukraine in time? Did they lead Ukraine up the garden path? Ashok Sajanar, Ambassador Ashok Sajanar with us, Glenn Carl, former CI officer and author with us, Dr. Roger Liu, Associate Professor, Flame University with us. China has had an interesting conversation with the Foreign Minister of Ukraine. So what is happening there is another interesting angle. Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya Magazine with us, and Major General S.B. Asthana with us this evening. General Asthana, the military strategy clearly of Vladimir Putin is let's cover maximum ground from the path of least resistance, make the ingress.
Certainly, because Russian strategy as of now and in the given situation, initially they thought that a shock and awe effect of the swift offensive will be able to bring Ukraine down. But that didn't happen because of a number of fierce resistance as well as the isolation and the helps which came, but and the information warfare. Let's also not say that the West is also into the conflict by non-contact warfare methodology, whether it is information warfare or economic warfare. So they are also part of this warfare. That's number one. Number two, as far as Russians are concerned, they have a very hard choice now. If they get involved in street-to-street fighting in Kyiv, because Kyiv is the center of gravity of the operation. If they get involved in street-to-street fight, it is going to be time-consuming, very costly, and will be unbearable for Russia. So therefore, they have to use everything under their arsenal to ensure that Kyiv gives in as fast as possible. As far as Ukraine is concerned, they have also been quite smart, because if Russians did a lot of preparations, so did Kyiv and so did Ukraine, because they also got almost a similar amount of warning. So what they have done is that they have not fought in the open areas. First 24 hours they given a swift run to Russians. Russians could make a headway. Now they have decided that they will use all these built up areas as fortresses, and they are also can be accused of for using the civilian residential areas where they have fitted lot of military arsenal and distributed weapons to the civilians, because when civilians pick up the weapons, then they are also part of the combat machinery, and as per Geneva Convention, they are also part of the military force. So this is the second issue is that they have a lot of civilians inside Kyiv. Now with this martial law, there have been little difficulty as far as the exit is concerned, and there are some strategists in Kyiv who think that perhaps if you have more international civilians in these cities, Russians will be deterred or will be slightly thoughtful as to for causing heavy casualties.
Right.
So they also don't want very many to leave, and that's the reason as to why some of our children also faced a little amount of delay and problems in the borders of exiting out. Similarly, by the universities to say that don't go out, that you will have problems as far as your degrees are concerned and things like that, which did cause a fair amount of delay. So that's one part of it. So as of now, there are, as far as Ukraine is concerned, it's a battle of survival, and they have used everything in the towns. They want to get fixed battle in the town. As far as Russia is concerned, they have to bring down this machinery. They have given a warning for civilians to get out, because thereafter, as per them, whoever remains in Kyiv, he is a military part of the military machinery, and therefore rightfully so can be bombed.
True. See, one of the aspects, Glenn Carl, what stands out, and I'm just saying from some, I was talking to somebody from Russia's point of view. They're saying that if our target was civilians, we would have bombed the rail lines. We've not bombed the rail lines. We've not bombed the civilian airports or attacked civilian aircraft. Our thing is against trying to look at an agenda where we are able to prove a point to Ukraine, and Ukraine should not go towards the West. They're saying we are not going to attack civilian establishments. But from America's point of view, from NATO's point of view, are they doing enough, or have they left Ukraine, hung them out to dry?
Is the West, is NATO, the United States, the European Union, or other nations doing enough to help them? If that's the question?
Yes.
Well, they're trying now. Once combat begins, of course, it's quite late. The dilemma prior to the beginning of combat, once the crisis had started to accelerate or deteriorate, whatever you want to characterize it as, a number of months ago, then NATO and the United States, in fact, did increase the provision of weapons to Ukraine. But the dilemma for NATO is that Ukraine is not a member, and that is one of the big bones of contention, one of the central grievance or fear, anger of Vladimir Putin in Russia, which is that he does not want Ukraine to become a member of NATO, and NATO to extend its members once again to the border of Russia. Putin considers that an existential threat.
Yes.
So to allay those fears, Ukraine hasn't become a member of NATO, and NATO has been fuzzy consistently about membership, so that it would frankly not occur in any time we could see. NATO did make, I think, an error. The history is complicated about how it happened, but in 2008, under pressure internally and from Ukraine, it did say we, NATO, look forward to welcoming Ukraine. That's the one time. But from the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the United States and NATO have always been, frankly, fuzzy. The Russians say that is not the case, but the Russians, frankly, are wrong, and that's a bit of consistent disinformation put out by the Russian intelligence service. President Bush's father said it's not on the table. Other American leaders and NATO leaders have said to be discussed and things like this, while never saying never will you become a member, because they don't want to give up that principle of accepting people. But that's been the complexity for the West. So has the U.S. done enough? I think it has done quite a bit, certainly more than I think anyone anticipated, particularly Vladimir Putin, in the last number of weeks. But Ukraine's military is dwarfed compared to Russia's, which is the second most powerful in the world.
Yes, but Glenn, I also have Dr. Viktor Sumsky joining us in just a bit. He's a senior expert, ASEAN Center at the MGIMO University in Moscow in Russia. Before I bring him in, or as we're just getting him through, I want to understand from you, Glenn, could America and the West, did they not read the signs? Because June 2021, Biden and Putin met. Even then, Ukraine was an issue. It's been brewing since Crimea, 2014, since the regime change was happened. Russia believes it was orchestrated.
For a second. The whole way you're framing this is frankly wrong. I'm sorry to say that so bluntly. But consistently you take from the Russian perspective, did not America see this? One rather should ask, did not the Russians see Ukraine's desires? Did not Russians see, and when we say Russians, we're talking Vladimir Putin, not all of Russians, see that Ukraine posed zero threat to Russia? Did not Russians see, and the answer is that they claim they didn't.
But that's why I'm saying, I'm asking you Russia's point of view, because Russia has constantly said that Ukraine... Glenn, I'm saying Russia has constantly pointed out that Ukrainian presidents have constantly said they want to be part of NATO. Not just Zelensky, even the previous president said that we want to be part of NATO.
Not on the table right now. Now, does the Ukrainian desire justify an invasion? Let's see. Perhaps Pakistan says it is afraid of what India will do, so we will invade to make sure that you don't even talk about this. What would Indians do? You would try to kill the invader. That's the reality of what's happening. So don't say
no, but the point is, Glenn, I'll tell you, America did not impose sanctions on Pakistan when Kargil was orchestrated. When 26/11 was orchestrated and American citizens died, there was no strict punitive action that was taken against Pakistan. Pakistan backed the Taliban in the invasion of Afghanistan. Where are the sanctions against Pakistan, and where is the action taken? Is Pakistan stopped from playing cricket? Has it been stopped from participating in the Olympics? So we can get into an argument and a counter. My simple point, I don't want to get into that argument, but Glenn, why I'm asking you from America's point of view is very simple. I'm asking you this because Russia has repeatedly said that NATO is moving eastwards and it is coming right to my doorstep. Give me a commitment that Ukraine will never be a part of NATO. And that commitment has not been given. Let me ask Dr. Viktor Sumsky from the other point of view. Let me ask him the questions. You blame me that I'm taking Russia's side. I'm not taking anybody's side. I'm just putting both perspectives. Because a large part of the narrative is always controlled by the West. So the West justified getting into Iraq and then 10 years later said, sorry, we got it wrong. They justified getting into Afghanistan, said, sorry, we're getting out now. After 15 years, they said we're getting out, and they botched up the evacuation altogether. And at every point, they have always been justified. Their role has been justified when nations have been destroyed. Let me ask you, Dr. Sumsky, what is Vladimir Putin's intention? American intelligence now want to get into Putin's state of mind. Please tell me, what is his state of mind?
Let me start with a very simple fact, which should never be forgotten whenever we talk about Ukraine. We are discussing Ukraine here as a monolithic society and a monolithic state, which is absolutely wrong. Ukraine is a deeply divided society, divided between a mass of Russian population in the east of Ukraine and a mass of population in the west of Ukraine, which is taking a pro-Western orientation and which has actually largely sided with Hitler during the Second World War to confront the Soviet Union. And there are a whole set of issues related to this divide, which we can't discuss here, but I basically want to say that ever since the Soviet Union break up, Americans use every possibility to explore that divide and to instigate in the west of Ukraine the ugliest varieties of nationalism, which actually developed into what we now call Ukrainism. The source, the confessions about this were made in 2014 by no other than Victoria Nuland, who was at that time the Assistant Secretary of State of the US, who said openly that the United States invested no less than $5 billion into that kind of operation. And God knows how much was invested into its continuation since 2014. And during this 8-year war period, I'm talking here about the war on Donbass, about the war on this region, which are called secessionist wars, but which actually were striving for independence precisely because they could not feel at home in the Ukraine.
No, but many say that they've been propped up by Vladimir Putin and Russia just to stoke trouble and to ensure that Ukraine is never stable. Ukraine doesn't move towards the West or make a choice which is against Putin's interest or Russia's interest. Dr. Sumsky.
It's not just that. You have to see all the American efforts in the context of a terrible degradation of Ukraine economically and politically, and its transformation into a failed, fully dependent state, where CIA and the State Department runs Ukraine, and where Mr. Biden, in the times of his vice presidency, was actually an American proconsul. So, all this goes back to the ideas of no other than Zbigniew Brzezinski, the famous geostrategist who planted into the American strategic mentality the idea that Soviet Union will never be resurrected if Ukraine is taken out of the picture. So that's one thing which you always need to remember when you look at the American efforts.
Right. You have said that it is Ukraine. Dr. Sumsky, you have said that Ukraine is quite literally CIA run. So I've got Glenn Carl, who's a former CIA member. Let Glenn respond to Dr. Sumsky. He says that...
Yes, I'll be very much interested in his response.
Yeah. So let's see the US versus Russia view here. But Glenn Carl, the whole point is, he says that this is the philosophy that if Ukraine is broken away, there will never be a revival of the erstwhile Soviet Union or Soviet Russia.
I missed the last sentence, but I can talk about some of the perspective that we just heard. It's essentially upside down, but typical of how Russians rationalize their own, frankly, czarist imperialism. It's true that Ukrainians in World War II initially supported the Nazis when they invaded. But why was that the case? Because from 1922 to 1941, when they invaded, Stalin had essentially killed between 4 and 8 million Ukrainians. So the Germans initially were viewed as a liberator from a monster. Very quickly, the Ukrainians realized that the Nazis considered Slavs subhumans, and then they turned against the Nazis. And the Nazis killed 4 million Ukrainians. Prior to Ukraine's independence in Ukraine's joining the Soviet Union in 1922, how did that happen? At the end of World War I, Ukraine became independent. Then there was a civil war and in Russia, and an invasion by the Bolsheviks, which seized Ukraine and made it a, quote, republic of the Soviet Union. So the history is completely skewed. Furthermore, the freedom fighters, or whatever he was characterized by the doctor, in Donbass were, rather than being ethnic Russian Ukrainians, were Russian intelligence officers, one, fomenting, and two, actually acting as Ukrainian dissidents. So to say that was a spontaneous move for independence is complete garbage. So those are just 2 points. The perspective is totally wrong.
Dr. Sumsky, do you want to respond?
Well, it's interesting how our American CIA participant, had managed to think on all these issues in history, rather than telling us the history of CIA exploits in Ukraine in the last decade. This is much closer to us today, and there are so many explanations there about what is actually happening in Ukraine now, and how after all these massive efforts, Ukraine is basically a wasted resource for the United States. They practically leave it to itself now. That's what had happened. It is so much reminding us about Afghanistan, about Vietnam, about all these other stories where Americans tried to rebuild the world, so to say, in its image, and failed poorly.
It's pretty straightforward. If 180,000 soldiers come and kill me, I will fight back. This is what's happening. End of story. Russia should go home and stop lying. It's very simple.
Yes, but please do not forget that 8 years before that, Ukrainians were constantly and consistently shelling Donbass. And if you travel now to this part of Ukraine, which is no longer a part of Ukraine, actually, you will see graves of innocent children there, dozens of them who became victims of this ugly operation. And even now,
you don't have much to say other than lies. I'm sorry. It's just nonsense.
Oh no, you are the greatest factory of lies on earth the world has ever seen, and you should know that. And you should know that we all see it like that.
If I had the power in the CIA that you think I did, I could be on Mars by now. It's, I know that every time a traffic light in Bolivia fails, it's the fault of the CIA. In this instance, there are 180,000 soldiers we can all see bombing Ukrainians. The issue is quite simple.
Well, do you think we should just sit idly for one more 9th or 10th year and wait until Donbass will be destroyed completely? Unlike you, we are related to Ukrainians, and there is so many arguments to prove that we are a single people.
It's true.
I'm almost amused, although this may not be the proper word, with the lightness with which you treat the issues which are thousands and thousands of miles away from home, from your home.
Well, so we have a Moscow versus Washington situation. Glenn Carl, and Dr. Sumsky, I'll just come back to you. I've got Ambassador Sajanhar and Tushar Gupta also patiently waiting. So you've got 2 points of view here. Largely, there's a Russia point of view which feels that you've pushed us from deference to compellence. Ambassador Sajanhar, India right now is trying to be equidistant and focusing on what its task is to bring back as many, and all of us. We've already lost one citizen. There are so many who are lakhs who've been displaced. Could the situation have been averted? Or is that for later on? Right now it is about how can we save lives?
I think right now, Anand, it is as to how effectively and how quickly we can save lives. Of course, in retrospect, one could possibly do a post-mortem and say that, we should have moved our people quickly from there. As Maha was saying right at the beginning, as many of the other countries, even the embassies moved out from Kyiv to Lviv, the US, the UK, and all the other embassies. But I don't think that anyone in the world, and definitely not Ukraine and others, they were looking at such a ferocious attack from all sides on Ukraine. I think if there was anything about an attack, what Mr. Putin said, special military operation, it would have seemed that it would be only on the eastern part in the Donbass area, basically to protect. But I find this, quite an unacceptable rationalization, what is being given from the Russian side, that we are going to capture the whole of Ukraine so that we can ensure the safety of the people in Donbass. I don't think that that argument is particularly effective. So I think coming from all three sides like a pincer movement and sort of like a blitzkrieg, and that is what I think Russia would have thought, what Mr. Putin would have thought, that he would be able to fulfill all his plans within a couple of days, 2, 3, 4 days. And he would have been sorely disappointed to see the manner in which Mr. Zelensky has emerged as a natural leader, a natural hero, not only of Ukraine, but of the whole world, and the sort of resistance that the Ukrainian people are giving, the Ukrainian army is giving, the manner in which they have dug in their heels. I think this must have come as a reality check as far as Mr. Putin is concerned. And that has in addition to the sanctions and other things, I think that has very severely dented his image. And I think in addition to the fact that, his requirement was Ukraine should not become a member of NATO, there should be a regime change, I find quite extraordinary that the head of state uses expressions like, denazify, demilitarize, and the government is headed by drug addicts. I don't think we have heard that in, current day parlance. But one of the reasons, in addition to these two, I think, was to announce to the whole world that Russia has emerged as a global power, as a global leader. It is not this Russia of 1990s. I think everyone recognizes that. Mr. Putin didn't really have to launch this offensive, but the fact that he has got stuck in his tracks by the opposition from Ukraine, Ukrainian army, Ukrainian people, all of them have been inspired. And what Ukraine has done, it has also unified the West. And that is, I think, something that Mr. Putin might not have anticipated. And his plan of announcement of Russia, so to say, invincibility, I think that has also got seriously dented. So that is why we see what you have shown, Anand, a line of 40 miles, 64 kilometers, because I think the next 24, 48 hours are going to be quite decisive and quite consequential, because Mr. Putin is going to put the whole weight, whole force of the army. It has been mentioned that residential areas have not been damaged, have not been
Well, the moment Ukrainian president tells civilians pick up arms, then that's what General Astana said, that they also become soldiers. Against as far as the Geneva Convention is concerned, the moment civilians pick up arms and then they get into conflict, then they're also considered as soldiers. So then it's about
10,000 rifles or arms would have been given. The population of Kyiv is more than 3 million.
No,
I don't think
sir, I'm not
trying to confuse issues.
No, I'm not confusing issues, Ambassador Saab. What I'm trying to say is that there will be both sides which will swing the narrative in their way. But the point is that the moment the Russians see even 4 armed people in a civilian area trying to shoot at them on a street-to-street fight, it gives them reason to go ahead and bombard those establishments, because they'll say they were firing at us and we fired back. They're already targeting civilian establishments in terms of administrative buildings. Yes, there are civilian casualties too. But my point is, did this have to come to this? Or did somebody want it to come to this? Who is to blame is a question that I'm also asking. We've just got an update. Stingers and anti-tank weapons have been provided by the Netherlands. They have arrived in Ukraine as military assistance for the National Armed Forces. This is what the Kyiv Post has just put out. So help is also reaching just around the time where Kyiv is going to be surrounded. Dr. Roger Liu, before we take a break, and Tushar Gupta, quick word from you before we take a short break. Dr. Roger Liu, China has also gotten involved. It is talking to Ukraine. It's also talking to Russia. What is China's position?
Well, I think China is in a very difficult position now. We cannot forget that in 1994, there is a signing of a Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances. Well, this is actually about the give up of nuclear weapons of the Ukrainian side, and in exchange of the great power support of its security. And one of this is China. And China, after that, has been purchasing all the techniques and weapons from Ukraine for all the Russian-made weapons. So that actually contributes to the giant leap forward of their Russian-made weapons. And nowadays, when their true friend, quote unquote, Ukraine now is in trouble, they choose to stay back and see what happens because of the joint declaration signed by Putin and Xi Jinping in February. So I think now they are, I have to indicate an interesting thing is that, reports saying that the Chinese police and the government has been trying to collect the information and intelligence from the Ukrainian citizens facing China. They want to know their attitude towards this war. So, I don't think they are supporting Ukraine for now because they have received the complaints of the Ukrainian government, embassies, and general consulate about this intruding behavior. So I think the Ukrainian people actually, they must feel that as a backstabber, China has been in the crucial moment. China has never forget to give up the support, even if they have claimed to establish a very strong relationship with Ukraine before.
Right. Tushar Gupta, how do you see? Is India's response timely, or did India delay the evacuation process?
No, Anand, I don't think India delayed the evacuation process because, see, everyone has, in this political poker, overplayed their hand. Americans had been egging on the Ukrainian government for far too long. The NATO had been egging on the Ukrainian government for far too long. The Ukrainian government, even now, when their own citizens are picking up arms, are talking about joining the European Union, the help is coming from Netherlands. And the Russians also have overplayed their hand. It had to be the Donbass region, but now it's the entire region of Ukraine that is under siege. So everyone in their political poker overplayed their hand. But you asked a very important question, and one of the panelists also raised this point, that was Ukraine actually a threat to Russia? But if we have to ask that question, Anand, was Iraq with its imaginary WMDs a threat to America? Was Afghanistan a threat to America? Was the entire country of Afghanistan a threat to America? Is Taiwan a threat to China? We can keep asking these questions, but the truth is everyone overplayed their hand. And even right now, the Ukrainian government does not have a clear stand on the issue. Do they want to go back to the negotiating table? Do they want to have talks with Russia? There are talks scheduled for tomorrow, as per Reuters. But at the same time, you see this, the Ukrainian government talking about joining the EU, talking about joining the NATO. So I don't see how the talks will emerge in such circumstances. That's the troubling point. And last point, the next 24 to 36 hours are very, very crucial. Not only they will define how this war ends or how this war sustains going forward, it will also define the future of geopolitics in at least the Eurasian region. Because from here, I don't see how Ukraine can be a free buffer zone once again. Either way this war ends, the loser is going to be the Ukrainian government, the people of Ukraine. If Russia is able to achieve its objectives in the next 24 to 36 hours, you have Ukraine as a buffer zone in the best case scenario. But in case Russia falls, you then have a Ukrainian government which has been installed by the NATO, which will only threaten Russia further. And about the sanctions. Now, sanctions are a double-edged sword. The Western world might think that the sanctions work very well against the Russian government. But if you double down on sanctions, you're also risking the wrath of Vladimir Putin, because then he will have nothing to lose. You might end up creating a China-Russia axis, and Vladimir Putin might double down on the siege in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, in other parts of Ukraine, and then you have the biggest political crisis since 1945 in the European region. That's where my worry is, and that's why the next 24 hours are very, very crucial given the entire larger picture in play.
True, and if you go by what the Russians had to say to France's comment of a French minister saying economic war, he said oftentimes economic war, watch your language, watch your tongue, and economic war or an economic offense leads to a full-scale, kinetic war. So
that's how Japan, Anand, to give you an analogy, that's how Japan entered the Second World War when the US blocked its oil supplies, and that's how Pearl Harbor happened in 1941. So we don't want to approach the same situation with the sanctions that the West, that the European countries are doubling down with respect to Russia. That's my concern.
And there is an overreaction. My point is, was China banned from hosting the Olympics when it invaded into, when it tried to get into Galwan, into Indian territory, when it occupied Hong Kong? Why was it allowed to conduct and participate in the Olympics and no sanctions there? Where were the sanctions against the Chinese? So you're going to be selective again in your ire. So Russia, you can punch and you can brand as a villain. China is not a villain at all for what China has been doing.
That's the truth of Democrats, Anand. In the US, the Democrats have been heavily inclined in making Russia the enemy. Now, I have been saying this from day one that we have to watch the Russians, but we have to observe China and what it does in Taiwan post this entire crisis, because that's going to be another melting pot in the entire geopolitical
The simple
scenario.
point is that we've got to fend for ourselves. In times of need, there's nobody else. But Ukraine is getting some help. Ukraine is being armed. Now, we just gave you the update of the Netherlands. USA has said that they are going to send across shoulder-fired Javelin missiles. Anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions are also going to be sent. Germany is going to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons, 500 Stinger defense systems. Netherlands, 50 anti-tank weapons have already reached. The 200 Stinger rockets have already reached. That's the update. Czech Republic, 3,000 machine guns, 7,000 assault rifles. Finland, 2,500 assault weapons, 1,500 anti-tank weapons. It all looks very much, but against the might of Russia, is this enough? That's a big question. Belgium, 2,000 machine guns, 3,800 tons of fuel. The European Union is going to send 70 MiG-29s and Sukhoi 25 fighter jets. So Russian-made aircrafts are going to be plowed against in the fight against Russia itself. But where are these jets going to land? Are there any airstrips left? Big question. Jets from Bulgaria, Poland, Slovakia, all of this is going to come in. But all of this put together, does this equal the might of what Vladimir Putin has decided to unleash? This is about 30 to 40%. That's what he's pressed so far of his military might. We continue to keep close tabs. I thank all our guests because we've almost run out of time. We just have some details to share with our viewers when we come back. I thank all of you. Thank you very much for your perspectives and for joining us here and taking the right stand. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave, how will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The UN says nearly 5 lakh people have left Ukraine. Just let's have a look at where they have gone, and this is the information that we've got. Nearly 1,60,000 families have been displaced. They are now rendered homeless. Their homes have been destroyed. Belarus, 500 people have gone towards Belarus. Let's look at Poland, 2,81,000. So the maximum number have actually moved towards Poland, and Poland is facing immense pressure there because of the number of people knocking on its doors. Slovakia, 30,000 people. Again, an Indian aircraft has come from bringing back Indians from Slovakia. Hungary, 84,000. So first flight from Budapest will land around 7:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. In Delhi, 32,000 towards Romania. There are also those who have moved to Russia and Moldova, 36,000 in Moldova, and then those who have already moved towards Russia. 1,29,000 people have moved to Russia. 34,000 have also moved to other EU nations. So this is the kind of exodus that we are seeing from Ukraine, given the kind of crisis that we are seeing. Overall, nearly 4,99,000. That number has actually gone up more than 5 lakh as we speak. But one of the aspects is 9,000 Indians are out of Ukraine. 9,000 Indians are out of Ukraine. They are waiting to be evacuated. Slowly, that number should only inch up as more and more flights start operating from the neighboring countries. In the meantime, we lost Naveen, 21-year-old medical student who hails from Haveri in Karnataka. His father, distraught, had spoken earlier this evening. The Prime Minister had called him, had also expressed his condolences. Our condolences too. This is what he had to say.
Your media informed to our senior officials, embassy, Prime Minister, to bring back my son's dead body. Okay. And also, I request to all these political leaders, kindly look into the matter and see that donation is very bad, and all these intelligent students, they are going to study in abroad. They think that education here, if they plan to get that education here, they have to pay crores to get that seat. And the same education, better than this, they are getting very good education in abroad, and all this practical equipment also very standard. Here in India, only that caste-wise, they are allotting the seat. Because my son, he has got 97% in the PUC.
grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children in the eye? Ukraine has borne the brutality of this invasion with patient grit and determination. Outside every supermarket, there are long lines and scarce supplies, but no one is complaining.
It's amazing to see the optimism of people here. They've been waiting in this line for about 40 minutes to get into the supermarket, but still they're saying everything's going to be okay. You can feel a growing confidence among people that they do have a chance to defeat Russia.
In an eastern suburb of the city, Raisa Shmatko's front yard has turned into a staging area.
So you can see they're collecting things to donate to people, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, pickles, foods.
Shmatko is a grandmother and a retired economist. Now she spends her days preparing for battle.
Okay. This is where they make the Molotov cocktails? She says she's going to show us them now.
These are the only weapons she has, but she says she's ready to fight. Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
How did you learn how to make Molotov cocktails?
Google helped, she tells me.
You Googled it.
Of course, she says.
If Russian forces push into the capital here in Kyiv, what will you do?
We will beat them. They won't come, she tells us. I believe in our Ukraine. I believe in Ukrainian people. Moments later, she's off. Russian forces are still moving forward. And there is much work to be done.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakharova Jacob. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is well into its 6th day today, and it looks like the Russian side is preparing for an imminent assault on the 3 biggest cities in Ukraine. That's Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Kherson. It is going to be a bloody and ugly, and it could possibly last for weeks, if not months. This is going to be urban warfare, a conventional military force taking on Ukrainian guerrillas, maybe even civilians who've been armed with assault rifles, and it's going to go on for a number of weeks and months, this bloody and ugly warfare. Today, in one of the major bombings that happened in the city of Kharkiv, one Indian student, 21-year-old Naveen from Karnataka, was also killed. He was standing by outside a grocery store after having lived in a bunker for the better part of the last week. Today, the Prime Minister also spoke to Naveen's father and expressed his condolences. The Indian government is stepping up its evacuation efforts. The IAF has also been pressed into service. But today, with Naveen gone, the first Indian casualty of this war, how long can India continue to be neutral in this war? All right, I want to first go across to Atika Schubert, CNN correspondent, who's joining us live from Lviv on the western side of Ukraine, where things are still relatively calm, but it's in the central part of the country, in the eastern part, and in the north and south, where things are looking rather grim. Atika, it's day 6. We're hearing of these massive bombing operations that are going on in Kharkiv, an invasion of Kyiv looking imminent. Is it fair to say that as we sit close to the cusp of 1 week since this invasion began, we are now looking at possibly a more ugly and perhaps a bloodier phase of this war?
I think it's entirely possible. I think the fact is that the first phase of the Russian invasion of Ukraine did not achieve the objectives it had hoped, mainly to capture the main cities of eastern and central Ukraine, including the capital city of Kyiv. And since it didn't, it had to recalibrate, reorganize, and now what we may be seeing is the bigger push to achieve that objective, especially the capital city. We now see this huge column of Russian troops and Russian military armored vehicles and hardware, 60 kilometers long, aimed directly at the capital city of Kyiv. Our team on the ground there in Kyiv has reported hearing explosions, and there are now reports just coming in, we're still trying to verify them, that the TV tower in the central area of Kyiv may have been hit. And this would fall in line with what we just saw in the last hour or so with Russia's state news agency TASS reporting that the defense ministry said it would strike at communications targets within the capital city. So it does seem that an escalation of the invasion is now underway. We're going to be watching this very closely to see what happens in the capital.
We're just playing those pictures of that TV tower being demolished in a missile strike. As Atika said, CNN cannot independently confirm these pictures. This has been put out by a news agency in Kyiv. So we're putting out those pictures. But I think it's also important to underline why Russia is doing this, bombing this TV station. And Atika, I want you to weigh in on this, because the feeling is that the information warfare around this war, the Russian side has been losing and losing pretty badly. They can sort of, bomb TV stations, but what do they do about social media?
Well, this is a good question. The Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, hasn't been making television addresses so much as he's been putting out Facebook video messages, and they have been incredible at rallying the public to defend the nation. In the first few days of the invasion, it was thought that Russian troops would capture the capital. It did not succeed, and you saw the Ukrainian president standing outside in the streets of Kyiv, recording a video, almost like a selfie, saying, "We are still here. We have survived, and we are still fighting." And that kind of defiant message wasn't put out on TV; it was put out on the internet, on social media. So there may be this attempt to try and take down the communications network, but it may be too late, frankly. And furthermore, it really is about the internet these days. As an interesting side note, Elon Musk, the tech entrepreneur, has given to Ukraine its Starlink system that allows it, at least parts of the country, to still have internet, even if its fiber optic cables and its internet infrastructure gets wiped out. So it'll be interesting to see if that works. But for the meantime, it does look like Russian troops are targeting the communications infrastructure, certainly in the capital city.
All right, and we'll see whether through this, they're able to wrest back some of the information warfare narrative, as it were. For the moment, Atika Schubert, many thanks for joining us from Lviv. I also want to go across to Maha Siddiqui, our correspondent, our foreign affairs editor, who's joining us live from Warsaw in Poland, where there is a massive evacuation operation underway, at the border between Poland and Ukraine. So far, in the last almost a week now, there's been relatively far fewer people who have been evacuated from this particular border as opposed to the one with Hungary or the one with Romania. Is there any chance that things will get better now? And what exactly was the holdup?
The holdup was there, several reasons, Zaka. First of all, there is an overwhelming number of people who are trying to come from Ukraine towards Poland. This includes refugees from the Ukrainian side, as well as, for instance, Indian students who are trying to cross over from the Polish side. They were saying that there is chaos on the ground, and some were alleging that there was discrimination against them while the Ukrainians were being allowed, that they were being stopped at the border. The Polish side, though, has denied it. They are just saying that we were simply overwhelmed by the number of people who were coming through these borders, and that is why chaos broke out on the ground. Now that will be smoothened out. The other issue was also of visa fees, which has now, of course, been waived by Poland. But certainly the weather also played a very massive role in this entire evacuation process. It's extremely cold here in Poland, and the border areas more so. The weather and the temperature drops to almost -6 to 7 degrees Celsius in the evening. Some of the students had to walk on the border from the Ukrainian side, almost 20 to 30 kilometers on foot, Zaka, to reach the border, the Polish border. Then there was confusion on which border they would be allowed to cross on foot and which border can they take their private vehicles. So initially the border that was designated was Krakowiak. Later it was clarified that no, you have to come to the Sheni border, because on the Krakowiak side you can only use your private vehicles. If you have to cross over on foot, you have to come to the other border. So there has been some amount of confusion as far as Poland is concerned. Poland simply says that they are unable to cope with the number of people who are coming in, and that is why this confusion broke out on the ground.
All right. We're also given to understand that General Retired V.K. Singh, one of the ministers, one of the 4 ministers deputed by the Prime Minister, has also reached in Poland. So hopefully the evacuation from Poland will also gather pace. Our Maha Siddiqui there joining us live from Warsaw. We'll be in touch with you, Maha. Let me now go across to our guests, and I want to bring the focus back again to that very, very tragic news of the first Indian casualty, 21-year-old medical student Naveen from Karnataka, who died in the bombing in Kyiv earlier this morning. Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Dr. Shama Mohammed, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Vishnu Prakash, former diplomat. And Ian Bond is Director of Foreign Policy at the Centre for European Reform. Sanju Verma, let me start with you, and our condolences to Naveen's family. The Prime Minister has spoken to his father. But just on the point that now that we've had the first Indian casualty, can we afford to still be neutral in this war?
You know, Zaka, I think you understand real politics much better than a lot of us. And to try and link the unfortunate casualty to India abstaining at the special session of the United Nations, I think that is as preposterous as it can get, with no offense to none. Let's be very clear. When you say that you are abstaining, it is not taking a neutral stand. It is simply telling the concerned parties at both ends of the spectrum that for India, at this point in time, we are guided by a national interest, by the safety and security of our citizens, especially our young students there. And we will do what needs to be done, what can be done, and what should be done in such extenuating and challenging circumstances. We will try and ensure that every single Indian in Ukraine is brought back safely. And I think nobody should second guess the Prime Minister's bona fides on this, because don't forget, Zaka, that even a superpower like the United States, Joe Biden has clearly told the United States citizens in Ukraine, you are to fend for yourselves. The administration is not going to do anything to get you back to where you belong. China has pretty much said the same thing. Tell me one other country in the world which has sent 4 of its top senior ministers into the heart of the war zone to ensure that
Shama Mohammed, the decisions of a sovereign government on how to vote to the United Nations Security Council are not decided by loss of life. If that was the case, I mean, Indians have died in Yemen, Indians have died in Syria, in the Gulf wars that have happened. That did not, shape the way we voted. So why should it now in this instance?
Zaka, I don't agree on that. That shaped what is happening right now.
I mean, there is no issue about whether the Prime Minister says restrain or not. That is not the issue. There is no contingency plan here. That's the problem. Now, they're sending ministers out. I have undergone evacuation by the Indian government myself in Kuwait when more than 1,70,000 people were evacuated. I saw that. There were no ministers who came there. Mr. I.K. Gujral, the foreign minister, did it. We had our issues. Important thing is the country which entered Kuwait, Iraq, we had good relationship with Iraq because we were giving them naval and air support during the Iran-Iraq war. The similar thing, we have good relationship with Russia. What we needed to do here is a coordination between Russia, Ukraine forces on the ground and see to it that there is ceasefire when the Indians are being evacuated, just like the UPA government evacuated Indians in 2006 when the Lebanese-Israel war was happening. We evacuated Indians from Lebanon. There was ceasefire between the Hezbollah forces and the Israelis. That is how we do. There should be coordination. Now, sending ministers.
But Shama, just a point of clarification. At that time in '91, and you said you were also one of the members who got evacuated. As I remember, I.K. Gujral met with Saddam Hussein, and that's when the ceasefire happened, and that's when a large number of the Indians got evacuated. Right now, there is, I don't think Putin or from the Ukrainian side, they're in a mood for a ceasefire. And unless that happens, how do you expect the government of India to evacuate its citizens?
Zaka, may I come in for a bit?
One second, let her respond though.
So very important point is the same thing what I asked about Israel and Lebanon in 2006. You have to know how to coordinate this diplomacy. Very important point. I just spoke to my cousin Izam, who is from a university called Odessa National University. He said I just spoke to him. He said they got advisory 3 days before to leave. And he says when suddenly they will tell them to leave, then they will say not to leave. Then they took cars and buses and went to Moldova. They said not a single Indian embassy person would pick up their phone. They would disconnect the phone. He said the Moldovan authorities have helped them. The Moldonian students have helped them, but no Indian embassy. No, I just spoke to him right now.
Okay. Let me ask Sanju Verma to respond, and then I'll go to Vishnu Prakash, who's a career diplomat, so he can also weigh. I'm sure he also has a thing or two to say about this. Sanju Verma.
Zaka, first and foremost, let me be very clear that the advisory from the Indian government went on the 15th and 16th of February, and on the 20th, 18th and 22nd of February, some of the Air India flights actually came back empty with only 40% of the seats filled because the students were not willing to leave Ukraine. I'm not putting the blame on students, but the fact is, if you have an iota of common sense, you will not compare the situation today in Ukraine with what happened in the Gulf War in 1990-91. Tell me, Zaka, during the Gulf War, it was a guerrilla warfare that lasted for 18 months, and 170,000 Indians were evacuated over a period of 18 months, which the Congress spokesperson does not seem to know because he never comes and debates with facts. Point number two, this is a crisis situation where one of the powers is nuclear enabled, nuclear armed, and none of the big countries have taken a clear stand. Has Ukraine been given an EU membership? No. They've just simply filled in a form. Has NATO said that we will send troops? No. So everybody is basically guided by the national interest.
Okay. All right. So let me go to Vishnu Prakash and ask him. I'm sure you were in service when the Iraq evacuation happened, when this Lebanon-Israel conflict that Shama Mohammed refers to happened. What was the experience then in the evacuation operation, and what has been the experience now? Clearly, I think one thing that happened, and I guess you can say that there was some underestimation or miscalculation there, was the closing off of the airspace. That is what has made life difficult, because that basically means that these students have to drive hundreds of kilometers to bordering countries, and from there they can take evacuation flights out. But just a comparison of how this was done in the past.
Zaka, good evening. I was a spokesperson when we evacuated people from Libya and other areas. Government of India did everything possible. Government of India has, regardless of the government in power, has shown a unique commitment and ability to get its citizens out of trouble spots, regardless of the cost, regardless of the difficulties. Now, there is never a perfect moment to issue an advisory. things are not in your control, things keep on changing, and your position and advice evolves. Look at what is happening in Ukraine. Bombs are flying, situation is very difficult, and yet India has been proactively getting its people out. I think it is not fair to point fingers at any party, any government. This is a combined national effort, and I think what India has been doing under trying circumstances, where you do not have things under your control, you have yet even then, you have made all the coordination, put in all the effort. I think it is commendable, and we should encourage what is happening rather than point fingers at this juncture.
Okay, Ian Bond, I'm also curious to know, just last year when the Taliban took over Kabul and Afghanistan, there was a concerted effort by the global community, including by the United States. It was of course, rescuing its own citizens first, but any foreign national. There were missions that were run by the Germans, the Americans, of course. Why aren't we seeing something similar this time in Ukraine?
Because I think the threat to aircraft flying, particularly to Kyiv and even more so to Kharkiv, is so extreme. I mean, the ability of the Taliban to interfere with flights was relatively limited, and actually they showed no particular interest in interfering with flights at that point. That's very far from being the case with the Russian assault on Ukraine, where from a very early stage in the attack, they have been trying to seize airfields or to put airfields out of commission. I think it would have been extraordinarily irresponsible for any government, including the Indian government, to try to get aircraft into Kyiv at that point. Where I think all of us probably could be faulted is in not starting to make contingency plans earlier. And I think there just weren't enough political leaders who took it seriously that Putin had got nearly 200,000 troops on the borders of Ukraine. There just weren't enough people who said, if he has that many troops there, then he's probably going to use them.
So in your opinion, what would that contingency plan have been? That you send in these evac flights much earlier when the buildup was happening?
At the point when American intelligence was saying publicly that they thought an attack was imminent, at that point, I think that's when the effort to evacuate third country nationals should have taken place.
Do you see any attempt at some kind of a limited ceasefire between the Ukrainians and the Russians so as to enable foreign nationals to leave Ukraine?
Well, of course, they had a round of talks yesterday, which didn't produce any outcome.
Correct.
But I think the short answer is no, absolutely not. I mean, Russia is pushing forward this attack with ever-increasing use of force, including in civilian areas. And my heart goes out to the family of your national, your Indian national who was killed in Kharkiv. Yes. How could one possibly imagine that one would send one's child so far around the world to study medicine, and that they would not return safely because of Russia's violent attack on its neighbor?
Okay.
My heart goes out to them.
All right, Sanju Verma and Shama Mohammad, to close out the debate. Sanju Verma, do you see? I mean, look. I think the fear is this, that the distance between Kyiv and any of the closest border points on the Hungary side, on the Romania side, or even on the Poland side, that is still a few hundred kilometers. I think the Poland side is about almost 1,000 kilometers. What is it that the government can do to ensure the safe passage from Kyiv to the border so that from there, then they can be evacuated by these flights? Because that's where the real problem is.
Yeah. I think, Zaka, the real problem, as you said, the fact that, airspace is closed. And mind you, the government, 3 weeks back had actually expanded the air bubble agreement so that, more students can be brought back in every single flight. But given that it's a dynamic and fluid situation, sitting here in TV studios with offense to none, we can say, oh, this should have happened, that should have happened. The reason why top 4 ranking cabinet ministers have been sent to where the action is happening is to ensure that we use our political heft Gandhi can sit here and give bhashan to the Modi government, that I want to ask you. Does a member of parliament have no responsibility? What has Rahul Gandhi done for the people of Wayanad who are stuck in Ukraine? All that Rahul Gandhi does is sit on Twitter every morning, have a cup of coffee and start uttering gibberish.
Okay, Shama Mohammed, the MP from Wayanad, what has he done for the people from Kerala who are stuck in Ukraine?
I just want to respond. She said the Iraq invasion took 18 months. I'm sorry to say the invasion was 3 months. We were evacuated in 3 months. The war happened later. So all Indians, I was there.
Okay, all right. Let's close it out. Shama, respond to what she said about, don't members of parliament have any responsibility?
Nobody there in Moldova to pick up these students. That is my question. Why is no Indian embassy official there in Moldova to escort these students to Bucharest? Why is nobody there? That is what Sanju Verma has to answer today. And also, Israel is a nuclear-powered nation, like Russia. You said that time there's no nuclear weapons. Israel is also a nuclear-powered, and we did it. We got ceasefire. You ask Russia to do ceasefire at this point of time. Indian government has to do that.
No, but why should Russia listen to you? Or why should Ukraine listen to you? I mean, if they're not going to listen to the biggest powers in NATO, why should they listen to you to enable a ceasefire?
Why did Hezbollah and Israel listen to us in 2006? That is the way it works.
What has your Rahul Gandhi done apart from sitting on Twitter and talking rubbish the whole day?
Okay.
Can't you behave like a constructive opposition?
All right, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you very much. All I'll say is, look, I feel for the diplomats. I certainly feel for the students who are there, stuck in different parts of Ukraine. More so because they have to now take this arduous journey by road or train from big cities like Kharkiv and Kyiv out to the closest border. That is a very dangerous thing to do in the middle of a war. I also feel extremely for all the diplomats, and there are a few hundred of them across all of these 4 border points who are trying and racing against the clock in this mammoth evacuation exercise. And like I said, the biggest hassle, the biggest hurdle is the closing down of airspace across Ukraine. Had that not happened, we could have evacuated the entire population of close to 20,000 Indians in a matter of a few days. But now that the airspace has been closed, that's where the difficulty is, because these students, like I said, have to make the arduous journey to the border points, and from the border points, the evacuation flights have to fly back in. That's a wrap. I'll catch you again tomorrow night, same time. You think he's prepared for the next few months of, urban warfare?
I think he's prepared for it, but the targeted efforts against the Russian central bank have been almost like an arrow that has penetrated through that armor.
Kharkiv is the second biggest city. There is intense fighting.
The building can be seen bursting into flames. Those are the pictures that you're seeing over there after the explosion.
This is a massive, massive Russian military convoy stretching some 64 kilometers.
That's coming through anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. Into Ukrainian lands in a triumphant parade, he tells me. They were mistaken. It will never happen, he says. I mean, look, this is a bit of almost a cliche, but obviously somebody's brought a memento from home, and now it's scorched and lying with the debris of their, in this case, failed attack. An attack that's left Ukrainian forces who repelled it confident, perhaps overconfident, that victory can be repeated across the country as Russian troops advance. Absolutely, Ukraine will win this war, Alexander tells me. Of course we'll win, and the Russians will rot here, he says. This vehicle here is obviously from the Russian military. It's got the letter V daubed on the side looking tape or in paint. I think that stands for Vostok, which is the Russian word for east, which implies that these military equipment, they came from the eastern divisions of the Russian military. What I was saying there, look, as evidence, I don't want to show you this too much, but there's a body there. That's a Russian soldier that is lying there dead on this bridge. You can tell they're Russian because they've got this black and red and orange St. George ribbon daubed across them, which is a sign, a symbol of the Russian army. Stoita.
Ammunition.
Yeah, ammunition. Сейчас, Alexander.
No. Вот снимите, блядь. Это сними.
Oh my God, there's another one there.
Туда дальше не підемо, далі не підемо.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war. For the Ukrainians and of course for the Russians as well, the sacrifice that is being paid by all sides in this complete waste of life is here for us all to see.
The people of Kyiv are mobilizing. Across the capital, volunteers are pouring in, building up the city's defenses with whatever they can. Women bring in empty bottles to be made into Molotov cocktails. The leaders of this militia say Ukraine will win this war, emboldened by recent successful operations to repel Russian forces. One shows us his passport. I am Ivanov. I am originally Russian, he says, but no Russian boots will stand here.
Do you have a message for President Putin?
Putin.
It's a popular sentiment on the streets. This man's sign is too vulgar to translate. Another billboard warns invading forces. Russian soldiers leave. How will you look your children?
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. It is good to see you. It is day 6 of fighting in Ukraine and Russia is triggering what we call caliber escalation. Ukraine's second largest city is under attack for several days now. It was hit again today, and amongst the 10 dead there is a 21-year-old medical student from India. Russia has said Western sanctions will not stop their assault. In fact, all indications are that the assaults are only going to intensify from here on. A massive armored convoy is closing in on Kyiv as we speak. In a move that will further cheese off President Putin, the European Union has approved Ukraine's application to join the EU and will be voting on it on its immediate induction. The fighting has been fierce today. Here's all that has happened in pictures. First, we are starting with that massive explosion that rocked Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city. A government building in Kharkiv, and as I said, this is not just the second largest city in Ukraine, this is also the financial capital. A government building saw an airstrike this morning, a missile being fired against it. Ukrainians are alleging that vacuum bombs have been used by the Russians. Now, President Zelensky has called this bombing a war crime. And there's been a bit of a heartbreak as well, because the cultural heart of Kharkiv, the Freedom Square, turned into rubble in the aftermath of this missile strike that you are seeing right now. President Zelensky saying that this is the price that you pay for freedom. At least, as I said, 10 civilians have been killed in this strike. Amongst them is an Indian student, 21-year-old Naveen from Karnataka, who was studying medicine in Kharkiv. He had stepped out to buy groceries when the airstrike happened. All this while, he had been living in a flat. He had been living in a bunker under his flat, hoping to be evacuated as soon as possible. The Prime Minister has spoken to his father here in India now. Meanwhile, Russia is also at Ukraine's capital's gate. They are at the gates of Kyiv. The Russian assault only set to intensify from here on. There are new videos that have been released by Maxar, which is a satellite mapping agency in America. It's showing a 64-kilometer long Russian military convoy on the outskirts of Kyiv. Now, this convoy consists of armored vehicles, of tanks, of towed artillery and other logistical vehicles as well. So the game plan of the Russians is very clear. They intend to surround Kyiv, lay a siege and then squeeze the capital city. Now, there has been destruction in Hostomel as well, another city in Ukraine. The trail of destruction can be seen. Take a look. Completely destroyed tanks can be seen here, all smoking and right there on the road there. Meanwhile, there has also been heavy shelling in Sumy. So it's been a day of intense fighting. Heavy shelling continues in the city of Sumy. On Sunday, more than 70 Ukrainian servicemen were killed when Russian troops shelled a military base in a nearby town. Meanwhile, Russia today was snubbed at the United Nations Human Rights Council. When the Russian Finance Minister Sergei Lavrov was speaking, he faced a mass walkout by diplomats at the United Nations Human Rights Council. This, as he was speaking, take a look. Most diplomats just taking off their headphones and walking out in protest. However, there was a standing ovation for Ukraine's President Zelensky as he addressed the European Parliament today. Take a look.
We're dealing with killed people, real life. We're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving away our best people, the strongest ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kharkiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. On the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square, and this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning, 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
I'm going straight across to Atika Schubert, who is joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. Atika, thank you very much for being with us here on the broadcast today. The European Union will be voting on whether Ukraine gets a membership to the EU or not. Irrespective of what happens, I want to ask you how that will change the situation on the ground. It will, of course, cheese off President Putin no end, but how does it actually help the Ukrainians on the ground who are fighting?
I will get to your question in just a minute. Just to let you know that there are air raid sirens now going off here in Lviv. There have been some missile strikes in the western Ukraine area, but most of them have been outside of the city. So we don't believe there's any need for us to go into a shelter as of yet. But I'm telling you now, so in case you wonder what that noise is and in case we do have to move quite quickly. In answer to your question, being a member of the EU will provide extra security and safety to Ukraine. It will also antagonize Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is exactly what he does not want. It's not the same as being a part of example for NATO, in which one NATO country is attacked, then everybody gathers for its collective defense. It's not quite the same, but it does provide an extra measure of safety and security. It may impact the situation on the ground if it means that, for example, extra weapon systems can be brought in even faster to Ukraine. And that noise you're hearing now is our hotel alarm system asking people to go to seek safety because of the air raid siren. So I think the reality is that it won't change anything on the ground immediately with the fighting, but it certainly can be used also as a bargaining chip in ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Back to you.
Atika, your safety and your team's safety comes first. So please tell us if you need to move out, and we'll let you go at this point of time.
I think we're fine. The air raid siren has just gone off. Sometimes our hotel system goes on afterwards if you do hear that noise. But I mean, just to give you a sense, Lviv is the safest part of the country right now. But these kind of air raid sirens happen almost every day. And what it is every time there is a possible missile strike in the area or a plane goes over, a Russian plane, then those air raid sirens go off. And as you can imagine, for many people, it's traumatizing to hear those sirens and rush to the basement. And even more so if you are somebody who's coming from a city like Kyiv, which has been under constant shelling, to seek safety here, but to still hear those air raid sirens going off.
Atika, before I let you go, what's been the situation on the ground? I believe things have only intensified, including in Lviv, where you are. You've been reporting there for a while now, and you've been telling us it's relatively safer. Yet today, it has been a devastating day in Kharkiv, and by the looks of it, things are not looking very good in Kyiv either.
No, I think we've already seen some horrific scenes out of Kharkiv. There's 24 hours of missile and rocket attacks that have killed dozens of people. Kyiv now is in the direct line of fire of this huge Russian military convoy. And you're right, there has been increased action even here in western Ukraine with missile strikes. So it is looking very grim indeed.
All right, Atika, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. I hope you and your team are safe there in Lviv. Thank you for joining us. Meanwhile, the news just coming in. A second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine has been scheduled for tomorrow now. This is what the Russian news agency outlet TASS is now reporting. I think I can go straight across to my colleague Maha Siddiqui, who is joining us live this hour from Poland. Maha, what more are you hearing? The first round was a complete flop, but Russia and Ukraine had decided that they will have a second round, and the second round is coming at a time, Maha, when Kyiv is very close to be surrounded by Russian forces.
The first time that Russia came around for talks, Shreya, was also because of the fact that stiff resistance was being given by the Ukrainian forces in Kyiv. And it did appear that one of the reasons why Russia came on the talking table was because they perhaps were not expecting this kind of fight back from the Ukrainian side. Most were expecting that the Russian troops will enter the eastern side of the border, but they have moved well within the country of Ukraine. They have come very close, as Atika was just pointing out, even towards the western side. So it's not just now about Ukraine, but as for India, for instance, which is a good friend of Russia, look at the number of Indian students and professionals still stuck in Ukraine. Out of the 20,000, 9,000 have been got back. So we are still looking at a sizable figure of over 10,000 who are still struck. Today, one Indian has lost his life in Kharkiv as well because of the intense fighting that is going on over there. Under these circumstances, the world expects that tomorrow, when this meeting is held between the two sides yet again, unlike the first meeting, there will at least be a step forward in cessation of violence. This is what has been asked repeatedly, not just at the level of individual countries, including India, but also at the United Nations Security Council. India, though, has abstained, Shreya. It has very clearly said that at this juncture, it is important that dialogue and diplomacy is given a chance. There can be no solution found, even if Russia wants to look for certain grudges that it has had with regards to NATO. Those can only come about by diplomacy and dialogue, and that at the cost of lives, no solution can be found.
Maha, I'm going to request you to stay with us because we are going to be talking about now that one Indian student who has lost his life. The fighting may be going on 5,000 kilometers away from where we are, but the war hit home today. A young 21-year-old medical student from Karnataka was killed in Russian shelling at Kharkiv today. There is a sense of panic among students in Ukraine and their parents back home in India as the Russian assault intensifies, and it is getting now next to impossible to leave the war zone. This could be the blast that defines President Putin's invasion. Abandoning all pretense, a desperate Russian resort to shelling civilian areas in Kharkiv. In a matter of seconds, the city's iconic town square reduced to dust. But the death and destruction in Kharkiv has hit home as well. 21-year-old Naveen Shekharappa from Karnataka killed in this wanton shelling that the city saw. SG Naveen was a fourth-year medical student at the Kharkiv University. All these days, ever since the war has been playing out between Ukraine and Russia, he'd been living in a bunker which is underneath his flat. This morning, he had stepped out to buy food as he and his flatmates were running out of essential supplies. This is when, in the morning, heavy Russian shelling starts. It manages to completely decimate the town square. It is in this shelling that Naveen is killed as well. A Ukrainian passerby spots Naveen's body next. He sees a phone line next to him and dials the first number on that phone. That number was of Naveen's flatmate, and that is how Naveen's friends and flatmates in Kharkiv got to know that he had become the first Indian casualty in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Thereafter, his family was informed. Back home, and especially in Naveen's district of Haveri, there's shock over how quickly he was taken away.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಯಾರೋ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ದುಃಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನು ಪಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಹುಡುಗನ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಈ ತರ ಡೆಡ್
ಅವರ ತಂದೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ. ವಿ ರಿಕವರ್ ದಿ ಬಾಡಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ವಾರ್ ಝೋನ್ ಇದೆ. ವಾರ್ ಝೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
But while Naveen's family mourns, the government cannot afford to do so, at least just yet. Because there are thousands of youngsters like Naveen, mostly medical students, still stranded in Ukraine, in cities like Kharkiv, Kyiv and Sumy, without food or essential supplies.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಎವಾಕ್ಯುಯೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದು ಮೆಸೇಜು ಬರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಫುಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನೀರು ಶಾರ್ಟೇಜ್ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಕರ್ಫ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿದೆ.
While on one hand, India is celebrating the return of each national who comes through Operation Ganga, Naveen's tragic demise comes across as a timely warning that every Indian life lost is a battle lost. With Ritanshu Bhattacharya in New Delhi, I'm Shreya Dhondiyal. I'm going back straight to Maha Siddiqui, who continues to be with us live from Poland. Maha, it's all hands on deck as far as Operation Ganga is concerned. It is being expanded as well to include the Indian Air Force. I believe India has already dialed Russia and Ukraine to try and cease the firing and the shelling that is going on, to at least ensure a safe passage for these innocent students and civilians as well. But realistically speaking, Maha, can we really expect Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting just to aid India, just at India's request?
It doesn't appear to be so, but India has made a request to the Russian side to allow for the smooth passage or safe passage of Indians on the eastern side of the border. That really is the biggest problem at the moment, and Kharkiv falls in the eastern part of Ukraine. We have seen intense fighting going on in Kharkiv, because of which students were not able to make their way to the western border. As it is, the distance is huge between the eastern side and the western side for anybody to, under these circumstances, undertake a road journey in Ukraine from say for instance Kharkiv to any of the countries on the western border, be it Romania, Slovakia, Hungary or Poland. Meanwhile, Poland and the evacuation from where I am standing is also proving to be very difficult, Shreya. The reports that we have constantly been getting is that the Polish side is just simply overwhelmed with the number of people who are coming in. And this is not just Indian students. Remember, a lot of people from Ukraine are trying to seek refuge here in Poland, because of which the situation on the ground is absolutely chaotic. There were students who were also, in fact, alleging that there was discrimination against them, that some of the Ukrainians were allowed to cross the border, but they were made to walk several kilometers. They had to sleep out in the open. It's extremely cold, Shreya. Even where I'm standing at the moment in Warsaw, I mean, I'm barely able to talk because it's almost 2 degrees right now, and the temperature will dip to -6 degrees here in the capital. On the borders, it's even more cold. That's where the students have spent an overnight. They have stayed out in the open, lying on the benches in the park, walking 20 to 30 kilometers on foot to reach the Polish border. Now, on the eastern side, the latest update that we're getting from the Ministry of External Affairs sources is that in Belgorod, which falls on the Russian side of the Ukrainian border, an Indian mission team is already there. Once the situation looks slightly better in Kharkiv, they'll try to evacuate people. But the situation really is at the moment very intense over there, and that is why even the officials who are speaking with us are absolutely showing their helplessness in being able to ask the students to leave their safe areas. One of the reasons they are saying is that they should continue to be in a familiar place, in a safe place, is because unfortunately what happened to the Indian student today, if you step out, it's extremely dangerous.
Correct.
So they don't want any student to step out till they are certain that a safe passage is being allowed to them.
All right, Maha, we'll leave it there for the moment. Stay warm, stay safe is all I can say to you right now. Maha Siddiqui there reporting to us from Poland. If it was a heartbreaking day for India today, it has also been a heartbreaking day for Ukraine. Its second largest city, Kharkiv, came under heavy fire once again today. But in today's firing, and we've seen those dramatic pictures, its cultural jewel, the Freedom Square, the largest, or I think the 8th largest in Europe, was decimated, destroyed. Now, Ukrainian forces on the ground doing their best to hold off Russian forces in Kharkiv. But for how long will that be possible is another question. Take a look.
An ambush. The Russians fall back, their soldiers trying to shelter behind their Humvee-type vehicles. Their chaotic retreat seen here from another angle. One more example of the stiff resistance the Russians are encountering from mobile Ukrainian units who know the lay of the land. But the Russians can't escape. They run into further trouble, apparently surrounded. At least one of their trucks is disabled. A resident telling a Reuters journalist one of the Russians was killed in the firefight.
After we've killed this one, the others run away. They were some 12 to 15 people. That's it. We will win. They won't take Kharkiv. They have run back to where they came from.
Ukrainian soldiers surround the abandoned vehicles, celebrating a small victory in a conflict where they should have no chance of holding off the enemy. But this Ukrainian platoon's day is not over. The enemy is still in the area. They dash forward to fire off RPGs. A ragtag army that, for now, is holding off a far superior force. But for civilians here, the Russian offensive is terrifying. Most of the residents were sheltering in the basement. Authorities say one woman was killed. Alexander Dotsenko says all the apartments are damaged. It's very bad. Even as Ukraine resists, its people are still suffering.
On that note, I'm slipping into a quick break here on Debrief. Up next, how President Zelensky has been a profile in courage. There's more about him on the other side, a full profile. Do stay with us.
Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's two main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians.
Imagine a TV star, a comedian who plays an accidental president on TV, becomes a real-life president, and then emerges as a beacon of courage. That, in short, ladies and gentlemen, is Ukraine's President Zelensky for you. The man leading Ukraine from the front in a bloody battle against a mighty enemy. He truly is a profile in courage.
А почему наши политики каждый раз приходят к власти и совершают одни и те же ошибки? Чтобы, простой учитель жил как президент, а президент этот, жил как учитель.
This was the moment comedian Vladimir Zelensky's fictional career as president was launched. Years later, real life became real life, paving Zelensky's path to the presidency. In April 2019, within a month of the show Servant of the People's finale airing, the comedian turned politician was elected president of Ukraine. His poll promise: end the war with Russia. That promise, though, remains a distant dream as Putin's forces batter Ukraine.
When I went to the presidency, I said that each of us is the president because we are all responsible for our state of our beautiful Ukraine. And now it has happened that each of us is a warrior. The warrior is in his place, and I'm confident that each of us will win. Glory to Ukraine.
Zelensky was born in the then Soviet Union to Jewish parents. He has frequently talked about how he lost family members in the Holocaust. He has a law degree from the Kyiv National Economic University, but found his true calling as an entertainer. Zelensky founded a comedy group that produced TV shows. He's a social media star with over 12 million Instagram followers and nearly 4 million Twitter followers. But sample this. That's the Ukrainian president showing off his moves on Dancing with the Stars in 2006, a stark contrast to the macho Putin.
Слава нашим захисницям. Слава Україні.
Zelensky's political journey, though, has been no joke. A man with no political experience or backing, Zelensky's biggest presidency pitch during campaigning was you don't need to be president, you just need to be a decent human being. That's what he strived to be throughout this crisis, a decent human being, becoming the anti-Putin hero the world needs. Even as Russian troops surrounded the capital Kyiv, hunting for him and his ministers, Zelensky refused to leave his people. Zelensky's political journey has been fraught with challenges. It remains to be seen how he tackles the biggest one of them all. For the moment, he's a national hero leading from the front against a mighty enemy. Natasha Menden for CNN News 18.
A worthy hero there, a man the world is watching right now. Now, no one can say how this war will end, but Mr. Zelensky has certainly sealed his place in history. With that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching and good night.
will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now, the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's two main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing.
Namaste, you're on CNN News 18. I'm Anand Narsaman, and big news coming through. The Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla has made a big confirmation that 12,000 Indians are out of Ukraine. Almost 60% of the Indian nationals are out of Ukraine. There are no Indian nationals in Kyiv. Evacuation from Kharkiv is the top priority for the government of India. 60% of the Indian nationals are out of Ukraine, waiting to be evacuated. There is a C-17 flight that is going to make its way to Romania early morning at 4 a.m. Maha Siddiqui is joining us live from Poland. Maha, no Indian nationals in Kyiv at a time when the Kyiv TV tower has fallen. Russia has mounted an all-out assault in trying to capture Kyiv. A little amount of relief that 60% of the Indians are out of Ukraine, but those who are stuck in the eastern parts of Ukraine, that remains a concern. Kharkiv, Sumy, Polodova.
Yes, absolutely, Anand, and that is why we have seen right from the Prime Minister when he spoke to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, where he underlined that there needs to be a cessation of violence and there needs to be dialogue and diplomacy. In the same conversation, the statement from the Indian side had said that India has said, or rather Prime Minister Modi sensitized President Vladimir Putin of the Indians stuck in Ukraine. This clearly gave a signal that India was looking at its old friend Russia to at least on humanitarian grounds allow for those people who are stuck, the innocent civilians and those like the Indian citizens who are stuck there in the eastern parts where the fighting and the offensive was only increasing from the Russian side, to be given safe passage. And now what we are learning is that on the Russian side, on the Ukraine-Russian border in Belgorod, there is already an Indian mission team that is monitoring the situation and is waiting for any evacuation as soon as it can be facilitated. The fighting has been ongoing in Kharkiv in Ukraine, and unfortunately India has lost one of its citizens in Kharkiv today. This is the tragic and immensely sad news that came in today. India is saying at the moment that as soon as the situation looks conducive enough for the movement of these people, the effort will be to get them out through the Russian side now, because the eastern areas are closer to the Russian border than the western areas from where the rest of the evacuations are taking place. The 4 countries from where evacuations currently are on, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia and Poland, are all on the western border. Yes. And for those on the eastern side, it's very difficult for them at this juncture to be able to make their way all the way down to the western side. So the alternative route only left with India is to pull them out through the Russian side.
Well, I think the hostilities are only going to intensify, because there's just an update on the Kyiv Independent, Maha, even as we speak, that Ukraine can launch a preemptive missile strike on Belarus. So then it's another nation that has facilitated the ingress of the Russians that is now going to get dragged into this entire fight, even as Netherlands has promised more support and their support to Ukrainians has come through. You are in Warsaw. What's the talk on ground? Have you been able to interact with other journalists or people? And the Indian representation as par in General VK Singh is also in Poland at this point. Where is he currently?
Yes, General VK Singh landed here in Poland today. He was in the capital in Warsaw this afternoon. He also met some students, after which he's now left for Rzeszów. Right. That is the closest city to the border, Chernyi, from where the Indians are being evacuated. Now, initially, Anand, the decision was that the large number of students will be evacuated from the Krakowiak point, which is the border between Ukraine and Poland. But later a clarification was issued that this point can only be used by those who have their own vehicles. Those who are coming by public transport and ultimately crossing the border on foot have to go to the other border, the Chernyi border. That is where the maximum number of problems have been seen for the Indian students. First of all, they have had to walk almost 20 to 30 kilometers on foot on the Ukrainian side to be able to reach that border point. Many of them have had to spend the night out on the border because they were not allowed towards the Polish side, out in the intense cold. It's almost -6 to -7 degrees on that side of the border. Some people spent the night out. Some students have said that some of the Ukrainians were kind enough to, despite not knowing them, allow them to spend the night at their home. And then apart from that, they did not have any food to eat. So the embassy managed to reach out to them 2 days ago with some food on the other side, arranged a bus for them to move from one border point crossing to another, from where they would have eventually be brought in into the Polish side. The Polish side says that they are simply overwhelmed by the number of people who are moving into the Polish side. It is not Indian students. Those are a very small part. A large number of them are the Ukrainian refugees who are moving from Ukraine hurriedly, women and children largely. And in this intense cold, for the Polish authorities, they are saying it's becoming too much for them to handle this kind of influx that is seen. Now remember, Poland has had this refugee crisis some months ago as well, where they in fact said that the Belarusian side was artificially pushing people into their border. So this border has been pretty hot in that sense that the refugee crisis has been existing for the last 6 months for these people, and now with the crisis only escalating, this is expected to become a humanitarian emergency over here.
True. Maha, just stay on with us. I just want to play out a short excerpt of the MEA briefing that was done by the Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla.
Evacuation from Kharkiv is now our top priority. 12,000 approximately have since left Ukraine, which is 60% of the total number of our citizens in Ukraine. We have no more nationals left in Kyiv. Nobody has contacted us from Kyiv since. All our inquiries have revealed that each and every of our nationals have come out of Kyiv to the extent that we can tell you.
Well, while more than 12,000 Indian nationals are out of Ukraine and more than about 2,000 have already come back home, we also lost a 21-year-old Naveen Shekharappa, who hails from Haveri in Karnataka, was caught in the Russian shelling in Kharkiv. He had stepped out to get food for his friends. The last conversation he had was with his friend Shrikant Chanagowda. News18.com has reached out to him and have spoken to him. But Prime Minister Modi, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai offering condolences to the family of the 21-year-old. PM Modi also obtained another chaired another high-level meet on the situation in Ukraine, his fourth in 48 hours. The government has called on the ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine to reiterate India's demand for a safe passage for Indian nationals who are still in conflict zones. 9 flights carrying more than 2,000 Indians have already returned from Ukraine. At least 3 more are expected to return tomorrow. 4 union ministers are supervising operations to evacuate students from Ukraine. The MEA has confirmed 26 flights in the course of the next 3 or 4 days will be operating to ferry Indians back home. But Naveen's father has turned around and said, please bring back his mortal remains. And that's also a commitment that's been underlined and reiterated, that everything will be done to bring Naveen's mortal remains back home by the Indian government.
Your media informed to our senior officials, embassy, Prime Minister to bring back my son's dead body. Okay. And also I request to all these political leaders, kindly look into the matter and see that donation is very bad, and all these intelligent students, they are going to study in abroad. They think that education here, if they plan to get that education here, they have to pay crores to get that seat. And the same education, better than this, they are getting very good education in abroad, and all this practical equipment also very standard. Here in India, only that caste-wise, they are allotting the seat, because my son has got 97% in the PUC.
Ma Siddiqui is still live with us. Unfortunate turn of events there, what happened in Kharkiv, and this was what everybody was fearing, that somebody steps out to get supplies and the shelling happens, because today Russia also started shelling the administrative and public establishments. They've started to steer clear of residential areas, but even they have now been caught in this entire aspect of intense shelling in Kharkiv. Why is Kharkiv so significant for Russia, Ma?
All right, so Kharkiv is pretty much on the eastern side of Ukraine. It's in the northeastern side, so very close to the Belarusian side as well as the Russian side. Kharkiv has been under attack since the beginning. That is the reason that India hasn't been able to pull out the students from Kharkiv, because the sense that the Indian officials on the ground had was that they should be staying where they are unless the situation is conducive enough or India has a window to be able to ask these students to get out of their safe positions and move towards any of the border areas. Moreover, because since it's towards the eastern side, it is difficult to get them all the way to the western borders and get them evacuated. That is the reason we have seen that the evacuation from Kharkiv has been pretty low. But Kharkiv has been under attack since day one. When we saw the troop movement in Donbass, from that same day we had seen that there were reports of major attacks in Kharkiv as well. So Kharkiv has been a point of aggression, as the Ukrainian side says, by the Russians since day one. This has only intensified over the last few days because we saw that the Ukrainian side was giving a tough fight to the Russian troops in Kyiv. So for the moment we saw to shift some sort of a focus from Kyiv. The fighting intensified more in Kharkiv, and now what we are learning is that once again the strategy is such that the focus is back on Kyiv, where there is now excessive tension and escalation of offensive, and there is a sense that the next few hours could be pretty critical for Kyiv.
Well, overnight Kyiv could fall. That's what the Kyiv fall is imminent, because now the strategic targeting has happened. Break down the communications, cut down the power lines, and then take control of the city quite strategically, because that's the update that's coming through. Maha, stay with us on the TV tower attack on the outskirts of Kyiv. The TV tower attack has killed 5, injured 5, according to the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. 2 missiles hit and set afire a building right next to the TV tower too. The fire has currently been extinguished, but breaking down of communication lines. So that means Russia, before they sit across the table to the next delegation level talks between Russia and Ukraine, want control over Kyiv, Maha.
And if not control, at least build so much pressure on the Ukrainian side that they come to the compromising side of the conversation. That is what the Russian side intends to do, because they are certainly not amenable to the idea of Ukraine either trying to bid for a NATO membership or become what they say under the sphere of influence of the United States. That is what they have been opposing. And they believe that this offensive that they have launched, and if they build adequate pressure on Kyiv, then there is a possibility that as a compromise, they might go back for the time being on that issue. Although this question has been put to the Ukrainian side time and time again as to whether, as a compromise for the current moment when we are seeing the offensive escalate from the Russian side, can Kyiv look at withdrawing its aspiration or bid from becoming a NATO member. What the Ukrainian side continues to hold is that this is part of their constitution, it is in their preamble, and as a sovereign country, they have all the right to choose what they wish to do, which alliance they want to join, and which, if called a sphere of influence, they want to be in. Now, at the moment, Russia, of course, increasing the offensive. As you're pointing out, in Kyiv, a TV tower was hit. The worry is that if logistical supply lines are also cut down, basics like water, electricity do not reach people, then the situation will worsen, piling that much more pressure on President Vladimir Zelensky to come to terms with some sort of compromise with the Russian side. Though one must say that the world has been surprised by the manner in which the Ukrainians have come together despite all their differences and fought as one country. Really, after 30 years of their independence, it does appear that they are treating themselves as one nation opposing Russia.
True, and there is a certain amount of uniting of the West that President Zelensky has managed with his passionate appeal, and he got quite emotional today when he was making that video address to the European to the UN, and he got a standing ovation. On the other hand, the UNHRC largely members staged a walkout when the Russian counterpart was addressing the gathering, or the Russian envoy was speaking. Thank you for your inputs, Maha. Stay safe, and you got plenty of ground to cover, and it's going to be a very, very busy next 48 to 72 hours. Thank you for getting us all those inputs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is how Russia is closing in on Kyiv. Kyiv fall or Kyiv surrounding is imminent, and it's critical for Vladimir Putin's entire strategy that he needs to gain the upper hand. So the ingress happened from Belarus, and it's a huge convoy of military muscle that's making its way to Kyiv. And there is one that is also coming in from the north here, which will also come in and join forces here. So this is how they will want to surround Kyiv. There is also activity happening in Kharkiv. These shaded portions are the territory that Russia has already gained. This is Russia under Russian rebel control. This is under Russian control, that is Crimea. But they've also now got the mainland. Their intention, or Vladimir Putin's intention, is to get control of this portion so that it gets Russia direct access right up to the Black Sea and without any stop at all. This is actually to put pressure, to surround Kyiv with the support of Belarus, and now Ukraine is saying that they will try and look at counter strikes, at preemptive strikes at Belarus. Will that happen? Will that trigger another major confrontation? And what will be the counter? We'll have to see. The next 24 to 48 hours are going to be very, very intense. This is the second largest city. Kyiv is the capital city. There is also intense fighting in these regions. Russian tanks have also moved into Kherson, and they will want to try and get all the way up to Moldova. They would want to control this region. There is a strategic move that Vladimir Putin is making with the kind of activation of the army. He wants to ensure that those which were erstwhile Soviet Union nations, who are also the buffer between him and the NATO countries, or Russia and the other NATO nations or European nations, they continue to remain under Russian control, and there is a strategic advantage that he gets. Now let's try and understand how they are closing in on Kyiv. It's a 40-mile convoy made up of hundreds of tanks that's headed towards Kyiv. That's how the military offense is being mounted by Russia. They're all entering from Belarus, and the head of the convoy at Hostomel is just 15 miles from Kyiv. That's hardly any distance, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why these missile strikes are happening at the communication towers, etc. The intimidation, breaking down of communication lines, and then the fast moving in to try and encircle and lay siege to Kyiv city. Russian forces attempting to encircle the city. Russian forces operating west of Sumy, advancing towards Kyiv. That was that northern one which was coming down from Sumy. Fresh Russian bombardment has also caused large explosions. So these are the details that have come through so far, and clearly the intensity only going up as far as Vladimir Putin is concerned, because he also knows time is of essence. He does not have much more time, and this is also going to cost him. Meanwhile, Glenn Carl and Dr. Victor Sumsky were head-to-head earlier this evening on the right stand. It was a Moscow versus Washington position. Glenn Carl, a former CIA officer. Dr. Sumsky, he is a senior expert, ASEAN Center, MGIMO University in Moscow. Let's see the US versus Russia view here, but Glenn Carl, the whole point is, he says that this is the philosophy that if Ukraine is broken away, there will never be a revival of the erstwhile Soviet Union or Soviet Russia.
It's true that Ukrainians in World War II initially supported the Nazis when they invaded. But why was that the case? Because from 1922 to 1941, when they invaded, Stalin had essentially killed between 4 and 8 million Ukrainians. So the Germans initially were viewed as a liberator from a monster. Very quickly, the Ukrainians realized that the Nazis considered Slavs subhumans, and then they turned against the Nazis. And the Nazis killed 4 million Ukrainians. Prior to Ukraine's independence in Ukraine's joining the Soviet Union in 1922, how did that happen? At the end of World War I, Ukraine became independent. Then there was a civil war and an invasion, a civil war in Russia, and an invasion by the Bolsheviks, which seized Ukraine and made it a, quote, republic of the Soviet Union. So the history is completely skewed. Furthermore, the freedom fighters, or whatever he was characterized by the doctor, in Donbass were, rather than being ethnic Russian Ukrainians, were Russian intelligence officers, one, fomenting, and two, actually acting as Ukrainian dissidents. So to say that was a spontaneous move for independence is complete garbage. So those are just 2 points. The perspective is totally wrong.
Dr. Sumsky, do you want to respond?
Well, it's interesting how our
how our American participants, CIA participants, had managed to think on all these issues in history, rather than telling us the history of CIA exploits in Ukraine in the last decade. This is much closer to us today, and there are so many explanations there about what is actually happening in Ukraine now, and how after all these massive efforts, Ukraine is basically a wasted resource for the United States. And they practically leave it to itself now. That's what had happened. It is so much reminding us about Afghanistan, about Vietnam, about all these other stories where Americans tried to rebuild the world, so to say, in its image, and failed poorly.
It's pretty straightforward. If 180,000 soldiers come and kill me, I will fight back. This is what's happening. End of story. Russia should go home and stop lying. It's very simple.
Yes, but please do not forget that 8 years before that, Ukrainians were constantly and consistently shelling Donbass. And if you travel now to this part of Ukraine, which is no longer a part of Ukraine, actually, you will see graves of innocent children there, which dozens of them who became victims of this ugly operation. And even now,
you really don't have much to say other than lies. I'm sorry.
Humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
Yeah, from 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began, 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians. And for those who are mostly women and children, and looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking, because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother.
Back on with a quick check of some other updates coming through. The External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar has apprised President Ramnath Kovind of the progress of evacuation of Indian nationals from Ukraine. Later, the President called Prime Minister Narendra Modi and lauded the government's efforts. The Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, has announced that Finland will support Ukraine with weapons and ammunition in its fight against the invading Russian forces. The shipment will be including assault rifles, bullets, anti-tank weapons, and 70,000 packages of food. Leaving its traditional neutrality behind, Switzerland has announced that it will adopt all the sanctions imposed by the European Union on Russia. The government has also said that it will freeze the assets of Russian people to punish the invasion of Ukraine. Japan is going to freeze assets of Russian leaders, President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, along with the assets of 3 Russian financial institutions. As the situation in Ukraine worsens due to Russian invasion, UN Refugee Agency has informed that more than 5 lakh refugees have fled Ukraine. More than 1,60,000 people have been displaced internally too. Netflix, meanwhile, has refused to comply with the new Russian rules of carrying out 20 state-backed channels. Netflix spokesperson has said that given the current situation, the platform has no plans to add those state-backed channels. That's all we have time for in this newscast. Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
You think he's prepared for the next few months of, urban warfare?
I think he's prepared for it, but the targeted efforts against the Russian central bank have been almost like an arrow that has penetrated through that armor.
Kyiv is the second biggest city. There is intense fighting.
The building can be seen bursting into flames. Those are the pictures that you're seeing over there after the explosion.
This is a massive, massive Russian military convoy stretching some 64 kilometers.
That's coming through anti-armor, anti-aircraft munitions.
It's terrible to see the grim inhumanity of a war.
As we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
From 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began, 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians and for those who are mostly women and children. And looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting.
Fareed Zakaria, thank you so much for speaking with us here on News 18. First things first, it's day 5 of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. There is an unexpected resistance from the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people. What is your assessment of how this conflict has gone on for these last 5 days?
It seems clear that the Russian army is facing unanticipated difficulties. And one can see this in the fact that they have not supplied their army in the way that one would have done if one was expecting a long and difficult slog. So they clearly expected that they were going to have a kind of lightning breakthrough where their forward troops were going to go in. Kyiv was going to collapse. The government would fall. The cities would fall to them. That didn't happen. The Ukrainians fought much harder and more fiercely, were better armed and better prepared. So now they are resupplying their troops. You see these videos of long supply lines. What that tells you is that this is Plan B. Plan A was meant to be that they moved so fast that they did not need those long supply lines. But at the end of the day, Ukraine is outmatched something like 10-1. The Russian army is the largest land army in Europe. Putin has rebuilt it and modernized it very substantially. They have very lethal weaponry. And the really interesting question is, are they now going to start a much more indiscriminate kind of warfare in order to force the fall of cities like Kyiv? In other words, are they going to start bombing civilian areas indiscriminately? My guess is that we are about to see a very ugly phase of the war, which is why Putin raised his nuclear forces to combat alert. It was a way of saying to the West, don't you dare think of getting involved. Things are going to get ugly.
I'm just curious about what you mentioned. He's put his nuclear armament on alert. Yet at the same time, he's called for ceasefire talks. Today we had those ceasefire talks in the border between Ukraine and Belarus. It hasn't led to much. But what is the signal that Putin is trying to send to the West? And again, I come back to what made him start this war? Because we initially thought it was about liberating this one part of Ukraine, the eastern part. There's been an insurgency running there for a number of years. So that was his limited objective. But it's clear now that that was not the objective, that this is some kind of full throttle invasion of Ukraine.
That's a very good point. I think that Putin, until recently, had seemed like a very aggressive Russian nationalist, but rational, calculating. What appears to be the case here is this is a kind of old-fashioned land grab to fulfill a kind of czarist dream that he has of unifying the Russian Empire, recreating the Russian Empire. Because as you say, it doesn't make any sense. If all he wanted was to make sure that Ukraine would not be a member of NATO, that was achievable in very different ways. If all he wanted were those 2 provinces, that was achievable. That's what he did in Georgia. He essentially took the 2 Russian-speaking parts of Georgia, declared them as independent republics, and pulled back. So this feels much more like a atavistic nationalist drive to force Ukraine back into the Russian Empire. And he's always been emotional, neuralgic about Ukraine. Ukraine to him is indivisible from Russia. So my own sense is that, at least in the last few months, all these diplomatic efforts have been ploys. I think you can go back 15 years and say maybe there could have been a better accommodation with Russia and the West. But certainly in the last few years, and definitely in the last 3 months, all these negotiating ploys on the part of Putin appear to have been stalling tactics while he gathered his forces, while he prepared his army for what he wants, which is essentially a kind of takeover of Ukraine, a decapitation of the government, perhaps an absorption into Russia, but more likely he wants to turn Ukraine into Belarus, a kind of pliable client state that will do exactly what he wants when he wants.
So now as he stands at the end of day 5 of this military invasion, and he's got to make this very difficult choice, as you said, does he go in full throttle and attack and capture the capital, Kyiv? Because that would also mean a large number of unintended consequences, civilian casualties being top of that. You think he's prepared for the next few months of, urban warfare, Russian troops taking on guerrilla armies of Ukrainians?
I think he's prepared for it. I think that, remember, the Russians fought a brutal war in Chechnya. They killed about 250,000 people, mostly civilians. They leveled Grozny, one of the oldest cities in the world. The Russian army can be pretty brutal. Putin does not seem to be a person who shirks from that. But you never know. I mean, the Ukrainians will fight back. It's harder to do, by the way, in Ukraine than in a place like Afghanistan. The geography of Ukraine is very flat. It's not particularly hospitable to an insurgency, but they will hide in buildings. They will hide in, street alleys. And they will, as we can see, they will fight. The other piece of this is the sanctions, which are proving to be more painful and lethal than I think Putin might have expected. The most unexpected one that the West has done, I use the word West in general because Japan, South Korea, Australia are all joining in, have been the targeting of the Russian government's central bank reserves. Putin had built a war chest, $600 billion, that he thought would make his economy sanctions-proof. But the targeted efforts against the Russian central bank have been almost like an arrow that has penetrated through that armor. It appears as though the Russians will not have much access to those $600 billion of reserves, which is going to cause, I think in the next few days, you are likely to see a real panic in Russia, people withdrawing money from banks, classic bank runs, things like that, because the ruble is in free fall. They dare not open the stock market because it is collapsing. Interest rates have been doubled already, and they will probably have to go up again. So Russia is right now moving into the territory of a country like Venezuela, or perhaps even Zimbabwe, which is a very uncomfortable place for a country that thinks of itself as part of the modern world. 150 million people, sophisticated businesses, educated population. And one wonders whether that has any deterrent effect.
What do you make of the response from Europe in particular? You mentioned some of the decisions and measures taken by the United States, whether it's the financial sanctions, the economic moves, and so on. But Europe, a country like Germany, for example, committing $100 billion to modernize its army, procure state-of-the-art weaponry. Do you think Putin, through his actions, has galvanized Europe in a way that we haven't seen for years now?
For decades, Jacob, it's extraordinary. The United States has been trying to get Germany to increase its defense budget for almost 35 years now. And in one week, Vladimir Putin has been able to do what 4 American presidents were not able to do. But it's much beyond Germany. Notice, by the way, in Germany, even the Green Party voted for this increase in defense budget and sending arms to Ukraine, something the Germans have never done since 1945. I think that if you look at how Europe is being transformed by this, it may be the most lasting effect of this invasion. Europe is talking now about strategic national security policy, rebuilding its defenses, forward deployment of troops, all the things that the United States has been urging it to do, and that frankly will make for a much more stable and viable international system. Europe has been the great silent actor in the European in the international system. It's a quarter of global GDP. It actually spends a fair amount of money on defense, but it is not coordinated in a strategic way. If that begins to happen, you now have slowly the emergence of a new superpower in the world. We talk a lot about the superpowers we know of, but this is the latent superpower that has liberal values, that wants to maintain the rule-based international system, but that has always been a passive non-actor on the international stage. If that changes, and as I say, it's a slow process because it's really a collection of states, not one state, but that could mark a very big shift in the international system.
Coming back to Putin's objectives, and it's clear, like I said, it's not just liberating one particular region. He wants a regime change in Kyiv. Even if he were to be successful in that, if he were to put up a proxy government, one that's much more aligned to the Kremlin's interests, given what we've seen over the last 5 days and the almost cult-like status that Vladimir Zelensky has got in Ukraine and around the world, how much credibility would that new regime have, and how long will it even last, given that a majority of Ukrainians don't want to have anything to do with Russia?
It's a great point. I mean, another way of putting it would be Vladimir Putin has been the best thing for Ukrainian nationalism that anyone has ever seen. He has created a Ukrainian nation, if there was any doubt that it existed, and it did always exist. Ukraine, I think it's difficult for other people in the world to understand, but Ukraine and Russia share a great deal of culture and civilizational background, but they are two different countries. In South Asia, it's not so hard to understand that. There are strong elements of shared civilization and culture between India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, but they are now different countries and will remain different countries. That is the nature of the kind of association there. But by his aggressive actions, Putin has strengthened Ukrainian nationalism, strengthened, sad to say, the anti-Russian feeling within Ukraine. And so any proxy will find it very hard to survive, very hard to govern, very hard to function. Look, you can do a lot by sheer force and brutality. And if he is willing to do that, to be like Assad in Syria or the North Koreans or something like that, could they maintain a kind of peace in Ukraine? Maybe, but it would be the peace of a graveyard. There would be very substantial civilian casualties, and that itself is difficult to imagine, being possible even for the Russian army.
Let's talk about Joe Biden. The response from the U.S. president, there's been a raft of economic sanctions. How much is riding on the whole Russia story and the Russia-Ukraine invasion for Biden? Because last year, with the sort of botch-up around the exit of American troops and the Taliban taking over Afghanistan, which many said was a foreign policy catastrophe, how much is riding for him personally on how he handles Russia?
A great deal is riding on it, but I think so far he has handled this quite well. The experience of Afghanistan seems to have served in teaching the administration a number of lessons. First, if you remember, they seemed unprepared and surprised by what happened in Afghanistan. That cannot be said of this case. They were telegraphing early on, this is exactly what we think Putin is going to do. Here is how he is going to do it. And one has to say, and I've been a critic of American intelligence in the past, in this case, American intelligence was dead on, 100% accurate. It not only got at the capabilities that Putin was arraying, but it seemed to understand his intentions as well. It laid out, for example, that he was going to go straight for Kyiv, not simply those two regions that you mentioned in the Donbass. So very good intelligence, very well prepared, and then coordinated action between Europe, the United States, Japan, South Korea, all these countries, if you notice, everything is when working in tandem, everything is moving in synchronicity, and at the same time, some restraint, showing the United States is not going to send troops there. This, they does not want to engage directly in a conflict with the other nuclear superpower. So I think that if you look at that whole package, and it's not just me, but Robert Gates, Bush's Secretary of Defense, Condoleezza Rice, Bush's Secretary of State, both said that they believe that the Biden administration is playing a difficult hand well, I think is the way Condi Rice put it. And I would tend to agree. Now, it's a very difficult, complicated game. It's going to go on. You need patience, you need endurance. But so far, I do think this reminds me of, in history, John Kennedy had the Bay of Pigs disaster. And then that in some ways taught him a lot of lessons, which he used in the Cuban Missile Crisis, which he handled much more effectively. I wonder whether in this case, the failures in Afghanistan helped them prepare themselves to handle this much better.
And just as much as the world is looking at every move that the US president is making, they're also watching very closely the moves by China and by China's president. And although China abstained at the United Nations Security Council vote, its spokespersons have time and again, including today, tried to justify or at least try to give some kind of message that, look, Russia's concerns need to be taken on board, so on and so forth. The worry is Xi Jinping going to look at what Putin is doing and tell himself, okay, if he can do this and get away with it, and we don't know, the jury is still out on that one, then can he attempt something similar in Taiwan?
So the story for China is very complicated. This is an extraordinarily awkward and inconvenient situation for China to be placed in. If there has been a central critique from China, from Beijing, about the United States for the last 10 years, it has been that the United States violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries. This is what China said during Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. And so now what it faces is a circumstance where Russia has violated the territorial integrity of Ukraine, a country that China has good relations with, and done it in a completely unjustifiable way with absolutely no sanction. Remember, many of the U.S. operations, Afghanistan, Libya, had a UN sanction and had some basis in international law. This is a case where it is a completely rogue action. The Chinese have always been against this, and yet they are now finding themselves having to justify it. So there's that awkwardness and the balancing act they have to deal with. You bring up the issue of Taiwan. Yes, I mean, at some level, if there is a breakdown in the rules-based international system, it becomes easier for China to take over Taiwan. But I don't think it's as simple as that. First of all, China benefits enormously from the rules-based system, from global trade. China is not a rogue state in the same way that Russia is. Secondly, China is, I would argue, smarter than Russia on these issues, is more long-term, more strategic. They face all the challenges in Taiwan that you were asking me about in Ukraine. They face a population that does not want to be ruled by Beijing. They face a heavily armed population, an army that is very well trained, that has been practicing for this for decades, that is armed by the United States for decades. What would they have gained by again, it would be a prison house that they would have to maintain in Taiwan. So I don't think they are looking at this as an opportunity to make a move. For the most part, and in the short term, certainly, this is extraordinarily inconvenient for China. This is they look completely hypocritical on the world stage, and it would be very difficult for them to argue one more. The next time around, it would be very hard for them to talk about territorial integrity and sovereignty being the cornerstones of Chinese foreign policy, when in the most blatant breach that has taken place since 1945, China refuses to even call it an invasion.
So China was one of the countries that abstained at the vote at the UNSC last week. The other country was India, and I'm curious to know what you think of that decision, because there There's one school which says, I mean, how can you abstain from a vote when there has been an invasion on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another country? Yet at the same time, and the reality is that even today, India is dependent on Russia overwhelmingly for its defense needs. So do you allow pragmatism to kick in? I'm just curious to know what you think of the way India voted at the UNSC.
I think India's situation is awkward and also like China. I think ultimately it's disappointing. For one thing, India has always presented itself as a moral leader. It is the world's largest democracy. It is a country that has always believed in the international system. And in this blatant violation, for India to be on the sidelines, hemming and hawing, is sad. I think there might have been a way for it to affirm its friendship with Russia, but at the same time say this particular action we condemn. I understand the problem. I understand that India has very close defense ties with Russia. They go back a long way. The Indian Air Force, the nuclear subs, the aircraft carriers. So I think this may be an opportunity. Let's set the short-term moment of the UN vote aside for India to ask itself, is that the right place for India to be going forward? Strategically, the greatest challenge India faces in the decades to come is the rise of China.
Yeah.
And in an environment where China and Russia have forged an alliance without limits, those are their own words, should India really be entirely dependent for its defenses on Russia? It feels like there is, that is not the wisest strategic course, given that most likely in the foreseeable future, India will need deterrent capacity against Russia's great ally, China. Wouldn't it make more sense for India to strategically realign itself more toward the United States, more toward the West, more toward its fellow democracies, and away from this autocratic alliance of Russia and China? I mean, purely pragmatically and when looking at it from India's national interest. Then, as I say, there's the additional issue of India as a moral leader. But let's put that aside. Let's just say, pragmatically, where should India be putting its, which basket should India be putting its eggs in? I think it may be in the wrong one right now.
And a final word before we let you go. So how do you see the story playing out for the the foreseeable future? We know that the talks are on, and yet at the same time, Putin has put his nuclear forces on standby. Do you see this getting uglier, more bloody, more civilian casualties, turning into a more long and protracted war? Not something that Putin had bargained for when he started it?
I think it's very hard to predict. As the American wise humorist as once said, it's very hard to make predictions, especially about the future. I think that it is likely to get bloodier. And I tell you why I say this. I can't see Putin giving up at this point. He has the firepower to prevail. The question is, does he have the brutal, is he brutal enough to use that firepower to its fullest capacity? I suspect he does. I suspect he will do that. As I said, I think that's what the nuclear alert was. It was a way for him to feel greater flexibility and freedom to use massive force in Ukraine. The Ukrainians will fight back very hard. And as you have pointed out, his demands have become so outrageous. He wants a demilitarized, neutralized Ukraine with this regime taken out, with some kind of denazification, whatever that means, meaning I assume wholesale cleaning out of the entire government and the elites. He wants recognition of Crimea, recognition of the two independent republics in the Donbass. That is, and a pledge never to join NATO. Those are the kind of terms you impose when you have totally destroyed a country, when you have totally conquered it. If those are his demands, how does he climb down from them? What is the diplomatic off-ramp? I've talked to the Europeans who went in, the governments that visited with him, Scholz from Germany, Macron from Paris. And they said they did not get a sense that this was a man who wanted to negotiate. So if that's the case, this is going to get ugly, and I don't quite see how he climbs down. It's, of course, there will have to be some kind of brokered solution. Almost all wars end that way. But right now, it's difficult to see that. It's difficult to see the light at the end of this tunnel.
All right, Fareed Zakaria, I'm not sure that's an optimistic note to end this conversation on, but we're completely out of time. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us with your thoughts and insights.
And anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's two main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
Yeah, from 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began, 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians and for those who are mostly women and children. And looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine. She is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met a family from Afghanistan. I mean, just think about that. They had fled Afghanistan. They came here. They have a 5-day-old baby. They just made it across only to be told because the baby doesn't have a birth certificate, they will not be able to cross. What everyone here will tell you, though, is that this system needs to be addressed. It needs to be quicker. It needs to be faster. These people have all suffered so much. They really cannot psychologically go through anymore.
So the president of the European Commission actually said just a couple days ago, we believe that Ukraine is one of us. We want them to join the European Union. However, it is not something that can happen overnight. It's a very complex process. It has to do with market integration. There are a number of steps, including democracy and democracy reform and anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent.
Putin? I think all of the above to some degree. Look, I think less so to lawmakers. However, I think there will be very specific lines in these remarks about elements of the Build Back Better package, which White House officials are no longer allowed to name publicly in terms of that tagline, that the president will not only push to pass, but also underscore some elements that maybe will help specific lawmakers get on board in terms of deficit reduction, in terms of focusing on just a couple of pieces as opposed to the whole sweeping $2+ trillion package. So in that sense, there will be a message to lawmakers. But I do think the broader message, even with everything we've seen over the course of the last couple of weeks, is one for a domestic audience. They know the world is watching. They understand that the world is going to be paying very close attention to what he says on the international and geopolitical fronts. But they also recognize that for everyday Americans, for the individuals who would be tuning in or reading about this speech, what they're dealing with in their day-to-day lives is price increases. What they're dealing with in their day-to-day lives is COVID. And so not only, as Sung-min said, acknowledging the realities of that moment, acknowledging the realities of the price increases and the overhang from COVID, but also putting out clear pathways to progress, I think is a clear issue that the White House wants to focus on. One other element, and I think Laura hits on a key point here, thematically, what's happening right now in Ukraine and what's happening right now in Europe actually slots in quite well with what the president has focused on for the last several years. And I think when you talk to White House officials, not only do they say behind the scenes, the president feels very much in his element. Obviously, he's worked on this for decades on these issues in the Senate as vice president. But also the idea of trying to make the point that bringing together the coalition they brought together over the course of the last several months is unprecedented, and that is something to focus on and highlight.
It's fascinating. I covered the White House for 10 years. I remember George W. Bush months after 9/11 giving a State of the Union speech trying to rally the country. This is in the middle. I mean, as the president is speaking tonight, Vladimir Putin is likely to be having airstrikes across Ukraine as he tries to attack its biggest city. I guess I just trying to fascinated by the idea of how do you look the American people in the eye and say, I know you're exhausted. I know you're frustrated after 2+ years of a pandemic, but I need your help.
Right. And that is a significant challenge for the president and also a significant challenge for Congress as well. I'm going to be really watching to see what kind of a support he gets from the audience. Obviously, there have been Republican criticism over his handling of Ukraine, but just kind of on the tactics overall, you've heard some support, some broad bipartisan support, particularly from the American public. You've had public polling, including ours and other outlets, that have shown broad support, for example, on sanctions towards Russia. The interesting thing is President Biden himself is not getting the credit for his actions in Europe, in Ukraine. So how much I'm looking to kind of the reaction from the audience in the State of the Union tonight and what that says about the country at large.
Appreciate you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you hit on a key point that I think is a wild card here. Talking to White House officials last night, they acknowledged how fluid things are. And basically were saying, as they were going through the drafts of the speech last night, that over the course of the next 24 hours, things could change, because when the president is going to be speaking is at a moment where they know there will be action and activity on the ground, and that may change things in the minutes leading up to the speech, let alone while he's speaking. It is a very different and complex moment right now.
It's a fascinating moment at the minimum, and thank you all for coming in on a busy day for all of you. And join us tonight. Join Anderson Cooper, Jake Tapper. They lead our coverage. President Joe Biden's first State of the Union address. Our special live coverage starts tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Next, a very important new CNN interview with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We're learning more about a call also just today, moments ago, with President Biden.
No holds barred.
Out front tonight, hypocrite in chief.
No nonsense.
How stupid do you think we are?
Facts first.
Senate Democrats, they're getting their butts kicked.
Because getting to the truth matters. Aaron Burnett out front, Tuesday to Saturday on CNN.
Hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians. And for those who are mostly women and children, and looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking, because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine. She is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met a family from Afghanistan. I mean, just think about that. They had fled Afghanistan. They came here. They have a 5-day-old baby. They just made it across, only to be told, because the baby doesn't have a birth certificate, they will not be able to cross. What everyone here will tell you, though, is that this system needs to be addressed. It needs to be quicker. It needs to be faster. These people have all suffered so much. They really cannot psychologically go through anymore.
So the president of the European Commission actually said just a couple days ago, we believe that Ukraine is one of us. We want them to join the European Union. However, it is not something that can happen overnight. It's a very complex process. It has to do with market integration. There are a number of steps, including democracy and democracy reform and anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's 2 main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last.
Or the anticipation is they could carry out some kind of large-scale strike and attempt to take the city. It's incredible, really, that Zelensky is still in the city. He's surrounded by military forces. We had to be taken in separate cars. We had to change cars to a sort of secret location when we were taken down into the basement of a building covered in sandbags. We were led through dark corridors until we got to the location where we were told to wait, and where President Zelensky finally arrived. When he did come, he was dressed in military fatigues, in green khaki. He looked very tired. He looked like he hadn't shaved. His eyes were red. Looked like he hadn't slept. He's obviously under a great deal of stress. And we spoke about a range of issues as well, not least the fact that he has been engaged, or his delegates have been engaged, with Russia over the past couple of days in the attempt to find out whether there is any prospect of this conflict across the country being solved by diplomatic means. Take a listen to what he had to say.
You sent your delegation to meet the Russians for talks.
Yeah.
Did anything substantial come out of that? Is there any hope, as the world watches, for diplomacy?
They decided to begin to speak about this situation. And I really wanted, and I asked them, so you have to speak, first of all, everybody has to stop fighting and to go to that point from where it was beginning. Yes, it began 6 days ago.
Yes.
I think there are principal things you can do it, and that is very important moment. If you'll do this, and if those side is ready, it means that they are ready for the peace. If they don't ready, it means that you're just, wasting time.
And do you think you're wasting your time, or do you think they're ready?
We'll see.
Right, well, President Zelensky also said that he was anticipating the State of the Union speech by President Biden, as many Americans are, of course, and many people around the world, which is going to focus predominantly on Ukraine. And he said he wanted to hear in that Biden speech some kind of detail or some kind of explanation about why and how the war in Ukraine was about freedom and democracy. It wasn't just about a war in Ukraine. It was about something that affected everybody, including all Americans. And he said that that's something that he wanted that President Biden to put across as strongly as possible in the State of the Union speech tonight.
Matthew, obviously he has substantive demands. He would like the European Union to invite Ukraine in. He hopes the West, including the United States, can send him more military help, weapons, ammunition as quickly as possible. But does he understand the personal symbol he has become, the power of his own example, and how that has helped unite the West against Putin?
That's funny, because I asked him that question specifically, and I said, do you think you've become an icon of Ukraine? And he rejected that entirely, saying no, that's not what's happened here. What he does think, though, he says, is that Ukraine has become iconic in its stance against Russia, in its stance against that violence that's been inflicted with. And he says that people in the United States and in Europe have recognised finally, or are recognising finally, what an important country and what a symbolically important country Ukraine really is, sitting as it does on that sort of crossroads, on that junction between Russia and the West.
Matthew Chance, a very important conversation, part of great reporting at a very important moment. Appreciate it very much. Continue to follow this story. Up next for us, some brand new CNN reporting. U.S. intelligence officials now assessing Putin's state of mind a more urgent priority.
As the sun sets in Seoul and Shanghai, deals are signed in Dubai, and Europe is already in play. New York prepares to make its first move. I'm Julia Chasson.
Things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
From 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began, 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians and for those who are mostly women and children. And looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking, because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine, she is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met a family from Afghanistan. I mean, just think about that. They had fled Afghanistan. They came here. They have a 5-day-old baby. They just made it across, only to be told, because the baby doesn't have a birth certificate, they will not be able to cross. What everyone here will tell you, though, is that this system needs to be addressed. It needs to be quicker. It needs to be faster. These people have all suffered so much. They really cannot psychologically go through anymore.
So the president of the European Commission actually said just a couple days ago, we believe that Ukraine is one of us. We want them to join the European Union. However, it is not something that can happen overnight. It's a very complex process. It has to do with market integration. There are a number of steps, including democracy and democracy reform and anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And
Putin's state of mind is now an urgent priority across U.S. intelligence agencies. Two sources familiar with the effort tell CNN that senior U.S. officials are asking for any new information they can get. France's president is among those telling advisors he sees a different Putin, a leader Macron says more angry and isolated, perhaps because of the COVID pandemic. Katie Bolillis is with us now. She's part of the CNN team with this new reporting on the Putin puzzle. Obviously, Putin is always a major study for U.S. intelligence agencies, but at this moment, you say, like, essentially looking under any rock for any clue as to why. Why this now?
Yeah, John, so what we're told is that ever since last week, when Putin gave this sort of uncharacteristically emotional speech full of kind of insane revisionist history, laying out his justification to invade Ukraine, sources tell us that U.S. officials have really been pushing the intelligence community for any insight that they can come up with into Putin's mindset. And so what they're looking for is things like, how is Putin responding to the stress of a military campaign that hasn't really gone as planned? How is he reacting to this sustained pressure campaign from a really unified Western front? And as you hinted at, perhaps most intriguingly, how has his worldview been impacted by what longtime Kremlin watchers say has been a pretty protracted period of isolation for the Russian president during the COVID-19 pandemic? Has that left him, for example, less receptive to frank advice from his own, or less able to receive frank advice from his own senior advisors? And what we know is that one piece of intelligence that U.S. officials are closely looking at is this piece of raw intelligence gathered by the FBI. It's a report that our colleague Zach Cohen was actually able to get a hold of and take a look at. And what it documents is what an FBI source told the Bureau that he learned from another source. So it should be understood that this is secondhand information. And what this source told the FBI is that over the past couple of days, and I want to quote this directly, that Putin's behavior has been highly concerning and unpredictable, and that he expressed extreme anger over Western sanctions put in place in response to the invasion. Now, again, this is raw intelligence, not confirmed, not vetted, not analyzed, but it tells you how interested and how sort of concerned U.S. officials are about this point, because that report, of course, has caused a little bit of a firestorm, and we understand that the FBI, under a little bit of pressure to try to go back, see if there's anything more they can learn.
And it's an urgent point in the sense that one theory is you impose these heavy sanctions, that Putin is dependent on the oligarchs, that his wealth, essentially, it's stolen wealth, and it's a circle of crime and corruption with the oligarchs. And Putin would listen to them if they said, Mr. President, this is too much too far. But if he's not listening, if he's gone into a different place, that's why trying to sort this out matters so much, right?
Yes, precisely. How receptive the Russian president is to advice that he is receiving, is a critical point, but and how isolated, and has he sort of, as some officials have suggested, become disconnected from reality? Now, to be clear, many U.S. officials looking at this sort of question don't believe that's the case. They say, look, this is a matter of trying to discern whether or not Putin is perhaps acting in a highly emotional state, whether or not he's responding to stress, but not necessarily that he's had some kind of mental break, as some U.S. lawmakers, including Senator Marco Rubio, the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, have suggested.
Right. So let's listen to Rubio in the sense that, as I mentioned, the French president was telling senior advisors, I met with him a couple years ago, then I just met with him. This is a different person. Senator Rubio, a senior member, the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, looks at the data very closely. He says he does see a different Putin.
The one thing that Vladimir Putin's always valued is emotional control. To watch a video of him the other night and those flashes of anger, that's very uncharacteristic. My point in saying all this is that we have to understand that whatever we think he might have done or assumed he would do in response to actions 10 or 15 years ago is not what he might do today. And that's an important thing to take into account. This is a very dangerous moment, in my opinion, because of that. He's progressing towards laying siege, like a medieval siege of Kyiv.
And so I guess that's what the intelligence agency is trying to figure out. Did Putin just see, Macron has elections this year. There's a new chancellor in Germany. He views Biden as weak. He views our democracy as dysfunctional. Did he just see this moment where instead of taking little bites of Ukraine, I'm going to try to take it all? Or is he operating from a different, more aggressive place because of the isolation or something else?
Well, no, yes, that's precisely so. But to be perfectly clear, U.S. officials, U.S. intelligence officials have not reached any sort of sweeping new assessment about Putin's worldview here, but they are asking the very questions that you are suggesting, that you're suggesting
That's
here.
a fascinating moment. It's fantastic reporting. Katie Bolilis, our entire team, appreciate it very much. When we come back, the world reacts, punishing Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. It's from the sports world to big oil and more.
He's interviewed 5 U.S. presidents, authored 7 books, and has an independent voice that resonates.
What happened to when we were united against a common enemy?
He's raw, unique, and one of America's most important talk show hosts. Watch Smirkanish, Saturday on CNN.
Because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now, the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's 2 main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night, has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
Yeah, from 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began. 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians. And for those who are mostly women and children, and looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine. She is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met a family from Afghanistan. I mean, just think about
here long, but it seems like Russia has switched tactics from trying to hit military targets at the beginning of this war to now trying to take out symbols of the Ukrainian state. At the moment, though, the response from the Ukrainians has been one of complete defiance. Kharkiv at the moment is a very, very nervous city, completely devoid of any kind of normal life in the centre here. And it is just devastating to see what has happened since we were here, a couple of weeks ago when this was a normal, bustling city. Now it is an absolute shell.
Russia is in a financial meltdown right now as Western countries slam Moscow with sanctions. The Moscow Stock Exchange suspended trading for a second consecutive day, that after the Russian ruble dropped. Oil and gas giants now cutting ties. Today, the French company Total Energies said it will no longer provide funding for new projects in Russia. BP and Shell already abandoning all work in Russia. Plus, 2 of the world's largest container shipping companies now stopping all bookings to and from Russia. And in the sports world, Adidas suspended its partnership with the Russian Football Union effective immediately, that after FIFA suspended all Russian teams from competing. That was just weeks before the country was set to play one of the final places in this year's World Cup tournament. And the International Volleyball Federation, the International Skating Union, suspended all Russian athletes from events and competitions. Yesterday, the National Hockey League suspended its business ties with Russia. And this personal punishment for Vladimir Putin, World Taekwondo stripping him of an honorary black belt. I turn now to another big important story today. It is Election Day in Texas, the first primary of the 2022 election cycle. At the top of the ticket, Republican Governor Greg Abbott facing challenges in the primary from 7 other Republican candidates, Abbott seeking his 3rd term as governor. The governor has spent most of his campaign, though, already attacking the Democratic frontrunner, Beto O'Rourke. In the Attorney General's race, it is a very crowded Republican primary. All of the candidates have raced to embrace former President Donald Trump. The current Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is up against Congressman Louis Gohmert, as well as former President George W. Bush's nephew, George P. Bush, and former state Supreme Court Justice Eva Guzman. Paxton was indicted back in 2015, has yet to face trial. He faces allegations of bribery and abuse. While in office, he has denied those allegations. Today's primary also a test of progressive power, a rematch between Congressman Henry Cuellar and immigration attorney Jessica Cisneros for a congressional seat in the southern part of the state. Cisneros has the backing of Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. In January, the FBI searched Cuellar's home and a building housing his campaign office. Thanks for joining us today on this busy news day. Anna Cabrera and Anderson Cooper pick up our coverage right now.
Extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely heartbreaking. And among these horrendous stories of fear and of bombs falling, you also have a segment of the population that was living in Ukraine who are students, who are foreign nationals, and they have been going through unimaginable waiting times. In fact, let me just show you what I mean, because the line here, and we've been here since last night has not moved at all. And if we just go and ask most of the people in this line how long they have been waiting out here for, keeping in mind that these temperatures go below freezing. I'm sorry, can I ask you all, how long have you been waiting here now?
From last 6 days.
6 days.
From 7 a.m.
And how long have you been waiting here?
More than a week. How long time?
Since it began, 4 days.
No, more. 5.
I mean, and the line here isn't moving at all. And a lot of these young men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians. And for those who are mostly women and children, and looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine. She is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met.
Now, we have reached the country's foreign minister, Dmitry Kuleba, inside Ukraine, and he's joining me. Welcome to the program, Foreign Minister. You must be under such huge pressure, and we are grateful for you talking to us. What is the actual current military situation around you right now? What is the advance that you can tell us about of this Russian column?
Well, Russia recently changed its tactics. It failed to conquer our cities from the ground. We destroyed many of their tanks, armored vehicles heading to the big cities like Kharkiv and Kyiv. So now they launched indiscriminate shelling of our cities to break us down, to destroy the will to fight, to demonstrate that they are stronger than us. And this is the current state of affairs. Shellings continue, bombings continue, but on the ground fighting allows us to sustain the pressure at high cost, but we are not letting them through.
Do they control any of your major cities? I mean, they've bombed Kharkiv, as we said today. There are civilian casualties, and the great fear is that there will be more civilian casualties. Do they have any of your cities in their hands?
No, not a single major city of Ukraine has fallen under control of Russia. The residents, civilians, the residents of these cities, they fight shoulder to shoulder with the armed forces of Ukraine. Territorial defense units do their best and sacrifice their lives to burn down tanks, to destroy Russian columns, not in order not to allow them through. And it's a big failure for Russia because Putin's plan was to conquer at least one of the big cities in the very first day of war. It was supposed to be Kharkiv or Kyiv, but both stand as strongholds.
Foreign Minister, the TV tower in Kyiv was struck and around it, and the Russians had put out a warning that they were going to do that, and also some state, I think, information segments or sector there, and they have done it. And there is worry that they will escalate precisely because of the setbacks that your forces and your civilians have inflicted. How concerned are you about that? Do you have what it takes to keep holding them off?
These are our people, these are our cities. We are fighting on our soil against an aggressor who came to destroy and kill us. So whatever it takes, we have no other choice but to continue fighting until we prevail. And by the way, the TV station, the TV tower, is located right near the Babi Yar, the place where the Nazis massacred thousands of Jews, Ukrainians, and other nationalities during the occupation of Kyiv. And now Russia is bombing exactly the same place and kills Ukrainians. What a striking parallel.
Indeed, Foreign Minister, indeed. And the whole world is watching you and so moved, really, by the heroic courage that you and your forces and your president are showing. Your president has spoken to some journalists, including Matthew Chance, inside wherever he is right now, saying that he doesn't really have a huge amount of hope for these talks with the Russians. And I think most people don't have much hope. Do you have any hope? And do you know what you think they want? Are they actually coming for you all to try to have regime change?
Definitely, that's the goal of President Putin, to change the regime, to install someone who would be loyal to him and who would return Ukraine back into the Russian sphere of influence. The problem that he faces is that the entire, the people of Ukraine are fighting against him, and politicians in Ukraine, they set aside their differences, their domestic conflicts, and they are all united as ever in repelling the Russian aggression. What is happening in Ukraine now is a true people's war, and I'm proud of my compatriots. We are fighting on different fronts. As a diplomat, I always have hope in diplomacy and negotiations, but I want my country to approach any negotiations in the strongest position possible. And this is why we've been fighting fiercely on diplomatic front to roll out sanctions against Russia, to inflict as much damage on them as possible. After destroying our cities, after massive shelling of civil infrastructures, killing children, innocent civilians, I do believe that the world has to recognize that Putin made a very ugly achievement. Russian means barbarian now, and we should stop him.
Well, the French foreign minister, or rather the finance minister, and many of the allies are saying that these sanctions are going to cripple and bankrupt the Russian economy. But still, Putin, according to the conversation between President Macron and Putin yesterday, shows no sign of bending and simply wants the West to accept the playbook that he wants them to accept for Europe. I want to know whether you got any hope or any support or solidarity from the Chinese foreign minister who you spoke to today. What did he say about this situation?
He assured me that China is not interested in this war and is ready to seek peaceful solution of this conflict through diplomacy. We had a very long conversation with my Chinese counterpart. So we will see how it goes after that. But, the problem is that many countries, they suffer, their nationals living, studying in Ukraine, they suffer because of the Russian aggression. And unfortunately, they also get killed by Russian shells and bullets. So I appealed to the Chinese foreign minister and also to the Indian foreign minister to take advantage of their leverage on Putin, of their relations with Russia, and urge Putin to stop this war immediately.
And did you get a sense that the Chinese would? Because most of the analysis around the world is that China maybe is not overtly supporting Putin, but it is, hedging its bets, let's say.
Well, Chinese foreign policy is very nuanced, and I can recall two elements which indicate that a constructive involvement of China is possible. First, China abstained during the vote on the United Nations Security Council resolution on Ukraine, and therefore Russia was the only country that used veto on this resolution. Russia was totally isolated. And second, when President Putin announced that he had ordered bringing his nuclear army on, calling for a reasonable behavior when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons. So, of course, we understand that President Putin is just raising stakes by all means, trying to put pressure on us. And I, as diplomat, my job is twofold. On the one hand, to mobilize as much pressure on Russia as possible, and on the other hand, to use every possibility in the countries who enjoy special relations or good relations with Russia, so that they also try to convince President Putin to stop this war, because this war is against the interests of everyone in this world, except him. No one is interested in living in a world where rules do not work, where anyone can attack anyone.
Foreign Minister, your Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, addressed the UN Special Human Rights Council today, like many world leaders did, and of course put the blame squarely back on your government. And this is a little bit of, as you know, they're building their case as to why they say you are violating the human rights of the Russian separatists. Let's just play you what he said.
The Ukrainian regime has pursued a course of aggressive de-Russification and forced assimilation throughout these years. People who consider themselves Russians and would like to preserve their identity, language and culture are told they are strangers in Ukraine. Zelensky called them specimens and advised them to move away to Russia. He initiated the adoption of a law on indigenous peoples, amongst whom there is no place for the Russians who have been living on these lands for centuries.
So you know what he's doing, right? I mean, he's laying the groundwork for their rationale for this. What is your response to that?
Sergei Lavrov is Joachim Ribbentrop of his time. He serves his boss. His hands are covered with blood of Ukrainian children, and he will bear responsibility as an accomplice in the crime of aggression and war crimes committed by Putin in Ukraine. As someone who believes in international law and graduated from international law faculty, I have absolutely no doubts about that.
Foreign Minister Kuleba, again, just to ask you about the steadfastness of yourself and, of course, your president and your whole government and, of course, your people. President Zelensky spoke again today with President Biden. Apparently, it was quite a long call. And Biden has offered, apparently several times, to airlift him and I guess any of you out to safety. And again, in the inimitable words of your president, he said, actually, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. What are you still asking the United States and NATO for at this particular time?
Air force and anti-missile defense and weapons. The problem is that Russia dominates in the sky. Our pilots are fighting fiercely and courageously against them, but we also have losses. So the Russians use their fighting jets and bombers to attack our cities, and we need to counter this threat. So these are the two most urgent requests that we lodged with our partners and friends.
Can I just ask you a very quick last question? You do have some air assets. We've seen them. The Russians do not dominate the skies, apparently, according to most military analysts and observers and the intelligence. Are you attacking from the sky this 40-mile-long convoy?
Well, I cannot speak specifically about this convoy, but yes, we are using our air forces to destroy columns heading to our cities. Yesterday, President Zelensky decorated 12 Ukrainian officers, and 8 of them are Ukrainian pilots, and at least half of them had been killed already. So yes, we are fighting in the air, but physically Russia has more planes to deploy to Ukraine than we have. So that's why we put such an emphasis on air defense and air force, and also missile defense, because missiles are extremely dangerous. They hit civilian neighborhoods, they hit indiscriminately, they kill a lot of people, they destroy our cities, and we need a better protection from the sky.
Foreign Minister Kuleba, thank you so much for joining us. Now, here in France, as I said, President Macron is continuing his efforts for a diplomatic resolution, but it looks unlikely at this time. So the EU and the United States are aggressively going after Putin's economy. Today, the ruble is worth less than a single cent, and the stock market in Russia has closed. I visited the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire, at the Treasury Department here in Paris to hear about this economic retaliation for this unprovoked war. Minister, welcome back to the program. This is an extraordinary moment. As we speak, massive columns of Russian armor and artillery are bearing down on the capital, Kyiv. Your government is very concerned that many civilians will be killed. Just tell me what your major concerns are right now about this offensive.
Our major concern is, of course, for the Ukrainian population, for the Ukrainian people. I think that we are all upset, but also very much concerned and worried by the future of the Ukrainian population. And President Macron and all the European leaders want to say to the Ukrainian people, we stand by you, we are supporting you, and we are supporting your nation.
Your president spoke to President Putin last night as the talks were going on the Belarus border. He demanded an immediate ceasefire and for Russia not to target civilian infrastructure. But we also understand that Putin remained firm on his original demands. Recognize the annexation of Crimea, recognize a completely new Putin-led European security format. Is that your understanding?
I think that the key point is to keep discussing with Vladimir Putin. And that's exactly what President Macron is doing. It's very important to continue having discussion with Vladimir Putin and to pave the way for a diplomatic solution, because at the end of this conflict, the only solution will be a diplomatic one. And that's why Macron is so much engaged in those discussions with all the European leaders, with the President of the United States, and of course with President Putin. But for the time being, the starting point is an immediate ceasefire. This is the starting point for any negotiation and for any solution to that conflict.
So you say a diplomatic solution. In the meantime, we've witnessed unprecedented European and US solidarity in terms of support for Ukraine and also obviously the economic sanctions. What is your aim with these economic sanctions?
The aim of the economic sanctions is quite clear. We want to inflict severe damages to the Russian economy and to the Russian financial system. That's why we have decided, first of all, a total freeze of all the assets of the Russian central bank. This means not far from $1,000 billion that will be freezed by the decision taken by both the European countries and the United States. And the United States and the European countries stand together vis-à-vis Vladimir Putin and vis-à-vis the aggressive behavior of Vladimir Putin. The second decision that we have taken is also to freeze the assets of all the oligarchs. And I think that it will be also very efficient against the power of Vladimir Putin. And the third set of decisions that we have taken is on some of parts of the Russian economy, on some strategic assets, on some technological devices. On all those points, we stand very firm and we stand united. And the goal, once again, is to inflict severe damages to the Russian economy.
You're the finance minister. Severe damages, you actually said, to collapse the Russian economy and to enact a war against Russia's economy and its financial system.
We just want to say stop to Vladimir Putin. We don't want to use weapons. We don't want to have any kind of military intervention. But we have the economic and the financial power. And we are totally determined to use all the economic and financial powers that we have in our hands. And when you are looking at the current situation, sanctions prove to be effective. Sanctions are effective. Let's have a look at the situation of the ruble. There has been a devaluation of the ruble by 30%. Let's have a look at the Russian market. There has been a decrease on the Russian market by 30%. Let's have a look at the risk of having bank runs in Russia. We are already inflicting severe damages to the Russian economy, severe damages to the Russian financial system, and we will stick to that line, which is a very strong one, for the view of making understandable our determination to say stop to Vladimir Putin.
One thing that President Zelensky wants, as well as lots of help, obviously, is to be immediately accepted into the EU. We've seen at least 8, and there probably will be more, European presidents and heads of state and government saying that this process should be started immediately. He's addressing the EU today from his brave resistance in Kyiv. Is that a good thing for that to happen right now?
I think that right now the key point is the sovereignty of Ukraine. The future of Ukraine is another question, and it will be up to the leaders to decide what they want to offer to Ukraine. But the starting point and the immediate question is to protect the sovereignty of the Ukraine nation, and that's exactly what we are doing. Then will come the future of Ukraine and the relationship with the European countries, but I think that this is a question that will come in the future. The question that comes first, clearly, is the ceasefire, the protection of the Ukraine people, and the protection of the Ukraine president.
This seems, in fact, quite contrary to a ceasefire. Putin has seen his setbacks in the first 5-6 days, and he's increasing his power. And he has more power than Ukraine, no matter how much help you give them in the immediate present. He has also threatened, I mean, he's conducted a global nuclear blackmail threat by putting his deterrence forces on alert. And your president has appealed to the French military, to protect France. It's scary. Are you scared?
I think that many of the French people and many European people are scared by what is happening. When you are discussing with your children, with your family, with your friends, everywhere in France, and I think it's the same in all European countries. People are scared by what is currently happening in Ukraine. They are not worried, they are scared. And that's why I think that we must show our total determination to face the threat by imposing these sanctions and by inflicting these damages on the Russian economy. Because that's the current weapon that we have in our hands. And I really think that the Russian power has been surprised by the total determination of the European countries, by the unity of the 27 members of the European construction, and by the close coordination between European countries and the United States. I've been talking very longly with the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, yesterday, just to coordinate our response, to think about the next steps, and to have a look at the better and the quicker implementation of the sanctions that we have all together decided. And I really think that this is the best response to face the current crisis.
So you just spoke about the end game would have to be a diplomatic solution. But Putin has more firepower. He's shown that he's willing to change European borders in 2022 with blood and force. And when he's finished, there will be a new border in Europe. You will be forced to conduct diplomatic negotiations with him, creating facts on the ground, having created facts on the ground. How do you reverse that?
I agree, but we are also creating facts on the ground in Russia. Thanks, once again, to the European and to the American sanctions. We are creating facts. We are creating a total disorder in the Russian financial system. We are creating difficulties for the Russian companies that will have very important difficulty to borrow money. When you have an interest rate that comes from 10% to 22%, it becomes more and more difficult to borrow money, to invest, and to have a growth in your economy. So I really think that we have all the means to say stop to Vladimir Putin, to change the course of the situation. But of course, we must also recognize that the military option is not the best way of putting that conflict to an end. The best way to put that conflict to an end is to stand very firm on our principles and on our economic and financial sanctions.
He has boasted to his people that for years he's been sanctions-proofing his economy, and apparently had built some kind of war chest that amounts to some $630 billion. Is that neutralized by your sanctions?
I think that's partly, but at a very important level, neutralized by the sanctions that we have been taken on the Russian central bank. You know, Vladimir Putin was always speaking about his treasury of $650 billion thanks to the revenue of the natural gas and oil. But the fact is that we have frozen a large part of those $650 billion. And the fact is that when the Russian central bank wants to protect the ruble, they do not have the possibility of doing it because we decided to freeze the Russian central bank. So once again, sanctions are effective.
Because, as I say, you know, his spokespeople and himself, you know, they said for a long time Russia's been methodically preparing for the event of possible sanctions, including the most severe ones that we're currently facing. So there are response plans, and they are being implemented now as problems arrive. This is Dmitry Peskov, who's also just been sanctioned
but the
by
fact
you all.
The fact is that there are major loopholes in the protection that Vladimir Putin wanted to give to its population. Of course, we don't want to harm the Russian population.
And you've closed those loopholes.
But we have closed those loopholes. We have been effective, and we have taken the right decisions, the strong decisions at the right time. And our bet is that Russia is not a bloc. You have Vladimir Putin, but you also have oligarchs that might be a little bit upset by what is happening in the Russian economy. You also have the Russian people. And we are not against the Russian people. We see the reactions of very courageous parts of the Russian people opposing the war against Ukraine. And we want to put the division in Russia between Vladimir Putin, the Russian government, and on the other hand, parts of the Russian population, parts of the elite, the economic and political elite, which is aware that there is no positive outcome for Russia in that fight against Ukraine.
And you've acknowledged in your statements that the Russian people will pay the consequences. So you may not want to hurt them, but they will be.
Yes, that's a fact. We don't want to hurt the Russian population. But by imposing economic and financial sanctions, of course, Vladimir Putin will be directly and personally responsible for the difficulties of his own population. The consequences of the sanctions will be, first of all, on Vladimir Putin, first of all, on the oligarchs, first of all, on the financial and economic Russian system, but also there will be side effects on the Russian population.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. In response, Russia's former president, Medvedev, has warned that economic wars often turn into real ones. But what are the Russians watching and reading in their own media? Kremlin propaganda dominates, and journalists have to parrot the party line. TV Rain has been operating as the only independent TV news channel in Russia. After being forced off the airwaves and labeled a foreign agent, it's been broadcasting online. And joining me now is the channel's editor-in-chief, Tikhon Zyadko, and he's joining me from Moscow. Tikhon Zyadko, welcome to the program. I need to ask you the very first question, because we're just hearing the news that the Russian Prosecutor General's office is trying to close you down. What can you tell us about that? What have they told you?
Well, that's correct, and I'm very pleased to announce this information to the audience of CNN that I just got an information from Russian prosecutor's office that they are shutting down the website of TV Rain. Also, they are shutting down the website of Radio Echo Moskvy, Echo of Moscow. It is one of the most popular and independent radio stations in Moscow. Also, they turned off the radio. I think maybe we were expecting something like this. because what we are experiencing now here, it is a military censorship. That's the only word I could find to explain what is going on.
So let's talk just about that military censorship, because indeed they have said to you, the government, and to all the Russian press, that you cannot use the word invasion, you cannot use the word war.
That's correct.
Tell me what rules they've set for most of the other press.
Well, it's absurd. Like we have a military censorship, but we don't have a war. Because the Russian government and Vladimir Putin and Russian state TV, they are using words special military operation. Like it's not a big deal. Like it is just a small special operation. And what they ask from media, what they tell to media to do is to use only information from Russian Defense Ministry. Of course, we as other independent and normal media, we are using information from Russian Defense Ministry, but as well, we are getting information from Ukraine Defense Ministry, from Ukrainian president, from politicians all over the world. And that's why they are so angry at us. They don't want us to spread real information about deaths among civilians, about deaths among Russian soldiers, and about all this terrible war which is happening now in Ukraine. And it's a real war. It's not a special military operation, as they say.
Tikhon, tell me, what do you think most Russians understand about what's going on? Where do they get most of their information?
Well, it's very hard to say, because as in every authoritarian states, we don't have a true sociology here. For example, one of the poll stations, one of the organization which is conducting polls, it said yesterday that 62% of Russians support the war, support this operation. I don't trust these numbers. I don't think that the support of this war is lesser than 62%, because people, they are using social media. They get all these terrible footages and videos from Ukraine. And one of the main things is that, for example, in 2014, when Crimea was annexed, it was supported by a lot of people, because there was no war, and a lot of people really thought that Crimea should be Russian territory. Now, this war has no sense. Vladimir Putin is talking about denazification, demilitarization, etc., but if you are also, he's telling words about protecting people of Donbass, of eastern regions of Ukraine. But how could you protect people in eastern regions of Ukraine by bombing Kyiv or Chernihiv or some territories in the western Ukraine? So it has no sense. And I think that's why not the majority of Russians support it.
And Tikhon, obviously, this is a war of Slav against Slav. I mean, it's not like some foreign enemy that Putin can talk about. And he talks about our brotherly nation. So there's so many Russians who have so many friends and family in Ukraine. Are they talking on social media? Do they have access to social media? What are they saying about the rationale for this?
Well, that's one of the most terrible thing of this war and of this conflict, which is being going on over the last 8 years. Because, for example, when we are looking at the bombing of the city Kharkiv today, when there were two rockets that fell on the main square of freedom in Kharkiv. Kharkiv, it's just 40 kilometers away from Russian border, I guess. And over the years, they were like a lot of friends, a lot of relatives, families divided by the border, and they knew each other. And because of this war, since 2014, these connections, they are broken, and families are broken, and families in Russia are broken because, for example, some of my young colleagues here at Dost, they are not agree with their parents, because their parents, they watch state TV and they support this war and they support Putin, and they don't want to talk with their kids, my colleagues. So this is just terrible. I think it's a huge crisis, the consequences of which we cannot understand now.
Tikhon, how are you putting out your program now, given this new intervention by the Prosecutor General who wants to close you down, close your website?
Well, as you can see, I'm in a tie and with a makeup because I just had my own show and it is still going on. Well, if we are looking at the law, we know that they only block the website, which means that our broadcasting in cable networks and on YouTube and is continuing. But we understand that it is a political decision. It is a political decision to destroy independent media in Russia. It is a political decision not to let Russian people know the truth about the war. So, of course, we expect that it is just the beginning and that then they will come after our social media accounts, our YouTube account, etc., etc.
Tikhon, you know, we have watched with horror from abroad as so many brave and independent journalists in Russia have been silenced, have been disappeared, have been killed. And I wonder whether you are concerned about your own safety right now and for your colleagues.
Of course, I am concerned. I'm concerned about my safety. I'm concerned about safety of my wife, who is the news director here at TV Rain. I'm concerned about safety of something like 200 people who work for Dost. So now we have to sit and to think what to do next. On the one hand, we have our responsibility for our viewers. We have now we only on YouTube every day we have around 24 million views, and our audience is huge, and we have a responsibility for them. But also, we have responsibility for our families. So we need to think. I don't have an answer. Now we decided to continue working on every and each platform where we could, YouTube, Telegram, etc., etc. But no one knows what will happen tomorrow morning.
And meantime, as you know, RT and Sputnik, they are the Russian state organs, have been heavily restricted and banned in parts of Europe and the United States. And here's what one of its deputy editors told CNN. When it comes to the Russian voice or just a different perspective, it's not allowed to exist in the free media space. What do you make about what do you make of RT's complaints?
Well, I'm a huge adversary of any restrictions. That's why, for example, I don't like American law on foreign agents, because the Russian government made its own law on foreign agents, saying that United States has foreign agents law. We will do the same, and that's why Dost and more than 100 media outlets and journalists were designated as foreign agents after RT was designated as foreign agent in the US. The same thing I think about restrictions on RT and Sputnik. I don't think it's the best way to fight the propaganda. I think you should fight, I mean, you, me, everyone, we should fight the propaganda by making nice journalism. That's how we should fight propaganda. Because I know how my government, I mean Russian government, how it responds to the restrictions against RT and Sputnik in Europe, for example. Now, RT and Sputnik are banned from YouTube in Europe. This means that soon, I think, YouTube will be blocked in Russia, and it will be a huge problem, not for the European Union, but it will be a huge problem for Russian citizens who will lose this free space. So I think it's the only topic where I agree with RT, because RT is a terrible propaganda, and they are hypocriticals. But I think that blocking them in YouTube is a mistake.
Can I just ask you whether you know how Russians are going to take, ordinary Russians, the economic pain that you just heard the French finance minister talk about, you know, in these terribly unprecedented, fierce sanctions against Putin, his regime, the oligarchs, etc.?
I think it's very hard to predict. Of course, the Russian government will try to do everything to make people's life easier, not because the Russian government thinks about people's life, but because it is afraid of their reaction. It is the first thing. The second thing, I think state propaganda will work now more and more, saying that Russia is in a very terrible situation, that all other countries are enemies, and that we have to be together and fight, etc., etc. But pretty soon, I think the wallets of Russian citizens will become smaller and smaller, and maybe one day they will think that there is a person who made it possible, the person at the top of the Russian government. But I'm not sure whether they will protest or not.
Tikhon Zyadko, you're a very brave man, you and all your colleagues and anyone who's trying to get the truth out there, and one journalist to the next. We really support you. Thank you for being with us. And indeed, as we move on, just to note that TV Rain is the subject of a film, a documentary that's getting a huge amount of attention right now called F This Job. Thank you so much. And now let's get the U.S. perspective. Joining me is the former Republican Senator and Defense Secretary, William Cohen. Senator Cohen, Defense Secretary Cohen, the U.S. has had its special intelligence briefings. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it, maybe to some of the members of Congress, and they seem to be very worried about what Putin's next moves in Ukraine will be. Tell me what you know and what you can assess, given your experience.
Well, I don't have access to that briefing, but I can tell you, based on past experience looking at how President Putin has operated, I think most of them now have been briefed to the extent that our intelligence community believes that he is going to lay siege to Kyiv. He's going to unleash holy hell, I think, in terms of hitting civilian areas, killing hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent civilians. I think that is what he has done in the past. Chechnya comes to mind, but it also comes to mind in Syria, where he was supporting Assad, who was dropping barrel bombs on innocent people below. So I think when it comes to waging war, he is not bound by any sense of propriety or concern about how many or who are killed.
And so what does the U.S. do? I mean, we've heard from NATO, we've heard from the United States, we've heard from the EU, all the allies. I mean, they keep saying we cannot offer any military help because this would set off the Third World War. But you heard perhaps you heard at the beginning, the foreign minister of Ukraine, who we reached, in his bunker there. They need help even from the air to try to damage and slow the advance of this convoy on Kyiv.
Well, I think that we can continue to give them the kind of weaponry, looking for air defense systems, Stingers, the ability to take out tanks, the Javelin, and other types of equipment. But I think President Bush has acted responsibly in the sense that we've got to find ways, can we bring about a cessation of hostilities without going face-to-face with the Russian military, something that we've avoided for the past 70 years and something we want to try to avoid if at all possible. But I think to the extent that we were to provide air cover, that means we're at war with Russia, certainly aircraft to aircraft, and that would then set off a whole chain reaction as such, in terms of how do we control it at that point. And the one thing that we have learned from our past endeavors is that predictions are difficult, especially about the future. An old Yogi Berra comment, And that is particularly true in this case here. We don't know what the reaction will be if we start upping the ante and taking out all of that convoy, that 40-mile convoy of military vehicles along the way. They would be sitting ducks, as others have said. They would be easy to take out, but in taking them out, we would basically be declaring war against Russia.
And of course, you said President Bush, but you meant Biden. But even President Bush's officials, like Condoleezza Rice, has praised President Biden for his leadership and for really gathering this coalition and doing what the United States historically does, and that is gather a coalition to face down these kinds of threats. But I want to put to you this soundbite, which was early on, the Monday before all this happened, from Putin, who threatened the West with a veiled threat that now we know what he means. And then we'll talk about it.
Whoever tries to interfere with us, and even more so to create threats for our country, our people should know that Russia's response will be immediate and will lead you to such consequences that you have never experienced in your history.
How did you read that? Such consequences that you've never experienced in your history. What did you take from that?
Well, I take it he's threatening the use of nuclear wars. He's been talking about this for some time now, actually training with tactical nuclear weapons. So he has sent this signal before that he's prepared to use nuclear weapons under certain circumstances. And I think that would be to put the United States in the position, what do we do if he uses a, quote, small nuclear weapon on the battlefield? How do we respond to that? Conventionally, cyber attack? Or would we then be pushed to use nuclear weapons against him? And then once you start talking in those terms, you're going up the nuclear chain reaction. And that's something, as I've said before, is sort of what T.S. Eliot talked about. I'll show you fear and a handful of dust. It would be radioactive dust. It would be spread all over Russia, all over Europe, the United States, and China as well, which is one reason I've suggested, Christian, that there has to be some kind of outside intervention. Countries like China, India, Israel have to give counsel and send the signal to Russia that I'm hearing all the activity in the background here, which is a little disorienting, but they have to send the signal that they're prepared to take action to cut off certain relationships with Russia. Israel's in a position to do that. So is China. And China has to understand if this thing really does deteriorate and we're on the edge of potentially nuclear weapons and war, then we're all at risk at that point. The planet is at risk. So we would go from Francis Fukuyama's end of history to the end of civilization. That's not an exaggeration. When you're talking about the power of the nuclear weaponry that we have, then I think we're all in danger at that point, which is why I've asked all these other countries, even if you're friendly, especially if you're friendly with Russia, go to President Putin, ask him for a way to move off this. And there are ways that you can settle this without war. You can take into account Putin's security needs without killing thousands of innocent people. So we're going to end up waging an information war if we can, and certainly an economic war, which we've already undertaken. And that will drive, I talked about communication from without. That will be rebellion from within, because once the Russian people understand that they no longer have the same bank accounts that they had yesterday, they no longer travel as easily as they have, that the Russian people will be seen somehow as being criminals on the international scene. And so I think once they understand that and who's the cause of that, I think President Putin has cause for concern about what happens from within.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or not. I mean, dictatorships, it took a long time and outside intervention to get rid of Saddam Hussein. But as you say, we'll see. Maybe it's different in Russia and with the amount of money and desire that the oligarchs and others have. But look, you know, we just talked to the Ukrainian foreign minister who had a talk with the Chinese foreign minister, and he did try to appeal to him, to appeal to Putin, etc. And, you know, there was, he hoped, some hope, some movement on that. But you just mentioned Israel, and you've obviously named all the nuclear states. You mentioned India. Israel is a nuclear state, but Israel is also a U.S. ally and did not support the United States-backed resolution in the Security Council after all the times the U.S. has bent over backwards to support Israel all the time at the UN and in all global forums. I mean, can you even understand why Israel has not gone, precisely for the reasons you have said, to read Putin the Riot Act? Why not? And shouldn't the United States be urging them to do that?
Well, I can say that I'm disappointed, deeply disappointed that they have not supported the United States in what we're seeking to do. I also understand they find themselves in something of a conflict of interest. They've been able to take out certain Syrian targets with the Russian turning a blind eye. So they've been cultivating a relationship with Russia in order to protect, quote, their security interests. But now it comes down to, are you with the Russians? Or are you with the United States and the West? And I think they do have to make a decision here. We have been with them. We have provided financing for the Iron Dome, for the Arrow missile system, and so much other type of military equipment, and billions of dollars economically. So even though I understand that they don't want to upset the Russians because they're given some leeway in Syria, time is for you to decide whether you're going to be with Russia on this or with the United States. We understand that this is a security interest for you. We're now looking at the potential for the world to spin out of control with Putin now turning or threatening to turn to nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. Those stakes have been raised so high, and the Russians, Putin has talked about denazifying. I have to say, I'm really stunned, like you, that this hasn't really, affected Israel where their morality is. But we've seen Germany, because of this, has turned its military policy on a dime. It also had, very severe post-World War II concerns because of its history, and it has now changed its military and defense policy in the face of this threat. Can I ask you, though, because you are always very concerned about the relative influence of democracies versus dictatorships and autocracies, where do you see this ending? I mean, this is a direct assault on President Biden's pledge to bolster democracies against autocracies throughout his presidency. There could be a new Iron Curtain, a new Cold War. Where do you see it landing in the big contextual historical picture?
Well, I don't see a happy ending to this unless these other powers, China in particular, India, and I mentioned Israel, there are others that could, who are doing business with Russia, saying, we're not going to do business with you more. We're not going to buy the S-400. We're going to cut down all of our purchases in the military field from you. They could do that and send a signal to Putin that he's lost even those he's doing business with, not to mention the West. But absent that, I don't see a happy ending to this, because I think that Putin, he's not mad in the sense of being King Lear, but I think his anger has turned to real madness in terms of, I'm determined to crush my opponents now. And that can only lead to heartbreak for the world, I think, because his people are the Russian people will suffer. The economy is going to suffer globally. We're going to see ourselves hit as well. And so I don't see a happy ending on this unless his friends can persuade him there's a way out of this, some form of neutrality, but there are ways out of this without going to total war.
Let's hope you're right. Secretary Cohen, thank you very much for joining us. And that is it for now. And we do want to leave you with a taste of the support that Ukraine is getting around the world. A long-standing ovation for President Zelensky after addressing the European Parliament from his bunker today, defiant in the face of Russian aggression. Thank you for watching. Goodbye from Paris.
World Sport.
World Sport.
For World Sport, I'm Amanda Davis.
I'm Patrick Snell.
Men, when they try to get on the trains or the buses, they're told that they can't do that. They're actually having to walk to get here, and it takes hours. And as I was saying, the temperatures are freezing cold. On the other side of this street here, you have the line for Ukrainians. And for those who are mostly women and children, and looking over on this side is just as heartbreaking because everybody in that line is either there without their husband, father, or brother because they have to stay behind, or they have come with them and they're waiting these last final hours together before they have to say goodbye. We were speaking earlier to a couple. He is from Ukraine. She is from Vietnam. They have 2 little children, and he had walked them all the way up to try to get them out. We met a family from Afghanistan. I mean, just think about that. They had fled Afghanistan. They came here. They have a 5-day-old baby. They just made it across only to be told because the baby doesn't have a birth certificate, they will not be able to cross. What everyone here will tell you, though, is that this system needs to be addressed. It needs to be quicker. It needs to be faster. These people have all suffered so much. They really cannot psychologically go through anymore.
So the president of the European Commission actually said just a couple days ago, we believe that Ukraine is one of us. We want them to join the European Union. However, it is not something that can happen overnight. It's a very complex process. It has to do with market integration. There are a number of steps, including democracy and democracy reform and anti-corruption efforts that would have to take place first. And of course, there's a war going on now in Ukraine, and there are separatist regions that have broken away from Ukraine and are now supported by Russia. So there are a number of obstacles here. President Zelensky did sign a formal application earlier this week for EU membership and has been pushing that a lot in recent days because, of course, he believes that it will give his country certain security guarantees, move him closer to the West, and show Russia that Ukraine is a European state that has the support of the entire European Union and the West. But this is not something that is going to happen quickly, even for a country that is not currently at war. It is a complex process. So they are reviewing that application for expedited candidacy for Ukraine, but it remains to be seen how and when and even if that's ever going to happen.
You can hear behind me now the air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's 2 main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before, and unfortunately, it is usually a precursor to attacking or hitting civilian targets under the guise that they're being used to protect military hardware.
As you can imagine, in fact, all of these stories are absolutely
with the president. Make sure you join Jake and Anderson Cooper, along with Wolf Blitzer, Don Lemon, Dana Bash, Abby Phillip, and Pamela Brown tonight for President Biden's first State of the Union address. Our live coverage starts at 8 Eastern here on CNN. That's it for me. More breaking news right now with Allison and Victor.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Victor Blackwell. Welcome to CNN Newsroom.
And I'm Allison Camerata. Deadly strikes are taking out some key facilities in Ukraine as Russia intensifies its attacks. Today, a television tower in Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv, was hit. People were killed, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs says the broadcasts are off the air.
Russian military officials warn they are going to target more buildings in Kyiv, including Ukraine's state security agency and a main information and operations center. They're urging Ukrainians near those buildings to leave. Heavy fighting continues in and around Ukraine's second largest city, Kyiv, according to a senior U.S. defense official. A Russian airstrike blew up a government building there, incinerating cars. Look at this. Ukraine's emergency services said that at least 10 people were killed and dozens wounded, including a child.
Anderson Cooper is with us. He is live in Lviv. That's in western Ukraine. So, Anderson, Russian state media is reporting this second round of talks between Ukraine and Russia tomorrow. What do we know?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the second time, obviously, that they met. The meeting yesterday ended after some 4 hours of talks between Russian representatives and Ukrainian officials. The president of Ukraine, Zelensky, has expressed skepticism about what may come out of the talks tomorrow. But they are on schedule as of now. Ukraine's president has said he has little faith in negotiations, but he has to support any attempt at peace. Zelensky did just speak with President Biden. The White House says that the two leaders talked for about 30 minutes in their conversation. President Zelensky tweeted that they discussed, quote, American leadership on anti-Russian sanctions and defense assistance to Ukraine. Our own Matthew Chance also spoke to President Zelensky. I want to turn to Matthew, who is in Kyiv. He just interviewed Zelensky at his bunker. So, Matthew, President Zelensky is getting worldwide admiration, obviously, for refusing to leave Kyiv. What did he say to you?
Well, it was, we asked 6 or 7 questions of him in that bunker in central Kiev, where he was wearing military fatigues and surrounded by military forces. We spoke a little bit about his insistence that the United States impose no-fly zones, along with its NATO allies, above Ukraine, something President Biden has refused to do because it would bring US forces and NATO forces potentially in direct contact with the Russians. And President Zelensky said, look, we're not trying to draw anyone into this conflict. Ukraine will be able to fight this, but if it does it alone, then it won't be able to manage up against Russia. I'm slightly paraphrasing him, but basically admitting that if it's just Ukraine against Russia, not going to work. He needs the backing, not just military backing, but other kind of backing as well from the United States and other Western countries. It's interesting that Russian media is talking about that second round of talks between the Russian and the Ukrainian side. I asked President Zelensky precisely about the possibility of there being a diplomatic solution because of these talks to this conflict. Take a listen to what he had to say.
You sent your delegation to meet the Russians for talks.
Yeah.
Did anything substantial come out of that? Is there any hope, as the world watches, for diplomacy?
They decided to begin to speak about this situation. And I really wanted, and I asked them, so you have to speak, first of all, everybody has to stop fighting and to go to that point from where it was beginning. Yeah. Yes, it began 6 days ago. Yes. I think there are principal things you can do it, and that is very important moment. If you do this, and if those side is ready, it means that they are ready for the peace. If they don't ready, it means that you're just, wasting time.
And do you think you're wasting your time, or do you think they're ready?
We'll see.
Well, President Zelensky also had a message for President Biden with his State of the Union address this evening, saying he wants to hear from the US President a description, an explanation that this isn't just a war about Ukraine, it's about freedom of democracy, and that's why US citizens, he said, Americans, should care. Anderson.
Obviously, Russian forces have been looking for President Zelensky. The fact that you're able to get to him, can you just talk in general, obviously without giving details, about the process of getting to him and speaking to him?
Yeah, I mean, he's taking a big risk being in this city, given that so many Russian forces have gathered around the outskirts of it, poised to attack. But, you know, he clearly is a politician, a president that feels that it is his responsibility to stand his ground in his capital city. And yes, he's in a bunker, and there are significant security measures around him. It's difficult to get in touch with him. We were contacted earlier on today. We were told to meet at a certain location, and then we were bundled into a government vehicle and escorted under armed guard to another sort of central Kyiv location, where we were taken down into the basement of that building. There were sandbags everywhere. There were military forces everywhere, machine gun outposts, really defending it very, very carefully. It's just one of the locations apparently where he can be located, and he moves, we're told, to various places around the city. And he appeared, of course, in military fatigues, in the khaki sort of T-shirt and trousers that we've seen him in so often in his social media posts. He looked very tired. He looked quite stressed. His eyes were red. He hadn't shaven. He was very pale. Understandably, perhaps, given the amount of pressure, not just that he's under, that the entire country of Ukraine right now is under, Anderson.
I mean, do we know if he's seeing his family, his kids?
Well, it's a good question, and he did address that. Remember, he said that he believes that he is the #1 target for Russians when it comes to their combat operations here. Interestingly, he says that his family are the #2 target, and so that must be deeply stressful for him as a husband and as a father. But you know, his family apparently are still around. Well, at least he hasn't seen them for the past 3 days. And so he looked quite upset about that, actually. He was asked about it. He said, look, I haven't seen them since the beginning of the war. Then he said, no, actually, I have. I saw them 3 days ago. But there were, I want to say there were tears in his eyes, but he definitely looked emotional when he was talking about his family and the fact that he'd been separated from them now for such a long time. It's only, it's only 3 days, but it must seem like so much longer in the situation that he is in and that Ukrainians are in.
Yeah, rallying his people as best he can. Matthew Chance, thank you. Appreciate it. In the capital of Kyiv, Russia's military is warning of even more airstrikes against government buildings and technological facilities. I want to talk about that now with CNN's Alex Marquardt is near Kyiv. Alex, a TV tower is one of the latest targets that Russia warned residents to leave. What's the feeling in the city?
Well, Anderson, it has been tense, of course, ever since Russia launched their invasion, but I think it is particularly on edge now. We are just to the south of the city, both in the city and outside. People have been keeping their lights off. We're in a hotel where many of the lights off, people staying here using flashlights and the lights on their phones. We are using minimal lighting to come on the air with you. You can see that there's nothing behind me. And that is because we really are seeing today Russia ratcheting up their targeting of the capital city, which of course they would like to take. We saw some 5 people killed at least in that attack on the TV tower earlier today. That is just 3 miles from the city center. And it is evidence that Russia is not just stepping up their attack on the city itself, but on Ukrainian communications and on the information that comes out. In fact, earlier, we did hear right from the Ministry of Defense admitting that they are planning on striking against Ukraine's information efforts. They announced, among other targets, that they would be going after Ukraine's internal security service. They said that they are going to carry out these strikes in order, they said, to suppress information attacks against Russia. They know that they are losing this information war. And of course, this is coming from a country that has engaged in one of the most prolific disinformation campaigns we have ever seen. Now, the Russians there in their statement from the Ministry of Defense also said that they would be using what they called high precision weapons. That's obviously to try to convince us that there would be, minimal civilian casualties or collateral damage, but we've obviously seen already that has not been the case. Apartment buildings that have been hit, and they told people, Ukrainians, to leave their homes if they live near what they called relay nodes, essentially communications towers. And I believe, Anderson, that's the first time that they've asked Ukrainians to leave an area or to leave their homes, and that obviously is a very, very ominous sign. Anderson.
We also saw this massive explosion in Kyiv. What are the details on it?
Kyiv, as you know, is the second biggest city in this country, so that's another major target for the Russians, and it's even closer to the Russian border, just about 20 miles. So that is a city that has seen more intense fighting than Kyiv for now. There has been street fighting over the course of the past few days. Ukraine has done a pretty good job at pushing some of those Russian troops back, but we saw a devastating bombardment earlier today of an administration government building, so a civilian building, and we're told by local authorities that at least 10 people were killed, some 35 injured. President Zelensky called this undisguised terror. He has already said that what Russia is doing constitutes war crimes. And then just yesterday, Anderson, you and I were talking about some of the shelling in the northeastern part of the city, in a residential area. Russia continues to claim that they are not targeting civilians or residential areas. That is clearly not the case, Anderson.
Yeah, Alex Marquardt near Kyiv. Alex, thank you. Appreciate it. In the southern city of Kherson, the mayor has been pleading for help as explosions and fires erupted in his town. Here's part of what he wrote on Facebook. Quote, "The city is under attack," he says. "Residential buildings and urban facilities are burning. We try to coordinate the work of municipal services, but I confess it is very difficult now. We are not soldiers," he went on to say. "We are civilians. If the Russian soldiers and their leadership hear me, I ask, leave our city, stop shelling the civilians. You've already taken everything you wanted, including human lives." CNN international security editor Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now live from nearby Odessa. Nick, you were in that city previously. What more are you learning about these attacks in the south?
Yeah, Anderson, the question we asked when we were there was, do the Russian forces, who clearly needed the strategic bridge on the outskirts of Kherson, do they have a design to go into that strategically not particularly helpful city? And we got our answer certainly this morning when I started speaking to residents inside of it who said they were seeing Russian soldiers initially on foot, possibly 100 or so, spreading out across the city. They were joined by vehicles later on, and then we got this slow rhythm of videos emerging, one in which Russian soldiers were pushing away shopping carts full of food away from what seemed to be a mall, another in which they appeared to detain a man on the street. I heard from a resident there that was something they'd heard was happening certainly more than once, and it seems in clashes around that city. Another chilling video too, showing a shell hitting an apartment block in that town. Another resident we spoke to said he and his family had simply fled because of that shelling. And so this really asks the question why the Russian forces feel they needed to move into that city to control its local population. Perhaps they felt there were holdouts, maybe of Ukrainian security forces within there that was impeding their grasp on that important bridge to its east. But it raises a broader problem. Now we are seeing Russian forces going into towns on a more regular basis. Are we going to see the sort of, I think, frankly, abuses we began to get a whiff of in some of these videos we've been seeing? And it feeds into a wider picture, Anderson, I think that's concerning here on the Black Sea coast. This is a vital part of Ukraine's economy, of its infrastructure. Here, the third largest city, Odessa, the port, is an essential economic lever for much of Ukraine, and it appears that the Russian forces are pushing slowly west. So half an hour's drive of here today, there was shelling and small arms fire in a place called Dachny, and that has many concerns here that we may be slowly seeing Russia applying pressure to this vast city. Anderson?
Nick Payton-Walsh, appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to go back now to Victor and Allison. It is difficult days here and more hard days to come.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that the Russian narrative that they're not attacking or targeting civilians is not true. We can see it with our own eyes, as we've just heard from our correspondents there. Anderson, we'll check back with you.
Anderson, thank you. There's increased focus on Vladimir Putin's erratic and irrational behavior what the U.S. intel community is looking for when evaluating Putin's current state of mind.
And U.S. defense officials say Russian troops are running low on gas and food in some parts of the country, how that impacts their next moves.
Want a daily dose of Fareed and his team? Now you can get it with Fareed's Global Briefing, the newsletter that gives you the best insight and analysis on global affairs. Go to cnn.com/Fareed to sign up.
I would describe One World as compelling, inclusive, and original. I want this show to be a place where everyone watches.
The air raid sirens are starting up once again. We've already heard them a couple of times today. And the fear, as Volodymyr Zelensky put it in an address today to the people of Ukraine, is that the real focus now is on Ukraine's two main cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv. And he said, Kyiv and Kharkiv are the most important targets for Russia. Terror is meant to break us, to break our resistance. And he went on to say that Kyiv is special. This is the heart of the country, and it must keep beating. Now, for now, there hasn't been a blanket curfew put in place. People are still able to go out, but they're only really going out, Brianna and John, to try to buy supplies, to try to get groceries, batteries, things of this nature, because as we see this massive column of Russian armory and hardware bearing down on the capital, the very real fear is that this city will soon be completely encircled and that it will be extremely difficult to move supplies, to move food, to move humanitarian assistance in and out. And one more thing I want to mention, because it also sent a shiver down my spine, the Russian Defense Minister Shoigu accusing the Ukrainian military once again today of using civilian infrastructure as a shield for military hardware. This is the kind of propaganda we have heard from the Russians many times before.